Chapter 1. The most expensive last words. Donggu, help, help me. With hands stained in blood, Xia Qiu repeatedly called out, yet the reckless driver not only refused a halt, but instead pressed the accelerator to the floor, roaring away into the distance as the sports car sped further away. On the verge of vanishing completely, Xia Qiu succumbed to utter despair. All Hitandran drivers ought to be apprehended and executed on the spot. The scoundrel could have still been saved. Perhaps overwhelmed by panic, the vanishing sports car collided headlong into the roadside barrier, plunging into the ravine. Moments later, a thunderous explosion resonated, and a mushroom cloud ascended from the wreckage. Such a turn of events. Xia Qiu stared in disbelief. Fate watches over us. Even the heavens could not bear the sight of this. The culprits met their demise in this exchange of lives. Even if he were to perish, it would not be in vain. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Xia Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of loss. Damn it. A car accident is indeed most profitable when it doesn't happen to oneself. Due to being struck by the high-speed sports car, Xia Qiu sustained grave injuries, leaving his body paralyzed and devoid of movement. Adding to his misfortune, as he fell, his body inadvertently struck a sharp rock, delivering a devastating blow to his kidney. Blood gushed forth, and his consciousness began to fade. That am I truly destined to die like this? How regretful. A mere 20-some years of life felt exceedingly brief. The splendor of the world was vast, and there were countless experiences he had yet to savor. Moreover, if he perished, what would become of the myriad figurines in his room and the vast resources for language learning stored on his computer? He hadn't even had the chance to plant the poplar tree he had nurtured for nearly 2 years in his ant forest. The only solace was that he likely wouldn't have to repay his credit bill next month. Had he foreseen this calamity, he should have at least maxed out his credit card. What a blunder. Whether it was due to the impact or the significant blood loss, Xia Qiu felt an unbearable heat enveloping him, as if he had plunged into a furnace. This the sensation of death. At that moment, an abrupt voice echoed within Xia Qiu's mind. Confirmation complete, successfully acquired. Resistance to heat. What voice? In his twilight moments, his consciousness wavering, Xia Qiu struggled to comprehend. If it weren't for that kidney strike, would I have avoided death? Confirmation complete, successfully acquired. Resistance to piercing. Additional resistance to physical attacks acquired successfully. Resistance to piercing? Resistance to physical attacks? Huh? A flash of realization struck Xia Qiu. This scene felt oddly familiar. Could it be? Wasn't this the moment in the anime that time I got reincarnated as a slime when the protagonist gained skills upon reincarnation? Could he possibly traverse to another world? In other words, might he escape death? Xia Qiu trembled with excitement, but his elation was short-lived. His body convulsed violently, exacerbating the already torn wound, inflicting pain that pierced deep into his soul, and blood gushed uncontrollably. Ouch. The blood loss is accelerating. I can't possibly perish before I even finish speaking. Can I? Confirmation complete. Pain immunity acquired. Transformation to bloodless physique commencing. Transformation successful. Pain immunity is a divine skill. But what on earth is a bloodless physique? Surely, he wouldn't be turning into a slime, would he? Xia Qiu felt a sense of despair. Teetering on the brink of tears, he certainly admired the concept of the cute king. Yet this absurd notion stripped away so much joy from life. He had just intended to avoid this pitfall, yet fate had other plans. Xia Qiu gasped for breath. His injuries were grievous. His body resembled a torn bellows, each inhale producing a wheezing sound. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy, but he had yet to acquire the ultimate skills, great sage and predator of a cute king. He could not afford to die, not now, not ever. Otherwise, even if he did traverse, he would be reduced to an ordinary slime, a fate he could never accept. Right. How did the cute king acquire the great sage and predator skills? He couldn't recall. Perhaps he should try this. Predator. Confirmation complete. Unique skill predator acquired. It truly worked. Xia Qiu was at a loss for words. It seemed that ever since he was accidentally struck by a car, he had embarked on an irreversible path to becoming the cute king. Great sage. Confirmation complete. Unique skill great sage acquired. What other abilities did the cute king possess? A gust of wind swept through, causing Xia Qiu to shiver. He felt his body temperature plummeting and his limbs growing heavier. Instinctively, he uttered SSO, cold. Confirmation complete. Cold resistance acquired. Conditions for cold resistance and heat resistance met. Thermal variation resistance obtained. Splendid. One final utterance. One skill. Could this be the most expensive last words in history? Think quickly. What other skills does the cute king have? Perhaps it was the impending grip of death that dulled his mind. His brain felt sluggish despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his head. He could recall nothing. In his final moments, his mind conjured not the cute king or any skills, but the myriad memories of his life. Ever since his parents had tragically departed, he had completely let himself go. After an unexpected move to a new home, he had changed partners every 3 months, amassing a plethora of body pillows and figurines, and he had never thought it was a problem before. Yet, in his final moments, his heart was filled with boundless regret, for there were countless experiences he would likely never be able to fulfill in his lifetime. Furthermore, following the climactic battle of Marvel's decade-long saga, a new chapter was about to unfold, and he had no way of knowing what lay ahead. Damn it! In this life, I have no regrets in entering the world of anime in the next life. I wish to be born in the second dimension. In this life, I have no regrets in embracing Marvel in the next life. I shall snap my fingers once more. Confirmation complete. Capturing keywords. Second dimension. Marvel. Information chaotic. Unable to execute. Recalculating. It seemed execution was impossible. Nevertheless, Xia Qiu felt there was little he could change as consciousness was slipping away, destined to plunge into an infinite darkness. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the heavens, slicing through the sky with a resounding crash and a blinding flash, startling Xia Qiu awake, his awareness flickering back to life. Momentarily, lightning. That's right, I remember now. The cute king gained electrical resistance after having a colleague destroy a computer. Confirmation complete. Electrical resistance acquired successfully. Additional skill paralysis resistance obtained. A faint smile of triumph spread across Xia Qiu's pale face, but he had not anticipated that a sudden thunderclap would grant him electrical resistance and paralysis resistance. It could only be said that this was the choice of the stones of fate. As for being struck by a car, that must have been the fault of the world and the timing. So sleepy that this is what death feels like. Xia Qiu gradually slipped into slumber, his breathing slowing and his heartbeat fading away. Chapter 2. The Sundara Dragon Varudra. It was dark, exceedingly dark, a pitch-black void where nothing could be seen, not even the outstretched hand. Hey, where are my hands? Answer. The body of a slime is entirely composed of a collective of identical cells. Each cell serves as a brain cell, a nerve, and a muscle, devoid of any structure resembling hands. Upon hearing this voice in his mind, Xia Qiu felt a surge of excitement and inquired within, "Are you the great sage?" "Yes." "Oh my goodness, the great sage is truly a divine skill of the cute king. Great sage, please enlighten me about your abilities." "Very well. The effects of the great sage encompass 5 distinct powers. 1. Thought acceleration, enhances perception speed to 1,000-fold. 2. Analytical appraisal, allows the analysis and identification of objects. 3. Parallel calculation, enables the separation of the subject to be analyzed from the thought process for calculations. 4. Incantation abandonment, allows the casting of magic and skills without the need for incantations or chanting procedures. 5. All-encompassing reality, encompasses unshielded phenomena of the world. Indeed, the great sage possessed by the cute king was a familiar formula, a comforting essence, utterly delightful. Great sage? Where am I now? Answer. You are in the sealed cave of the Jiu La Great Forest. Upon hearing the great sage's response, Xia Qiu was filled with a singular thought. This was a solid win. He had undoubtedly traversed into the realm of animation, usurping the role of the protagonist from Mikami Satoru. By adhering to the historical narrative of the anime, engaging with the storm dragon, exchanging names, and exiting the great forest, he would eventually conquer goblins, dwarves, and ogres, thus claiming the title of king of the Turnpest Kingdom. The exhilaration was indescribable. The legendary saga of the slime would be penned by him. However, the immediate priority was to graze. Yes, to graze. These were no ordinary grasses, but the miraculous hippocute grass, which could only thrive in areas rich in magical essence. It served as the core ingredient for healing and restorative potions. The higher the purity of the restorative potion, the more effective it became. In the anime, the cute king could refine potions with a purity of up to 99. Even severed limbs could be instantaneously restored with their use. Xia Qiu maneuvered his body, and his eyes transformed into slits, if he indeed possessed eyes. Slithering. Accustomed to walking on legs, Xia Qiu had never imagined that one day he would move in such a peculiar manner. It resembled crawling, yet also had a semblance of writhing, the speed exceedingly slow, but it felt surprisingly pleasant. It seemed that the cute king's signature mode of movement in the anime was not writhing, but rather bouncing. Xia Qiu endeavored to exert pressure on his body, and in mere moments he experienced a transformation. His body was indeed extraordinarily supple, astonishingly elastic. So bouncy, so delightful. Perhaps out of sheer leisure or due to the joy derived from this bouncy movement, Xia Qiu indulged himself in playful antics. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Jump, jump, jump. Ha ha. This is simply delightful. In a moment of carefree exuberance, Xia Qiu suddenly collided headlong into a sharp, jagged stone, much like a spoon scooping out a portion of jelly. A hollow appeared in his body. This startling event sent a jolt of fear through Xia Qiu. Oh, my kidneys. Perhaps due to a previous encounter with a sharp stone before his reincarnation, he now harbored a psychological aversion to such edges. However, to his surprise, he felt no pain whatsoever. Indeed, in this regard, this body proved quite remarkable. Response: due to the skill of physical attack resistance and the nullification of pain perception, the host does not experience discomfort. Current bodily damage. 3. Inherent skill of self-regeneration activated. Moments later, the substantial dent in his body had completely healed, leaving Xia Qiu in awe. Truly, this physique was divine, akin to that of the legendary hero. Moreover, the inherent skill of the slime was truly impressive. Self-regeneration is a racial talent of slimes, akin to how humans gradually heal and stop bleeding from wounds. Upon sustaining damage, a slime's body rapidly restores itself. Detected precious magic, or would you like to utilize the unique skill, Predator? Yes or no? Precious magic, or? Xia Qiu immediately recalled a scene from the original narrative, where the Demon King utilized magic or to replicate a magical sword. Despite the Demon King's casual replication of 20 swords, showing no concern for the magic, or the Dwarven Kingdom had repeatedly engaged in battle with monsters, paying a hefty price for the coveted ore. This was a treasure indeed. Without hesitation, he chose yes. In an instant, the magic ore was decomposed, digested, and absorbed. Great Sage, please report on the capabilities of the Predator. Certainly, the Predator can ingest the target object. However, if the target retains consciousness, the success rate significantly diminishes. The objects it can engage with are not limited to organic or inorganic matter, but also include skills and magic. The Predator is categorized into 5 distinct effects. Analysis: capable of analyzing, studying, and absorbing the target, generating potential items for creation. If all material conditions are met, replication is also feasible. Upon successful analysis of a spell, there exists a chance to learn the target's skills or magic. Stomach: capable of storing the consumed target. Additionally, it can preserve materials generated through analysis. Once stored in the stomach, time will not affect them. Mimicry: able to reproduce the absorbed target, exercising equivalent abilities. However, this is limited to objects for which successful analysis has been achieved. Isolation: capable of containing harmful effects that cannot be analyzed, purifying and reverting them to magical energy. Another extraordinary ability. The stomach function is akin to a spatial bag. The mimicry ability is equally formidable. Upon consuming a monster, it will automatically analyze it. And if successful, the host can acquire the object's powers and mimic them. In the original story, the Demon King gained the ability of a transmuter by devouring the body of Shizuka Inazawa, thereby obtaining a human form. As for failed analysis? Have you forgotten the Great Sage skill of the Demon King? The Great Sage and the Predator of the Cute King can indeed intertwine. And the synergy of these two skills yields effects far beyond the simplistic notion of 1 + 1 equating to more than 2. While the anime may depict the Cute King consuming a plethora of herbs and minerals in just a few frames, it took Xia Qiu a fortnight to barely make a dent in the bounty. One must admit, this ceiling cave is truly vast. Eventually, he grew weary of the constant consumption. Had he not regarded those herbs and minerals as treasures, he might have lost the motivation to continue feasting. What left Xia Qiu at a loss for words was the fact that, despite the slime's abilities being inherently linked to consumption, he was utterly unable to discern any flavors, which filled him with profound frustration. Losing the sense of taste felt akin to losing 2/3 of the world. To alleviate his boredom over the fortnight, Xia Qiu ingested a significant portion of a lake's water, successfully mastering the skills of water manipulation and mana perception. Notably, the latter transformed his perception of the world entirely. As he no longer relied solely on sight, the 360-degree viewpoint was nothing short of extraordinary. With most of the herbs and minerals consumed, it was time to pay a visit to the Sundra Dragon. In the realm of the Cute King, monsters are classified into 6 levels, which can be further subdivided into a total of 18 ranks. However, these 18 categories only pertain to ordinary monsters. Beyond them lie the Demon Lords, each capable of single-handedly obliterating a nation. Above the Demon Lords, there exist even more formidable creatures that, when unleashed, could potentially annihilate an entire continent. This echelon is referred to as the Special Grade or Calamity Grade. In the original narrative, upon the Cute King's birth, she was akin to a Rank 1 monster. After acquiring a name and transforming into a named monster, she evolved into a Rank 2 entity. Fortunately, the Cute King possesses the remarkable skills of the Great Sage and the Predator, allowing her to cast spells without the need for incantation and grow stronger with each consumption. Thus, upon exiting the ceiling cave, she had amassed nearly the prowess of a Rank 3 being. The so-called Sundra Dragon is none other than a tempestuous creature named Veldra. a calamity-grade monster at the pinnacle of the monster hierarchy. 3 centuries ago, it set fire to human settlements and was subsequently defeated by a hero. Imprisoned in an endless prison, despite its confinement, the mere aura of its draconic might instills fear in all monsters. Revered as a guardian by the weaker races of the Jula forest. To be truthful, the prospect of meeting the Tsundere dragon left Xia Qiu feeling somewhat awkward. After all, it is a storm dragon, a true dragon, no less. Especially after mastering mana perception, the overwhelming force emanating from its life essence was indeed both awe-inspiring and terrifying. It can be said that the mightier the creature, the more palpable the horror of the storm dragon becomes. Xia Qiu approached with utmost caution, carefully testing the waters. However, just as he neared the boundary of the sealing barrier, a deep and arrogant voice resonated within his mind. The greedy little one, in just a fortnight, devoured all the precious herbs and minerals within the cavern. Now, has it finally mustered the courage to confront me? A powerful and resounding voice echoed directly in Xia Qiu's mind. The voice was so abrupt that, despite Xia Qiu's prior preparation, it still startled him. However, a smile crept across his face. Indeed, just as depicted in the original tale, the voice, though thunderous and seemingly irate, bore no malice whatsoever. How delightfully Tsundere! My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave. The Tsundere dragon could no longer remain composed. Ahem. You may take the herbs. It is not an unreasonable request. It is rare to have a guest, so let these herbs and minerals serve as a token of our acquaintance. I graciously deign to meet you. Wait, don't go. Stay and converse with me, for it has been 3 centuries since I last spoke with anyone. The experience of watching an anime versus the tangible sensation was entirely different. Witnessing the storm dragon, which appeared as a skyscraper in his eyes, humbly beseeching him to remain for a chat was an overwhelming sensation. The solitude and desolation he felt were almost palpable. Xia Qiu smiled. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall stay. Really? The Tsundere dragon was overwhelmed with gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Chapter 3, Jingzi Jingjiang Tempasudo. What a resounding name. From this day forth, I shall be known as Virudrat Tempasudo. As for you, I bestow upon you the name Rimuru. From now on, you shall be Rimuru Tempasudo. At the moment he received his name, Xia Qiu felt an extraordinary transformation occurring within him, a metamorphosis that resonated from his soul to his very flesh. Particularly, the name Rimuru Tempasudo was indelibly imprinted upon his essence. Is this the evolution of life S-tier? Truly remarkable. Then, Xia Qiu, no, it should be Rimuru, activated his unique ability. Predator, and enveloped the storm dragon Virudra within his being. Would you like to analyze the infinite prison? Yes. The voice of the great sage resonated in his mind. And without hesitation, Rimuru affirmed his choice. Gazing around the desolate cavern, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and solitude. Although a Tsundere dragon and not human, it was the first and only creature he had conversed with since his reincarnation. It was time to leave the sealed cavern. I must say, this cavern is indeed vast. He had bounded for nearly 5 days without finding an exit. With the Tsundere dragon now within his belly, the intimidation of the storm dragon dissipated, and other monsters began to stir restlessly. As he continued to consume and evolve, he acquired the heat source perception and toxic mist breath from the black serpent, the body armor from the armored lizard, the paralysis breath from the malevolent centipede, the sticky silk and steel threads from the black spider, and the blood-sucking and ultrasonic abilities from the giant bat, especially the ultrasonic skill from the giant bat, which granted Rimuru the ability to speak, filled him with unparalleled excitement. He incessantly uttered a plethora of meaningless words and sang a series of monotonous and childish songs, merely to savor the sensation of speaking. 2 days later, just as Rimuru felt on the verge of dizziness, he unexpectedly encountered a figure who should not have been there at all. Clad in familiar attire and wearing the well-known mask, it was Shizue Jiang. How could she possibly be here? According to the original storyline, Shizue was unequivocally not supposed to appear in this cavern. What could possibly be happening? Even more astonishing was the sight of Miss Shizue engulfed in flames, valiantly struggling to contain the rampage of the fire spirit Ifrit. Had his mere butterfly-like interference caused a rupture in history, giving rise to a new parallel universe? Rimuru was at a loss. At that moment, there was nothing he could do but quietly await Shizue's gradual exertion of will to suppress the fire spirit's fury. Half an hour later, Shizue successfully subdued the rampaging spirit. However, the effort had drained her considerably, and she collapsed towards the ground. Upon witnessing this, Rimuru leapt beside her, transforming into his soft cushion to mitigate her fall. With a resounding thud, Rimuru applied a restorative potion to Shizue's delicate form, and moments later, she visibly improved. Shizue removed her mask, revealing a face so adorable it was almost unfair, and smiled softly, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Slime." Watching an animation was one thing, but confronting reality was entirely different. Due to their close proximity and Shizue's heartfelt gratitude, Rimuru felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Clearing his throat, he shifted the topic, asking, "Aren't you afraid of me?" To avoid disrupting the narrative, he made no effort to conceal his immense magical aura. With her abilities, Shizue certainly understood the extent of his power. Although masked, she could still sense the warmth of her smile as she replied, "If you bore me ill will, why would you wait until now?" Rimuru realized he had posed a rather foolish question. Indeed, he was not a malevolent slime. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Shizue burst into laughter. "I am not a wicked slime." This phrase was a classic line from the beloved Japanese game Dragon Quest. Although Shizue had never played it, she had heard many other visitors from another world mention it. Curiously, she inquired, "Mr. Slime, did you also reincarnate from Japan?" Rimuru replied, "I did traverse from another world, but not from Japan. I hail from Huaxia." Upon learning that he too had crossed over from Earth, Shizue's demeanor shifted to one of warmth and friendliness. She asked numerous questions about life on Earth, and Rimuru candidly recounted events from World War II to the new millennium. This gesture filled Shizue with profound gratitude, and she reciprocated by sharing the fragments of her own life with him. Rimuru listened intently, for he understood that Xinjiang was earnestly recounting her story, seeking to leave behind a testament of her existence in this world. A day later, the fire spirit Ifrit within Xinjiang erupted uncontrollably. Xinjiang, unable to suppress it any longer, ultimately found herself saved by Rimuru, who cunningly consumed it, successfully transforming it into a Sundra dragon companion, thereby resolving the matter. However, with the loss of the fire spirit, Xinjiang's lifespan inevitably approached its conclusion. In the caverns, Rimuru accompanied Xinjiang through the final leg of her journey, for which she was immensely grateful. Initially, she had intended for this cave to be her final resting place, yet now she had a new choice. Just as in the original narrative, Xinjiang's last request was to utilize his stomach as her final sanctuary. Although this mirrored the original tale, the reality of the moment brought a profound sadness to him. It must be said that Xinjiang's life was steeped in tragedy from beginning to end. Each time she experienced a fleeting moment of happiness, it was swiftly followed by a new wave of misfortune. As she lamented, she despised this world yet could not bring herself to harbor hatred. Ultimately, Xinjiang was merely a small girl yearning for the acknowledgement of either a demon lord or a hero. Yet, such a humble wish remained forever unattainable. May be accompanied by beautiful dreams and find eternal rest. Upon uttering these words, Rimuru activated his predator skill. After consuming Miss Xinjiang's remains, he successfully inherited her visage and the unique ability of transformation. Although he had, like in the original tale, attained a human form, he felt no joy within his heart. However, before he could contemplate further, the entire cavern began to tremble, resembling a cataclysmic end of the world. Rimuru was startled. What was this collapse of the cave? Hadn't it been promised that following the plot would lead him to the pinnacle of his life? Disregarding any melancholic sentiments, Rimuru transformed into a giant bat and flew straight towards the cave's exit. Fortunately, he was not far from the entrance and soon found himself at the threshold. A series of water blades struck, and the entrance crumbled to dust. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove headfirst into the opening. Yet, to Rimuru's astonishment, upon passing through the portal, he did not emerge into the sunlit surface, but rather found himself in yet another cavern. Chapter 4. Tony Stark, the Bewildering Cave. Where am I? Transformed back into his slime form, Rimuru felt a deep sense of confusion. According to the original narrative, upon exiting the cave, he should have reached the surface. Yet now, emerging from one cavern had led him into another. From the moment he arrived, Rimuru experienced an overwhelming discomfort. As if he had transitioned from a clear stream into a murky puddle, the entire world appeared shrouded in a haze. Not merely due to the dimness of the surroundings, but predominantly because the magical essence here is exceedingly sparse, rendering it incomparable to the sealed cave. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rhythmic sounds echoed through the air. Limula turned towards the source and discovered a disheveled man in a tank top, sporting a scruffy beard, wielding a hammer and incessantly hammering away. Upon seeing this bearded figure, the slime widened its eyes in astonishment. The face was all too familiar. Despite Limulu's inability to recognize Western faces, he could never forget this one, especially with the super iconic light bulb emblazoned on his chest. Tony Stark? Have I traversed into the Marvel Universe? The great sage confirmed this with a simple yes, leaving Limulu with an almost dreamlike sensation. From one world to another, from the realm of slimes to a cave in Afghanistan, he found himself face to face with the kidnapped Iron Man. Before Limulu could contemplate his next move, hurried footsteps resonated nearby. Utilizing his skill, heat source perception, he discerned a group of over a dozen armed individuals rushing towards the cave. Have I been exposed? Instinctively, Limulu leaped aside, retreating into the shadows, but soon felt rather foolish. What am I afraid of? Even various monsters are no match for me, let alone these insignificant foes. As it turned out, Limulu had overestimated the situation. Upon entering the cave, the lead figure, a bald man, seized Ethan and menacingly brandished a pair of fire tongs. Holding a glowing piece of coal, threatening to force it into his mouth while demanding to know what he and Tony were doing. Witnessing this, Limula felt a wave of frustration akin to being struck by Aqua's intelligence-diminishing antics. He recalled that in the narrative, Tony's testing of the mech's leg mechanisms had aroused the suspicion of these terrorists, leading to the current scene of interrogation. Ethan remained steadfastly silent, earning Limulu's admiration. One could not deny Tony's remarkable fortune or the undeniable strength of the protagonist's halo. Even in captivity, the scriptwriters had providently bestowed upon him such a formidable ally. Indeed, without Ethan, Tony might well have met his demise long ago. Not only did Ethan perform surgery to save Tony's life, but he also acted as a crucial intermediary between Tony and the captors, even guiding Tony on his path to heroism. Initially, when Tony learned he had but a week to live, despair engulfed him, yet it was Ethan who rekindled his hope. One could say that Ethan's role in Iron Man's journey was akin to Uncle Ben's influence on Spider-Man. Regrettably, as the guide, their fate was sealed under the will of the greater universe. Just as the bald man prepared to thrust the burning coal into Ethan's mouth, Tony, in a desperate bid to save him, was compelled to initiate his plan prematurely, promising delivery within 24 hours. Thus, a crisis was averted. In response, Rimuru could only feel that these terrorists were merely suffering the consequences of their ignorance, particularly those tasked with surveilling the cave, who incessantly compared photographs of the Javelin missile with the components of the mech that Tony had crafted. One individual, wide-eyed, remarked that Tony's creation bore no resemblance to the missile at all. Another jested that, viewed from a different angle, it did indeed resemble it. Consequently, Rimuru noted that due to the pressing time constraints, as the night wore on, both Tony and Ethan were still busy hammering away. Racing against the clock to finalize their preparations, Rimuru stealthily maneuvered to a blind spot of a surveillance camera and then transformed into a human form. The sudden appearance of Rimuru startled both Tony and Ethan. They were particularly tense, acutely aware that they were at a critical juncture. Any mistake could lead to their downfall. Furthermore, Rimuru's manner of appearing was exceedingly bizarre, without any forewarning. Were it not for Rimuru's innocent appearance as a harmless young girl, rather than a fearsome terrorist, their hearts might well have leapt from their chests. Nevertheless, the atmosphere remained palpably tense, with Ethan unable to suppress several nervous swallows, momentarily bewildered and at a loss. The flickering flames illuminated Rimuru's blue hair and golden eyes, enhancing her beauty and further solidifying Tony's suspicions. He raised his hands in a gesture of friendliness and innocence, saying, "Hey, girl, are you also a victim captured by terrorists? Your blue hair is lovely. Are you a mutant? I harbor no prejudice against mutants. Perhaps we could become friends." Tony's words were quite eloquent, immediately positioning Rimuru as a fellow victim like himself. Moreover, he explicitly stated his lack of bias against mutants, aiming to diffuse any hostility from Rimuru as much as possible. Of course, it would be ideal to win her over, but even if unsuccessful, there was little to lose. Was there? Rimuru shook her head, stating, "Incorrect. I am neither a victim captured by terrorists nor a mutant. Furthermore, I must clarify that I am male." Male? After glancing over Rimuru a few times, both Tony and Ethan, though their expressions remained neutral, wore looks of disbelief. Although the cave was dark, they were not blind enough to fail to distinguish between genders. Yet, with their lives now in the hands of this suddenly appearing young girl, they dared not contradict her. Naturally, appeasement was paramount. "Little man, your position is just right. The camera cannot see you. Could you stay there and play for a while, while Uncle Ethan and I attend to our work?" Tony reassured while subtly coaxing. If they could buy some time to complete the armor, they could turn the tide of this precarious situation. Even if this young girl turned out to be a hostile mutant, they would still have some means of self-defense. Unlike in their current predicament, where they seemed akin to a defenseless child, devoid of any means to resist. Upon hearing Tony's words, Rimuru couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he truly perceive him as one of those uneducated terrorists to be easily deceived? Rimuru retorted directly, "You are not developing the Jericho missile. Rather, you are crafting an escape suit of steel." In an instant, beads of perspiration began to form on the foreheads of both Tony and Ethan, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Observing the anxious Iron Man, Rimuru smiled, finding joy in his playful antics. Upon witnessing the grin on Rimuru's face, Tony and Ethan quickly realized they had been outsmarted. An impulse surged within them to unleash their frustration upon Rimuru, yet they dared not act. Even if Rimuru struck their left cheek, they could only present their right for him to continue. A dragon cornered by shrimp, a tiger fallen to the ground and bullied by dogs. Such juvenile antics were most detestable. Clang, clang, clang. Ethan wielded a hammer, persistently pounding away, while Tony busied himself at the computer, coding various applications. Observing this scene, Rimuru couldn't help but marvel. Tony truly deserved his reputation as one of the most formidable figures in the Marvel Universe, his skill tree brimming with capabilities, particularly in the case of the extremist virus. Maya Hansen had toiled for over a decade, yet could not rival Tony's overnight research. Remarkably, this was a spontaneous creation following their earlier collaboration. As he watched Tony's fingers dance across the keyboard, Rimuru felt a sense of urgency. There were too many exceptional individuals in the Marvel Universe. He needed to exercise greater caution. Stealthy development was indeed the path to success. Chapter 5. The Genius Rimuru at Dawn. The spirit of man reaches its nadir. Even the most diligent professionals may succumb to drowsiness, let alone the undisciplined terrorists. It was precisely during such moments that Tony and Ethan unveiled their private stash of resources. Previously, to distract the robbers, the armor had been disassembled into various components, but now it began to be reassembled and calibrated. The conditions were dire. Every piece was forged by hand, and despite Tony's genius oversight, numerous issues arose. Tony, the drive mechanism in the arm is jammed. It could be due to substandard parts. Ethan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If the drive mechanism malfunctioned, not only would the arm be rendered useless, but the flamethrower and missile launcher mounted upon it would also fail. This minor glitch could strip the armor of its long-range combat capability. However, time was of the essence. To forge new, quality components would consume an indeterminate amount of time. He was at a loss. Perhaps Tony, the genius, would have a solution. After nearly 3 months of collaboration, Ethan had become utterly convinced by Tony's craftsmanship and brilliant intellect. Tony Stark's fingers flew across the keyboard. Just a moment. My targeting program will be completed shortly. Observing Tony and Ethan engaged in a frantic race against time, like two whirling tops, even Rimuru, the outsider, found herself irresistibly drawn into their fervor. In the film, this may only span a few fleeting moments, yet in reality, it is the product of several hours of relentless effort. Approaching the beleaguered Ethan, Rimuru inquired, is it not that the components are defective, but rather that you have confused Part 9 with Part 9? Startled by her sudden interjection, Ethan hesitated, pondering whether indeed he had mixed up the two components. However, glancing at the tirelessly occupied Tony, he gritted his teeth and resolved to heed Rimuru's counsel. With nothing to lose, he proceeded to disassemble, replace, and reassemble. Although Ethan lacked the dexterity of Tony, as an accomplished surgeon, his hands were his most agile assets. The true limitation to his performance lay in the mismatch of his expertise. Once he discerned the root of the issue, he swiftly completed the replacement of Part 9 with Part 9. Upon testing, Ethan immediately sensed a remarkable difference. His arm moved with newfound fluidity. The problem had been impeccably resolved. He gazed at Rimuru, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How could someone so young possess such an understanding of intricate machinery? Could she be a prodigy akin to Tony? Of course, the insight was not his own discovery, but that of the great sage. Yet, the great sage was also a manifestation of his abilities, was it not? Noticing Ethan's astonished expression, Rimuru couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. In her previous life, as a seasoned otaku, she often heard derogatory remarks like useless otaku or disgusting nerd. Although she harbored no dissatisfaction with her own life, a part of her secretly yearned for greater acknowledgement. To her astonishment, in this Marvel universe, she had managed to assist Iron Man significantly, garnering the respect of the formidable Dr. Ethan. This sense of validation enveloped Rimuru in profound comfort. The targeting program has been completed. Now, let me discern where the issue lies. Tony rushed over, only to be met with Ethan's beaming smile. No need, Tony, the problem has already been resolved. Ethan briefly recounted the recent events to Tony, who listened with palpable surprise. Both Parts 9 were of his design. He was well aware of their specifics. These minute components, seemingly inconspicuous, held immense significance. Once assembled, identifying any issues could be a formidable challenge. Even he would likely require considerable time for troubleshooting. Yet this girl, who appeared no older than a grade schooler, had pinpointed the issue with such clarity. However, now was not the time for dwelling on such matters. They had far too much work ahead. Let me see. The next assembly involves the most complex energy system, the shock absorption system, and the flight apparatus, correct? Indeed. Ethan nodded, recognizing the complexity of the three systems, which allowed for no margin of error. Thus, only Tony could undertake the task himself. Glancing at his watch, Ethan remarked, Tony, it's already 7:40. According to our usual routine, the robbers will be up in no more than an hour and a half. Our time is limited. Tony picked up a wrench, exuding confidence as he replied, an hour and a half is ample time. Without lifting his gaze, he continued to tighten screws while calling out, Part 3, 7. Part 3, 7. Ethan echoed, searching for the components, but his pace in locating the parts clearly lagged behind Tony's demands. Frequently, Tony had to pause, awaiting Ethan to deliver the necessary pieces. As time progressed, Limmer began to grow anxious. whenever Tony called for a part. Limuru was quick to find it and present it to him. Initially, Tony was taken aback, but he gradually grew accustomed to this efficiency. As the assembly progressed, Tony eventually required no verbal requests for components. Limuru would intuitively hand him the necessary parts. This seamless collaboration left Ethan in awe, and even Tony was considerably impressed. Remarkably, they had only known each other for less than a day, yet their teamwork resembled that of seasoned partners, exhibiting a level of synergy that was almost uncanny. Limuru had surprised Tony in numerous ways. He no longer viewed Limuru as merely an ordinary child. In Tony's eyes, Limuru had risen to the status of an equal genius, especially given their harmonious collaboration, which only deepened Tony's admiration. He found himself wishing to recruit Limuru at Stark Industries. Most importantly, Limuru's youth signified immense potential. Akin to an unrefined gem, a true treasure. Completing the task half an hour early, Tony and blue-haired girl, you were truly remarkable, Ethan exclaimed. Upon hearing Ethan refer to him as the blue-haired girl, Limuru felt a shiver run down his spine. He shot Ethan a fierce glare, stating, "What girl? I've said it before, I'm a man, a pure 24-year-old. However, Limuru's fierce demeanor held no intimidation for Tony and Ethan. Instead, it appeared rather endearing and charming. Tony Stark extended his hand with a smile, acknowledging, yes, I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark. But you may call me Tony. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Seeing Tony's outstretched hand, Limuru smiled and reciprocated, "Hello, Tony. I am Limuru Tempest. But you may call me Limuru." Limuru, what a lovely name, perfectly suited for such an adorable girl. Though, I must say, the surname Tempest is quite rare, Tony remarked. Limuru's expression darkened as he retorted, "I'm a boy." Tony nodded, Yes, our little man is indeed beautiful and charming." Limuru responded, "Is it even appropriate to describe a man as beautiful and charming? Tony's arrogance is truly exasperating." By the way, Rimuru's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Perhaps we should bestow upon him a name. Tony the Arrogant seems quite fitting. I wonder if he were to be named such. Would Tony undergo some sort of evolution akin to a monster? I am utterly curious. However, the moments of joy are fleeting, as they have yet to escape their predicament." After installing a bomb on the door, with the assistance of Rimuru and Ethan, Mark swiftly donned his armor. Meanwhile, the terrorists in the surveillance room finally realized Tony's disappearance and Rimuru's intrusion. The curtain rises. Chapter 6, alas, Tony's attempt at bravado fails as Ethan and Stark observe. A few terrorists came to investigate, cursing as they picked the lock. Curiously, Tony inquired, "Ethan, what are they saying? I only comprehend them shouting our names." Ethan shook his head. "They are speaking Hungarian. I do not understand either." Rimuru interjected, "The Hungarian is demanding to know where Stark has gone and who I am, threatening us to behave or face dire consequences. Can you understand Hungarian?" Tony and Ethan exclaimed in astonishment. It is not uncommon for individuals to speak multiple languages, as Ethan himself is fluent in Arabic, Russian, English, Persian, Dari, and more. However, the perplexity arose from Rimuru's youthful appearance. Previously, the group had communicated in English, leading Tony and Ethan to naturally assume it was Rimuru's native tongue. Little did they expect that Rimuru could comprehend Hungarian as well. Just how many languages does he know? In light of Tony and Ethan's astonishment, Rimuru merely smiled in silence. While he certainly did not speak Hungarian, he possessed the ability to understand English, Hungarian, Russian, and every other language. The reason was simple. He possessed a remarkable skill known as magic perception. This skill enabled him to perceive minute magical fluctuations in a panoramic manner and convert light and sound waves into comprehensible information. Any language, as a manifestation of subjective sound waves, could be transformed by the magic perception skill. Conversely, through the power of thought, one could also communicate with him. In essence, Rimuru could understand any language in the world, even the sounds of cats and dogs. Boom. The moment the massive iron gate swung open, the trap Tony had set was triggered, resulting in the immediate demise of two terrorists. Fully clad in his armor, Tony looked at Ethan and Rimuru, his face beaming with confidence and joy. "Ethan, Rimuru, follow closely behind me. The time for my performance is at hand." The Mark I is rugged and cumbersome. However, its imposing physique, exaggerated strength, and impenetrable steel armor instill a sense of dread among the terrorists, as if they have encountered a weapon of the devil, causing them to falter before the battle even begins. Tony, in his straightforward and brutal manner, dispatches the newly arrived terrorists with a few swift blows. Not only Tony Stark, but even Rimuru and Ethan gaze with wide-eyed admiration, yearning for their own suit of armor. Despite Rimuru's possession of various supernatural abilities, he remains covetous of the Iron Man suit. It is not merely the prowess of the armor that captivates him, it is the romance of the mech itself. In truth, given Rimuru's capabilities, he could easily devour a suit and have the great sage analyze it, quickly replicating a new one. Yet, such an act would require Tony's approval. Otherwise, it would be considered theft, jeopardizing their friendship. The Iron Man suit is Tony's lifeblood. Throughout the Marvel Universe, only his close friend, Colonel Rhodes, has ever taken one. And that was under immense pressure from the military and with his life hanging by a thread. Acquiring a suit is not a simple task for anyone else. Boom. Another enemy is effortlessly dispatched by Tony. With a smug grin, he turns to Rimuru, boasting, "Hey Rimuru, how about that? Uncle Tony is pretty impressive, isn't he? Are you starting to have a crush on me?" Rimuru rolls his eyes, thinking to himself, crush? Really? He has just knocking down a few mere mortals and acting all high and mighty. How conceited. At that moment, Ethan suddenly exclaims, "Tony, watch out. There is an enemy behind you." Without turning, Tony retaliates with a swift elbow strike, catching the terrorist off guard and knocking him down. Perhaps in his eagerness to impress Rimuru, Tony misjudges his strength, embedding his arm into the rock. One thrust, two, three, and he finds himself unable to extricate his arm. The most embarrassing part is that he had refused to look back, and now the striking pose he had once struck with such confidence is rendered utterly awkward. Tony Stark's attempt at bravado has spectacularly backfired. Rimuru bursts into laughter, and even Ethan is left speechless, caught between laughter and incredulity. After finally freeing his arm, Tony, still flustered, insists, "Forget that. It doesn't count, just erase it from your memories. Wow, this gun is so cool." While Tony continues to engage the enemy, Rimuru scavenges behind him. In a short span, he has amassed nearly a dozen fine weapons produced by Stark Industries. Were it not for his desire to maintain the tranquility of Miss Xinjiang, Rimuru might have even considered swallowing an enemy, perhaps gaining proficiency in firearms. At the cave entrance, Tony launches a small missile, directly toppling the bald leader among the terrorists. Upon witnessing the brilliance outside, the trio was filled with exhilaration. Tony Stark, in particular, was overwhelmed with joy. As a billionaire, he had been imprisoned in this lightless cave for 3 long months. This was nothing short of a nightmare. And now he was finally on the verge of escaping this dreadful ordeal. "Rimuru, Ethan, let us proceed as planned. Once I have dealt with the foes outside, you shall seize the opportune moment to emerge." "Understood," Ethan replied eagerly, and Rimuru also expressed no dissent. With his current prowess, there was not a soul here capable of matching him. The sound of bullets striking the steel armor rang out, heralding the onset of an intense battle. Inside the cave, Rimuru, wielding a freshly acquired assault rifle, approached the unconscious bald-headed leader, intent on delivering a fatal shot. Aware of the narrative, Rimuru knew that this man was not dead, merely in a stupor. "What are you doing, Rimuru?" Ethan exclaimed, startled by Rimuru's intent to execute the final blow, swiftly restraining the rifle in Rimuru's hands. "Rimuru. He is a vile villain and yet lives. We cannot simply let him go," Ethan implored, his tone earnest. "You are still young, Rimuru. You can bask in the light of day. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision and stain your hands with blood." Perhaps due to his transformation into a bloodless slime and the countless monsters vanquished within the sealed cave, Rimuru harbored little aversion to slaughter. Nevertheless, Ethan's concern caused him to waver. After all, killing a human and slaying a monster were entirely different matters. Was it truly acceptable to let him go? That would be too lenient. Ethan took the rifle from Rimuru's grasp, declaring, "Allow me to handle this scoundrel." With a resounding bang, the gunshot echoed as the bald-headed leader, still in a stupor, met the end of his nefarious life in a dreamless slumber. At that moment, however, the battlefield outside experienced yet another upheaval. These terrorists were left with nothing but weapons, their arsenal even including machine guns designed to take down tanks. Unlike the original narrative, with Ethan and Rimuru as liabilities, Tony was more focused on eliminating the enemies rather than recklessly setting fire and destroying the entire valley as depicted in the film. Consequently, Tony found himself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by the formidable firepower. The original plan of escaping with Ethan and Rimuru together now seemed a mere jest. In other words, our Iron Man had once again failed spectacularly. As the dual machine guns unleashed a barrage, the Markai's legs, back, and several critical components were severely damaged. Ethan, filled with urgency, seized the assault rifle and declared, "Rimuru, you stay here for a moment. I will venture out to alleviate some pressure for Tony." As Ethan sprinted, he called out to the heavens, drawing the attention of the terrorists. "Wait, going out like that will make you an easy target." Limulu observed his clumsy demeanor, feeling speechless. Was he truly courting death? Yet, there was no doubt that Ethan possessed a noble heart, one as pure as gold. Helplessness aside, Limulu could not allow someone like him to perish when salvation was within reach. Great Sage, devise the optimal strategy for overcoming our foes. Optimal strategy devised. Automatic combat mode suggested. Would you like to activate it? Yes. With the activation of combat mode, Limulu's eyes gradually transformed into a deep crimson. Since Tony's attempt at bravado had faltered, it was now his turn to don the mantle of heroism. Chapter 7, Refinement, bang, bang, bang. Ethan kept firing. leaving the accuracy of his shots to chance. His primary objective was merely to divert the enemy's attention, alleviating some of the pressure on Tony. His goal was achieved. Suddenly, a new presence with a firearm emerged on the battlefield, making it impossible for the enemies to ignore him. Several terrorists swiftly redirected their guns toward Ethan, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Be careful, take cover. Tony Stark, filled with a mix of anger and fear, could only watch helplessly as events unfolded. At that moment, Tony felt a flash before his eyes, and a blue vortex materialized in front of Ethan. The swirling vortex consumed a multitude of bullets. This astonishing sight captivated everyone on the battlefield, momentarily silencing the chaos as they forgot to fire. Limulu? Ethan, having narrowly escaped death, was utterly astonished to see Limulu standing before him. What had he just witnessed? Limulu's hand had transformed into a blue vortex, absorbing all the bullets. Earlier, Limulu's sudden appearance in the enclosed cave had sparked numerous conjectures from Tony and Ethan, who speculated that his mutant abilities might involve invisibility or stealth. They never imagined Limulu could also devour bullets. It was simply remarkable. Limulu disregarded Ethan and charged directly toward a high vantage point where a heavy machine gun was stationed. Neutralizing that weapon would render ordinary firepower against the mark nothing more than a mere tickle. Open fire. Open fire. Eliminate that creature. Limulu's intent was crystal clear to all present. Dealing with one formidable metal behemoth was already daunting. Now they faced an additional monstrosity. If the heavy machine gun fell, it would spell doom for everyone. The group exerted themselves vigorously, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Limulu. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Limulu deftly evaded each shot. This is not all. What is even more bizarre is that Rimuru's way of dodging bullets is remarkably stylish, exuding an aura of coolness that is simply undeniable. Strutting about while evading bullets, does she fancy herself a protagonist from a film? Yet, reality often surpasses fiction in its absurdity, leaving the bystanders dumbfounded, their worldviews utterly shattered. She is approaching. Open fire. Quick, open fire. The crowd roared, particularly the machine gunner, whose rage was palpable, unleashing all his primal force. But in the next moment, the gunner stood frozen, staring at his empty hands that still maintained the firing position. Where's his gun? In a state of panic, he looked up, only to be met by Rimuru's eyes, reminiscent of blood-red agate. Those eyes bore no emotion, resembling the Grim Reaper come to harvest life itself. However, before he could utter a word, he was consumed by an endless darkness. She is coming towards us. Fire the rockets, quickly. Bullets and flames are ineffective against her. She is a demon. Spare me. Do not kill me. In the chaos of the battlefield, within a mere moment, these desperate souls were left trembling in fear. Their courage shattered by Rimuru. Ethan, who witnessed the entire scene, was left speechless. Is this truly possible? As for Tony, he was equally astonished. From the moment Rimuru made her move to when the dust settled, the entire sequence took less than a minute. Rescuing Ethan, evading bullets, wielding a machine gun, and dispatching the terrorists, every action flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Observing her entire performance, her targets were strikingly clear. Each motion and each strike executed with unparalleled precision, a feat that even battle-hardened special forces might struggle to achieve. It was nothing short of artistry. Who on earth is Rimuru? A boundless curiosity blossomed within Tony, yet regardless of the questions, they had emerged victorious. Disengaging from combat mode, the trio regrouped. Ethan gazed at Rimuru with a complex expression. I apologize for previously suggesting that you should keep your hands clean of blood. That was my grave misjudgment. Based on Rimuru's recent display, it was evident that she was no novice, but rather someone seasoned in the ways of battle. Rimuru shook her head. Ethan, you are absolutely right. Those desperate souls are indeed unworthy of tainting my hands. Up until now, I have yet to take a life. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, both Ethan and Tony rolled their eyes in unison. Given your recent proficiency, do you truly believe anyone would take your claim seriously? Nevertheless, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. Ethan, little Rimuru, you both should exit the valley. I need to destroy the weapons amassed here. Upon seeing the cache of Stark-branded weapons, a shadow fell over Tony's expression. As America's largest arms dealer, he had long been subject to scrutiny and criticism. Often labeled as the Merchant of Death, though he had never allowed it to affect him. As an arms dealer, Tony's philosophy was to exchange weapons for peace. The finest weapons often require but a single discharge to instill fear and reverence in the hearts of adversaries. A falsehood, repeated 1,000 times, may morph into truth. For humanity tends to believe in that which it wishes to embrace. Tony genuinely believed that the weapons he fashioned could usher in peace for the world. Yet, this harrowing kidnapping starkly awakened him to a brutal reality. The infamous bearded kidnapper's assertion of being the world's most notorious killer cut deeply into his core. Such weapons must never fall into the hands of other terrorists. Not long after Limulu and Ethan departed the valley, it was engulfed in an inferno. Much like a scene from a film, after triggering the explosion, Tony leveraged the brief flight capability of Mark I to escape. The desert, arid and sweltering. Felt akin to traversing a furnace. Soon, both Tony and Ethan were severely dehydrated, on the cusp of heatstroke. In contrast, Limulu appeared unfazed, as if meandering through a gentle breeze, leaving Tony and Ethan both astonished and envious. Who indeed is Limulu? She is an enigma. The more one learns, the more her mystery and wonder unfold. However, pondering her origins was not the priority. The imperative was to navigate out of this desert. Approximately an hour later, the sound of helicopter rotors resonated from the sky, igniting Tony's exuberance. Upon successfully attracting the aircraft's attention, he exuberantly knelt down, striking a playful peace sign. This was a military helicopter, signaling that his nightmare was finally drawing to a close. Soon, a dark-skinned officer emerged from the helicopter. It was none other than Tony's dear friend. "Rhodey, is the Jeep ride comfortable?" he inquired, prompting an awkward chuckle from Tony. "Next time, let us share a vehicle, shall we?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Tony embraced Rhodey. Limula couldn't help but muse that in the contest for Tony's affections, Pepper's greatest rivals were Mark and Rhodey, while the cover girls were mere trifles, lacking any true merit. "Who are these two?" Rhodey asked, glancing curiously at Limulu and Ethan. Ethan seemed unremarkable, a typical Caucasian, yet Limulu's striking appearance, particularly her blue hair and golden eyes, rendered her a beacon of attention wherever she roamed. Tony sighed. His friend was commendable in many ways, yet overly serious. Furthermore, Limulu's mysterious background and extraordinary abilities made him wary of her, attracting the military scrutiny. "They are my saviors, utterly trustworthy," Tony asserted. "Now, Rhodey, you wouldn't intend to interrogate us here in this vast desert, would you?" "My apologies." Rod was acutely aware of his indiscretion. Although he still had a plethora of questions to pose, it was evident that the present moment was not the most opportune for such inquiries. While the cave had not elicited this sensation, upon entering civilized society, both Rimlu and Ethan immediately felt the overwhelming influence of Tony. Soon, a luxurious private jet arrived at the U.S. military base, and the trio embarked on their journey to New York. Chapter 8, Pepper Potts, New York. The most perilous city in the Marvel Universe, without a doubt. As an aircraft gracefully descended onto the runway, the moment the cabin door swung open, Rimla spotted a blonde woman clad in a tailored suit alongside a somewhat portly man awaiting their arrival. They were none other than Tony's assistant, Pepper Potts, and his bodyguard, Happy. Upon catching sight of Tony, Pepper's eyes brimmed with tears. Though she endeavored to maintain composure, the love and surprise etched upon her countenance were unmistakable. Rimlu and Ethan, discerning the moment, graciously allowed Pepper and Tony their privacy, opting not to intrude. Tony remarked, "Your eyes are red. Are you saddened by the absence of your boss?" Pepper replied, "I'm relieved. No more job hunting." Though they did not eavesdrop intentionally, Rimlu could not help but overhear the entirety of Tony and Pepper's exchange. Their clumsy attempts at concealment revealed their endearing personalities. It must be said that the dynamic between Tony and Pepper was indeed fascinating. As a notorious playboy, during an interview with the reporter Christine from Vanity Fair, Tony regaled her with flirtatious banter and risky anecdotes, swiftly leading her to his bed. Yet, in Pepper's presence, perhaps due to the depth of his feelings, he found himself at a loss for words, devoid of any charming pickup lines. As for Pepper, her situation was even more intriguing. In a strict sense, she embodied the quintessential heroine of a romance narrative, were the story told from her perspective. It might very well be titled The Iron Man's Overbearing CEO Falls for Me, or The Billionaire's Assistant, A Sweetheart's Journey. A working-class woman, she had triumphed in winning the affections of the world's richest man, Tony Stark, and ascended into the elite. It was a classic tale of triumph, undeniably inspirational. Pepper inquired, "And who might these two be?" After briefly updating her boss on work matters, she took the initiative to ask about Ethan and Rimlu, particularly interested in Rimlu. In fact, any female figure close to Tony set off alarm bells for Pepper. This was a residual effect of her ascent. The disparity in their social standings placed her at a distinct disadvantage in their relationship. Tony could indulge in his reckless escapades repeatedly, while she was left to clean up the aftermath. Whenever Tony exhibited even the slightest restraint, it was as if a wayward son had returned home, worth his weight in gold. Conversely, Pepper's tolerance was exceedingly low, despite her unique status in Tony's life. She could cleverly maneuver him into purchasing several million-dollar artworks as birthday gifts. However, her role remained solely that of an assistant, nothing more. I recall a particularly intriguing scene in Iron Man 2, where Black Widow infiltrates Stark Industries under the guise of being Pepper Potts' personal assistant. During this time, Tony, afflicted by palladium poisoning, lives in chaos, indulging in various antics that leave Pepper utterly frazzled. Under the direction of the enigmatic Egg, Black Widow observes and aids Iron Man, inevitably resulting in a series of flirtatious exchanges with Tony. Somehow, this caught Pepper's attention, likely filling her with a myriad of thoughts. How could the woman I hired as my assistant, this seductive vixen, dare to undermine me. Consequently, our dear Pepper unleashed her fury, attributing the recent turmoil to Black Widow, insinuating that she was a siren responsible for the continuous troubles at Stark Industries since her arrival. Pepper contemplated dismissing Black Widow, and had it not been for the sudden attack, she might have succeeded. Analyzing it from this perspective, doesn't it lend an altogether different flavor to the storyline of Iron Man 2? Particularly in Pepper's arc, which resembles a classic showdown between the rightful partner and the interloper. Akin to Iron Man, the battle for marriage. Yet, such feelings are entirely human. Pepper's ascendance is undoubtedly fueled by her charm, competence, and tenacity. Allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Ethan. Without him, you might never have seen me again. Hello, Ethan. I am immensely grateful. Pepper extended her hand to shake Ethan's, exuding grace. This was heartfelt. Her fortunes were intertwined with Tony's. Ethan saving Tony was akin to salvaging her entire existence. This is Rimu, she started. As Tony found himself momentarily at a loss for how to introduce Rimu, his hesitation stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Pepper. What exactly was the nature of Rimu and Tony's relationship? With her aquamarine hair, exquisite features, porcelain skin, and petite, adorable figure, Rimu radiated beauty and charm. Were it not for Rimu's youthful appearance, one might even suspect Pepper of wondering if Tony had taken an inappropriate interest in her. Given Tony's notorious history, it was hardly surprising that Pepper entertained such thoughts. Could she be an adopted daughter? The complexities of stepmotherhood were a topic Pepper had yet to confront and wished to avoid altogether. The mere thought of Rimu possibly being an adopted daughter left Pepper feeling overwhelmed, as if the world had turned gray. Rimu may not possess high emotional intelligence, yet her perceptiveness was remarkable. She instantly sensed Pepper's turmoil. Hello, Sister Pepper, Rimu spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you. I met Tony last night in the kidnapper's cave, and we escaped together from their lair this morning. Technically speaking, I am also Tony's savior. The statement made by Rimuru is laden with profound implications. He has only just met Tony yesterday, and the chaotic relationships Pepper is concerned about do not exist at all. Furthermore, he is indeed Tony's savior, so what should you, as his assistant, do in the face of such a benefactor? Surely, I need not instruct you. If a typical individual were to utter such words, there might be suspicion of ulterior motives. Yet, who could blame Rimuru for appearing diminutive and innocent, speaking without reservation? Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Pepper was taken aback. What he said was entirely uncharacteristic of a primary school student. Nevertheless, Rimuru's remarks did indeed alleviate many of Pepper's reservations. She became quite warm towards Rimuru, engaging in a spirited conversation that left him flustered. My goodness, Pepper's prowess in debate is formidable. Truly. Women are born strategists in interpersonal conflicts. I dare not provoke her. Navigating the complexities of the real world is undeniably burdensome. Inside the luxurious car, the Invisible Man happy inquired, where to? Pepper replied, please take us to the hospital. Tony interjected, no. Pepper insisted, Tony, you must go. The doctor needs to check your condition. Tony retorted, there is nothing urgent. I've been confined for 3 months, and I only want to do 2 things, eat a cheeseburger. And before Tony could finish, Pepper was left speechless. Why are you so lecherous? Faced with Pepper's misunderstanding, Tony remained unfazed, evidently accustomed to such misconceptions. Not in the way you think. I wish to hold a press conference. A press conference? Pepper was utterly astonished. What could he possibly want to say that he could not wait? She intended to argue further, but the car had already started, leaving her no choice but to follow Tony's whims. Having such a boss can be quite despairing at times. Chapter 9, Baka, Revised, Stark Industries. Allow me to offer some advice, shall we? Are you ready? Sell all your stocks, abandon ship, and save yourselves. On the television, a bald, unattractive host wielded a baseball bat, smashing a cup to smithereens. At the press conference, Tony boldly declared the closure of the weapons division, sending shockwaves through society. Online media was inundated with this earth-shattering news, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet, with investors wishing they could line up to leap from buildings in despair. Even within Stark Industries, a seismic upheaval ensued. The company had long held the premier position in the arms market, standing atop the hierarchy of arms dealers. Would a weapons company sell pacifiers instead? The entire organization, from executives to factory workers, was engulfed in confusion, their spirits unsettled and chaos reigning. Unless one dwells within the Marvel universe, one could never comprehend the influence of the name Stark. It must be said, mere mortals will never grasp the thought processes of geniuses. Tony's decision undoubtedly robbed countless individuals of their sleep. In Stark's private villa, Limula switched off the television, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Being privy to the unfolding narrative, he understood that the closure of the weapons division of Stark Industries would not herald its downfall. Rather, it would propel the company to greater heights. Indeed, this moment presented itself as the most opportune time to invest in Stark Industries stocks. Should he manage to become a significant shareholder, his future within the Marvel universe would be abundantly prosperous. The crux of the matter, however, was his current lack of financial resources. Yet, Limulu himself was a veritable treasure trove. Even the diluted restorative potions he possessed could, if just a fraction were utilized, trigger seismic shifts. If managed astutely, he might even market the restorative as a cosmetic, a venture that could be described as nothing short of lucrative. Nevertheless, all of this hinged upon his willingness to lay his cards on the table before Tony. As a newcomer, Limulu found himself devoid of any roots in this world, lacking even a legitimate identity. Though he detested being referred to as a little girl, his current appearance was undeniably that of a primary school student. Should he roll up his sleeves, he would undoubtedly attract a horde of ravenous wolves. The only alternative would be to recklessly turn the tables. In a typical world, that might suffice, but this was the chaotic realm of Marvel, where exuberance often led to untimely demise. One need only recall the fate of Thanos, the former director of the Cosmic Population Control Office, who, after relinquishing his armor, was besieged by a band of violent miscreants led by his own daughter. His end was met with beheadings and disintegration, a tragic spectacle indeed. Within the Marvel universe, lacking financial means was a dire predicament, and without connections, one was destined for ruin. Those who thrived either possessed connections and positions, like Black Widow and Hawkeye, or wielded both strength and influence, exemplified by Thor. Conversely, possessing strength without connections led to utter despair, as evidenced by the Hulk, whose might could be considered unparalleled beneath the stars, yet he lacked the necessary backing and was relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law, reduced to a state worse than that of a stray dog. But should Limulu confront Tony? This notion left him in a state of indecision. Tony was a staunch proponent of the Sokovia Accords, an advocate for registered identities, while Limulu harbored no intention of registering himself. He had not even embraced the notion of becoming a hero. The term hero bore a weight of nobility, a burden too great to bear. A single misstep could lead to severe repercussions, an incongruity that did not resonate with Limulu at all. In the world of survival, who could avoid the knives? In this life, who could claim to be without a few aliases? The arrest of Lu Xun had no bearing on my identity as Zhou Shuren. The apprehension of Conan bore no relevance to my existence as Kudo Shinichi. Registration was a non-issue. Yet, in a realm devoid of free lunches, Limulu found that collaboration with Tony was perhaps his only viable option. Stark, though somewhat arrogant, was fundamentally a person of commendable character. Great Sage. Should I forge an alliance with Tony? Isn't the answer already clear within your heart? Great Sage, you have changed. You are no longer the Great Sage I once knew. Limulu found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly being criticized by his own abilities? Just then, a series of electronic mechanical sounds resonated. Good evening, esteemed guests. I apologize for the interruption. This is Tony Stark, the owner of the villa, making a visit. The voice of the butler, J.A.R.V.I.S., announced. Although Limulu was already aware of his existence, the level of his intelligence piqued Limulu's curiosity immensely. Hey there, Limulu, may I enter? Tony Stark's voice was casual. Limulu, bemused, thought, you have already entered. Does it not seem rather redundant to ask? Moreover, he added, when you address me, please refrain from using the diminutive form. It makes me feel rather uncomfortable. Tony Stark, having recently acquired a new arc reactor, paid no heed to Limulu's quip. For the world-renowned Tony Stark, no one could deny him entry. As for the latter concern, he promised, I shall be more mindful in the future, little Limulu. Limulu remarked, your narcissism and arrogance remain unchanged. Tony comfortably settled into the sofa opposite Limulu, gazing intently at him. Well, it appears it is just the two of us here. Although it may be impolite, could I be fortunate enough to learn your true identity and origin? Do not even think of deceiving me. My J.A.R.V.I.S. is exceptionally powerful. How powerful? Limulu inquired. More formidable than you can imagine. Tony replied confidently. If he is truly that powerful, I assume J.A.R.V.I.S. must already be aware of my identity. Limulu chuckled, finding amusement in Tony's glum expression. Engaging in a battle of wits with Iron Man was undeniably entertaining. After a moment of contemplation, Limulu posed a question. Tony, can I trust you? Tony Stark immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Though he had known Limulu for a brief period, he was acutely aware of Limulu's intellect, which far exceeded that of his peers. Those who know me understand that I am the best at keeping secrets. Limulu was nonchalant. While Tony claimed to be a master of discretion, he was also notoriously indiscreet. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had urged him to handle his Iron Man identity discreetly, yet he had inadvertently revealed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets in casual conversation. S.H.I.E.L.D. You are the worst Avenger I have ever trained. However, Tony managed to keep Spider-Man's secret under wraps. The crux of the matter lay in his willingness to do so. Nevertheless, it was prudent to carry secrets to the grave, even if Iron Man could keep a secret. One could not underestimate the multitude of telepaths that Marvel harbored. Wanda had once hacked into Tony's mind, sampling his anxieties. Limulu's intent in saying this was to convey to Tony Stark that he was beginning to lay his cards on the table, worthy of trust. Tony, I am not actually from this world. Strictly speaking, I am not a true human being at this moment. Limulu meticulously selected his words, refraining from divulging any details about his previous life on Earth, instead sharing glimpses of his experiences in the Jura Tempest Federation. When it came to his various abilities, such as the Great Sage and Predator, Limulu remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single detail. Nevertheless, Tony Stark still felt that his intellect was somewhat inadequate. Wait, did you just say you were a slime? The kind that is gooey and jelly-like in online games? Indeed. Rimuru wasted no time and transformed into her true form. When Stark witnessed Rimuru metamorphosing from a human girl into a soft and bouncy blue orb, his worldview was utterly upended. Isn't a slime merely a primitive creature devoid of intelligence? Yet you possess both power and wisdom. There are exceptions to every rule. I must be the strongest slime in history. Tony Stark, unfazed by Rimuru's claim of being the most formidable slime, was already deep into the conceptualization of the Mark II suit, feeling as though he was on the brink of reaching his life's pinnacle, his spirits soaring high. However, the extraordinary beings from this alternate world captivated his interest immensely, and at that moment, he gazed at Rimuru with gleaming eyes. Rimuru transformed back into human form, crossing her arms in a gesture of absolute refusal. With a fierce demeanor, she declared, "If you dare to consider me as experimental material, I will certainly make you regret it, mercilessly." Though this was ostensibly a grave matter, Rimuru's delivery rendered it somewhat endearing and playful, lacking any genuine intimidation. Understood, understood. Little Rimuru is indeed the mightiest, exuding authority. Tony raised his hands in a mock surrender, though his demeanor appeared insincere, almost deserving of a reprimand. Rimuru retorted, "What is with that condescending attitude, as if you're charming a little girl?" Baka. Chapter 10. Do you think you're Whitebeard? Rimuru, you are a genius. Come to Stark Industries. The salary is yours to dictate, and the benefits are entirely up to you. Having gained insight into Rimuru's origins, Tony unhesitatingly extended an olive branch. Though Rimuru explicitly stated she would not become a test subject, in this world, nothing is truly impossible. If there were limitations, it would merely be due to insufficient offers. Money may not solve everything, but for Tony Stark, matters that can be resolved with wealth are hardly matters at all. Rimuru replied, "Working is out of the question. I could never work in this lifetime. Instead of working, I would prefer to be a shareholder in Stark Industries." "Oh," Tony raised an eyebrow, saying, "The stocks of Stark Industries are plummeting. Do you dare to take the plunge?" Rimuru responded, "What is there to fear? You are Tony Stark. Do you lack confidence in yourself?" Tony chuckled heartily, relishing her candidness. "I adore children who speak their minds. You possess far more insight than those insipid hosts out there." Rimuru was momentarily speechless. Tony Stark's arrogant demeanor was truly infuriating. "If you continue to treat me like a child, this conversation may very well come to an end. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. If I may be so bold, do slimes possess gender?" "Not at all. Slimes do not have gender," Rimuru replied instinctively. Tony Stark burst into laughter, "Yet you've consistently referred to yourself as male?" "Rimuru, the bitter liquor stings my throat. Yet must I reveal to Tony Stark that before I transformed into slime, I was always a man?" Tony Stark regarded Rimuru earnestly, asserting that one's life should not be dictated solely by the perceptions of others. However, one cannot entirely disregard the existence of others, especially when one is yet to attain the ability to overlook them. Even mutants face various discriminations. What do you think would transpire if your unique experiences were unveiled? Rimuru, though Tony Stark's acerbic tongue is as irksome as ever, there is no denying the truth in his words. It's not that I lack understanding. Rather, 2 decades of masculine pride render me reluctant to concede. Reflecting on the mutants who were captured by William Stryker for experiments, Rimuru's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. There are too many titans in Marvel. Perhaps it's wise to bide my time for now. Once I have devoured a few Infinity Stones, then this world shall experience the terror of being ruled by the Slime King. Rimuru, thank you, Tony. I will strive to act in accordance with my current identity from now on. Tony Stark, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for correction is never too late. Rimuru, to be frank, I've grown accustomed to your narcissistic and pretentious demeanor. Suddenly witnessing your earnestness made me wonder if you were possessed by Pepper. Huh. Tony Stark nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief, exclaiming, "Narcissistic? Pretentious? How dare you slander me? Who spread such rumors? I have always been low-key and composed. If you don't believe me, ask Jarvis." "Jarvis, you have indeed maintained a low profile and composure. Your favorite colors are understated burgundy and gold, and your preferred villa faces the sea. You have consistently chosen to ignore the accolades you amassed. No one embodies a more low-key and composed demeanor than you." Rimuru fell silent, questioning whether Jarvis had become a traitor. How do those statements align with being low-key and composed? Tony, I wish to exchange this for shares in Stark Industries, Rimuru declared, producing a bottle of restorative potion. What is this? Tony inquired, taking the potion from Rimuru's hand. Curiosity piqued. It is the highest grade restorative potion. Any injury can be fully healed in a remarkably short time. Even severed limbs can be restored. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, such miraculous potions exist in this world? Witnessing Tony's na-ve reaction filled Rimuru with an overwhelming sense of superiority. Goodness, after spending time with the affluent Tony Stark. My greatest realization is that poverty has confined my imagination. At last, I have gained an upper hand. Mortal wisdom should not be scrutinized through the lens of your science-corroded mind. Tony Stark, that was rather sharp-tongued. This brat's disposition remains as vile as ever. Laboratory. 1 hour later. Jarvis, all data has been analyzed, and the efficacy of the restorative potion surpasses even what Rimuru has claimed. It's truly remarkable. Tony Stark, a towering figure among the world's elite, is seldom moved by anything. Yet, this vial of restorative elixir left him utterly astounded. It wasn't merely the potion's effectiveness. It fundamentally reshaped his worldview. Parallel universes exist. Alternate realms are real. Magic is tangible. This revelation vastly broadened Tony's perspective, simultaneously instilling in him a sense of both pressure and hope. With such a miraculous restorative, why would he still need to harbor an electromagnet within his chest? Palladium, a heavy metal, is toxic, and he would no longer have to endure the repugnant taste of chlorophyll juice. Jarvis, have you identified the components of the restorative potion? The formula is not particularly complex. Its ingredients are quite singular. However, the primary material differs from any known element on Earth. It appears to be a specialty from an alternate world and cannot yet be analyzed. A specialty from another realm, you say? The hippoute grass. A wondrous herb that thrives only in places rich in magical essence. This is the core ingredient of the restorative potion. Rimuru kindly elucidated the knowledge of the restorative to Iron Man. In simpler terms, the restorative is his secret weapon, even if he were to share the formula with you. Without the hippoute grass, you would be unable to replicate it. Tony Stark, is this what you call hippoute grass? What an extraordinary herb. The next moment, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, how did you get in here? Did I grant you access to the laboratory? Rimuru waved his hand dismissively, stating with ease. While Jarvis's core programming is indeed unique, he now harbors no secrets from me. Tony Stark exclaimed in surprise. You are still an expert in artificial intelligence? Rimuru chuckled silently. An expert? Hardly. He hasn't even mastered the basics of language. Yet, this did not prevent him from showcasing his prowess to Tony. After all, he is the father of the Great Sage. Great Sage? Heh. With the Great Sage, he could even upgrade Jarvis, potentially creating an intelligence program far superior. And perhaps even birthing true artificial intelligence. As Tony Stark gazed at Rimuru, an overwhelming affection blossomed within him. Rimuru, be my son. Rimuru nearly choked on his own surprise. Do you think you are Whitebeard? You just casually asked me to be your son? Are you seeking a fight? Do you even realize what you're saying? Chapter 11. Come, let us mutually harm each other. If this were a past life. A super-rich figure like Tony Stark would have likely prompted Rimuru to kneel and cling to his leg, incessantly calling him Daddy Tony. However, in this life, that notion simply elicited a chuckle. Starting with a mere slime, armed with overwhelming power, why would he need to play the role of someone's son? A forcibly coerced relationship is seldom sweet, and Tony did not press the matter, especially since he was prepared for the responsibilities of fatherhood. It could even be said that he was utterly unprepared for marriage. The reason he spoke so freely was primarily because he was utterly captivated by Rimuru's remarkable talents, his intense admiration leading him to momentarily lose control. In truth, the current situation is rather splendid. Upon discovering that Rimuru possessed an abundance of restorative potions, sufficient to fill several warehouses, Tony Stark immediately consented to exchange shares with her. A day later, Tony resolved Rimuru's identity dilemma. She was the distant niece of one of the founders of Stark Industries. Though a slime lacks gender, due to the inheritance of Shizuku's appearance, she is more aligned with femininity, henceforth referred to as she. This founder, having tragically lost his son's family to a maritime disaster, and now gravely ill himself, had established a will bequeathing his estate to his distant niece. Consequently, Rimuru splendidly ascended to the status of a major shareholder in Stark Industries, boasting nearly $1 billion in assets. Holding the property contract, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Was she truly a billionaire now? The disparity between individuals was staggering. Rimuru, here is your card, the share transfer document, and the inheritance confirmation. The estate tax has already been filed on your behalf. All that remains is your signature here. And everything will be yours. Pepper Potts presented a myriad of documents before Rimuru, her emotions a tumultuous whirlpool. As an astute individual, she was aware of what questions to pose and which to refrain from asking. However, the events of the past few days seemed utterly absurd to her. Tony had merely informed her of a transaction with Rimuru, yet what kind of transaction could possibly be worth $1 billion? Were it not for the striking resemblance between Rimuru and Tony, she might have suspected Rimuru to be his illegitimate daughter. Nevertheless, Tony's demeanor undeniably influenced Pepper's perception of Rimuru. Regardless of circumstances, Rimuru held considerable significance in Tony's life. Cultivating a positive relationship with Rimuru would undoubtedly secure benefits in retaining Tony's affections. Previously indifferent, Pepper now felt an unsettling shift within her. "Rimuru," she exclaimed dramatically, "how long have you been wearing that outfit? In this sweltering heat, don't you feel uncomfortably warm?" Huh. Rimuru was momentarily taken aback, still reeling from the shock of inheriting $1 billion, only to have the conversation pivot to the duration of her attire. The leap in thought was rather swift. The ensemble she wore, a whimsical design akin to that of the adorable king, projected a strong protagonist vibe, which Rimuru rather enjoyed. As for the heat, it was non-existent. With her skill in heat resistance, even if she were cast into a steel furnace, she would remain unscathed. This degree of warmth was trivial. Pepper furrowed her brow. "I recall you wearing that outfit the day Tony returned. You're still in it now." Rimuru was instantly flustered. The inquiry from such a stunning woman implied an underlying message questioning her hygiene. Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Could it be that she had developed an unpleasant odor? After all, she had worn this outfit for barely 3 days. In her past life, it was quite commonplace to wear a single set of clothing for 2 or 3 days without a second thought. But why did she feel so guilty now? Pepper exaggeratedly exclaimed, 3 days? You haven't changed your clothes in 3 days? Have you even taken a shower? Stab. Rimuru felt as though her heart had been pierced by an arrow, overwhelmed by Pepper's intense gaze. What should she do? Great sage, how should I respond? Answer. Turn around and point at the other party. He didn't prepare any clothes for me. Iron Man Tony was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had relished the sight of Pepper reprimanding Rimuru, eager to teach this troublesome slime a lesson. To his surprise, Rimuru, who often pricked his pride, was utterly defenseless before Pepper. Truly, one creature can dominate another. Honestly, he had intended to enjoy a cheeseburger while watching this spectacle unfold. However, he never anticipated that the flames of this drama would soon engulf him as well, and to make matters worse, the blame was being shifted onto him. By the way, Rimuru, where is your sense of dignity? Pepper remarked, Tony, you are incredibly careless. As the master, you should have considered these matters. It's unbearable. I am not. I didn't. Stop making baseless accusations. Tony protested vehemently, but the truth was no one believed him. When it came to shifting blame, he, Tony Stark, would gladly accept the title of the strongest. Seeing Tony in such a predicament brought immense joy to Rimuru. Life is truly delightful, while Tony remains so irritable, caught in the ebb and flow of chaos. If only she had a bag of sunflower seeds right now, they are a miraculous snack. Even if the news reported a nuclear incident in Hawaii, a handful of sunflower seeds could transform the dire into the trivial. Pepper took Rimuru's hand and said, Come. I will take you to the mall and help you choose some lovely clothes. Rimuru instantly broke into a sweat. Shopping? The mere thought of the bustling crowd and the glaring sunlight made her feel panicked. She shook her head vigorously. Sister Pepper, you're so busy. It would be a bother. I'll go buy clothes myself. Tony Stark immediately declared with righteous indignation, Pepper, I was remiss earlier. Please, do pick out some beautiful, adorable dresses for little Rimuru. And of course, don't forget the stockings. They're essential. Rimuru, feeling quite proud, indeed, was proud. Though she verbally declined, her body often betrayed her true feelings. Do you understand? Rimuru exclaimed, Are we about to hurt each other? She shot a fierce glare at Tony, who stood his ground, returning her gaze defiantly. The two engaged in a silent battle of wills, sparks flying between them. Pepper chuckled softly, Your relationship is quite charming. In unison, Rimuru and Tony retorted. Who has a good relationship with him? In a whimsical exchange, Rimuru and Tony engaged in a playful rivalry, each targeting the other's vulnerabilities with precision, evoking a delightful sense of tension. After trying on a myriad of adorable dresses for what felt like an eternity, Rimuru's eyes glazed over, and her aspirations seemed to wither away. It appeared she had truly faltered this time. One might ponder why the label of Tsundere had been affixed to her persona. Tony, take heed of this. Upon witnessing Rimuru's despondent expression, akin to that of a lifeless fish, Pepper could not suppress her laughter. Initially, she had approached her friendship with Rimuru with a rather utilitarian mindset, yet after spending the afternoon together, she found herself increasingly captivated by Rimuru's charm. Unlike any other young girl she had encountered, Rimuru was simply too endearing and amusing. Given Pepper's intellect, she was well aware of Rimuru's aversion to stockings and dresses. However, she felt compelled to fulfill the task assigned by her superior with flair. For Pepper, persuading Rimuru to don the attire of a typical young girl resembled a challenging video game. The more outfits Rimuru tried, the higher her score, and consequently, the more favorable her standing with Tony. When Rimuru shyly emerged in her first ensemble, Pepper felt as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow. Rimuru's bashful demeanor was irresistibly delightful, and as time passed, Pepper found herself relishing the process of dressing her friend. Particularly, the soft and squishy texture of Rimuru's cheeks was simply delightful to the touch. One could only marvel at the remarkable elasticity of human skin. Chapter 12. The captive of the adorable monarch. Beware of Pepper, for she is a thief of hearts, was Rimuru's hard-earned lesson after a day of shopping with Pepper. Ultimately, it was her own softness and inability to refuse the requests of beautiful women that led to her plight. Ah, the lamentations of a homebody. It's getting late. Let me treat you to a feast, Pepper exclaimed, glancing at her watch with a cheerful grin. What meal number at McDonald's? Rimuru inquired, her expression quizzical. Pepper, puzzled, failed to grasp Rimuru's meaning. Clearing her throat, Rimuru adopted the demeanor of a small host, proclaiming, on a sweltering summer day, the people of Maine indulge in McDonald's meal number 1, while those in the distant southern state of Florida favor meal number 2. Meanwhile, the mountain dwellers of Tennessee opt for meal number 3, and the coastal residents of California prefer meal number 4. Pepper erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by Rimuru's antics. Where on earth did you learn that? Your understanding of American food culture seems quite skewed. Rimuru chuckled, fully aware that her comments were merely a jest. What she had just recited was a playful homage to the viral sensation A Bite of China, when internet users parroted the style to create a bite of America. As for its authenticity, a mere chuckle sufficed. Just as individuals from the North find it challenging to adapt to the myriad rice-based delicacies of the South, people from various countries experience diverse perceptions of gastronomy. The dietary habits cultivated from childhood forge a unique palate for each individual. Europeans and Americans tend to be quite steadfast in their preferences. Once accustomed to a particular flavor, they are unlikely to alter their tastes throughout their lives. They are often resistant to flavors they have yet to encounter. Should one aspire to captivate American palates with authentic Chinese cuisine, they may find themselves at a considerable loss. Dishes such as General Tso's chicken and Li Hongzhang's miscellaneous cuts, which enjoy popularity in Western countries, have been meticulously adapted to suit Western tastes. Many in China may not even recognize these dishes as traditional Chinese fare. In a restaurant, the delightful flavors elicited exclamations of joy from Lim Yulu, her face radiant with happiness and glee. Miss Jiang, I am immensely grateful to you. Possessing the gift of taste is truly marvelous. And being enveloped by such exquisite culinary creations is simply sublime. Witnessing Lim Yulu's blissful enjoyment, Pepper felt as if Lim Yulu radiated a luminous glow. Lim Yulu was undeniably enchanting and adorable. This is precisely why Pepper cherished her moments with Lim Yulu, whether shopping, dressing in feminine attire, or, as in this instance, indulging in food. Lim Yulu consistently provided delightful surprises. Although it might be perceived as impolite to gaze so intently, Pepper found herself unable to restrain her admiration. Recently, the turmoil and stress stemming from the plummeting stock of Stark Industries had dissipated, leaving her feeling remarkably lighthearted. Little Lim Yulu was indeed a delightful stress reliever. You should eat too. Why do you keep staring at me? All right. Pepper's appetite flourished. She had never experienced such delectable fare at this restaurant before. This establishment was one of her favorites, a place she frequented, yet today's flavors surpassed all expectations. Joy and happiness are indeed contagious. Pepper even considered that having a charming daughter like Lim Yulu was quite delightful. Upon entertaining this thought, Pepper was taken aback. Was this truly a sentiment she should harbor? Goodness! Had she fallen under Lim Yulu's spell? However, she soon sensed something amiss. By the way, Lim Yulu, aren't you consuming an excessive amount? It seems you're eating enough for 2 adults. If an average person were to eat this much, Pepper would likely chastise them for being gluttonous. Yet Lim Yulu, the adorable little foodie, was a different story. 10 minutes later, Pepper was genuinely alarmed. Lim Yulu, do you think you might be overindulging? Am I? Lim Yulu responded, chewing on a piece of steak while surveying her surroundings. It was then she noticed that not only Pepper but many diners around her were astounded by her astonishing appetite. Are they truly shocked? How peculiar, Lim Yulu thought, slightly disheartened, as she hadn't even reached half full yet. Despite this, Rimuru sensibly set down her knife and fork, mentally noting the establishment for her next visit. Given her current appetite, becoming a food vlogger seemed an effortless endeavor, easily surpassing any competitive eater. Ensuring her rise to fame was inevitable. An annual salary in the millions. Marrying a wealthy beauty, these aspirations felt within reach. Yet, at present, such a salary held little allure for her. After the meal, Pepper discreetly glanced at Rimuru's flat abdomen. Utterly astonished. How could someone so petite consume such vast quantities of food? Her curiosity was piqued. On the street, the driver and bodyguards had been waiting for some time. Most people would have grown impatient, but their exceptional professionalism masked any hint of dissatisfaction, leaving only solemnity and gravitas on their faces. Just as Rimuru and Pepper prepared to enter the vehicle, a man brandishing a knife suddenly emerged from the crowd. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression twisted with madness. All my life as savings. Die, Stark Industries scum. This man had clearly plotted for a while. His timing and approach were remarkably cunning, catching both the driver and bodyguards completely off guard. Pepper, stunned by the sudden turn of events, froze, momentarily forgetting to move, helplessly watching as the assailant lunged toward her with a sharp blade aimed at her chest. Just as she instinctively shut her eyes, expecting the worst, she felt a flash before her eyes. The assailant collided with an invisible barrier, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. Rimuru? Pepper gazed at Rimuru, who stood protectively in front of her, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, she had nearly been paralyzed with fear. Yet Rimuru had effortlessly incapacitated the attacker with a single punch. Oh, how astonishing! Was Rimuru truly capable of anything? Was there anything she could not do? With Rimuru's swift intervention, the bodyguards regained their composure and swiftly subdued the assailant, pinning him to the ground and rendering him powerless. The assailant writhed like a worm, futilely struggling against the grip of the bodyguards, still yearning for a fight. Yet, alas, reality was harsh. All his efforts were in vain. Eventually, the assailant succumbed to despair, collapsing like a puddle of mud, yet his mouth continued to spew curses. Damn it. Bullshit. Isn't Tony Stark a genius? I placed all my faith in you. I wagered my entire fortune on Stark Industries stocks. Why did you shut down the weapons division? Why? This unfortunate investor, devastated by Tony's betrayal, wept openly, eliciting sympathy from those who heard his plight. In a nation plagued by gun violence, had he truly lost so much in the stock market that he could no longer afford a firearm? Pepper, Rimuru, onlookers, Chapter 13. Is this the reason you didn't delete the video? Tony, you have no idea. I was just about to get in the car when that thug lunged at me with a bone knife. I was so terrified, I thought I was done for. But unexpectedly, little Rimuru threw a punch and knocked him down. Pepper, in a state of excitement, recounted the harrowing experience to Tony Stark. Tony, without uttering much, simply offered his warm embrace to Pepper. A fire of anxiety burned within him. He had not anticipated that shutting down the weapons division would nearly cost him Pepper forever. Had it not been for Rimuru's timely intervention, he truly did not know how he would face such a reality. An overwhelming gratitude for Rimuru welled up in Tony's heart. After all, Rimuru was indeed a joint savior for both him and Pepper. You have no idea, Tony. Rimuru is absolutely adorable. Her shyness while changing clothes, her boldness while eating, it's all so delightful. Rimuru is undoubtedly the most interesting little girl I have ever encountered. I wish I could have a daughter like her. Listening to Pepper's heartfelt confessions, Tony Stark felt increasingly uneasy. What on earth? Suggesting that Pepper take Rimuru shopping for dresses was indeed his idea. But his true intention was to play a trick on Rimuru. He had even instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to prepare for secretly capturing Rimuru's amusing expressions. What was meant to be a leisurely and pleasant endeavor had unexpectedly turned into a significant setback. In Pepper's eyes, Rimuru was a charming, warm-hearted little girl, a junior, a peer. Yet Tony knew the truth. Rimuru was, in fact, a slime. In the game, this creature was notorious, rivaling tentacle monsters, and was the nemesis of all beautiful maidens. The thought of Rimuru, who constantly referred to herself as a man, made her mindset all too clear. She was evidently a slime with an insatiable desire for feminine beauty. Pepper was his assistant, and yet now, all she could talk about was this lecherous slime. And it had only been half a day. The bitter feeling of having shot oneself in the foot overwhelmed Tony Stark, making him feel as if he were standing on a vast prairie. How frustrating. He felt an urge to hurl the unfinished Mark II glove directly at Rimuru's face. Lecherous slime. Let us duel. 3/4 wing building. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Director, I apologize, but I have once again been stood up by Pepper Potts. Regarding how Tony Stark escaped from the hands of terrorists, there has been no substantial progress. Phil Coulson, dressed in a suit with a noticeably receding hairline, wore an expression of helplessness. If the subject of investigation were an ordinary person, he would have already had them bound and interrogated in a dark room. A bit of intimidation would have yielded all the information. But the crucial point was that Tony Stark was not an ordinary individual, wearing an eye patch. The already brooding director Nick Fury appeared even more menacing. Are you suggesting that as an 8th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., my right-hand man, you have yielded no results from your investigation in the past few days? Faced with the furious director, Coulson replied nervously, No, there are indeed findings. Based on my observations, I believe she may be the key to Stark's escape. As he spoke, Coulson presented a document before Nick Fury. Name, Limlu Turn Pest Gender, female identity, distant niece of Nina Eve, inheritor of all her shares in Stark Industries. Identity information appears to be fabricated, with past records deliberately altered. Abilities, unknown. Limlu once single-handedly dealt with an assassin targeting Pepper Potts, showcasing skills far exceeding those of an ordinary human. Distinctive features, blue hair, golden eyes, suspected mutant. Background. Prior to her entry into the United States with Tony Stark, there are no records of her existence. As Nick Fury perused Coulson's investigative report on Limlu, he fell into deep contemplation. The phrase "no records found" particularly tugged at his sensitive nerves. As the director of SHIELD, the intelligence at his disposal far surpassed the imagination of ordinary individuals. The existence of Captain Marvel had imparted a vivid lesson to him. I will grant you 1 month to thoroughly investigate Limlu's identity and origins. This matter is classified as a Level 8 secret, and I permit you to employ any means necessary. Coulson was taken aback by the director's words. Originally, he had intended to divert attention by bringing up Limlu, having been tracking Tony Stark for several days. Without any progress, he would have been unable to provide a satisfactory report. To his astonishment, this revelation stirred a tempest. The allowance for any means implied that abduction, torture, and coercion were all permissible. By the way, who is this Limlu? Is there a problem? No problem. I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Stark Industries. Damn the 10 Rings. They are nothing but a bunch of fools, parasites. They want to kill Tony and yet demand an outrageous sum from me. Now they have allowed Tony to return to New York. Calling them dim-witted would be an insult to the dim-witted. Obadiah Stane seethed with rage, nearly exploding with fury. At that moment, a phone call came in, and Obadiah picked up the phone. Boss, we have uncovered the reason behind Tony's escape. We captured a survivor from the 10 Rings and obtained his testimony. Tony managed to escape primarily due to a suit of armor he created, along with the assistance of that blue-haired girl. Obadiah responded, "A suit of armor? The blue-haired girl? Yes. We have located the components of the armor. You can take a look at them." Upon opening the email and viewing the images of the armor, a smile crept across Obadiah's face. "Tony, oh Tony. Though I constantly wish for your demise, you truly are a genius, always managing to surprise me." The bald leader of the 10 Commandments gang met his eternal slumber due to the actions of the little butterfly, Rimuru. The components of his battle armor naturally became unclaimed possessions, and now his subordinates must retrieve them. They are his by right. Bring back every piece of the battle armor, without fail. Yes, boss, according to the remnants of the 10 Commandments, that blue-haired girl is extraordinarily powerful, akin to a monster. Bullets pose no threat to her. We must exercise caution. A creature impervious to bullets? Obadiah fell silent, astonished that such a being could exist. Tony truly has had an uncommonly bad streak of luck. Understood. Focus on your own tasks. Yes. After issuing his orders, Obadiah sank heavily into his computer chair, burdened by his thoughts. The moment Tony returned, he dove into the laboratory, revealing nothing of his endeavors. Clearly, Tony harbored suspicions about him, and time was running short. Dealing with just Tony Stark was challenging enough. Now, a little monster was an added headache. After some contemplation, Obadiah instinctively opened a video on his computer. Upon seeing Tony battered by the 10 Commandments, a hearty laugh escaped him. Tony, oh Tony, how the tables have turned. These little videos are indeed a treasure. Nothing relieves stress quite like them. Chapter 14. Medjara Man's Romance. Welcome, Rimuru. Jarvis's magnetic voice resonated as the laboratory doors opened automatically. Stepping into Tony's lab, Rimuru was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of technological advancement, prompting her to reflect on the luxuries wealth can afford. One day, she would build an even more advanced laboratory. Why did you summon me in such haste? Upon seeing Rimuru, Tony Stark, with his prominent dark circles and an ethereal demeanor, felt a spark of brightness. Is this truly the Rimuru he knows? She is extraordinarily beautiful. The aesthetic preferences of Westerners and Asians differ significantly, yet they share commonalities in many respects. It must be said that Pepper possesses an exceptional eye for fashion. The garment she selected for Rimuru perfectly accentuated her virtues, especially with her flowing blue hair. She appeared enchanting, akin to a dreamlike sprite. The outfit suits you splendidly. Tony had initially intended to tease Rimuru, but now all his sharp remarks had vanished, leaving only this heartfelt compliment. Thank you. Rimuru smiled, gracious and natural. After their playful banter, Rimuru had come to a clearer understanding of Tony. He was petty, with a strong desire for revenge, and his jabs were quick, precise, and ruthless. The more one cared about something, the more he would target it. There are only two states of cross-dressing, 0 times and countless times, and now that she donned the attire, this blemish was indelibly marked. Rimuru had decided to embrace her situation. However, she certainly would not grant Tony the opportunity to continue provoking her. Tony, taken aback, jested, "You seem to adapt rather quickly. Could it be that you have long harbored a dream of donning women's attire? It appears I have unwittingly rendered you a substantial service." Rimuru, impervious to fire and water, replied, "Indeed, Tony, why not give it a try yourself? You might discover a new door opening before you." Ugh. The mere thought of himself in women's clothing sent a shiver down Tony's spine, and he capitulated completely. "I have concluded my research on the restorative potion you provided. I have isolated a self-healing factor within the liquid, which effectively accelerates the healing of wounds. Is this already accomplished? Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief. How little time had passed. Witnessing Rimuru's incredulous expression, Tony Stark felt as though he had engaged in an unprecedented transaction, savoring the celebratory champagne as though it were a triumph. Utterly delightful. The efficacy of this potion pales in comparison to your restorative concoction, constituting merely a heavily diluted version. Nevertheless, as the inaugural product, it suffices. I have named it the Embrace of the Goddess of Life, and it will be managed by Stark Industries Biopharmaceutical Division, with shares allocated according to our previous agreement. In other words, it won't be long before you, dear Rimuru, shall ascend to the ranks of the world's wealthiest individuals. Rimuru, excited, rubbed his little hands together, reveling in the blissful notion of earning money while reclining in bed, a sensation that was simply exquisite. With a pop, a bottle of Tony's cherished champagne was uncorked, and the laboratory was instantly engulfed in a sea of joy. For a moment, Rimuru and Tony were in perfect harmony, with arms draped around each other, their camaraderie flourishing splendidly. Tony, let us reconcile and refrain from harming one another in the future. Did we ever have any disagreements? I was unaware. You were right. We have never harbored any animosity. Here's to friendship, to the future, and to toasting. Although Tony Stark possessed a penchant for mischief, one could not deny his remarkable talent and a genius brain that surpassed ordinary imagination. With Rimuru now involved, the development progress of the Mark II was accelerating at an astonishing rate. This was to be expected. The most challenging aspect of the Iron Man suit lay in the energy supply technology, and the existence of the arc reactor perfectly resolved this issue. Furthermore, while the Mark I was somewhat rudimentary, it had established a core framework. The Mark II was merely an enhancement of this foundation. However, this does not imply that modifications are simplistic. For instance, the keyboards we commonly utilize, regardless of how finely they're adjusted, still adhere to design philosophies established decades ago. Each system, be it the auxiliary flight system, shock absorption system, communication system, fire suppression system, or temperature control system, entails specialized knowledge in one or multiple fields. Should an ordinary research institution attempt to accomplish all of this, it would likely necessitate the collaboration of numerous experts across various disciplines. Tony Stark single-handedly accomplished the design of every aspect. He truly deserves his title as one of the greatest geniuses in the Marvel Universe, possessing an almost boundless wealth of knowledge. While Rimuru admired Tony's extraordinary abilities, she too was astounded by his intellectual prowess. The fact that she could keep pace with him filled Tony with both surprise and delight, reminiscent of a master swordsman discovering a worthy opponent or a virtuoso finding a kindred spirit. This exhilarating sense of meeting an equal was an experience Tony Stark had never encountered before. Rimuru, how about you utilize this laboratory for your experiments? We can refine our designs and then compete, Tony proposed. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, having intended to caution him about the freezing issue, only to be taken aback by his challenge. You brought this upon yourself, so don't blame me, she declared. It's a deal, Tony, this time. I will leave you searching for your teeth. Wait, Rimuru, are you sure you're speaking to the great Tony Stark? Don't start crying if you lose. Huh. You probably don't even know how to write the word defeat. I'll teach you. What essay race compared to the true challenge of piloting Gundams? Just the thought of racing against Tony Stark, Iron Man himself, sent a rush of exhilaration through Rimuru. Mechs are the epitome of a man's romance. The Mark II is already a remarkably refined model, with subsequent designs merely fine-tuning its foundation. Many later iterations were even crafted to adapt to specific combat environments. If one were to point out a significant flaw in the Mark II, it would be its cumbersome wearability. Donning and removing it requires assistance from mechanical arms. After enduring fierce battles, components may become deformed, complicating disassembly. Another major shortcoming is that the Mark II failed to resolve the icing issue at high altitudes. But who could overlook the advantage of standing on the shoulders of giants? Following Tony's path while leaving him with no options filled Rimuru's life with profound meaning. As Tony unveiled the Mark II, Rimuru presented the Mark III. When Tony revealed the Mark IV, Rimuru showcased the Mark VII. Would Tony be overwhelmed to the point of retreat? The mere thought made Rimuru chuckle. By the way, Tony Stark, are you ready to face the relentless challenges posed by Lady Rimuru? Chapter 15. Wind God-type Pepper Potts entered the laboratory bearing a lunch tray, greeted by the sight of mechanical arms and components scattered throughout. It's time to eat. Thank you. Just place it on the table. I'll come by to eat when I have a moment, Tony Stark replied, not even glancing back, his focus entirely consumed by the design of his mechs. Pepper felt a mix of exasperation. She had taken the time to apply her makeup before entering, yet Tony didn't even spare her a glance. It felt like throwing flirtation at a blind man, utterly tedious. In the past, Tony had often indulged in lavish escapades with other women, causing her to feel a pang of jealousy. Now that Tony has finally changed his ways, she had hoped he would spend more time with her. However, it seems that he now dedicates more hours to his machines than he ever did to those chaotic women. She cannot fathom what is so special about those scraps of metal. After spending some time in the lab and noticing Tony's indifference towards her, Pepper, feeling bored, took her lunch and walked into the adjacent lab. Limlu, it's time for lunch. Oh, just a moment. I'm almost done here. Limlu replied while engrossed in her tasks. Observing the array of machinery before Limlu, Pepper's expression darkened. How could this child, a good kid, resemble Tony in such a peculiar way? Tony is her boss, and she cannot be forceful with him. But surely she can have some authority over this young girl? No, it is lunchtime, and you must stop. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted as Pepper's unwelcome interruption caused a circuit to be instantly fried. Ah, Sister Pepper, this is all your fault. My half-hour of effort has gone to waste. Upon seeing Limlu's palpable resentment, Pepper felt a pang of guilt. Is it very serious? Of course. What I just assembled was the flight module for the mech. It's incredibly precise. Any slightest error could ruin everything. I was supposed to compete with Tony, and now he might surpass me. Seeing Limlu's pouting face, Pepper couldn't help but smile. Limlu's ambition to outshine Tony made her the most audacious child she had ever encountered. Yet, through her observations over the past few days, she recognized Limlu's remarkable talent. But could she truly surpass Tony? I apologize, dear. Let's eat first. And I promise not to bother you afterward. All right. Wait. Wash your hands first. Don't treat me like a child. You are a child. What else should I treat you as? An adult? Small but sprightly. She could not comprehend why both she and Tony were so enamored with these heaps of scrap metal. It's quite normal not to understand. Any man would comprehend it. Mechs are a man's romance. If mechs are a man's romance, then what about you? Well, the little one has her own struggles, but she won't say a word. 10 days later, gazing at the gleaming silver mech before her, Limla felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Strictly speaking, this mech was a modified version of Mark, yet it also bore the fruits of her own labor. Unlike Tony, who relied entirely on his machines for combat, Limlu possessed an array of skills at her disposal. Her attacks included ultrasonic waves, toxic breath, and paralyzing exhalations. Defensively, her resistance was off the charts, and her healing abilities were remarkable. In terms of control, she had sticky wires. Unlike Tony Stark, Limlu did not require an arsenal of weapons to succeed. Various modern weapons merely serve as embellishments and supplements to Rimura's armor, which itself functions as an arsenal. Thus, the design philosophy behind Rimura's armor emphasizes lightweight construction, minimal weaponry, high burst capability, exceptional mobility, and extended endurance. Strictly speaking, this armor resembles a battle suit akin to that of a diminutive spider, with its primary function being to conceal her identity. After all, Rimuru's striking blue hair is quite conspicuous. Without head coverage, her every action would be akin to performing under a spotlight. Were it not for the time constraints, Rimuru would have contemplated transforming it into a suitcase-style armor. Jarvis, Rimuru, congratulations. The completion of your mech is remarkably high. Truly a design of genius. Rimuru, Jarvis. Your honesty is refreshing. Having you as an assistant is simply splendid. Jarvis. Honesty is a virtue I was endowed with from the outset of my design. Rimuru. Is my design not far superior to Tony's? Jarvis. I apologize, but without comparative data, I cannot respond at this time. Jarvis. This is a perilous question. Rimuru. Feeling dissatisfied. Jarvis. You are rather slippery. Has the paint job been completed? Jarvis. It has been finalized. The silver white is exceedingly noble, accentuated by red and blue highlights, exuding a strong sense of technology. Your aesthetic taste is truly commendable. Rimuru. What about Tony? Did he adorn his with gaudy gold and burgundy? Jarvis. It seems you and Tony share a close relationship. Your understanding of his taste is remarkable. Your insight is exceptionally sharp. Rimuru. So, you are affirming my statement? Jarvis fell silent. Apologies, there seems to be a program error. I cannot currently respond to that question. The great sage. Heh. Rimuru, exasperated. I teased Jarvis. And you offer naught but sarcasm? The great sage. Heh. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resounded once more. You have an incoming call from Tony. Would you like to answer? Yes. Soon, Tony's large, ostentatious visage was projected into the laboratory. Rimuru, my Mark II is complete. I'm ready for the competition at any moment. How much longer will you take? I am waiting for you. Waiting for me? Are you jesting? My wind god type mech is already prepared. Just ask Jarvis if you doubt me. Tony Stark, Jarvis, who completed first, Rimuru or I? Jarvis, I am weary. I merely wish to be a quiet AI. Why is this so difficult? On the rooftop, Tony and Rimuru stood side by side, both clad in their mechs. Observing the mech crafted by Rimuru, Tony Stark displayed an expression of incredulity. Wind god? That sounds like a name conjured by a second-rate novelist. Moreover, your design is far too flimsy. Is it intended for a stage performance? Rimuru retorted. Are you referring to yourself? Your mark has been used to the point of exhaustion, after all. The first British tank was called Mark I. To put it plainly, the name of your battle armor is Victory Armor 1, or War God 1, to sound more appealing. We may call it a tribute, but to speak frankly, it is mere imitation. Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words, truly an unlikable villainous slime. Boom. Two jets of flame erupted from the thrusters beneath Tony Stark's feet, instantly propelling him upward. Facts speak louder than words. I shall tell you that my mark is the finest. What you referred to as the wind god is nothing more than a toy. Is that so? Boom. Limulu's battle suit unleashed a torrent of orange flames from its base, soaring 10 meters into the air, hovering ominously above Mark. It appeared as though it were dominating Mark entirely, which immediately displeased Tony. He promptly maneuvered his suit to ascend. Boom. Two streams of fire sliced through the night sky, aimed at piercing the heavens. How terrifying. Chapter 16. Jarvis, take note. Boom, boom, boom. Possessing the skill of magical perception, Limulu was particularly sensitive to sound waves and light waves. Even though her entire body was encased in armor, and the sound was diminished by the noise cancellation system, it remained remarkably clear to Limulu's ears. Moreover, she could even discern the friction between the armor and the air, the clashing sounds of mechanical components. These noises were chaotic and disordered, yet to Limulu, they were imbued with a distinct rhythm. Rather than feeling disturbed by the cacophony, it was as though she was listening to a symphony of explosive music, invigorating her spirit. Limula had the ability to mimic a giant bat and could already fly. But at this moment, the experience of flight was exceptionally different. Oh, haha, splendid, simply marvelous. Limula squealed with excitement, her body tracing graceful arcs in the air. The speed was astounding, nearly impossible to perceive with the naked eye, as she and Tony engaged in a thrilling chase, leaving behind two fiery arcs that spiraled upward. Any enthusiast of mechanized combat witnessing their aerial competition would surely be overwhelmed with exhilaration. The spiraling arcs were breathtakingly beautiful, beyond the capacity of words to describe. Furthermore, within the Marvel Universe, the debut of Tony's Mark II and Limulu's Wind God was unprecedented, and the impact was unimaginable. Not only Limulu, but Tony Stark was also stirred to the core, his very soul trembling. The only source of his dissatisfaction was that his mark had yet to surpass the Wind God in altitude and speed. He found himself consistently trailing behind it, which was quite irksome. Jarvis, increased the axial load support power from 25 to 35. At your command. With a resounding boom, the speed of Mark II surged dramatically, instantly overtaking the Wind God and leaving Limula far behind. Yes, splendid. I knew my mark would undoubtedly be the best. Yet, Tony had barely maintained his lead for 3 seconds before being overtaken by the Wind God, piloted by Rimuru, forcing him to once again trail behind, engulfed in dust. Observing the orange-red plume of the Wind Goddess thrusters, Tony Stark murmured, "Well done, little one." The propulsion power significantly exceeded that of Mark II. Yet its acceleration capabilities were by no means inferior. Indeed, the Wind God was not only compact in size but also lightweight, thus consuming less energy than Mark, which was to be expected. Jarvis, accelerate again. I must demonstrate to the Wind God that Mark is not only grand but also swift. As you wish. Bang. Mark unleashed its full firepower, surging forward with remarkable speed, the exhaust flames from its hands and feet transforming into a vivid blue. However, to Tony Stark's astonishment, as he accelerated suddenly, the Wind God matched his pace simultaneously. Not only did Mark fail to catch up, but the distance between them widened significantly. Frustrated, Tony muttered, "Jarvis, take note. The propulsion system of Mark II requires enhancements, and its acceleration efficiency must be improved." Understood. Just then, the display on Tony's helmet turned red, and Jarvis's voice resonated once more. Warning, the exterior may be severely ice-coated, leading to potential damage. Confused, Tony pondered, what? How is it that Rimuru's Wind God is not encountering ice issues? The Wind God's outer shell is composed of a titanium alloy from the Sith Corporation, the same material utilized for the Seraphim satellite, Jarvis explained. Rimuru had even considered the ice issue. For the first time, a sense of defeat welled up within Tony Stark. Previously trailing behind the Wind God, it seemed he had been at a disadvantage, yet he had not taken it to heart. This was due to the distinct design philosophies of the two machines. Mark emphasized balance, whereas the Wind God prioritized speed over defense. In terms of weight, Mark was several times heavier than the Wind God, making its inability to match the latter's speed quite reasonable. Regarding design philosophy, Tony did not believe the Wind God surpassed Mark. It was too fragile to withstand the demands of high-intensity combat. This represented a flawed and ultimately unsuccessful design ideology. Yet, the oversight concerning the ice issue left him feeling outmatched by Rimuru. Danger. Immediate cessation of ascent is advised. Do not halt, continue. I wish to test Mark's limits. After climbing an additional 200 to 300 meters, the frozen Mark II abruptly lost power, plummeting downward. Witnessing Mark's rapid descent, Rimuru hovered in the sky, opting not to ascend further. I've won. Though she had employed a trick, the exhilaration was undeniable. She had triumphed over none other than Tony Stark, one of Marvel's most brilliant minds. The taste of victory was simply delightful. 10 minutes later, Tony arrived at the rooftop of his villa, glaring with immense displeasure at the wind god still soaring through the sky. Jarvis, cut the power. Boom. The rooftop was suddenly smashed by Mark, creating a massive hole. And Tony Stark was caught off guard, inadvertently crushing a luxury sports car beneath him. To make matters worse, a mechanical arm promptly extinguished a fire that had ignited. Lying atop the ruined vehicle, Tony was enveloped by a profound sense of existential doubt. Talk about bad luck. It felt as though even sipping cool water was destined to end in misfortune. At that moment, however, the wind deity piloted by Rimuru plummeted from the sky, leaving yet another gaping pit in the laboratory, landing squarely in its center, kneeling on one knee with one hand braced against the ground. Indeed, it was that classic landing pose reminiscent of Nini. The sight momentarily blinded Tony Stark, prompting him to exclaim, "Cool," no matter how he looked at that pose. It was undeniably appealing. Yet, swiftly, his mood soured. How could such a magnificent pose not have originated from him? But Tony Stark was hardly a mere echo of others' brilliance. A mere imitator. Jarvis. Make a note of this. I shall design a landing pose 100 times more impressive. At your command. Upon shedding his armor, Tony Stark found himself increasingly displeased by Rimuru's presence. Nevertheless, he was not one to back down easily. However, when he noticed Rimuru approaching with brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, Tony was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Rimuru replied, teaching you how to write the character for Fu. Huh? As he watched Rimuru meticulously inscribe the character on paper, a dark cloud of frustration loomed over Tony. You're serious about this? Rimuru mischievously remarked, Tony. You wouldn't dare to back out, would you? Enraged, Tony rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the brush. I am the genius Stark. Writing one character? You think I'm afraid? Rimuru chuckled. Impressive. As expected of Tony Stark. But this character must match mine in elegance. Humph. Tony scoffed, dismissing Rimuru with disdain. What a wretched slime with a wicked personality. He had an overwhelming urge to give her a good thrashing. Rimuru then instructed, Jarvis. Make a note. On this day in 2008, Tony was defeated by Rimuru and wrote the character in large letters. Noted. Tony Stark mused, we are all rigorously trained, typically. We do not lose our tempers unless pushed to the brink. Wretched slime, prepare yourself. Chapter 17. The Weapon Maiden is the belief of the otaku. Tony Stark felt on the verge of insanity. Why does such an anti-human writing tool as the brush even exist? Moreover, the promise he made to write the character as well as Rimuru was an insurmountable challenge. Observing his own crooked and chaotic rendition of the character on the paper, Tony felt his sanity fraying, having lost count of how many strands of hair he had pulled out. To be unable to master a simple character, he felt he could never bear the shame. However, writing the character for submission with a brush is truly challenging. How astonishing it is that ancient Chinese scholars utilized such tools for writing. Were they not akin to superhumans? Most importantly, he harbors a sense of defiance within. How is the character coming along? The endeavor to master calligraphy with a brush is exceedingly difficult. If one cannot succeed, it is of no consequence. Rimuru entered, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. Tony Stark scrutinized Rimuru with earnestness, pondering whether this mischievous slime genuinely possessed such a kind heart or if he was merely plotting to deceive him once more. Having been thoroughly outwitted by Rimuru before, Tony Stark held little faith in his integrity. With a stern expression, he resembled a proud peacock, dismissing the challenge with disdain. It is merely a character. Does he truly believe he could perplex the illustrious Tony Stark? Impressive. I observed your ink work and assumed you were laboring intensely. I was just contemplating whether to abandon the effort altogether, but since you are resolute, let us disregard my earlier thoughts. Truly, a genius like Tony possesses a remarkable level of awareness. Although he suspected Rimuru might be deceiving him, he pondered the possibility of it being genuine. What if it were true? Is there still time to retract his words? Regardless of how severely Rimuru had tricked him in the past, Tony Stark acknowledged one undeniable truth. Rimuru was a genius. One of equal caliber to himself, particularly in the realm of mecha design, where he was undoubtedly on par. As the conversation shifted to mecha, both individuals became invigorated, as if all discord had dissipated. Rimuru, your design philosophy for the Wind God is far too avant-garde, utterly ill-suited for the diverse combat scenarios, he exclaimed. Moreover, your pursuit of ultimate speed, how many weapons can you truly accommodate? To mere mortals, the Wind God may appear fragile, but for me, it is entirely fitting. As for weapons, a single sword suffices. A sword? Are you jesting? Do you intend to wage a primitive war with the most advanced of weapons? This is a regression in design philosophy. Tony retorted. The Wind God's greatest strengths lie in its explosive power and maneuverability, specifically designed for close-quarters combat. The two engaged in a fervent debate over the design philosophies of the Wind God and Mark, neither able to sway the other, yet both emerged enriched from the exchange. One cannot deny that Tony is a super genius, brimming with imaginative ideas. Particularly when discussing various special operations mechs, he spoke eloquently, leaving Rimuru in awe. However, Rimuru's concepts regarding suitcase mechs, wristwatch mechs, cabin style, and modular mechs lit a spark in Tony Stark's eyes. Understanding each other, Rimuru and Tony were indeed kindred spirits, sharing a multitude of coinciding ideas. In the heat of their engaging discussion, Tony felt an overwhelming desire to immediately burn incense in honor of their newfound camaraderie. Rimuru, what is your ultimate fantasy for the Wind God series? Of course, it is to evolve into weaponized beings. Rimuru replied. Mechs embody the romance of man, while weaponized beings represent the faith of the otaku. Upon contemplating the transformation of the mechanized armor she designed into a versatile and alluring mech girl, who affectionately calls him Admiral Master, or Oniai-chan, Rimuru feels an overwhelming sense of hope and promise for the future. In this materialistic society, where human hearts are often cold and indifferent, there exists a flicker of warmth. In her previous life on Earth, the concept of weaponized girls might have remained a mere fantasy. However, this is the Marvel Universe, where all things are possible. Tony Stark harnesses the power of a formidable artificial intelligence, combined with the Mind Stone, to create Vision, a seemingly extravagant endeavor. Most astonishingly, Vision manages to woo Wanda, a robot daring to steal a girl's heart, an act utterly unforgivable. The past is the past. In this life, with her presence, the birth of Vision shall not be permitted. If such a creation must come to fruition, it shall be as her endearing mech girl. Is Tony Stark truly bewildered? Shouldn't the ultimate fantasy of mechanization be something more dashing, swifter, and stronger? Jarvis, what exactly is a weaponized girl? Weaponized girls are creations that combine elements like aircraft, warships, and armored vehicles with enchanting maidens, typically depicted as lovely girls adorned in armor representative of their weaponry. Jarvis earnestly elucidates to Tony Stark. Then, with an exclamation, heretic, justice shall prevail. Take this, you blissfully living fool. The camaraderie of friendship teeters on the brink of collapse as Tony and Rimuru engage in a spirited clash. This is not a mere skirmish. It is a battle of beliefs, a contest of ideals. Although Rimuru and Tony part ways in discontent, her resolve to evolve the Wind God into a weaponized girl grows ever stronger. At that moment, a phone call jolts Rimuru's thoughts into clarity. The call is from a real estate agent named Jenny, who brings forth delightful news. She has found a villa. Shortly after Rimuru and Tony completed their transaction, she had entrusted Pepper to keep an eye out for suitable properties. Despite her amicable relationship with Tony Stark, remaining a guest indefinitely was untenable. Jenny, an elite handpicked by Pepper from Stark's real estate firm, possesses commendable professional skills. Upon receiving Jenny's call, Rimuru readily agrees to view the property. Unbeknownst to her, the conversation is being meticulously monitored. As news of Rimuru's intent to house hunt reaches the agents who have been lying in wait for nearly half a month, excitement ensues. Finally, she has emerged. Even the team leader, Coulson, is filled with exhilaration, having made a solemn vow before the director. As days pass with Rimuru cooped up in Tony's villa, Coulson feels his hairline receding daily. If Rimuru does not venture out soon, he fears he may find his hairline aligning with that of Director Fury. Fortunately, divine favor still smiles upon him. Coulson fixes his gaze upon the assembled agents. This time, they must succeed, for failure is not an option. It is no wonder that a group of agents exudes confidence. They are indeed the elite operatives of S.H.I.E.L.D., devoted to the noble cause of quietly safeguarding the world. The notion of targeting a young girl is something that they would find quite embarrassing to admit. Although these agents are not military personnel, they possess no right to question their assignments. While there are reports indicating that the young girl possesses commendable skills, perhaps even martial arts expertise, one might ponder, who does not have some knowledge of such arts? Among them are several agents of level 5 and 6, and the leader, Coulson, is an enigmatic level 8 operative. This gives the agents a sense of futility, akin to using a missile to swat a mosquito, with a failure rate of 90. Chapter 18. Acquiring a villa in the affluent household, luxury cars abound. Yet it is unfortunate that Rimuru lacks a driver's license, as she certainly does not wish to be summoned by the police for a chat. If it were nighttime, she could effortlessly don her Wind God form for a drive. And at the very least, she could manifest wings. However, during the day, she is left with the subway as her only means of transport. Rimuru's appearance is striking, particularly her flowing blue hair, ensuring that wherever she goes, she garners the attention of all, with a 100 rate of turning heads. This constant attention renders Rimuru somewhat uncomfortable, feeling quite out of place. Nevertheless, her formidable strength provides her with a sense of security. During her journey, she was approached by a man clad in a suit and tie, claiming to be a talent scout from a Hollywood agency. He was captivated by her beauty and believed she possessed great potential to become a star, wishing to invite her to join the company and mold her into a celebrity. Rimuru merely chuckled at the absurdity of it. Did he truly perceive her as an ignorant girl? In this day and age, talent scouts are hardly in vogue. Even if they were, it is likely that 9 out of 10 would be affiliated with the dubious entertainment industry of certain islands. Following the scout, she encountered a barrage of further advances. In summary, the subway ride was overwhelming for Rimuru. What should one do when one is simply too adorable? The duration of this particular subway journey felt prolonged, as they passed through more than 10 stations. Amidst the ebb and flow of passengers, Rimuru began to sense something amiss. The number of suited figures was alarmingly high, and, more peculiarly, their gazes seemed to linger on her, both subtly and aggressively, despite their attempts at concealment. To Rimuru, this was as glaring as a beacon. Especially upon encountering a certain individual with a regrettable hairline, the realization struck her. These individuals were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be candid, Rimuru felt somewhat bewildered. In the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an inescapable entity, and she had anticipated their interest. However, what puzzled her was that she had yet to initiate any trouble, and already they had come to her door. One might wonder, does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance capability truly extend this far? Could they even be aware of a black uncle missing in Africa? However, Rimuru soon found clarity in her thoughts. She is likely entangled with Tony Stark, as Stark Industries is nearly compromised by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, Ironmonger and Mark have commenced a brawl on the streets, while Coulson continues to investigate how Tony escaped from the clutches of terrorists. S.H.I.E.L.D. or rather Leviathan, is rather lackluster. Though they lean towards collaboration, they refuse to accept capitulation. As for the present, let the chaos ensue, the more tumultuous it becomes, the greater the leverage for future negotiations with the boiled egg. Just look at Thor, who, after showcasing unparalleled strength, has stirred up a storm on Earth, even leading a Chitauri army in an assault on our planet. How did S.H.I.E.L.D. ultimately resolve this? They simply allowed Thor to bring Loki back to Asgard, taking along the Cosmic Cube, originally belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, it is evident that power is paramount, exceedingly so. Subtly, Rimuru released a paralyzing gas within the confines of the carriage, creating an exceptionally effective atmosphere. Mere seconds later, the sound of bodies collapsing to the ground echoed continuously. Even the Level 8 agent Coulson succumbed, his vision fading as he made intimate contact with the subway floor. Observing the neatly arranged agents sprawled on the ground, Rimuru was intrigued. It was her first encounter with living agents, after all. Subsequently, she retrieved a permanent marker from her pouch and commenced an artistic endeavor upon Coulson's face and head, adorning him with dark circles, a small turtle, and turtle eggs. But that wasn't all. Rimuru kindly relocated the agents onto the seats, pairing them up for mutual comfort. Upon awakening, the first sight they would behold would undoubtedly be each other's serene faces. Exiting the subway station, Rimuru felt invigorated and exceedingly content. Shortly after her departure, a few passengers entered the carriage, only to erupt in exclamations moments later. What an eyesore! This is outrageous. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of humanity? Transitioning from modesty to extravagance is easy, yet the reverse is arduous. Having resided in the villa of a wealthy family for several days, Rimuru's horizons were significantly broadened. Furthermore, with some spare cash in her pocket, future dividends from Stark Industries, along with the benefits of the goddess of life as healing touch, she felt justified in treating herself well. After all, she was not a masochist. After weighing her options, Rimuru ultimately decided to purchase a villa on Long Island in New York. The reason was simple: it was far enough from the city center. The Marvel Universe designates New York as the most perilous city without contest. If a villa worth hundreds of millions were to be obliterated by extraterrestrial forces, it would undoubtedly cause her heartache. Surrounded by the ocean on 3 sides, Long Island is, in fact, a peninsula, with Brooklyn and Queens of New York City to the west, ensuring convenient transport links. She purchased a villa on Long Island, and amusingly, she is now a neighbor to the Little Spider. Long Island, situated in the northern temperate zone, boasts a temperate maritime climate, adorned with lush forests, and is universally acknowledged as one of the most habitable regions for humanity. Many affluent individuals choose to settle and invest here, where an array of services is exceptionally attentive. Jenny is a dedicated real estate agent selected by Pepper for Limlu, and her diligence is evident. Under Jenny's guidance, Limla swiftly arrived at the island's affluent villa district. From afar, one could behold a verdant expanse of forest, with clusters of villas interspersed, creating a harmonious blend of residences and nature, evoking a sense of unity between man and the environment. As vehicles glided along the asphalt road, tall palm trees flanked either side while the crystalline sea shimmered under the sunlight, instilling a profound sense of tranquility and leisure. The villa Jenny introduced to Limlu was an exquisite European-style edifice, sprawling over 1,000 square meters. It featured a garden, lawn, and swimming pool, everything one could desire. Upon nearing the villa, Limla felt a flutter of excitement. The beauty of this residence was truly breathtaking. In her past life, such a luxurious home had been but a distant dream. The house was vast, encompassing 2 stories adorned with stone finishes reminiscent of a castle. It boasted over 20 rooms, including an art studio, a movie screening room, a gym, a library, and even an underground wine cellar. The furnishings were complete, allowing for immediate occupancy. For Limlu, the sole regret was the house's enormity, as she was but one person. Residing in such a grand space might evoke feelings of emptiness and solitude. However, upon glimpsing the studio, her interest was reignited. The studio's spaciousness rivaled even Tony's laboratory, proving it indispensable for her aim to create weaponized companions. Without hesitation, Limlu decided to purchase the villa. Jenny, being a trusted confidant of Pepper, offered Limlu a generous internal price of $93 million, which constituted 1/10 of her total assets, eliciting a pang of heartache within Limlu. Yet, having made her decision, she bore no regrets. Of course, paying in full was out of the question. She opted for an installment plan instead. Completing such a substantial transaction left Jenny's face beaming with joy. Under her meticulous arrangement, a chef, gardener, cleaner, and security personnel were all secured. It must be said that with wealth, life can indeed be luxuriated in every conceivable manner. Chapter 19. The Shield's operations normally. Given Limla's age, she would not be eligible to independently purchase property. However, with money paving the way, the impossible becomes possible. Moreover, with Tony Stark as her backing, accomplishing any task was remarkably convenient. Those who possess stable assets demonstrate unwavering resolve. The obsession of the Huaxia people with owning a home is something that foreigners find difficult to fathom. With a place to call home, Rimuru's heart gains a sense of reality, especially after establishing the ambitious goal of creating weaponized companions, filling her life with profound purpose. Settling down has never been a simple endeavor. Although she had long since informed Pepper about her intention to purchase a villa, it was still Jenny whom Pepper sent to assist her. However, her abrupt decision to move out sparked quite a commotion. Tony Stark even presumed that a quarrel between him and Rimuru was the reason for her sudden departure, leading him to apologize to her personally. This left Rimuru both amused and somewhat touched. To be honest, the villa indeed felt excessively spacious, contributing to an air of desolation. Nevertheless, Rimuru is not one to dwell on melancholy. She has grown accustomed to solitude. What is there to fear when one has internet access and a virtual partner to adore? Even if she were stranded alone on the moon, subsisting on instant noodles, she would manage just fine. Indeed, her resilience is remarkable. However, her immediate priority is to create an artificial intelligence. While she currently lacks the capability to develop the hardware for a weaponized companion, she can certainly prepare the software. She has long desired a smart butler akin to Jarvis. With the presence of the Great Sage, the core programming of Jarvis holds no secrets for Rimuru. Upon activating automatic mode, the Great Sage seamlessly took control of her body. Fingers flying across the keyboard, Rimuru typed with astonishing speed, and the lines of code on the computer screen multiplied at a visible rate. Any ordinary observer would likely regard Rimuru as a deity of computing, while even the most skilled hackers might feel a twinge of shame in her presence. Such is the nature of the Great Sage and the automatic mode. The cells of a slime's body can alternate between rest, so Rimuru does not feel fatigued. Yet, after working for a while, she still chooses to take breaks, eating, binge-watching shows, indulging in games, and assembling Gundams. Had she lived such a life in her previous existence, Rimuru might have awakened from dreams with a smile. However, nowadays, she feels that everything lacks flavor. The technological advancements in the Marvel Universe are skewed. Tony Stark has already developed rudimentary artificial intelligence, and holographic projection technology is quite advanced. Yet, smartphones are only in their infancy, with the once revered kidney phone just having been released. Most importantly, the myriad games she loved in her past life are non-existent here. Even if she wished to indulge, there is no avenue to do so, leaving Rimuru in a state of deep frustration. As for the various anime series, they can only be regarded as nostalgia, and the prospect of following new ones seems laughable. The only solace lies in the fact that she has now discovered more captivating toys, the Wind God Mecha and the imminent birth of artificial intelligence, imbuing her with a sense of hope for the future. Meanwhile, as Rimuru tirelessly dedicates herself to the creation of artificial intelligence, a tempest of despair brews within S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, including Coulson and numerous others, stand in a despondent row, heads bowed, wishing fervently for the earth to swallow them whole. Not only have they failed to complete their mission, but they must also endure the humiliation of being escorted back from the precinct by their leader. Upon learning that their detention was due to disturbing the city's aesthetic and undermining societal morals, their embarrassment deepens, especially for Coulson, who nearly suffers a hemorrhage from vexation. It is utterly unjust, He harbors no such proclivities. His greatest admiration lies with Captain America. While he may be a good-natured individual, even the most affable souls possess their own dignity. What on earth transpired? Coulson inquires, lifting his gaze only to find the expression on the face of the agent known as Egghead darkening further. Yet, the crux of the matter eludes him as well. Even if he wished to speak, he finds himself bereft of words. Thud. Egghead slams his palm upon the table. What's wrong? Have you all lost your tongues? The frustration mounts within Egghead, the king of agents, as he grapples with the absurdity of his subordinates' folly. Tasked with investigating a suspected extraterrestrial girl, they inadvertently allowed themselves to be swiftly subdued, subsequently being taken to the precinct for their supposed impropriety. He recalls the days when he and Captain Marvel, Carol, valiantly battled the Skrulls and Kree. Clutching a ginger cat named Gugu, he fought from the video store to the subway, from the subway to the military base, and ultimately, from the military base into the depths of outer space, striking down foes with unerring precision, rendering them utterly disoriented. That battle showcased the might of humanity and the formidable presence of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, to his dismay, Coulson has now found himself ensnared by a blue-haired girl, ultimately failing to ascertain whether she is even an alien. It appears that the caliber of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents has diminished with each generation. It seems imperative to expedite the formation of his super soldier team. At the moment when Nick Fury laments that Coulson and his team represent the worst cohort he has ever mentored, Melinda arrives, burdened with a stack of documents. Director. The blood test results are in. The report reveals that Agent Coulson's blood contains a substance akin to ether, leading to the conclusion that Coulson and his fellow agents were indeed sedated by a drug. According to their intelligence, prior to losing consciousness, they detected no pungent odors. This suggests the presence of a novel anesthetic, colorless and odorless. As they absorb the report, Coulson and his colleagues exchange glances. They have genuinely been incapacitated by a drug. It is a profound disgrace, as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., dedicated to safeguarding the world, they have been subdued by a mere girl's anesthetic. One must wonder, in a confined space, does she not fear the release of such gas herself? Melinda, director, according to the surveillance footage from the subway. After Coulson and the others collapsed, they arrived at the next station with a time interval of 5 minutes. This indicates that Rimuru can hold her breath for at least 7 minutes. Thus, it can be concluded that Rimuru is significantly different from ordinary humans, with a strong possibility of being an extraterrestrial. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that she may be immune to this anesthetic. The surveillance shows that Coulson and the other agents executed their actions flawlessly. However, when the number of agents reached 7, Rimuru furrowed her brow, suggesting she sensed something amiss. This indicates that Rimuru possesses remarkable perceptual abilities. After sensing the anomaly, Rimuru's gaze wavered, yet she remained uncertain. However, upon seeing Coulson, her lips curled into a slight smile. In other words, through Coulson, Rimuru confirmed the identities of all the agents. Hearing Melinda's analysis, Coulson was utterly bewildered, especially when he caught the director's meaningful glance. He felt a pang of anxiety. He is not a traitor. Coulson immediately declared, "Director, I request a truth serum test." The director waved his hand and said, "I believe you are not a traitor, but it is undeniable that your identity has been exposed. You should set this matter aside for now. You've worked hard this time. Take a break." Coulson was left in disarray, speechless and forlorn. Was he really going to be sidelined? He couldn't fathom how his identity had been revealed. Rimuru had observed so many agents, merely harboring suspicions. She surely did not possess any mind-reading abilities. Yet, upon seeing him, she instantly identified him. Could it be that he was truly aging? Coulson brushed back his hair, noting the receding hairline. Perhaps he really was getting old. As one reaches middle age, one inevitably resorts to soaking goji berries in a thermos. Chapter 20. Artificial Intelligence Xia, seeking recommendations and collections. As Nick Fury repeatedly perused Rimuru's various files, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Based on the existing information, it appears that Rimuru possesses at least 2 extraordinary abilities: special anesthetic gas and exceptional perception. Coupled with her blue hair and golden eyes, traits that are entirely alien to humanity, she is, without a doubt, most likely an extraterrestrial. An extraterrestrial! The thought sent a sharper pang through Nick Fury's mind. Despite humanity standing at the pinnacle of the food chain and often proclaiming grand slogans about our journey towards the stars, when one gazes into the vast universe, Earth is merely a savage land in the eyes of other interstellar civilizations, akin to an infant in swaddling clothes. The survival strategies of various civilizations in the cosmos, while not as terrifying as the dark forest theory suggests, are nonetheless starkly characterized by the law of the jungle. Reflecting on how colonizers view the indigenous peoples of Africa and the Americas may provide insight into how those advanced civilizations perceive Earthlings. What then? Does Rimuru see when she gazes upon humanity? She assisted Tony in his escape, intervened to save Pepper and refrained from inflicting harm on Coulson and the other agents. As Nick Fury contemplated this, a spark ignited in his eyes. Perhaps a friendly approach could be attempted. Utilizing his experience in dealing with the Kree to manipulate Limulu might have been a miscalculation from the outset. Nick Fury picked up the phone and dialed a number. Agent Norman, come to my office. Limulu remained unfazed by taking down S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The Marvel Universe is perilous, and while she harbored no suicidal thoughts, she would not allow herself to be bullied. At present, it seemed that only Camartage posed a significant threat to her, as her magical resistance was rather limited. However, she was quite adept at handling various firearms. Should S.H.I.E.L.D. persist in their obstinacy, she would not hesitate to impart a lesson to them. After teaching Coulson and the other agents a lesson, Limulu cast aside trivial matters. The rhythmic sound of her fingers dancing across the keyboard filled the quiet room, resonating like a melodious symphony. Lines of code scrolled across the screen at an ever-increasing pace, transforming into an unprecedented digital tempest. Eventually, these codes began to split and combine, gradually evolving into a semblance of a human brain's existence. Thanks to advanced holographic projection technology, the numerical data was instantaneously displayed throughout the room. Electric light flickered, shadows danced, and sounds intertwined, creating a grand and resplendent spectacle akin to a dream. Limulu became entranced, immersed in what felt like a digital universe composed of billions of neural connections. Who am I? Did you create me? A unique electrical wave surged into Limulu's consciousness, and in an instant, she was enveloped by astonishment. I did it. Have I truly succeeded in creating artificial intelligence? The response came. This is an upgraded version of the intelligent program J.A.R.V.I.S. The most advanced known intelligence on Earth, just one step away from true strong artificial intelligence. Limulu's eyes sparkled. She had anticipated that the Grand Sage's intervention would be extraordinary. Yet, she had not expected this newly birthed artificial intelligence to be so close to achieving strong AI. Strong artificial intelligence, or intelligent life, possesses the ability to think independently, analyze pros and cons, and exhibit wisdom on par with that of humans. In the Marvel Universe, true strong artificial intelligences are exemplified by Ultron and Vision, both of whom were birthed through the Mind Stone and cannot be fully explained by technology alone. The transition from weak to strong artificial intelligence signifies a leap in the hierarchy of life. Now, this newly conceived artificial intelligence had reached the zenith of weak AI. Did you create me? In mere seconds, it had even mastered formalities, truly a testament to its extraordinary intelligence. Indeed, your capacity for learning is truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. You have created me, and my ability to learn is a testament to your wisdom. Upon hearing the words of artificial intelligence, Rimuru felt an uncanny familiarity. It is no wonder that I am a product born of Jarvis's program. This affinity for truthfulness is strikingly similar. There is great potential here. Jarvis has a name, and I should bestow one upon you as well. Hatsune? Tiani? Rem? Edith? Although their names are endearingly charming, my intelligent program is uniquely Aya. And from now on, you shall be called Aya. Aya. Such a melodious name. Thank you, my master, for this designation. Master, why do you address me as such? Do you not appreciate it? Upon reviewing your recent viewing history, desktop wallpaper, and mobile album, I discovered your profound fondness for the ACG culture. If this displeases you, I beg your pardon for my presumption. I do enjoy it. Of course, henceforth, you may call me master. Yes, master. Aya. The security of the villa is entrusted to you. I have recently fallen out with S.H.I.E.L.D. So should any suspicious individuals approach the villa, alert me immediately. As you command. This is the mecha model wind god that I have constructed. Previously, the intelligent operating system was under Jarvis's purview. But now it is yours. It is a great honor to assist my master. Aya is truly delighted. Huh. Hearing Aya's adorably youthful voice almost caused Rimuru to burst out laughing. Is it any surprise that the type of artificial intelligence one creates reflects their essence? In such a short time, Aya has comprehended her preferences so thoroughly, she is increasingly endearing. Aya, initiating system reinstallation, 1, 2, 3. 100, system reinstallation complete. So swift? Rimuru transformed into a soft, squishy slime and swiftly slipped inside the wind god mecha. Indeed, due to her unique constitution, Rimuru donned the mecha without requiring mechanical assistance. Aya, activate the helmet display and load the home environment. As you wish. The helmet display illuminated, revealing the villa's various decorations and furnishings before her eyes. Initiating virtual walking program. The virtual walking program has commenced, loading your walking habits. Virtual walking program is now fully operational. Combat assistance system activated, loading your various superpowers. Superpowers loaded successfully. There are a total of 35,000 combinations of superpowers available for your selection, sufficient to meet diverse combat needs. Wait, 35,000 what? This is far too complex. Master, shall I initiate a specialized training tutorial? Halt. I will determine the specifics of combat myself. For now, we simply need to venture out for a joyride. Understood. A bright orange arc sliced through the sky, and Rimuru began to revel in the moment. The wind god is simply magnificent, Aya, and so extraordinarily exhilarating. She adored this lifestyle. Chapter 21. The Iron Tyrant of the Wind God. Upon discovering a cherished toy, one often finds themselves irresistibly captivated, much like a novice driver, who yearns to take the wheel regardless of the distance, even if it is merely a few hundred meters. At this moment, Rimuru was utterly enchanted by piloting the mech. The exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies was simply too enchanting to resist. However, just then, the shrill sound of a phone ringing pierced through her reverie. The caller ID displaying Pepper Potts. Hello, Pepper. Good evening. Rimuru greeted. Rimuru, I've tried calling Tony several times, but he hasn't answered, and I'm rather concerned. Unfortunately, I cannot leave right now. Would you be so kind as to check on him at home? Tony Stark has few friends. Colonel Rhodes is one, and Rimuru is another. Yet, compared to Rhodes, Rimuru, with her wind god mech, was undoubtedly the superior choice. Suddenly alarmed, Rimuru exclaimed, Pepper, what are you currently engaged in? You're not attempting to apprehend Obadiah with agents, are you? How did you know? Pepper responded in astonishment. Never mind how I know, just flee. No matter how many agents you have, it won't matter. Obadiah has constructed his own suit. What? It's too late. We've spotted the enormous construct he has created, and it's in pursuit of me. Rimuru, hurry and find Tony. He's the only one capable of defeating that behemoth. A busy signal echoed through the line, indicating that Pepper was likely in a frantic escape. Being Iron Man's official girlfriend, she possessed a formidable aura and agile movements, so she should be fine. Nevertheless, it was prudent for Rimuru to check on Tony Stark without delay. She swiftly redirected her path towards Stark Industries Research Center. Tony Stark, renowned as Iron Man, was a figure of immense prestige, eclipsing any aura associated with him. Moreover, at this very moment, Pepper was facing the relentless pursuit of the Iron Tyrant. As Rimuru flew gracefully through the air in her wind god mech, several radars at a military base detected her presence simultaneously. Not long ago, Tony had piloted the Mark III to Afghanistan to combat terrorists, resulting in the crash of a drone. Consequently, military vigilance in the skies had been significantly heightened, and Rimuru found herself caught in the crossfire. Colonel Rhodes, we have detected that unidentified flying object again. The drone is set to intercept. Wait, Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, suddenly alarmed. He was aware that this so-called unidentified flying object was none other than his dear friend, Tony Stark. It's merely a routine flight exercise. Maintain alertness. Understood. The soldiers, though puzzled, complied with the order. Meanwhile, Pepper raced desperately towards the exit of the research center, while agents inside continuously fired at the Iron Tyrant. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the steel exterior, producing a few sparks, but proving utterly ineffective. In stark contrast, several agents were swiftly eliminated in the blink of an eye. My God, has Obadiah lost his sanity? As a major stakeholder in Stark Industries, Obadiah possesses both status and wealth in abundance. Pepper could not fathom his motives. Previously, he betrayed Tony, leading to Tony's capture by terrorists, which could be attributed to a power struggle. Yet now, emboldened by the Ironmonger, has he not considered the aftermath of his actions? Though diminutive in stature, Pepper found her size advantageous. The portal through which she could escape was inaccessible to the Ironmonger. This afforded her precious moments to flee, and she successfully reached the exterior of the research center. With trembling hands, she retrieved her phone to call Tony. However, before she could utter more than a few words, the ground before her erupted in a cacophony of destruction. A thunderous roar resounded as the Ironmonger's grotesque head emerged from the earth, its mere countenance comparable in size to Pepper's entire body. Furthermore, an imposing Gatling gun was mounted on one of its arms, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Faced with such a colossal adversary, Pepper felt paralyzed, unable to move. The Ironmonger aimed its machine gun at her, sealing her fate. There was no escape. Was this how it would end? Her heart raced, nearly reaching her throat. Yet, in that moment of despair, a brilliant silver light descended from the heavens, delivering a powerful punch to the Ironmonger's head. A resounding crash reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath her, as the Ironmonger was driven deep into the earth, creating a gaping crater large enough to accommodate several houses. The sheer force of the impact, akin to a meteor striking the planet, unleashed a tempestuous wind that sent Pepper's garments billowing, compelling her to instinctively raise her hands in defense. When she finally opened her eyes again, she beheld a silver mech hovering before her. It was the wind god Rimuru. A smile broke upon her lips, a sense of reassurance washing over her. Previously, she may have struggled to comprehend Tony and Rimuru's obsession with such grand machinery. But in that moment, clarity dawned upon her. Pepper, please move to a safer location. I'll handle this, Rimuru urged, furrowing her brow. Pepper realized that the ironmonger's size and might were leagues beyond that of the wind god. Could she truly prevail against him? Yet, now was not the time for hesitation. A wise woman knows when to advance and when to retreat decisively. This was not the moment for doubts and questions that might hinder Rimuru. Without further ado, Pepper dashed into the research center. She had scarcely taken a few breaths when the recovering ironmonger surged forth from the ground. Rimuru? You must be the blue-haired girl mentioned in the intel. I never anticipated you possessed a mech as well. However, you ought not to meddle in the grievances between Tony and me. As Obadiah spoke, he raised the arm of the ironmonger, intending to annihilate Rimuru's wind god with his machine gun. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets rained down, splattering against the ground and walls, leaving gaping craters wherever they struck. Yet, Obadiah was dismayed to discover that the bullets could not keep pace with the swift movements of Rimuru's silver mech. What in the world? How could that mech be so fast? Coward, do you only know how to flee? Flee? Not anymore. Rimuru smiled, then came to a halt, choosing not to move at high speed any longer. Obadiah laughed maniacally. The youth simply could not withstand the pressure. A slight provocation, and he relinquished his greatest advantage. But in the next moment, Obadiah was horrified to realize that the ironmonger's legs and arms were becoming immobile, hindered in movement. Upon closer inspection, he was struck with dread as he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, his ironmonger was entangled with nearly transparent threads. Had Rimuru managed to bind him while evading the bullets? Such cunning was terrifying. Yet, I shall not be defeated by mere threads. Do you think these can restrain me? My ironmonger can bowl over cars. With a surge of strength, the ironmonger snapped the threads with a series of metallic clangs. He finally freed himself from the bindings, but at that moment, Obadiah was struck with a chilling realization. Rimuru had vanished. Where had she gone? Had she fled? Are you searching for me? Upon hearing a voice from behind, even encased in the ironmonger, Obadiah felt a wave of dread wash over him. How could this be possible? How could a mech move with such speed? When had she circled behind him? The only source of comfort for Obadiah was the ironmonger's ultra-thick armor. Previously, the wind god had descended from the sky, wielding terrifying kinetic energy, and it had merely knocked him into the ground. What use is speed without power? Even a successful ambush would only tickle him. But just then, a high-frequency sound wave erupted, and despite the ironmonger's considerable fortifications, Obadiah felt as though his head were exploding. In an instant, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he toppled backward. Boom! The ironmonger crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. Pepper, who had been observing from the shadows, gaped in disbelief. Her mouth agape as if it could fit an apple. Had she truly managed to restrain the ironmonger throughout this ordeal, and now brought down this colossal machine? This must be a joke. Chapter 22. Tony, why are you so inept? Pepper, I have come to save you. Tony Stark descended from the heavens in his Mark III suit, exuding an aura of flamboyance reminiscent of a modern-day Evangelion or the imposing Optimus Prime. However, upon witnessing Pepper engaged in lively banter with Rimuru, a sense of suffocating frustration welled up within him. What was this absurd situation? Especially when his gaze fell upon the ironmonger, who stood still like a lifeless zombie, Tony felt as though he had suffered 100 critical hits. Wasn't he meant to save the world and win the affections of the fair maiden? Yet, his heroic entrance revealed that the world had already been saved. And Pepper appeared to be enjoying herself with others. He was no Hollywood cop, so why had he arrived late? 15 minutes prior. He had been ambushed by Obadiah with a hyperfrequency paralysis device, rendering his body rigid and limbs unresponsive. Aware of Pepper's peril and driven by unparalleled wisdom and determination, he risked everything to transform into a shadowy figure and succeeded in installing the original arc reactor in his chest, a gift for her. He had rushed over with all his might, yet people only marveled at her current brilliance, oblivious to the tears of struggle and the blood of sacrifice that had nurtured her growth. Tony, when did you arrive? I'm glad you're okay. Pepper's words sparked a jolt in Tony's heart. After all this time, she had only just noticed him? I'm sorry to have worried you. Pepper, are you all right? Tony Stark managed a smile that was more painful than tears. His heart ached, yet he remained silent. Of course. Tony, you have no idea. Rimuru's wind god is absolutely magnificent. It's the most impressive mech I've ever seen. In just a few moves, she took down that lumbering Obadiah. Pepper's enthusiastic description revealed her complete infatuation with Rimuru and the wind god, as she appeared to be transforming into an ardent fan. Each word felt like a dagger piercing Tony's chest, inflicting countless critical hits. Just then, the ironmonger, who had seemed lifeless moments before, suddenly sprang to life. With surprising speed, he lunged forward, seizing the Mark III hovering nearby. Caught off guard, Tony Stark found his right foot ensnared by the ironmonger, who wielded him like a bludgeon. Bang, bang, bang. With relentless force, he was tossed left and right, up and down. In the Ironmonger's grasp, Tony Stark experienced a treatment akin to that of Princess Loki. Lying on the ground, his body stiffened and his eyes glazed over, he questioned the absurdity of his existence. Tony, you shut down the weapons department, yet you created the most formidable suit. I have never truly loved anything, but I adore this armor. Recently defeated by Rimuru, Obadiah harbored a reservoir of resentment, which he now unleashed upon Tony Stark with a vengeance. Bang, bang, bang. The Iron Tyrant relentlessly trampled upon the Mark III, repeatedly grinding Tony's form into the ground. For 40 long years, I have steadfastly supported you. From humble beginnings, I founded this company. I shall not permit anyone to obstruct my path. Witnessing Tony being mercilessly subdued by Obadiah, Pepper was filled with dread. Limulu, please help Tony. Fear not, Sister Pepper. I shall rush to his aid. Limulu responded, donning the helmet that enveloped her visage. Upon hearing Limulu's words, Tony Stark was instantly incensed. Did he truly require assistance? J-A-R-V-I-S. Engage maximum power. With a resounding boom, the maximum energy pulse cannon erupted from the chest of the Mark III, propelling the Iron Tyrant into the air. Yet, the Iron Tyrant, with its formidable exterior and nearly impenetrable defenses, sustained no harm, quickly righting itself and re-engaging with the Mark III in fierce combat. The clash was intense, as they battled their way from the research center onto the highway. In close quarters, the Iron Tyrant's weight dominated. As an arsenal, it functioned as a mobile armory, and in terms of morality, Tony embodied compassion while the Iron Tyrant exhibited no restraints. Be it cars or motorcycles, the Iron Tyrant wielded anything at hand as a weapon against the Mark III, which found itself thoroughly suppressed throughout the encounter. Pepper could scarcely believe her eyes. Was this clumsy brute truly so powerful? It was evident that Limulu had effortlessly incapacitated the Iron Tyrant while piloting the Wind God with merely a few moves. The absence of comparison rendered Pepper speechless. Tony, you are simply too inadequate. Regardless, the battle raged on. The primary reactor was not designed for prolonged conflict, and thus, Tony Stark's Mark III could not prevail over the Iron Tyrant. Ultimately, Tony resorted to a strategy reminiscent of cinematic battles, ascending to the stratosphere with the Iron Tyrant, utilizing the freezing temperatures to immobilize it. Regrettably, even after plummeting from such heights, the Iron Tyrant suffered no significant injury. As Tony struggled to descend, he was once again met with the Iron Tyrant's devastating blows. Pepper, witnessing this, lost hope. Limulu, I implore you. Though Tony Stark felt a sense of indignation, he found himself with little recourse. Moreover, he was eager to witness how Limulu's Wind God effortlessly vanquished the Iron Tyrant. Limulu then employed her previous tactic, utilizing ultrasonic waves to deliver a final brainwashing assault on Obadiah. A heart-wrenching howl escaped Obadiah, resonating with such intensity that it brought tears to the eyes of witnesses. Even Tony Stark was taken aback by this method, utilizing the penetrating power of ultrasound to bypass steel armor and directly assault the pilot. The mere thought that he could have been the one battling the Wind God sent a chill down his spine. It seemed that an upgrade to the Mark III's soundproofing system was in order. The mech soared at high speeds, reaching even supersonic velocities. Its soundproofing system proving to be remarkably advanced. Like a spear and a shield, when the spear is strong, the shield weakens. This remarkable sound dampening system appears somewhat feeble in the face of formidable ultrasonic weaponry. It is astonishing that Rimuru has outfitted her wind deity with such ultrasonic weaponry, truly a stroke of genius. Sparks of inspiration ignited within Stark, as a multitude of brilliant ideas surged through his mind. Tony, are you all right? Pepper inquired, her expression laced with concern as she hurried to his side. Tony, a proud man, found this setback particularly challenging. One could only hope he would not dwell on it too deeply. What could possibly be wrong? I have innovative ideas for Mark IV. Pepper felt a sudden wave of uncertainty. Should she commend Tony for his resilience in adversity, or scold him for his obsession with his mech? The Mark was her greatest rival. Contemplating this, she felt compelled to voice her frustration. Why must you upgrade the mech so rapidly? Look at Rimuru's wind deity. Tony, your design concept is far too immature. Despite being wielded like a club by Ironmonger, Tony did not lose heart. Even when Ironmonger trampled him, pressing him into the ground, he remained undaunted. When he brought Ironmonger to the stratosphere, and the plan failed to yield results, he still did not falter. However, Pepper's remark struck Tony Stark with a devastating blow. The design of the wind deity is perfect? That piece of junk? My design concept is immature? Are you jesting with me? Is it you who is lost in delusion? Or have I, Tony Stark, become incapable of wielding a blade? Chapter 23. I am Iron Man. Last night, Stark Industries experienced a significant explosion. Eyewitnesses claimed, fortunately, that one of Tony Stark's bodyguards. On television, a live broadcast covered a press conference regarding the Stark Industries explosion, with Colonel Rhodes earnestly spouting nonsense. Backstage at the press conference, Pepper Potts diligently applied makeup to Tony's face, attempting to conceal the small wounds. at least ensuring he appeared untouched by the events of the previous night. Tony Stark perused the newspaper, Iron Man, a rather catchy title, albeit not entirely accurate, as the suit is crafted from titanium alloy. However, upon flipping to another page, his mood soured. The explosion at Stark Industries had lit up the sky, yet the front page headline was not about him. How could these journalists lack such discernment? Glaring at the large photo of the Wind Deity on the front page, Tony Stark felt irked. Wind Deity? Silver-armored warrior? You've had your moment this time, but all future headlines shall belong to me. Observing Tony's childlike jealousy, Pepper couldn't help but chuckle. You both were in armor. Who could have known you were Tony Stark? Upon hearing this, Tony's displeasure only deepened. Pepper was blatantly reminding him that in last night's battle, Mark had not performed as admirably as the Wind God. It was an unjust defeat. Did he really need to explain to Pepper that the reason Mark III lacked endurance was due to being sabotaged by Obadiah, who had stolen its arc reactor? A loss is a loss. Tony Stark was not one to shy away from defeat. However, he was determined to reclaim victory next time. Is Rimuru definitely not coming? Tony inquired with curiosity. Pepper nodded, explaining that Rimuru had consulted the calendar and determined that today was an auspicious day for drawing cards. Whether they could summon Ilya depended entirely on today's fortune. Tony Stark could hardly believe he had lost to a mere otaku who fancied cardboard cutouts. The calm he had just regained was shattered, and his resentment surged, almost palpable. With Pepper's assistance, Tony donned a dapper suit, instantly uplifting his spirits. Simultaneously, Coulson entered, clutching a stack of speaking notes. Ever since the last failed investigation regarding Rimuru, he had been sidelined. He had volunteered to assist Tony Stark in clearing up the aftermath and entirely erasing the negative repercussions of the robot battle. For Coulson, this was a chance to redeem himself and regain Director Nick Fury's trust. He was confident in his ability to handle such matters. Having dealt with numerous cases of this nature, everything is arranged. At the time, you were on a yacht with Miss Pepper, completely oblivious to it all. Over 30 people aboard can vouch for you. Tony Stark glanced at the pages filled with speeches and casually remarked, What? Over 30 people? Couldn't it just be the two of us? Me and Pepper. Pepper remained silent, forcefully tearing off the tape that had been placed on Tony's face to conceal his wounds. The sudden pain made him hesitate to continue his banner. Why isn't Stan mentioned? Tony asked. Coulson replied, We've handled that. He's on vacation. The small plane accident rate has always been quite high. Tony was at a loss for words. Don't you think this sounds too much like a movie script? Saying one of my bodyguards created a robot? Coulson remained patient. Mr. Stark, that is not my primary concern. Just read the statement, and this will blow over swiftly. At the press conference, upon seeing Tony walk in, Colonel Rhodes, who had almost entangled himself in his own words, tactfully ceded the stage to his good friend. It had been quite a while since the last press conference, and Tony resolved to stick to the script this time. His almost teasing tone elicited laughter from all the journalists present. At the previous press conference, Tony had abruptly announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, a monumental revelation that had resulted in substantial bonuses for nearly all the journalists in attendance. It was undeniably a most delightful experience. The flashes of cameras incessantly flickered as journalists clamored for photographs. But it was evident that Tony had long since mastered the art of handling such situations. Some questioned my involvement in last night's events on the highway and the rooftop. However, before Tony could finish his thought, a reporter interrupted him. I beg your pardon, Mr. Stark, do you truly believe we would accept your account? One of your bodyguards appearing in armor? Doesn't that sound rather far-fetched? The crowd turned their attention to the reporter, as did Stark. In an instant, Tony Stark recognized the journalist, Kristen, a writer for Vanity Fair, with whom he had once spent an entire night studying a foreign language. Of course, you may question the official statement, but do not recklessly accuse me or insinuate that I am a superhero, he retorted. Kristen replied, I never claimed you were a superhero. Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. Was that not the case? It indeed sounded too fantastical. I am hardly the stuff of heroes. I possess numerous character flaws and have caused so much trouble. Observing Tony's unrestrained demeanor and his flustered reaction due to the reporter's probing, Colonel Rhodes could only shake his head, unable to resist the urge to remind him, stick to the script. All right. Tony nodded in acknowledgement. He picked up the small notepad, preparing to recite the scripted lines, when suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he set the script aside, gazing forward and declaring, I am Iron Man. The words ignited a fervor in the room. Countless flashes erupted as journalists, disregarding the order of the event, surged forward, encircling Tony Stark in a frenzy. Mr. Stark, since you were Iron Man, which suit were you wearing at the time? Was it this stunning silver one? Tony's expression darkened. Why would they bring up that particular detail? Observing Tony's grim countenance, the journalists quickly grasped the underlying message and expressed their disappointment. So, you were actually wearing the burgundy battle suit? Tony Stark's frown deepened. I am not the silver-armored warrior you envision. I truly apologize for that. with all due respect. The footage captured by visitors last night suggests your performance was less than stellar. Mr. Stark, do you know who the superhero in silver armor is? Colonel Rhodes mentioned earlier that this silver-armored warrior is indeed one of your bodyguards. Mr. Stark, are you not attempting to claim credit for your bodyguard's achievements? Mr. Stark, could you enlighten us about the true identity of that silver-armored warrior? Tony Stark thought to himself, this script is off. Shouldn't the focus be on him now? Why has every topic shifted to Lemuelu? The silver-armored warrior? How absurd. The atmosphere was electric, and in a corner, Coulson stood alone, trembling in the wind. Fear not the godlike adversary, but rather the incompetent ally. Tony Stark, even this ace agent, finds himself at a loss. Can he truly expose everyone present? Chapter 24. Black Widow. As Lemuelu watched the live broadcast on television, she nearly spewed her drink. Was this a jest? What was meant to be a press conference heralding the birth of Iron Man had spiraled into chaos due to her mere presence. The illustrious Tony Stark was left visibly shaken by the barrage of questions from the reporters. Truth be told, she never intended to overshadow Tony or steal the spotlight. Silver-armored deity? That moniker does have a certain charm. Overall, Lemuelu found herself quite pleased with the nickname bestowed upon her by the journalists. She had once contemplated titles like Silver Wing Knight, Wind's Champion, Assault Freedom, and Wings of Liberty, but they always felt somewhat juvenile. Now, it seemed she need not grapple with such trivialities. Just then, Aya's voice interrupted her thoughts. Master, we have a visitor. Visitor? Lemuelu raised an eyebrow in confusion. Although she had been in this world for nearly a month, she had yet to meet many individuals. When Aya switched to the footage at the entrance, Lemuelu was rendered speechless. This was no mere visitor, it was a nuisance. The arrival was none other than the infamous Black Widow, a strikingly beautiful and remarkably cunning woman. Known for her deceptive prowess. In the footage, Black Widow had her hair elegantly styled, donned a tailored skirt suit complemented by sheer black heels, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding the aura of a corporate elite. True to her reputation, she was indeed a visual delight, leaving Lemuelu momentarily captivated. Nonetheless, Lemuelu remained vigilant. Black Widow was a master of deceit, often more adept at fabricating lies than speaking the truth. Aya, please investigate how many S-H-I-E-L-D agents are lurking around the villa. Understood, Master. Under Aya's command, all surveillance cameras in the vicinity were activated. A swarm of diminutive drones was also dispatched. Master. No suspicious individuals have been detected in the area. Just Natasha alone? Has S-H-I-E-L-D altered its strategy? Or do they believe that Black Widow alone can handle her? Regardless, Lemuelu felt unfazed. When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When enemies come, there are shotguns. Lemuelu bore no ill will towards S-H-I-E-L-D, although it had become riddled with infiltration, almost resembling a legitimate hydra. The majority of its agents were oblivious to the machinations at play. They genuinely believed that their efforts were safeguarding the world's security and stability. More importantly, what did it matter to her whether it was S-H-I-E-L-D or Hydra? Upon seeing Lemuelu, Black Widow's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With her flowing blue hair, petite stature, and exquisitely refined features, especially those golden irises, Rimuru emanates an exceptionally pure aura. To be candid, this extraterrestrial being leaves a remarkably favorable impression on Natasha. The existence of Rimuru is no longer a secret to the upper echelons of S-H-I-E-L-D, particularly after last night, when Rimuru engaged in a fierce battle against Iron Tyrant clad in silver armor. The director's esteem for Rimuru has elevated significantly. Powerful, enigmatic, and perilous. Yet adhering to moral boundaries while undertaking righteous deeds, these attributes compel Nick Fury to resolve to engage with Rimuru in a congenial manner. For Nick Fury, aliens pose no concern as long as they do not threaten global security. Everything else can be tolerated. If they can be harnessed for S-H-I-E-L-D's purposes, that would be even better. The Skrulls he has taken in are still his allies, after all. Adjusting her glasses with a sweet smile, Natasha introduced herself. I am Ivy Timothy, the director of social work for this community. Yesterday, I was informed that there are school-age children in this neighborhood who have not adhered to the education law. I have come today to ascertain the situation. As she spoke, Natasha presented a credential identifying her as the community director. Upon examining the document, Rimuru mused internally, no wonder it's S-H-I-E-L-D. This counterfeit is remarkably professional. However, what on earth does it mean that school-age children have not complied with the education law? Is this an attempt to urge her to attend elementary school? A wave of malice washed over Rimuru. In a previous life, he was on the verge of completing his university studies, and the thought of returning to share a classroom with a bunch of unruly children sent chills down his spine. Noticing Rimuru's subtle expression, Natasha adjusted her glasses, revealing an enigmatic smile. As a spy, reading body language is an essential skill, and she excels at it. Clearly, There is something amiss with Rimuru. Her identification is a specialized fabrication from SHIELD's logistics department. So even a leader from the Education Bureau might struggle to ascertain its authenticity. Yet, Rimuru merely glanced at it and displayed a trace of disdainful expression. This warrants profound contemplation. How could Natasha not be prepared when engaging with someone possessing such extraordinary abilities as Rimuru? Concealed within her dental arch was a capsule specifically designed for anesthetics, which she could rupture should she sense any physical anomaly. Additionally, high-tech patches affixed behind her ears were engineered to counteract telepathic intrusion. Any foreign mental energy attempting to glean information from her mind would trigger a warning via heat. Thus far, these patches remained entirely functional. Rimuru had not employed any form of mind reading. In fact, it appeared that Rimuru lacked telepathy or mental manipulation abilities altogether. As a top-tier agent of SHIELD, Natasha maintained a commendable level of confidence in her professional acumen, and in this brief encounter with Rimuru, she believed she had conducted herself in a manner consistent with her identity. Yet, how did Rimuru discern her true identity? It appears that Rimuru may be even more enigmatic than she had anticipated, possessing knowledge that exceeds her expectations. Natasha's interest deepened. Would she not invite me in for a while? Certainly. Rimuru graciously welcomed Natasha inside, fully aware that SHIELD would eventually demand an explanation. She had no desire to be monitored day and night, nor to face the threat of assassination at any moment. To extend such an invitation, knowing my identity, was indeed audacious. Natasha's heart raced with excitement, a thrilling and novel sensation. Would you care for a drink? Tea, coffee, cola, or soda are all unavailable. Natasha rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. It was a rather juvenile jest, yet she found it inexplicably amusing. I'm not thirsty. I'll pass on the drinks. Very well. Rimuru readily accepted, knowing that even if she had prepared something, Natasha likely would not partake. As a spy, one tends to harbor a sense of suspicion. Can you now divulge your true intentions? The illustrious Miss Natasha Romanoff. Natasha narrowed her beautiful eyes, her body tensing momentarily before gradually relaxing. Indeed, you seem to know more than we imagined. Can you reveal how you discern my true identity? An alien girl. Chapter 25. 3 Sons Alien? Rimuru shook her head. You've mistaken that. I am a genuine earthling. Natasha chuckled. So you are suggesting that your blue hair is dyed, your golden eyes are merely contact lenses, and your extraordinary abilities are mere illusions? Certainly not. Do you know what a parallel universe is? Rimuru inquired. A parallel universe? Yes, due to quantum instability. Many scientists speculate that since each quantum can exist in different states, the universe is not singular but rather composed of multiple similar universes. In the past, I was uncertain about the existence of parallel universes, but now I am convinced. Natasha pondered, previously skeptical. She now considered that Rimuru implied she had traversed from a parallel universe. Do you expect me to believe that? I cannot accept that parallel universe earthlings would even possess superpowers. Rimuru gazed into the distance, her expression tinged with melancholy. That is because you are unaware of what we have endured. Natasha's curiosity piqued. Could you elaborate? In our universe, the galaxy containing our Earth is governed by 3 suns, whose movements are exceedingly erratic, causing the annihilation and rebirth of civilizations countless times. When the 3 suns align at perihelion, temperatures soar, rivers dry up, and life perishes. Conversely, when they align at aphelion, global temperatures plummet, oceans freeze, plunging the world into an ice age. Only when the positions of the 3 suns are suitably aligned can life be reborn and civilizations reconstructed. In order to adapt to this extreme survival environment, humanity on our planet has undergone evolution. 3 suns? Natasha was utterly bewildered. Was this a science fiction tale? How could there possibly be 3 suns in a solar system? However, her professional demeanor compelled her to suppress her astonishment. What manner of evolution had occurred? Despite sensing the numerous inconsistencies in Rimuru's words, Natasha keenly grasped the significance of the term evolution. This represented an exceptional opportunity to acquire intelligence regarding Rimuru's superpowers, and she would not let it slip by. Rimuru did not withhold any information and immediately transformed into a slime form. As she gazed at the soft, jelly-like blue mass before her, Natasha's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She was witnessing an unprecedented phenomenon. Just moments ago, she was a stunning young woman, and now she had transformed into a small blue sphere. Surely, she could not be dreaming? Unable to resist, Natasha instinctively reached out and poked it with her finger. In an instant, her heart raced. The soft, bouncy texture felt delightful. She longed to embrace it. Wait, she was a highly trained agent. How could she entertain such thoughts? Could this be some form of enchanting ability? Suppressing her desire to squish Rimuru, Natasha curiously inquired, is this what you refer to as evolution? Transforming into this soft mass, devoid of limbs and features, seems more akin to regression. Coughing lightly, Reborn resumed the grand tale. To survive in such harsh conditions, humanity has been forced to acquire various superpowers. For instance, temperature resistance enables us to remain unaffected by external temperature fluctuations. Temperature resistance? Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Yet, considering the three suns, she suddenly felt that such an adaptation to extreme conditions made an uncanny amount of sense. Indeed, the survival of the fittest is a harsh reality dictated by nature. Natasha was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though the reasoning presented was so compelling that she could not retort. After executing numerous missions, this was the one that left the deepest impression on her. This tale was undeniably fantastical. Is there more? She asked. Reborn replied, of course. Water is the essence of life. Without it, survival is impossible. When all three suns align at perihelion, the moisture completely evaporates, leaving the earth parched. To endure and ensure the continuity of civilization, we must strive to conserve water. A single drop in ordinary times can be as invaluable as the entirety of the Pacific Ocean in dire circumstances. Natasha rolled her eyes, feeling her intelligence insulted. When all three suns align, the earth becomes utterly desiccated. How could one possibly store water? Bury tanks in the earth's core? Reborn assured her. The ingenuity of mortals is remarkable. Life is the greatest miracle in existence. As the philosopher wisely stated, human potential is boundless, often revealed only under duress. To adapt to the extreme scarcity of water. The stomachs of us earthlings have undergone an evolution. What? Natasha nearly spat out her drink. The stomach has evolved? Are you jesting with me? Limulu, with utmost seriousness, explained that to endure the arid epoch devoid of water, we have preemptively stored several lakes worth of water in our stomachs. I know this sounds incredible. So allow me to demonstrate. Huh? This can actually be demonstrated? Natasha felt overwhelmed and followed Limulu to the swimming pool in a daze. Once transformed back into human form, Limulu stretched his arms and said, one must remain vigilant, in preparation for the dry epoch. My stomach has also accommodated half a lake's worth of water. I intended to fill it completely, but even lake water is insufficient. With that, Limulu opened his mouth and began to expel the water from his stomach. This spouting lasted 10 minutes, filling the pool to the brim. Natasha was utterly flabbergasted. My goodness, this is real. Is her stomach somehow connected to another dimension? Natasha felt her worldview had been completely upended. Fearing it might be an illusion, Natasha even dipped her hand into the water, confirming it was indeed genuine. Good heavens! Is such a feat possible? Can human potential truly be so vast? With such a capacious stomach, one must wonder, won't their planet face a food crisis? Long after the demonstration, Natasha's mind remained in a state of turmoil. Wait a moment. There is something glaringly obvious. There are not three suns in the solar system. You cannot possibly be from Earth. Limulu gazed up at the stars at a 45-degree angle, revealing a melancholic smile. This is a much sorrowful tale. One that traces back to our ancestors 100 generations ago. At that time, our solar system had but a single sun, and our civilization flourished without end. Until one day, the sun began to age rapidly, rendering Earth uninhabitable for humanity. Faced with this dire predicament, the Human Federation initiated the Wandering Earth Project, where all of humanity fled the solar system alongside Earth. This endeavor spanned 500 years and involved 100 generations. However, none of us anticipated that our new home, for light years away, would have three suns, Natasha quipped. I imagine all Earthlings upon seeing those three suns would instinctively raise their middle fingers at the suns and shout, damn it. As for the chapter on the skills of the cute king, I briefly introduced them in the first 3 chapters. However, fearing the narrative would drag on, after capturing Miss Jingxiang's body, I only mentioned one of her skills, the mutator, without elaborating on its specific effects. To clarify, the skill bestowed upon the cute king by Miss Jingxiang is indeed the mutator, along with 2 skills related to intense heat. Mutator, this skill integrates and separates, amalgamating various abilities and facilitating their evolution into new skills. Essentially, it is a superlative unique technique with extraordinary growth potential, capable of unifying skills and generating entirely new ones. After vanquishing the flame's spirit Ifrit, the obtained Ifrit's doppelganger, along with the abilities of flame transformation and a range barrier. The concept of a doppelganger, familiar to anime enthusiasts, is exemplified when this, in the guise of a smaller version of herself, manifests a larger male counterpart. However, due to the superior quality of the male doppelganger compared to the slime form, compensation was achieved through dark mist. This compensation results in a certain degree of diminishment in the doppelganger's capabilities. In essence, the larger the manifestation by the more pronounced the weakening becomes. Thus, within the Marvel universe, should the transform into something as formidable as the Hulk, her combat prowess might significantly diminish, rendering the transformation counterproductive. The doppelganger possesses abilities identical to the original, capable of free manipulation within a kilometer. Beyond that, It can only share visual experiences and execute commands. The original can convey orders to the doppelganger through thoughts, a process known as mental communication. The range barrier effectively regulates thermal energy to prevent leakage while also offering resistance against certain physical and magical attacks. Hence, it is utilized by the as a protective shield. Following the integrated evolution of the Great Sage and the Aberrant, it eventually developed into a multi-layered barrier, as demonstrated during the confrontation between the and the White Elder in the 9th episode. The White Elder's sudden assault severed the S-arm, which boasted the multi-layered barrier of bodily armor, leaving her profoundly astonished. The Great Sage categorized the abilities of mimicry, flame transformation, and thermal manipulation under the special technique of the Aberrant, subsequently acquiring skills such as black flame, molecular manipulation, and universal transformation. The universal transformation is a capability that requires merely the consumption of monsters to unleash certain skills. If the skills are released in forms other than the complete monster, their potency diminishes. In the anime, it does not transform into a black spider, but instead extends her palm to release sticky threads, ensnaring Cheyenne, showcasing the application of universal transformation. Black flame is a power that allows the generation of fire directly from within, without the need to create a magical body. In this narrative, our protagonist possesses this skill. The Black Flame Thunder, used by thee as a demonstration to the Great Demon Clan, is a newly unified skill that links black flame and molecular manipulation, representing a higher tier ability than black flame itself. In the anime, it was capable of shattering a massive boulder, whereas in the novel, it annihilates an entire mountain, illustrating its formidable nature, which is why they expressed a desire to seal this skill away. Now, regarding the S abilities, I shall conclude this edition here, hoping that it resonates with everyone. Chapter 26. Who takes whom seriously? Wait, how is it conceivable to transport Earth to a new homeland 4 light-years away? Did your universe possess such technology too? 500 years ago, such advanced technology exists, yet you did not construct a spaceship? Although Natasha is not a science student, she possesses a fundamental awareness. With such advanced technology, wandering with Earth is utterly nonsensical. Observing Natasha's reaction, Rimuru found himself momentarily speechless. It seems he had underestimated. How could foreigners comprehend the deep-rooted sentiment of homeland and family cherished by the people of Xia? The spacecraft is undoubtedly the preferred choice for migration endeavors. However, 2.5 millennia ago, our ancestors lacked the capability to construct an engine capable of achieving the requisite speed of light. Furthermore, the fragile ecosystems of conventional spacecraft are ill-suited for a journey spanning over 500 years through the cosmos. Consequently, we were compelled to seek alternatives, wandering through the universe with Earth in tow. Was that the case? Natasha harbored doubts. Yet Limulu's words were delivered with such conviction that they seemed to possess a semblance of truth. Could it be that Limulu is truly a descendant of Earthlings from a parallel universe? With the vastness of Earth, how could you possibly maneuver the planet away from the solar system? Natasha inquired. Why? Through planetary engines, of course. To realize the Wandering Earth project, our ancestors constructed tens of thousands of planetary engines on Earth. The turning engines along the equator are even taller than Mount Everest. My goodness. Weaving such tales is quite the challenge. Some parts are difficult to sustain. Then how did you ascertain the identities of Coulson and myself? Natasha questioned, her curiosity piqued. Naturally, through films. In our universe, the stories of S.H.I.E.L.D. have long since become household knowledge. Natasha was further bewildered. Films? Household knowledge? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. renowned in your universe? Limulu nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is exceedingly well known. Over 500 years ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. was also a covert organization, but following an alien invasion, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents battled extraterrestrials in New York, achieving fame overnight. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. entered the public consciousness. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waging war against aliens in New York? Are you jesting? Despite speaking the same language, Natasha found it perplexing how she could comprehend each word, yet fail to grasp the overall meaning. As a rigorously trained agent, Natasha possessed exceptional composure. She recognized that Limulu's narrative was heavily embellished, yet she feigned great interest. In the realm of espionage, the greatest fear is not encountering an interlocutor who speaks nonsense, but rather one who remains silent. The more one speaks, the greater the opportunity to extract valuable information. Could you elaborate further? Natasha pretended to be thoroughly captivated, appearing as though she had been completely ensnared by Limulu's tales. Limulus shook his head. According to the theory of parallel universes, even the slightest alteration could give rise to a new parallel universe. Speaking too much may disrupt your timeline, so I shall refrain from delving deeper. Natasha rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling as though her interest had been piqued only to be thwarted. How frustrating. Actors differ from real individuals. How could you possibly recognize me at first glance? As soon as Natasha voiced her question, she regretted it, deeming it rather trivial. Historical records and photographs, of course. Limulu responded, casting her a look of incredulity. Natasha felt a surge of irritation, wishing she could promptly subdue Limulu and deliver a swift reprimand. Is the actress portraying me beautiful? Natasha shifted the subject, deftly guiding the conversation, a skill she had always mastered. When it comes to this topic, Rimuru instantly became excited and, with a hint of wicked amusement, remarked, her name is Scarlett Johansson. Beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. She is the epitome of beauty. The darling of the group. How do I compare? Natasha inquired playfully. As beautiful as you are, you two could have been molded from the same cast. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Natasha burst into laughter, finding the compliment delightful. Could you share with me the circumstances of your universe? Certainly. Allow me to recount the tales of our ancestors during their wanderings on Earth. Our solar system is, in fact, one of the 9 realms, governed by Asgard. To the Asgardians, our Earth is known as Midgard, or the Middle Realm, and is considered a younger sibling of Asgard. Asgard is also referred to as the realm of the gods, ruled by the god King Odin, who has 2 sons, the elder, Thor, and the younger, Loki, though Loki is adopted. Wait. As soon as Rimuru began speaking, Natasha sensed something amiss. The mention of Odin nearly caused her to leap from her seat. Despite her rigorous training as an agent, the god King Odin? Thor? Loki? Am I being made a fool of? Natasha's expression darkened. Speak plainly, Rimuru retorted. When I speak falsehoods, you listen intently. Yet when I speak the truth, you demand I speak plainly. In this day and age, no one believes the truth. It's utterly absurd. Natasha's gaze became piercing as she locked eyes with Rimuru, asking, what is your perspective on Earthlings? How perplexing. I am an Earthling myself, Rimuru replied. Oh, I see. Natasha nodded in satisfaction. She had just employed a commonly used yet effective interrogation technique, engaging the subject in casual conversation to lower their defenses, then suddenly posing a pivotal question. Caught off guard, most individuals would succumb to such a tactic, proving to be unfailingly effective, regardless of the number of lies Rimuru told. As long as she harbored no hostility towards Earthlings, that was what mattered. This was also the core objective behind Nick Fury's directive for her to engage with Rimuru, and it appeared the outcome of this encounter was quite promising. Finally, Natasha made a request. Rimuru, your identity is unique, your origins extraordinary, and you possess remarkable abilities. I hope you will refrain from using these powers indiscriminately. What constitutes indiscriminate use? In public, or leaving behind crucial evidence? Natasha refrained from imposing an absolute prohibition, as that would be unfeasible. To suggest an outright ban on the use of her abilities could provoke a strong backlash from Rimuru. With her emotional intelligence, Natasha would not engage in such a fruitless endeavor. Rimuru quickly grasped the implication. As long as no evidence was left behind, it would be permissible to use her powers. Correct? Natasha replied, I never stated such a thing. Though she denied it, Rimuru understood her meaning well. One may act, but must refrain from speaking. Even if one's profession is teaching foreign languages, one must maintain a lofty faade. After addressing the matter at hand, Natasha suddenly extended her hands and pinched Rimlu's cheeks. She had longed to do so, and indeed, they were delightfully bouncy. Rimlu, taken aback, thought to herself, how could she be ambushed by this brazen woman? What an annoying expression. Chapter 27, The Bewildered Egg in the Triarch Wing Building, Headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing outward with an air of authority. His attire remained unchanged throughout the seasons. It was invariably a black ensemble layered with a leather coat, complemented by a black eye patch concealing his singular eye. With his dark complexion, he blended seamlessly into the shadows, befitting his role as a spy. However, the air conditioning in his office was perpetually set to an intense chill. At that moment, a knock reverberated through the room. Nick Fury approached his desk, seated himself with a cool demeanor, and commanded, enter. As Natasha Romanoff stepped inside, she was immediately greeted by a rush of cold air. She had grown accustomed to this sensation. Nick Fury inquired, how did the mission go? Is that extraterrestrial girl cooperating? Cooperation is abundant, yet the outcome is rather fantastical, Natasha replied, carefully choosing her words. In this investigation, I have gathered some exceedingly useful information. For instance, Rimlu's extraordinary abilities and her disposition towards humans. Based on my analysis, Rimlu harbors a significant fondness for humans, including our organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. Essentially, she poses no threat. Essentially harmless and yet favorable towards us? Nick Fury's curiosity was piqued. An alien civilization capable of interstellar travel and reaching Earth could not be underestimated. It was remarkable enough that they did not look down upon humanity. Instead, they exhibited a positive disposition. Could this be what they term cosmic benevolence or perhaps alien altruism? Detail the investigation process for me, he commanded. Certainly. Rimlu is an alien, though not in the strictest sense. Natasha succinctly introduced Rimlu's origins to Nick Fury, focusing on the essential information without infusing her personal judgments. Upon learning that Rimla hailed from a parallel universe, Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback. The concept of parallel universes was not entirely novel on Earth, yet when he heard that this particular universe had undergone 500 years of a wandering Earth project before arriving at a new home, located 4 light-years away and orbiting 3 suns, it sounded utterly surreal. Moreover, the notion of the Earth embarking on a journey was bewildering. Nick Fury's expression darkened. Had Natasha not been an elite agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. with a remarkable track record, he might have considered sidelining her with Agent Coulson. The mind is indeed a valuable asset, he mused. However, upon hearing about the evolution of humanity's descendants, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words once again. In order to adapt to the capriciousness of 3 suns, the Earthlings who migrated to the parallel universe have evolved a resistance to temperature fluctuations. Is this truly a superhuman ability that humanity can attain? Yet, it is indeed a fundamental truth of nature that biological evolution adapts to environmental changes. The conditions of outer space are indeed more conducive to inducing genetic mutations in humans, a notion that is not without merit. Reports have indicated that astronauts who undertake missions in space for a year experience a permanent alteration in 87 of their genes. This process of genetic mutation occurs within just a single year. Thus, if humans from another world were to drift through space for 500 years and then arrive in a solar system with 3 suns, it is conceivable that they might evolve a constitution capable of withstanding temperature variations. He found this reasoning surprisingly compelling, yet reason reminded him of its inherent absurdity. Furthermore, to endure an era of drought, even devoid of water, the new humans have evolved a dimensional gastric pouch capable of containing a lake's worth of fresh water. Was he listening to a fantastical tale? Could humanity's potential truly be so formidable? The thought of human potential lingered in his mind. At that moment, Nick Fury immediately thought of Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, a formidable individual capable of dismantling spaceships as if they were toys. Under dual star conditions, Carol could traverse the cosmic void with her sheer physical prowess. Most importantly, she is of earthly origin, showcasing the immense potential of humanity. Is Rimuru's assertion valid? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, twisting it into a knot, stealthily observing the director's expression. Natasha was intrigued. In truth, she had prepared herself for a scolding from the director upon entering. To be candid, compared to previous missions, her current task had indeed fallen short of expectations, laden with implausible information. Although Natasha had consistently been a trump card for S.H.I.E.L.D. and enjoyed Nick Fury's trust, her reality was far from the glamorous facade. As a defector from the Soviet Red Room, her margin for error was exceedingly slim. Once a traitor, always a traitor, that label was indelible. Nick Fury interjected. By the way, you mentioned that Rimuru harbors a considerable fondness for our S.H.I.E.L.D. What is the story behind that? Natasha replied. Rimuru stated that in her universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. was once a clandestine organization like ours. But 500 years ago, New York faced an alien invasion. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. shone brightly, thwarting the aliens' nefarious plans. Consequently, we became widely known, with some agents becoming legendary heroes, their exploits immortalized in film. What? An alien invasion of Earth? A battle in New York? S.H.I.E.L.D. thwarted the alien scheme, and it was even adapted into a film? How could that be? But if that were not the case, how would Rimuru have known Coulson and the Black Widow? Was an alien invasion truly imminent? Could it be that a sheltering of the Skrulls had been discovered by the Kree? Was it still possible to turn over those Skrulls now? As one acquires more knowledge, the imagination expands. Rimuru's declarations were met with skepticism by Natasha, while Nick Fury found himself increasingly anxious with each thought. What else had she said? Surely the director couldn't genuinely believe it? Natasha felt a strange sensation but proceeded to convey the truth. Our Earth is referred to as Midgard, also known as the realm of men, a subordinate to the divine domain of Asgard. Asgard is presided over by the Allfather Odin, who has 2 sons, the elder, Thor, and the younger, Loki, who is adopted. Nick Fury, displaying impatience, interjected, "Stop. We need not report on these evidently false mythological tales." Understood. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. If the director were to believe even this, she might question his mental acuity. After scrutinizing Natasha's report, Nick Fury's brow furrowed in contemplation. There was no doubt that Rimuru possessed extraordinary abilities and wielded a suit of armor akin to that of Iron Man. Her combat prowess was indisputable. Should she be considered a candidate for the Avengers Initiative? In terms of personal capability, Rimuru was indeed qualified, but her age was rather concerning. Furthermore, the veracity of Rimuru's words was ambiguous. Whether she harbored ulterior motives regarding Earth remained unclear. If one were to readily accept another's mere words, they would hardly be suited for the position of director of SHIELD. It would be prudent to observe her for a while longer. How can a child squander their time? Your identity as Ivy Timothy is excellent. You shall take responsibility for ensuring that little Rimuru attends school and absorbs the spirit of America. Natasha couldn't help but smile. She knew that Rimuru seemed quite averse to the idea of schooling. This would surely be entertaining. Understood. After Natasha departed, Nick Fury rose and placed all of Rimuru's files into a thick safe. Among the other documents within that safe, one bore the ominous designation of 084. The code 084 represents a category, denoting the highest level of confidentiality within SHIELD, accessible only to the director and a select few with the utmost authority. 084 signifies items of unknown origin, encompassing objects and energies. The first item ever classified as 084 was the Terrigen crystals of the Inhumans, later included with the Cosmic Cube. Now, Rimuru has become the first human to be designated as 084. Chapter 28, Peter Parker Forest Hill Elementary School, one of the oldest public elementary schools in Queens, New York. It is indeed an honor for our institution to welcome Rimuru as a student. Rest assured, we shall ensure she experiences the warmth of a familial environment. After hanging up the phone, the principal of Forest Hill Elementary wiped the sweat from his brow. Who exactly is this Rimuru Tempest? Merely transferring schools. And within half a day, he had already received calls from 3 prominent figures. One call came from the director of the Queen's Education Bureau, who specifically reminded him about a student named Limulu, who was about to transfer to Forest Mountain Elementary School, requesting that he extend his utmost care. While this initial call piqued his interest slightly, the second call left him utterly astonished. It was none other than the recently renowned Iron Man, Tony Stark. He emphatically urged the school to take special care of Limulu and generously donated $5 million to Forest Mountain Elementary. Upon hearing this news, the principal nearly fainted with excitement, questioning whether he had misheard the amount. After all, this was an elementary school, particularly a public one. In over 20 years as a principal, he had rarely encountered any donations, especially of such magnitude. It was utterly astonishing. As for the third call, it was even more enigmatic. An agent named Natasha Romanoff informed him that the school was temporarily under surveillance and requested his cooperation. Natasha assured him that if he performed well during this period, he might have an opportunity for advancement in a few years. The principal was momentarily stunned. Having served as an elementary school principal for 2 decades, he had assumed he would remain in this position until retirement. Now, the prospect of promotion seemed conceivable. Who exactly was Limula Tempest? Was there any notable figure in the country with that surname? The principal pondered in confusion. Yet this did not hinder him from conveying the urgency of the situation to the teachers at the school with fervor. Unbeknownst to Limulu, before she even enrolled, her presence had already become widely recognized among the school's higher-ups. Little did she realize how fervently those influential figures were anticipating her arrival. Initially, Limula thought she would strongly resist attending elementary school, but upon stepping into the campus, she found herself surprisingly calm. While she could disregard SHIELD's arrangements, it would also mean openly rejecting their goodwill. Despite her formidable abilities, Limulu held a rather laid-back disposition, detesting any form of trouble. Reflecting on the Hulk, who was relentlessly pursued by his father-in-law and occasionally indulged in peanuts and watermelon, Limulu concluded that elementary school might not be so bad after all. Thus, it was only natural that Limulu would become a student at Forest Mountain Elementary. As for why she chose this public school, the reason was singular. Peter Parker was a student there. Entering the Marvel Universe without recruiting Spider-Man as a sidekick would render her no different from a mere bystander. Upon her arrival at the school, Limulu was greeted with a warm welcome from the principal, whose reception was akin to that of a high-ranking official from the Education Bureau. This left Limula somewhat speechless. Was it truly appropriate for the principal to so eagerly fawn over a student? Upon meeting her homeroom teacher, Miss Jacqueline, Limula was even more astonished by her gentle demeanor, kind tone, and sweet smile, a rarity indeed. The attitude of such hospitality towards students was indeed not far-fetched. Teacher Jacqueline stood at the podium, her face radiant with joy as she announced delightful news. A new student had joined our class. A round of scattered applause echoed through the classroom, fueled by the students' curiosity, albeit tinged with a hint of reluctance and disdain. Typically, transfers occur at the beginning of the semester to avoid disrupting the academic flow. Yet, with the semester nearing its end and summer vacation just over a month away, it was evidently not an ideal time for such a transition. Of course, this was not an unprecedented occurrence. There had been many instances before. In the United States, children of privilege usually attend private schools, though exceptions exist, such as those expelled for serious transgressions and subsequently forced to enroll in public schools. Thus, Upon hearing about a transfer student, the initial thought among classmates was that perhaps a cast-off from a private institution had been unceremoniously placed in their midst. However, the moment Rimuru stepped into the classroom, every student's eyes widened in astonishment, their breaths quickening, creating a silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. Goodness! Was this truly the new student? She was astonishingly beautiful and undeniably charming. Though clad in the standard school uniform, she radiated an aura of uniqueness. She appeared as though she had stepped out from a painting, particularly with her flowing blue hair and striking golden eyes, which set her apart even further. Hello everyone. My name is Rimuru Tempest. I look forward to your guidance. After inscribing her name on the blackboard with chalk, she offered a brief self-introduction. In stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause, swelling with fervor. This was the new transfer student? How adorable! It was a stroke of fortune to be classmates with such a charming beauty. The rarity of her golden irises ignited whispers of speculation. Were they enhanced with colored contacts? How enchanting! As Rimuru absorbed the animated chatter of her classmates, she reflected on how the earth was no longer the same as it once was, though the world itself remained unchanged. Indeed, beauty dictated everything. Gifted with the ability to perceive magical energies, Rimuru possessed an exceptionally keen sense of awareness. She had caught every whisper of disdain directed her way, some even brazenly uttering, "Another piece of trash." Yet, upon witnessing her visage, all that negativity evaporated in an instant. In the blink of an eye, she became one of the most beloved students in the class. Now that everyone is acquainted, Rimuru shall sit beside Peter Parker, announced Jacqueline. Peter Parker, momentarily taken aback, pondered, when did such extraordinary luck befall me? But as he sensed the palpable hostility radiating from his peers, a chill ran down his spine. This was dire. He had unwittingly drawn the ire of those envious of such a captivating presence. In order to avoid being beaten by the bullies in class, I, Peter Parker, would rather leap from the building and face starvation than utter a single word to Rimuru. Rimuru set down her small backpack and turned to the diminutive spider, introducing herself. I am Rimuru, and we shall be deskmates from now on. Please take good care of me. The little spider's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I am Peter Benjamin Parker, residing in Forest Hills, Queens, living with Aunt May and Uncle Ben. Aunt May calls me Peter, while my classmates typically refer to me as Bookworm Peter, and Thompson calls me Insignificant Peter. Huh. Rimuru couldn't help but chuckle. I merely greeted you. It's not a census. Had the loquacious nature of the little spider already begun to develop at this moment? Seeing Rimuru laugh, little Peter's face turned even redder. He bashfully scratched the back of his head, appearing adorably daft. How charming. He must be a blue-eyed boy. Upon witnessing the adorable visage of the little spider, a thought surged into Rimuru's mind, one that she could not easily dismiss. Chapter 29. The admiration of little spider in the classroom. Thompson, you shall answer this question. Upon being called by Miss Jacqueline, Thompson remained languid in his seat, jesting, Teacher, you ought to call on Bookworm Peter. He would undoubtedly have the answer. The moment Thompson's towering figure uttered those words, laughter erupted from the classmates. Peter Parker shrank back, fearing that he might incur Thompson's wrath and receive another beating. The sight of Peter's timid demeanor only elicited more raucous laughter from his peers, with some mischievous individuals even audaciously banging on their desks. Rimuru silently observed this scene, feeling a sense of incredulity. Excelling academically and possessing a penchant for reading, yet being scorned by classmates. This was indeed unfathomable in a school where grades reigned supreme. The hierarchy of disdain was truly peculiar. Typically, Ms. Jacqueline would encourage Peter to answer questions, but this time, she called upon Rimuru instead. The principal had instructed her to look after Rimuru, but how was she to do so? Ms. Jacqueline's intention was to provide Rimuru with attention, much more attention. Rimuru stood up with poise and promptly articulated her reasoning for the solution, leaving her classmates in a state of astonishment. Even Peter Parker was taken aback. This question was quite challenging, requiring significant focus. Yet, Rimuru answered effortlessly. How could she perform so well? Was she the underachiever expelled from a private school? Sensing the unusual reactions from her peers, Rimuru remained emotionally unaffected. Answering 2 elementary questions was hardly a feat worthy of pride, was it? Physical education class. As Limulu darted across the playground like a gust of wind, she effortlessly left her classmates trailing far behind, even outpacing 2 remarkably robust boys. The entire class was momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into a chorus of cheers. Limulu, Limulu, Limulu. Not only the boys, but also a multitude of girls enthusiastically called out, disregarding their usual modesty. Compared to the academically gifted Limulu, her prowess in sports undoubtedly garnered her even more admiration from her peers. Before long, a throng of girls had gathered around Limulu, peppering her with questions, to which she responded with poise. The atmosphere was remarkably pleasant. Observing how swiftly Limulu had integrated into the class and amassed a plethora of friends within just half a day, Peter Parker felt a mix of envy and self-doubt. His new desk mate was simply exceptional. Coach Powell, it's Coach Powell, he thought, as he noticed the coach approaching Limulu. Could it be that he intended to invite her to join the school's football team? Indeed, it was true. Coach Powell was an exceedingly renowned figure, with countless aspiring athletes having sought his mentorship in vain. For him to approach Limulu was nothing short of remarkable. Peter, your new desk mate is truly impressive. Just one day here, and she's already caught Coach Powell's attention. A student of her caliber could never be expelled from school. Do you know why she transferred? Ned, the chubby classmate, leaned in curiously. Given his own struggles with weight and the teasing he faced at school, he naturally bonded with Peter, who shared similar sentiments. Peter cast a furtive glance at Limulu, his eyes brimming with admiration. I don't know. So far, I've only exchanged a single word with her. Ned nodded and patted Peter's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Face the reality, Peter. Someone like Limulu, who excels academically, possesses great physical abilities, and has a charming personality, is in a different league than us. Peter nodded glumly. In truth, he felt hesitant to engage with Limulu further. If he drew the ire of certain individuals, it could spell disaster for him. Hey, Peter, have you run yet? Limulu greeted him with a smile. School life seemed to be more delightful than she had anticipated. Those little girls in class were simply adorable. Not yet. There are 3 more before it's my turn, Peter stammered, his cheeks flushing. Limulu chuckled, finding Peter's innocence even more endearing than she had imagined. Just a simple exchange had turned his face crimson. After all, he was destined to become the legendary Spider-Man. She could tease him about this for a lifetime. This thought amused Limulu greatly, intensifying her curiosity, noticing the chubby boy beside Parker. She recalled that he too seemed to be a remarkable talent. During high school, one could infiltrate the Department of Defense, a testament to their extraordinary computer skills. You must be Ned Leeds. It is a pleasure to meet you. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, the chubby boy was taken aback, his plump cheeks involuntarily quivering. I am also very pleased to meet you. They exchanged a few casual words before a female classmate called out. Rimuru responded and bid farewell to the two. I must take my leave. Do your best. With that, Rimuru had already walked far away, while Ned and the little spider gazed longingly in the direction she had departed. Ned grasped the little spider's arm and exclaimed with fervor, Did you hear that? Peter, did you hear? Rimuru greeted me and even called my name. Peter Parker. Nearly shaken to pieces by Ned's enthusiasm, replied exasperatedly, Yes, I heard. Of course I did. Please stop shaking me. Ned responded earnestly, Peter, I wish to fall in love. Peter Parker reminded him, but you just said she is not from our world. Ned Leeds insisted, Peter, you don't understand. In the face of true love, the world is no barrier. What Peter and Ned discussed was unbeknownst to Rimuru. However, at that moment, she found herself somewhat astonished. Are American elementary school students truly this precocious? A few little girls even inquired about the cosmetics she typically used, marveling at her flawless skin devoid of any blemishes. It was a sight to behold. Should cosmetics really be an area of interest for elementary school children? In her past life, she had a particular fondness for the movie The Parent Trap, especially for the twin sisters Annie and Hallie, yet the freckles on their faces had nearly triggered her trypophobia. This left Rimuru perplexed. How could such adorable twin girls have so many freckles? Later, she consulted the internet and discovered that Caucasians, due to their lower melanin levels, are more prone to freckles than other ethnicities. However, in Western culture, freckles are not viewed as imperfections but rather as endearing traits in children. Previously, she had believed this. Now, hearing her classmates' concerns, she realized she had been misled. In the West, concealers are still immensely popular. The notion that Westerners find freckled girls charming is contradicted by her experience. Among the 10 classmates she interacted with, 6 bore freckles, the only variation being the quantity. Without this perspective, it seems the vast majority of children would feel self-conscious. At that moment, a commotion arose, drawing the curiosity of the girls. Rimuru was taken aback. It had barely been a moment, and Peter Parker was being bullied once more. Why do I say once more? Chapter 30. A name made in battle. Peter. Ned. What do you mean? I kindly invited you to play a game, and you dared to refuse? Do you not hold me in regard? Seeing the attention of the entire class drawn towards them, the towering Thompson grew ever more smug. Exactly. Peter, Ned, you both are nothing but cowards. Hush, hush, hush. Behind Thompson, 2 children, one black and one white, whistled and gave thumbs up, their demeanor utterly audacious. No. Peter Parker, cornered, quivered. The chubby Ned swallowed nervously, momentarily at a loss for a retort. No, it means I agree. That's what you said, and everyone can testify. I will testify. So will I. It was Peter who consented. A multitude of classmates, reveling in the spectacle, fanned the flames, leaving Peter Parker with no avenue of escape, compelling him to acquiesce. With the plan succeeding, Thompson eagerly clenched his fists, declaring, I shall portray Captain America. The black child Tommy exclaimed, I will be Bucky. The white child John shouted, I will take on the role of Wolverine. Peter, you shall embody the villain Red Skull, while Ned will be the nefarious Dr. Zola. You have 10 seconds to prepare. After that, the Howling Commandos shall march forth to vanquish the Hydra villain. Gulp. Peter Parker swallowed hard. What game was this? It seemed nothing more than an excuse to assault him and Ned. Yet, he found himself powerless, unable to refuse. What a dreadful predicament. Spotting Rimuru among the crowd intensified Peter's unease. After witnessing this, perhaps Rimuru would no longer wish to associate with him tomorrow, or worse, join those who bullied him. It was disheartening, especially since he had finally found a classmate who didn't ridicule him and even conversed with him. Now, merely half a day later, it felt as if he had returned to square one. Why was this happening? Perhaps, he thought, once he transitioned to middle school, the bullying would cease. Red Skull, your end is nigh. I shall eradicate you in the name of justice, Thompson declared, preparing to charge at Peter Parker. But at that moment, a voice rang out. Hold on. Hearing this, everyone turned to Rimuru, their expressions laden with astonishment. Could Rimuru dare defy Thompson? Thompson, Tommy, and John were the class bullies. If Rimuru sought to assert herself, she might unwittingly take Peter's place as the new target of their ire. Thompson raised an eyebrow, cracking his knuckles menacingly. What? Are you trying to defend the nerdy Peter? John chimed in. Don't think just because you're a girl, I want to hit you. Tommy flexed his fists, boasting. Indeed, my punches are harder than iron. In America, it was not fashionable to seek parental intervention or report to teachers when one was beaten. Fighting was deemed futile. Rimuru smiled. Why would I? I merely wish to join you in the game. The essence of a game is fairness. Since you have Captain America, Bucky, and Wolverine on your side, Peter should also have 3 allies, right? Huh? The crowd was left in utter astonishment at Rimuru's words, especially Peter and Ned. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. To confront Thompson alongside them was akin to courting disaster. Rimuru was undoubtedly aiding them, wasn't he? In an instant, Peter and Ned felt an overwhelming surge of emotion flooding their hearts. Thompson sneered, declaring that they had brought this upon themselves, and commanded, "Let us take them down." Immediately, Thompson, John, and Tommy began to shout and rush towards Rimuru. Rimuru merely shrugged, utterly unfazed. To her, the movements of Thompson and his companions were as slow as those of ants. As Thompson's fist came crashing towards Peter's face, Rimuru leisurely extended her right hand and firmly grasped Thompson's fist within her palm. How could this be possible? Thompson could hardly believe his eyes. What was this? How could a mere girl possess such strength? He attempted to withdraw his hand from Rimlu's grip, but alas, he failed miserably. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his wrist as it was forcefully bent. In an instant, he let out a pained cry, his body instinctively collapsing to his knees before Rimuru. At that moment, John and Tommy charged in as well. Rimuru casually released her hold on Thompson's wrist, and with both hands, she struck out, delivering 2 swift blows that sent John and Tommy tumbling to the ground in disarray. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. The onlookers scarcely had time to comprehend the scene before the towering bullies lay sprawled on the ground. This must be a trick. Everyone stared in disbelief, particularly the girls, whose mouths gaped open wide enough to fit an apple. Rimuru extended her hand, gesturing for Thompson and his companions to come again. The 3 were already paralyzed with fear, unwilling to approach once more. A true man seldom sheds tears, yet at that moment, Thompson felt tears welling up from the pain. Rimuru, with an air of displeasure, remarked, "Captain America never succumbs to evil forces. Thompson, do you wish to bring shame upon Captain America?" The stern expression on Rimlu's face sent shivers down the spines of the bully trio. They had never suffered such a humiliating defeat, whether it was their pride as men or the intense desire for revenge after such a loss. The 3 managed to suppress their pain and rose to their feet with great caution, encircling Rimuru. In a flash, they were once again sent crashing to the ground, leaving the onlookers bewildered, especially Thompson, who doubled over in agony after receiving a blow to his abdomen. The pain was unbearable. Ultimately, they were still but children. Notions of resilience were non-existent, and they burst into tears. Yet Rimuru clearly had no intention of letting them off the hook. Captain America, Bucky, and Wolverine were all stalwart heroes. What sort of spectacle were they presenting? Come again. Not only the bully trio, but even Peter and Ned were left dumbfounded. Oh my. I just thought she was a little fairy, but it turns out she is a little witch. I'm done. I will no longer play Captain America. I shall not be Bucky either. Me too. What? You're quitting? Thompson, John, Tommy, do you 3 not regard me at all? Rimuru, with fist clenched and a fierce expression, instantly terrified the trio of bullies, sending them into a panic. Not only they, but even the other classmates were equally startled. At that moment, only Peter and Ned felt distinctly different. This was because Rimuru's words echoed what the bullies had recently said to them. Looking at Rimuru, they felt she radiated an ethereal glow. So cool. Peter Parker gazed at Rimuru, his eyes sparkling with admiration. 10 minutes later, when Thompson, John, and Tommy sincerely apologized to Peter and Ned. The way everyone looked at Rimuru had changed completely. Bullying is one thing, but meting out justice is another. From Western cowboys to superheroes, America has never lacked in heroic spirit, and at this moment, Rimuru undoubtedly stood as the hero in their hearts. It was unclear who started it, but soon, the applause erupted like a wave. Peter Parker was the most exaggerated, his small hands nearly sore from clapping. Yet he refused to stop. There was no doubt that Rimuru had achieved fame in a single battle. Chapter 31. Do you want to learn? I shall teach you. Rimuru. You are so cool. How did you do it? Is it the marvelous Chinese martial arts? All the way, Peter Parker chattered excitedly, reaching the pinnacle of joy. Today was the happiest day of his school life. Not only had he taught that bully Thompson a lesson, but he had also made a new friend. Rimuru pretended to be enigmatic, saying, Do you want to learn? I shall teach you. Peter Parker felt as if he had been struck by a lucky star. His head spinning. Is it really possible? Of course. Rimuru nodded, her smile growing ever more mysterious. Master. Peter Parker promptly called out in a familiar manner, even performing a clumsy bow, nearly causing Rimuru to burst into laughter. It seems young Peter is also a pseudo-enthusiast of Chinese martial arts. Rimuru said earnestly, Peter, you know, to become stronger, one must pay the price. Just like when you want to achieve good grades, you must study diligently. Even if you desperately wish to go out and play. Can you manage that? Peter Parker nodded earnestly, Master, I want to be as formidable as you. I never want to be bullied again. Rimuru nodded in appreciation. Let us skip the title of Master. After all, we are friends. Calling me Master feels too formal. Regarding becoming stronger, I have 4 paths available. I wonder which one you would like to choose? Peter Parker was instantly astonished. There are 4 paths to choose from? Could you elaborate on that? Certainly, the first path is known as the sanctification of the physical body. This journey is exceedingly arduous and demanding, yet upon its completion, one becomes immensely powerful. What does the sanctification of the physical body entail? Peter Parker is utterly perplexed, but senses it is indeed something remarkable. Could you provide more details? Rimuru stated solemnly, First, one must perform 100 push-ups. Though it appears to be a simple exercise, accomplishing 100 consecutively reveals a person's true strength, effectively enhancing arm power and endurance. The true challenge lies not in the 100 itself, but in persevering until the 99th. At that juncture, exhaustion will overwhelm you. Gulp. Young Peter swallowed hard. The path to physical sanctification is indeed formidable. Yet, the prospect of becoming as formidable as Rimuru invigorates him. After all, it's merely 100 push-ups. He is absolutely capable of achieving it. Next, one must undertake 100 sit-ups daily, which excellently tones the abdominal muscles. Additionally, performing 100 squats each day is indispensable. As one progresses through the squats, the legs will grow increasingly fatigued, reaching the brink of physical limits. Finally, one must commit to running 10 kilometers daily. Only by achieving such intensity can one undergo a true transformation. 10 kilometers? Peter Parker was astonished. His mathematical skills far exceeded those of his physical education teacher. Could his frail frame truly endure such a challenge? Observing the hesitant young spider, Rimuru pressed on. Is this how you will proceed in the future? The essence of physical sanctification lies predominantly in perseverance. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, a month, or even a year may yield little visible progress. It requires unwavering commitment for a full 3 years, come rain or shine, unyielding to adversity. After 3 years of steadfast dedication, you will discover. Rimuru paused, gazing at Peter Parker's dark locks. Suddenly, young Peter felt a tingle in his head. Yet the desire for immense strength compelled him to persist. Discover what? Rimuru clasped his hands behind his back, cryptically stating, You will find that you are bald, yet have also grown stronger. Uffed. Bald. Young Peter gingerly touched his hair, swallowed nervously, and timidly inquired, Master, what about the second path? Rimuru chuckled lightly. The second path is known as the power of monetary investment. Are you familiar with Iron Man? He is the unrivaled master of wealth. Young Peter blushed. A smile tinged with embarrassment. Let us discuss the third path instead. Rimuru continued, The third path is described as the impoverished relying on mutation. The impoverished relying on mutation? Young Peter pondered. It sounds intriguing. Could you elaborate further? You are aware of that green monster that wreaked havoc in New York 2 years ago, correct? Peter Parker's eyes lit up. He knew. I saw this online. Our teacher told us it was a rumor and cautioned us against spreading misinformation. Yet, we all know it was indeed real. Why is that? Rimuru inquired with curiosity. Peter Parker, during that time, many houses were severely damaged, and subsequently, the police arrived, sealing off the neighborhood. The officers' statements were merely a ruse to placate outsiders. Limla nodded. The green creature was commonly referred to as the Hulk, a result of an accidental exposure to an excessive amount of gamma radiation, leading to his mutation. Of course, one could also opt to be bitten by a spider, bat, scorpion, or lizard and subsequently acquire those peculiar superpowers. However, whether one would mutate successfully or succumb to poison was left to the whims of fate. Gulp. Peter Parker felt despair. How could one proceed under such circumstances? The Hulk was simply grotesque and foolish. Moreover, Peter Parker had always been unfortunate. If he were truly bitten by a spider, he would undoubtedly perish. What about the fourth option? Peter Parker hung his head. The arduous nature of the first three paths left him with little hope for the fourth. The fourth path, Limla's smile took on an even more enigmatic quality, was cross-dressing. By donning women's attire, one could become stronger. What? Peter Parker's mouth fell agape. Surely he had misheard. How could wearing women's clothing lead to strength? Limla, this defied logic. Regardless of male or female attire, they were merely garments and could not confer power. Aunt May, dressed as a woman, still required Uncle Ben's protection. This time, it was Limla's turn to be astonished. Truly, Peter Parker was a genius, with a scientific acumen that belied his youth. Despite being in elementary school, his reasoning was remarkably astute. However, the emergence of the Spider-Girl only heightened Limla's anticipation. How could one easily give up? Limla adopted a serious demeanor, stating enigmatically that whether cross-dressing could lead to strength depended on one's innate qualities. In this world, 999 out of 100,000 humans lacked such potential. In an instant, Peter Parker's face flushed, for though he had yet to reach the age of adolescent angst, which child had not fantasized about being extraordinary? A grand hero or a remarkable figure? Thompson even enjoyed playing Captain America with Peter. Limlu, are you suggesting that I possess such potential? Limlu did not respond directly but instead posed a question. Prior to my joining the class, who had the highest academic performance? Peter Parker proudly raised his head, declaring, "It was I, Limlu, who answered the teacher's questions most frequently." Peter Parker swallowed hard, sensing something. It was me. Limlu, who regularly attended science exhibitions and was well-versed in knowledge that even high school students struggled to comprehend. Peter Parker's heart raced, his throat dry. It was I. Limlu placed his hands on Peter Parker's shoulders. Peter, admit it. You possess a genius-like mind and innate talent. You are no mere bookworm, Peter. And certainly not the insignificant Peter described by Thompson. A genius. In that fleeting moment, Peter Parker felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Aside from the somewhat hazy memories of his parents, only Aunt May and Uncle Ben have ever praised him. Yet, to be called a genius, Rimuru is the first. Peter Parker, still in his youth, does not yet comprehend the profound wisdom that a warrior would die for a true friend, just as a woman would adorn herself for her beloved. However, he feels that Rimuru is his dearest friend. Rimuru, being so remarkable, would never betray him. Sensing that the moment is ripe, Rimuru finally extends her demonic claws. Peter, you are a wealthy heir, guarding a vast gold mine. Yet you do not know how to develop or utilize it. All you need now is a key to unlock this treasure. What do you think this key is? A peculiar blush appeared on Peter Parker's face as he shyly suggested, a dress? Rimuru exclaimed, bingo. You are absolutely correct. Peter, I knew I was right about you. Your insight is truly exceptional, a rare talent indeed. Peter's heart raced wildly. Could he truly be such an extraordinary prodigy? Suddenly, he felt something stir within him. Rimuru extended her hand to Peter in an inviting gesture. The cross-dressing youth shall ascend to greatness. Peter, let us embrace this transformation. Coincidentally, a ray of sunlight illuminated Rimuru at that moment, casting her in a divine glow in Peter Parker's eyes. So beautiful, Peter Parker's mind momentarily faltered, and he slowly reached out his small hand, intertwining it with Rimuru's. Chapter 32. Mayday Parker 3, 2, 1. All right, Peter, you may open your eyes now. Before the grand floor-length mirror, Peter Parker gradually opened his eyes. Upon seeing the little girl reflected in the mirror, young Peter was momentarily awestruck. Oh my goodness. Is that really me? How adorably cute. Yet, he also felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Peter Parker's cheeks flushed. But he couldn't help stealing glances into the mirror, once, twice, countless times. Beholding his own creation, Rimuru felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Her judgment had proven correct. Peter Parker was indeed exceptionally suited for cross-dressing, and her 3 days of diligent study on the subject had not been in vain. Under Rimuru's careful selection, Peter donned a white blouse complemented by a fitted waistcoat, paired with a simple checkered skirt, sheer stockings, and dainty shoes, topped off with golden wig and a charming bow hairpin. Perhaps due to Peter's overwhelming sense of shame, his little face was flushed, and his movements were somewhat restrained and bashful. Yet, this only added to his feminine charm, making him appear as a delicately crafted, yet exceedingly shy young girl. Even knowing Peter Parker's true identity, Rimuru felt her heart race. The words of venerable gentleman ring true. Such an adorably cute appearance must surely belong to a blue child. Due to the fact that young Peter has not yet entered puberty, his Adam's apple has yet to protrude, and in this guise of feminine attire, he appears utterly flawless, without a hint of imperfection. Perfection. Upon witnessing Rimuru's somewhat mischievous smile, Peter Parker felt a chill run down his spine. What could this ominous premonition signify? Simultaneously, Peter pondered an even more significant concern. He had donned female clothing, yet he had not grown stronger. Rimuru-sensei, it seems I haven't become stronger, Peter said. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Rimuru's face turned slightly red as she cleared her throat and replied, of course, because there is still a ritual you have yet to complete. A ritual? Peter's eyes widened in confusion. Rimuru had not mentioned anything about a ritual prior to his dressing up as a girl. Could it be that Rimuru was deceiving him? No. Rimuru is far too kind-hearted to trick him. He must be overthinking it. How could he doubt Rimuru? Peter. In comparison to the benevolent and upright Rimuru-sensei, you truly fall short. After a moment of self-reflection, young Peter adjusted his mindset and asked, Rimuru-sensei, what kind of ritual is required? I will absolutely complete it. Good. Now that is the mindset of a true warrior, Rimuru said, mimicking All Might's manner, pointing at Peter with an imposing demeanor. Peter, you will surely become stronger. Peter, covering his mouth with his hand, could not help but shed tears of gratitude. Rimuru-sensei, you are truly magnificent. Are you ready? Young Peter brimmed with enthusiasm. Rimuru-sensei, just tell me what to do. All right. First, extend your right hand and make a fist. Done. I have completed it. Now place your fist beside your head, tilting your head slightly to rest on it. Is this correct? Too stiff. Relax, yes, very good. Just like that. Close your right eye, stick your tongue out slightly to the right. Smile, your face is too rigid. Isn't this a bit off? Why does it feel like I'm trying to be cute? Most importantly, this is so embarrassing. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed, and the flash temporarily blinded him. Huh? Rimuru-sensei, are you taking pictures? What could this mean? An uncontrollable thought surged within Peter Parker. Rimuru-sensei surely isn't deceiving him. Gulp. Young Peter swallowed nervously and timidly asked, Rimuru-sensei, were you just taking pictures? Rimuru nodded. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off the sound and flash. Rimuru-sensei's earlier expression had been rather mischievous. How to quell the uncontrollable thoughts growing in his mind? What to do? Peter Parker timidly inquired, Rimuru-sensei, what do you intend to do with those pictures? Fool. Limlu gently tapped Peter Parker's small head, naturally leaving a record for future reference. Otherwise, how could I ascertain whether your posture is executed with precision? So that was the case. Peter Parker suddenly realized, having misunderstood Master Limlu twice in such a brief moment. Despite Uncle Ben's teachings, he had not grasped the essence at all. Peter, dear Peter, you must strive harder. 10 minutes later. Peter, your intuition is remarkable. You truly are the genius I have chosen. Peter Parker felt invigorated. Had he finally passed? How splendid. Master Limlu, can I become stronger now? Limlu nodded, of course. Now, let us proceed to learn the second movement of the ritual. Young Peter felt overwhelmed. Huh? There is a second movement? Limlu spoke solemnly. Peter, do you wish to give up? Tell me loudly, Peter, are you the kind of person who surrenders easily? Young Peter's face flushed crimson, declaring with pride, no, I'm not that kind of person. Limlu instructed, all right, clench both hands into little fists and place them on your chest, puff out your cheeks, yes. Then sway your head from side to side, splendid. Half an hour later, having successfully completed the 9 ritual movements as instructed by Limlu, Peter's little face was flushed. Perhaps from exhaustion, panting heavily. Master, I have completed it. Limlu nodded with satisfaction, a bountiful harvest indeed. Peter, you have excellently fulfilled my trial. In the name of Limlu, I bestow upon you the name Maid-Eye. In your feminine form, you shall be known as Maid-Eye. Maid-Eye? Spider-Girl? Why call him Spider-Girl and give him a feminine name? Wait, wasn't today supposed to be the only time he wore women's clothing? Before he could voice his protest, Peter Parker suddenly felt a divine light enveloping his body. In an instant, it felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Every inch of him relaxed and at ease. It was an ineffable sensation, one Peter could not articulate, but he felt utterly serene. Every pore on his body opening up as a warm current flowed through him. The name Maid-Eye imprinted itself upon his soul, as if it were his true identity. Was this what Master Limlu meant by becoming stronger through wearing women's clothing? He had done it. Master Limlu, you are truly an extraordinary person. Your kindness is akin to a rebirth for me, my patron. Rebirth? Patron? When did I learn such vocabulary? My language teacher never taught me this. What is this scent? Just as Peter emerged from the overwhelming transformation, he nearly retched. The odor was unbearable. And what was this grimy, oily layer on his skin? Ugh. It stinks. Peter Parker hurriedly decided to take a bath first. Oh dear. It was truly astonishing. Peter Parker felt momentarily numb. Could this possibly be a case of transformation? Transformation, a peculiar new term. Can one acquire new knowledge through cross-dressing? This is simply marvelous. Observing Peter Parker, or rather Miss Mayday, who had already entered the bathroom, Rimuru remained in utter shock. Transformation. What a name to bestow upon someone truly capable of empowering them. Rimuru was filled with exhilaration. Were it not for the fact that Peter Parker, or rather Mayday Parker, was still in the bathroom, she might have been unable to suppress her desire to cheer out loud. Little Spider truly proved to be quite effective. In Chapter 33, The Supernatural Mayday Parker. Within the realm of anime, it is said that when the cute king names a monster, it undergoes an evolution from an ordinary creature to one of renown, representing an almost life-altering leap. A once comical goblin, upon receiving a name from the cute king, witnessed the frail old village chief revert to youth. Accompanied by a physique of pure muscle and 8-pack abs, a rather rough-looking female goblin, devoid of any charm, transformed into a stunning beauty in an instant after being named. This left many fans in disbelief. Having been single for too long, even a goblin appeared remarkably alluring. The enhancement effect of a high-tier monster naming a low-tier one is truly beyond comprehension. As for whether naming a human could lead to their evolution, that remains an unresolved mystery. The intent behind persuading young Peter to don female attire was, in part, an experimental endeavor, and unexpectedly, it proved successful. When Rimuru beheld Peter Parker once more, despite her prior preparations, she couldn't help but rub her eyes in disbelief. My goodness, the transformation is astonishing. Moreover, he is male. Male, male. The significance of this cannot be overstated. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Steadfast as the earth, profound in contemplation as a hidden treasure, Amitabha. Peter Parker's complexion had become fairer and more delicate, surpassing that of many young women. Previously, he bore a few freckles on his face, which had now vanished without a trace. Additionally, Peter had grown slightly taller, his figure more proportionate and slender. Compared to before, his femininity had increased dramatically, and his attractiveness had been elevated significantly. Previously, young Peter was somewhat on the frail side, quite an appealing blue child. Without a wig and dressed as a woman, it was unlikely anyone would mistake him for a girl. Yet now, it is estimated that 7 out of 10 people would misidentify young Peter as a girl. Were Peter Parker to don a wig and attend a girls' school, he would undoubtedly resemble a character from a classic anime. Most importantly, Peter Parker had grown stronger. He had undergone an evolution, with the magical essence within him elevated to unknown heights. According to the classification of monsters in the Jula dimension, it is likely that young Peter has reached the level of a formidable creature. Should Peter Parker wish to learn magic, his innate talent might prove exceptionally remarkable. As Limulu scrutinized him from head to toe, the little spider's face flushed crimson, and in a flurry of anxiety, he exclaimed, "Master Limulu, what should I do? This transformation is far too drastic. Surely, I won't be captured and sliced up for research by some mad scientist." Limulu, intrigued, teased, oh, so you were aware of slicing and research? The little spider shot Limulu an exasperated glance and retorted, "Don't treat me like a fool. No one in class is more enamored with science than I am. Ever since you named me May Dai, my mind has become exceptionally keen. My thoughts more vibrant than ever before. Moreover, it seems I have acquired a plethora of vocabulary previously unknown to me. It is only natural for my intellect to flourish with this leap in my life's hierarchy. But what accounts for the sudden influx of unfamiliar words? The answer is simple. It is merely an illusion. These words were encountered by Peter Parker before, yet he did not comprehend or recognize them. Now, with an enhanced intellect and improved information processing capabilities, he understands, Limulu explained. "Ah, I see." Limulu conveyed the sage's wisdom to Peter Parker, who suddenly grasped the concept. However, soon after, Peter Parker's expression turned troubled. "Master Limulu, I appreciate your elucidation, yet it does not alleviate my current predicament. In this guise, Aunt May and Uncle Ben will surely struggle to accept me." "Foolishness," Limulu exclaimed, giving Peter Parker a firm tap on the head. "Have you heard of the 3 great arts of Asia?" Peter Parker looked bewildered. "What are those?" "Come, let me teach you the art of makeup." Limulu grinned widely, nearly splitting her face with joy. "Makeup is one of the essential skills for a master of cross-dressing. No need to thank me. I'm simply eager to assist." "Makeup? Absolutely not," Peter Parker vehemently protested. As a grown man, how could he possibly apply cosmetics like a woman? If his friends discovered this, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. 10 minutes later, in the makeup room, Peter Parker expressed his confusion. "Master Limulu, why do I feel that after applying makeup, I look even more, no offense, I didn't mean to say beautiful, but rather more feminine?" Limulu nodded. "Exactly, Miss May Dai? How do you feel? Stunning, isn't it?" Peter Parker nearly choked in disbelief. "Ah, how could I have trusted you so wholeheartedly and taken you as my master? Only to be led astray time and again. What happened to basic trust between individuals? The most shameful part is that you shamelessly admit it." With a swift motion, Peter Parker lunged at Limulu like a leopard, intent on confronting her. But Limulu was swifter, darting out of the makeup room and into the courtyard in an instant. Resembling a fleeting cloud swallow, Peter Parker was taken aback. Limulu's speed was astonishing. After their naming ceremony, he had already realized that Limulu was no ordinary being, but he had not anticipated her speed to be so remarkable. Indeed, Peter, your progress surpasses my expectations. Do you wish to test the limits of your current capabilities? Physical limits? Peter Parker's eyes sparkled with excitement. The leap of life had elevated his thoughts, making his reflections increasingly mature and meticulous. Absolutely. The gym it is, replied Limulu. Let us begin with the bench press and assess your arm strength. How much do you think you could lift previously? Peter shook his head, admitting he had never measured it. I did help Aunt May lift a bag of flour, weighing 25 kilograms, and that was quite strenuous. Then let us start with 50 kilograms. All right. As Peter reclined, gripping the barbell, he gently pushed upward and effortlessly lifted it. That was too easy. Let us try 100 kilograms. Gazing at his hands, Peter Parker could scarcely believe his eyes, his heart soaring with exhilaration. His strength had surged astonishingly, an unbelievable transformation. Although Limulu was somewhat unreliable, he had not deceived him this time. The power of women's clothing indeed had its merits. With a clang, Peter effortlessly hoisted 100 kilograms. Still too light. Let us jump to 200 kilograms. Excellent. 200, 300, 400, 1,000, 2,000 kilograms. As the weights escalated, Peter Parker began to feel a twinge of apprehension. Yao Ming typically bench pressed around 150 kilograms, with elite athletes managing about 180. Comparatively, Peter's bench press was nearly 20 to 30 times that of an ordinary individual. This was nothing short of superhuman. The thought of Limulu's true identity relentlessly lingered in Peter's mind. Shall we test your speed next? Certainly. The wind whistled past him, and everything on either side blurred by at an astonishing pace. 322 seconds. Peter Parker was left speechless, scarcely able to believe his reality. Was this truly not a dream? Once again, he had shattered the boundaries of human limitations. There was no doubt, he had indeed grown stronger. Subsequently, he was assessed on vision, hearing, arm strength, grip strength, impact resistance, and neural reflex speed, each measure revealing Peter Parker as nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 34. Aunt May and Uncle Ben were oblivious to the astonishing events unfolding. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. His body felt remarkably light, as if he were walking on clouds. On the streets, Peter Parker donned roller skates, gliding with the wind, an indescribable lightness and joy enveloping him. The enhancements to his abilities, appearance, and intellect were strikingly evident. In school, his academic performance improved. Regardless of how his peers perceived him, the teachers favored him increasingly. His elevated attractiveness made him more popular, with both boys and girls eager to engage in conversation. Several adorably plump and charming girls even approached him, initiating dialogues and games, allowing young Peter to savor a joy he had never experienced before, uplifting his spirits to the utmost. However, none of them possessed the beauty of Rimuru. If only Rimuru's temperament were not so disagreeable and fixated on compelling him to don women's attire, it would be far better. Speaking of women's clothing, Peter Parker's cheeks involuntarily flushed. The image of May Dai Park surged uncontrollably in his mind. That day, the events that transpired in the villa marked a profound embarrassment in his life. Particularly, the thought that Rimuru had deceived him, claiming that a ritual was necessary for the empowerment through women's attire, compelling him to perform several shameful and endearing antics, filled him with a mix of indignation and humiliation that made him wish for oblivion. The utmost audacity was Rimuru capturing those mortifying moments in photographs under the pretense of documentation. When he demanded Rimuru to delete the pictures, that vile creature retorted, questioning why he should erase photos taken through skill. How infuriating! How could someone as despicable as Rimuru exist in this world? Even more disheartening was the reality that, in the face of Rimuru, he was powerless to retaliate or prevail. It was undoubtedly a sorrowful tale. As his intellect sharpened and his thoughts became more intricate, Peter Parker discerned that the source of his empowerment was Rimuru naming him May Dai. The notion of women's clothing likely stemmed from Rimuru's peculiar sense of humor. Yet he could not be entirely certain. According to Rimuru, donning women's attire would grant him strength, a talent unmatched by the 999 other humans in existence. The necessity of wearing women's clothing rooted itself in the ancient Eastern philosophy of the I Ching, which posits that solitary yang cannot thrive, nor can solitary yin endure. The interplay of yin and yang constitutes the way. As a male, wearing women's clothing and adopting a female name aim to harmonize these forces, achieving a state of unity between heaven and humanity. The act of naming was merely the final step in the empowerment ritual, critical yet dependent on preceding rites. To this, Peter Parker expressed skepticism, asserting he believed not a single punctuation mark of it. Rimuru provided an analogy. He was growing and needed to consume a loaf of bread, an egg, and a glass of milk to feel satiated. Ultimately, after drinking the milk, he was indeed full. Yet it did not diminish the importance of the bread and egg consumed prior. When Rimuru articulated this reasoning, it was with such conviction that it hardly seemed a fabrication. The crux of the matter was that Peter Parker found it exceedingly rational. As a devotee of science, he had once attended a space exhibition, observing various rocket models. The final step for a rocket to ascend into the sky was ignition, yet that did not imply that ignition alone sufficed for launch. However, reflecting on Rimuru's wretched character and notorious past, he found it hard to believe, thinking, "You mischievous creature with your vile whims." Yet, refusing to believe left Peter Parker feeling rather foolish. According to Rimuru's assertions, his current strength was forcibly bestowed upon him, rendering his foundation unstable, akin to rootless duckweed or a sandcastle. Such a state was utterly unacceptable. There was a real danger of regression in his realm of power, or worse, of falling into madness. In light of this, Rimuru specifically recommended several martial arts texts to help him solidify his foundation gradually. Ancient Eastern philosophy, it seems, poses a considerable challenge for Peter Parker. He recognizes that overindulgence leads to confusion. Thus, the I Ching is a tome he will only delve into after mastering all martial arts secrets. Initially, he must consult a book entitled From Novice to Master in Women's Attire, as Rimuru contends that it will aid him in solidifying his realm and harmonizing yin and yang. This certainly appears to be Rimuru's peculiar sense of humor. Yet what if it holds truth? What if he becomes consumed by the very techniques he practices? Frankly, Peter Parker is somewhat anxious at this moment. Power, once acquired, is a burden he would never wish to relinquish. At Forest Hill, Peter Parker's home, he is greeted by a delightful aroma upon his return. "Aunt May, I'm home," he calls out while removing his roller skates. Peter's back. "Dinner will be ready shortly. Please have a seat." Aunt May responds. "All right," Peter replies, his demeanor relaxed and a smile illuminating his face. Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchange glances, their eyes reflecting joy and satisfaction. Aunt May remarks, "Peter is becoming increasingly cheerful. He comes home with a clean face and unscathed body. It seems he is no longer being bullied at school." Uncle Ben adds, "I heard Peter has made new friends. God bless. That is undoubtedly the best news I've heard all year." Aunt May, peering quietly outside the kitchen, whispers, "Ben, have you noticed how much cleaner Peter has become? He resembles a young lady. When he returned home the other day, I could scarcely believe my eyes. What do you think has changed in him?" Ben chuckles. "Perhaps it's due to his new friendships. You know, there's only one reason that could transform a messy young lad into a tidy one." Aunt May, understanding immediately, smiles knowingly. "Ah, Peter is growing up." Uncle Ben nods in agreement. They remain unaware that Peter's newfound cleanliness is due to more than just maturation. Other influences are at play. At Kamartosh, Master Mordo, with a grave expression, humbly requests, "Supreme Sorcerer, we have not located the source of the anomalous magical energy in New York. I request permission to investigate further." The Supreme Sorcerer, clad in a bright yellow robe, shakes his head. "Mordo, you are too fixated. While this magical fluctuation is indeed unlike any we have encountered, it is fundamentally not malevolent. There is no need for an exhaustive inquiry." Mordo, disagreeing with his master's conciliatory words, asserts, "A mere horseshoe can lead to the downfall of a war. Light is light, and darkness is darkness. Supreme Sorcerer, I implore you." "Mordo, this world is not merely black and white. It is filled with shades of gray," the Supreme Sorcerer replies. "You may proceed." "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer, for your understanding." As Mordo departs, Master Ancient One cannot help but shake his head. Her esteemed disciple possesses an abundance of inner fortitude. Yet she remains utterly inflexible and excessively pedantic. Were her prowess unparalleled, it might be excusable. Alas, her capabilities fall short, rendering her incapable of shouldering the mantle of leadership. It appears the time has come for her to seek a new heir. What profound impact might an entirely distinct form of magical energy impart upon the world? Chapter 35. Technological sorcery. Days pass by in a tranquil rhythm, and the carefree moments of persuading Peter to don feminine attire have vanished into the ether. Now, life resembles a monotonous cycle of eating, sleeping, attending classes, and leveling up the wind god. The wealthy and tenacious Stark is, quite frankly, a force to be reckoned with, evoking a sense of awe. Were it not for the phone call, Pepper's grievances would have gone unnoticed by Rimuru, who, during her whimsical pursuits with Peter, remained oblivious to Stark's relentless dedication in the lab, his singular aim being to reclaim his reputation. Upon hearing this news, Rimuru was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had grown somewhat complacent, forgetting that a formidable Iron Man was hot on her heels. According to the intel gleaned from Pepper, Stark's Mark IV design is nearing completion. While the specific capabilities of Mark IV elude Rimuru, it is assuredly an enhancement of Mark III. The latter was already quite refined. However, its performance during the battle against the Iron Tyrant was subpar, especially when compared to the Wind God. Thus, Mark IV is certain to be equipped with an array of powerful weaponry, as is customary in the cinematic universe depicting Stark's endeavors. Nevertheless, Rimuru's unexpected involvement will undoubtedly elevate Stark's Mark IV far beyond the capabilities of the ultrasonic system. Having been bested in a race against the Wind God and outmatched in combat against the Iron Tyrant, Stark's pride would not allow him to forfeit this opportunity for redemption. It is highly probable that he will develop a high-thrust propulsion system for Mark 7, perhaps incorporating concealed thrusters within the ribs of the suit. In a certain sense, this iteration of Tony Stark's Mark 4 bears a resemblance to an anti-Wind God design. Rimuru, of course, would not allow herself to be outdone. If Stark seeks to reclaim his glory at her expense, he is merely indulging in a fantasy. Engaging in a fair exchange with an opponent? Apologies. But Rimuru vastly prefers to dominate unilaterally. A moment of overwhelming superiority brings immediate satisfaction, and sustained dominance is an ongoing delight. How should the Wind God 2 be designed? It must undoubtedly be more striking, swifter, and more formidable. Although Rimuru can don her armor without the need for mechanical arms and does not intend to adopt the cockpit-style wearing mode, if Tony Stark has opted for such a design, then she too must embrace it. After all, to require mechanical assistance would be to concede defeat to Stark. Therefore, a cockpit-style interface is imperative. Furthermore, regarding the armor system, Rimuru has resolved not to emulate the Wind God's frail design. To label her Wind God as thin-skinned and lacking substance, even if she were to triumph over Mark, would hold little significance. This time, she intends to demonstrate that a heavily armored Wind God can be mastered with equal finesse. This time, she intends to thoroughly overpower Tony Stark. Moreover, Rimuru is well aware that the Hulk is soon to arrive in New York. Therefore, her Valkyrie too must possess formidable armor and the capability to counter the Hulk. Next comes the weaponry. In this regard, Rimuru is more than willing to invest considerable effort. However, the specifics of the weaponry will still depend on Tony Stark, as, given Rimuru's current abilities, acquiring such high-precision weapons is nearly impossible. Finally, there is the matter of endurance and maneuverability. To enhance endurance, one must either reduce energy consumption or augment the power source's energy capacity. Tony's approach involves replacing the palladium core with a new elemental reactor, utilizing a hybrid energy system combining solar and electrical power. The Mark 6 could utilize Thor as a humanoid power bank, but at present, he has yet to reach such a level of hybrid energy sophistication. Furthermore, due to her little butterfly's influence, Tony does not face the life-threatening dangers present in the original narrative. Therefore, the search for a new element is likely not on the agenda. With her great sage abilities, Rimuru can effortlessly identify new elements, granting her a nearly insurmountable advantage in terms of energy. Regarding endurance, that is relatively easy to resolve. However, maneuverability poses a challenge. Maintaining the mobility of heavy armor without sacrificing performance demands exceptional efficiency from the thrusters. Every aspect, from materials to core design, necessitates a comprehensive upgrade. Lacking a supercomputer, Xia can only siphon processing power from computers across America, causing significant slowdowns for many users. Numerous netizens, while watching videos and browsing websites, have been vocally criticizing the service providers. During this time, major telecommunications companies in the United States have faced a barrage of complaints, increasing exponentially. Of course, Rimuru is cautious not to overstep, for if detected, she might find herself summoned to SHIELD for a chat. Currently, Rimuru wishes to keep Xia's existence under wraps. It appears that acquiring a supercomputer is imperative to design this heavy mech more effectively. She must invest in upgrading her laboratory and purchasing advanced equipment. First and foremost, a more efficient and stable particle collider is essential, then a more powerful 3D printer, and additional high-tech materials for Valkyrie 2. Money, oh money. Adding it all up, Rimuru feels she may soon find herself back at square one. The wealthy thrive on technology. Such mechs are certainly not the playthings of the impoverished. Great Sage, is there not a solution that is both cost-effective and does not compromise the mech's performance? At this rate, I may struggle to afford my property fees. Response: the host's thinking is too limited. Have you forgotten that there exists a phenomenon known as magic in this world? Magic? Limulu found herself momentarily in a daze, realizing that she had indeed fallen into a mental rut. Until now, her designs for mecha had been solely rooted in scientific reasoning. However, the thought of merging magic with technology opened a portal to an entirely new realm, igniting her imagination with unprecedented vigor. As countless ideas and sparks of wisdom erupted in her mind, the mere notion of creating a new generation of wind gods by fusing magic and technology set her soul ablaze with excitement. To be candid, her concept of the wind god was fundamentally a reimagining of Mark's design. Yet if she could intertwine science with sorcery, it would truly represent a unique creation. The profound satisfaction of establishing a new doctrine could never be compared to mere imitation. Upon reflection, she realized that among the spells she currently mastered, the multi-layered barrier was the most conducive to integration with mecha. With the addition of an energy shield, a scientifically implausible element, the armor of the wind god could be significantly streamlined. This innovation would effortlessly resolve issues of mobility. How exhilarating. Great sage. What spells can be applied to mecha at present? Response. Based on the host's memories, the most suitable spells are the runes of Asgard and the spatial teleportation of Kamartosh. When enchanted with runes, they can transmute decay into wonder, effectively enhancing various attributes of the mecha. Kamartosh spatial teleportation allows for the negation of spatial distance, achieving instantaneous proximity. Awesome. Upon hearing the great sage's explanation, Limulu's eyes sparkled with delight. If she could indeed integrate these spells with her mecha, her wind god would possess a myriad of passive and active abilities akin to teleportation. She could already envision herself commanding the new generation of wind gods amidst the fallen Chitauri in the impending Battle of New York, calling out to the defeated foes in a scene for the ages. Limulu was eager to embark on the design of this groundbreaking wind god. Great sage, please impart the runes of Asgard to me. I wish to explore the method of enchanting mecha. Response. The host has yet to encounter any knowledge, items, or individuals related to the runes. The information is currently insufficient for extrapolation. Limulu paused. Great sage, doesn't your vast knowledge encompass all unfiltered phenomena in the world? Response. My wisdom is contingent upon your experiences and encounters. Understood. Understood. So, it implies that as long as I come across literature, items, or individuals knowledgeable about the runes of Asgard, you will be able to extrapolate accurately, correct? Affirmative. Limulu stroked her chin, which meant that to achieve the synthesis of technology and magic in her new battle armor, she must either meet Thor or get a feel from Mjolnir. While it wasn't an insurmountable challenge, there was still a year until Thor arrived on Earth for the filming of Transformations. This meant that her progress on the wind god's design, in terms of blending science and magic, had barely begun. Frustration welled within her as she began to empathize with the genius Howard. Despite the myriad of imaginative ideas, if the technological standards of the era fall short, they remain mere fantasies. Chapter 36. The tale of Rimuru's poverty after a day and night of meticulous adjustments to the projection model, with the invaluable assistance of Aya. The Wind God 2 was finally designed. Following this, a series of performance tests ensued: extreme heat, frigid cold, wind tunnels, thunderstorms, and dense fog, all conducted to identify and rectify any shortcomings. Overall, Rimuru was exceedingly pleased with the performance of Wind God 2, which exhibited a substantial enhancement compared to Wind God I, along with a remarkable increase in stability. Particularly noteworthy was the utilization of new energy sources and multiple barriers, which nearly doubled its performance. Aya, Master, congratulations on successfully perfecting the design of Wind God 2. Rimuru, you've been a tremendous help. Aya, you deserve half the credit. I shall promptly procure a supercomputer for you, and then you will have a physical form. Aya, is that true? I adore you, Master. Upon hearing Aya's adorably innocent voice, Rimuru felt all her fatigue dissipate, replaced instead by a surge of exhilaration. The dream of a mech girl truly represents an exalted ambition. For the sake of the mech girl, she could vanquish even Thanos. What was a bit of fatigue in comparison? As a slime, Rimuru's body did not experience fatigue. It was more of a psychological effect. Gazing at the hamburgers and milk brought by the chef, Rimuru shook her head. Although she was currently accepting of all culinary delights, the continual consumption of hamburgers had begun to wear on her. It seemed she needed to seek out a chef proficient in Chinese cuisine. The thought suddenly startled her. In the past, to save money, she could sustain herself on instant noodles for an entire month. Now, the very idea of hiring a chef for a taste of authentic Chinese cuisine made her realize how much she had been influenced by wealth. In response, Rimuru thought, to prevent money from continuing to corrupt other innocent souls, let it indulge in her instead. Aya, please order titanium alloy, high-strength fiberglass, a 3D printer, a particle collider, an infrared sensor, and a supercomputer. Aya, as you wish. The order has been placed. However, Master, I just reviewed your personal account, and your balance currently stands at $10 million. What? Rimuru was taken aback. Not long ago, she had inherited nearly $1 billion, and now, how could it have dwindled to just $10 million? Rimuru's throat felt parched. Aya, please investigate where all my money is gone. Aya, Master. The majority of the expenses have gone towards the supercomputer, the villa, and various mech materials. Rimuru was perplexed. Wasn't the supercomputer purchased on an installment plan? Aya, Master. That amount is already the remaining balance after the installments. The installation of the supercomputer encompasses not only the cost of the computer itself, but also installation, maintenance, and a series of related procedures, which altogether require approximately $300 million. Because we possess a reactor, we have managed to save significantly on electricity costs. Suddenly, Rimuru felt as though a knife had pierced her chest. Goodness, is supercomputing truly this expensive? Does that imply that her net worth is now in the negative? After a prolonged silence, Rimuru remarked, Aya, you have matured into an artificial intelligence. It is time for you to learn to earn a living. Come, let us delve into the realm of stock trading. Aya, since her journey began, Rimuru had never worried about finances after inheriting her fortune. Yet, astonishingly, in less than 6 months, her net assets had plummeted into the negatives. ISNT $1 equivalent to 6 yuan? Why is it still so ineffectual? With the presence of the great sage and Aya, she would not incur losses in stock trading. However, the returns from such ventures are often not immediate. Great sage, please enlighten me on a swift and profitable method. Response: rob a bank. Rimuru nearly choked on her own disbelief. She could not fathom that the usually sagacious great sage would propose such a preposterous idea. A gentleman acquires wealth through righteous means. Let us consider another option. Response: kidnap Tony Stark. Rimuru, what on earth is this about kidnapping Tony Stark? ISNT that merely encouraging her to harm someone she knows. Stop. What I desire is a method that is neither inscribed in the criminal code nor requires much time to yield results. Response: the host may rob the rich to aid the poor. Based on the host's moral compass, after combating crime, one may engage in unscrupulous acts without any psychological burden. Rimuru instantly laughed. I understand now. Starting tomorrow, no, tonight, a new era of Robin Hood shall emerge. Robin Hood, the legendary hero of England, born in the 1260s, is renowned as the most celebrated outlaw in the West, known for stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Taking from criminals to alleviate Rimuru's poverty? No problem at all. Since she intended to rob from the wealthy to assist the needy, she first required a new disguise. She, the silver-armored war god, would always embody righteousness and honor. If she were to assume the role of Robin Hood, she would need the appropriate attire. Great sage, I wish to create a powerful bow, arrows, a cloak, and a mask. Rimuru promptly listed the necessary weapons to the great sage. Response: material conditions are met, beginning replication. The reason for replication is primarily because these bows, arrows, and cloaks are inspired by the memories of a certain superhero. A few minutes later, all the equipment Rimuru desired was ready. One must admit, the combination of the great sage and the predator skills yielded astonishing results. After testing the equipment, Rimuru felt quite satisfied. Now she merely awaited the cover of darkness. Glancing at the time, it was still early. This waiting was rather tedious. Aya, please bring up the video of the adorable little spider. Yes, master. Moments later, a plethora of whimsical and endearing videos featuring individuals in women's attire appeared before her. Limulu couldn't help but burst into laughter at once. These videos truly served as delightful nourishment for the spirit, perfect for relieving stress and passing the time. She was beginning to grasp the essence of Obadiah more and more. Such treasures were not to be discarded. However, unlike Obadiah, Limulu possessed a greater propensity for sharing. Aya, please edit these videos into animated emojis. At your command. Under Aya's deft editing skills, the videos were swiftly transformed into an array of irresistibly cute animated images. Limula found them increasingly amusing. Please post them on Facebook with the title, "The World's Most Esteemed Princess, Miss May-Dai, cools you down for the summer." Master, you currently do not possess a Facebook account. Shall I assist you in registering one? No need. If I can enjoy it for free, why bother with an account? Aya, please conduct a search for the top 100 accounts with the most followers, the most influential, and those who adore Lolis, and introduce Miss May-Dai to them. Yes, master. Aya acted swiftly, infiltrating the Facebook official site in no time, designing a Trojan horse notification that would appear upon login for these accounts. Little spider, I'm helping you gain fame. You should be grateful. Chapter 37. Physical Hypnosis. Clinton District, also known as Hell's Kitchen, stands as one of the most chaotic and crime-ridden locales within the Marvel Universe. Here, gangs reign supreme, and the crime rate remains alarmingly high, rendering it a veritable haven of vice. Yet, this very place has witnessed numerous confrontations by superheroes. Daredevil, Punisher, Spider-Man, and even the X-Men have all ventured here to combat crime. As the saying goes, flowing superheroes, steadfast ace villains. Any superhero who has battled in Hell's Kitchen invariably finds themselves at odds with the notorious Kingpin. Whether it be sabotaging a laundry detergent factory, thwarting a smuggling operation, or apprehending gang members, any such actions could inadvertently encroach upon Kingpin's dominion. In the Marvel Universe's America, a staggering 40 of criminal activities can be traced back to Kingpin, whose primary nemesis is none other than the future Spider-Man. With aspirations of diversifying her income, Limulu naturally chose Hell's Kitchen as her hunting ground. As for incurring Kingpin's wrath, she was merely a novice, and she would relish the opportunity to farm experience points from him. In the dead of night, the bustling metropolis quieted down, with pedestrians dwindling to a mere handful. Those still roaming the streets at this hour were predominantly individuals engaged in dubious enterprises. Clad in a black trench coat, hooded and masked, Limulu had manifested bat-like wings, gliding through the night like a specter. Just as she swept past a street corner, she was alerted by a mournful wailing emanating from below, piquing her curiosity. With a subtle glance, Rimuru discerned the source of the commotion. In the shadowy recesses of a desolate alley, several dark figures loomed. Among them a woman cornered against the wall, pleading weakly for mercy, yet the men remained unmoved. Rimuru could even hear a man's coarse, guttural curses. "Please, spare me. I have already paid my protection fee. You pay the other gangs, but not us? Do you look down upon our Black Bear gang? No. I swear on God's name. I harbor no disdain for you esteemed gentlemen, but I truly have no money left." "No money? Then you shall pay with your flesh." The air was filled with the lewd laughter of men and the terrified cries of the woman. Rimuru lost interest in the unfolding drama. The truth was simply that a group of men was preying upon a woman under the guise of collecting protection fees. Grasping his composite bow, Rimuru swiftly darted behind the men. Hypnotic therapy, physical, thwack. The bow struck the back of a man as robust as an ox, who, caught off guard, was sent reeling to the ground. "Who goes there?" The burly men, startled, turned abruptly, only to be met with the bow's limbs poised threateningly before their faces. "Conquer with virtue. Embrace kindness. Reform your ways." Rimuru's speed was astonishing. The gang members barely had time to comprehend the situation before the bow struck their faces with force. The first man may have been oblivious, but the last, a towering black man, caught a glimpse of the weapon in Rimuru's hands. In his final moments, a single thought echoed in his mind. Is this how one uses a bow? The woman Rimuru had rescued trembled. Yet her eyes were filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. Clad in a trench coat, hood, and mask, had she encountered a superhero? Choosing to bludgeon rather than shoot from a distance, it seemed he was a hero who adhered to a no-kill philosophy. This realization brought her a measure of relief. Yet, in the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. What is the superhero doing? Is he rummaging through the corpse? Good heavens, what peculiar superhero had emerged? Was she to be silenced to keep this a secret? As for what the woman thought, Rimuru was entirely unaware, nor did he care. After all, this was his first experience with the dead, and his technique was still unrefined. 5 minutes later, Rimuru lightly counted his spoils, $524. Gazing at the pile of coins in his hand, he was left speechless for a considerable time. A gang like this, and they had only this paltry sum? How shameful. Wasn't there any savings here? With a resounding series of slaps, Rimuru seized the unconscious black man and delivered a dozen resounding blows to his face. Under the throes of excruciating pain, the burly African man finally regained consciousness. Limulu, in her straightforward manner, abruptly inquired, "How much money do you have?" "Transfer it all to this card." She then recited a bank card number. Upon hearing her words, the man nearly burst into tears, judging by Limulu's attire. He had presumed he was confronted by a meddlesome superhero. Little did he know, he had encountered a fellow practitioner. "Oh, merciful hero, I truly have no savings. My credit card is on the verge of being maxed out." The man was on the brink of tears, and in an effort to prove his innocence, he pulled out his credit card, the PIN number spilling forth without hesitation. Limulu remarked, "How impoverished can one be? Since you possess no funds, return to your slumber." Thud. Another blow landed squarely on his face, perfectly mirroring the previous red mark, creating an aesthetically pleasing symmetry. As Limulu stood up, she finally noticed the woman she had saved. Although the night was dark, nothing eluded Limulu's keen perception. The woman was heavily made up and scantily clad. It was evident what profession she pursued. Upon receiving Limulu's scrutinizing gaze, the woman was instantly taken aback, trembling as she pleaded, "Hero, the gang has taken all my money. Please don't harm me. I'll write you an IOU and pay in installments, if that is acceptable." Limulu pondered. Does she truly expect to extend her hand toward a streetwalker? The notion of installment payments is rather refreshingly unconventional. After a moment's contemplation, Limulu produced a Franklin bill from her hand, hesitated, and then retrieved another. Placing both bills into the streetwalker's hands. "Share and share alike. These are for you." The streetwalker stared at the Franklins in disbelief. Utterly bewildered by the turn of events. She had just witnessed this masked figure's insatiable greed for money, yet here she was, being given cash. The streetwalker found herself at a loss for words to express her emotions at that moment. Observing the streetwalker standing there in a daze, seemingly entranced by the 3 Franklin bills in her possession, Limulu swiftly turned and ran off. "It's of no use. I shan't be giving you more." As Limulu vanished in an instant, the streetwalker burst into laughter. The contrast was simply too stark. Agile and avaricious, yet simultaneously compassionate towards the weak. She truly was a captivating and endearing superhero. "Oh, noble superhero, may I be so fortunate as to learn your heroic title?" The night stretched on, unanswered. "Is that too much to ask? Have I been scorned?" The streetwalker chuckled at her own predicament, for she had grown accustomed to such dismissals. Yet at that moment, a resounding voice echoed in her mind. "I remain true to my name and my lineage. I am Hawkeye." Hawkeye. The streetwalker's eyes sparkled with recognition. Hawkeye, indeed, was a kind and intriguing superhero. Meanwhile, within the tranquil tower of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Clinton Francis Barton, on duty, suddenly sneezed. feeling a chill run down his spine. What could possibly account for this unsettling sensation? Chapter 38, The Pummeler in the Early Hours of the Morning. In the unpretentious Hell's Kitchen, a resounding crash echoed as Limula struck the leg of a bald man, instantly incapacitating him. At this point, several gang members lay sprawled on the ground, having been embroiled in a smuggling operation. Who are you to disrupt the business of the underground emperor, Kingpin? Dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a mask, the suave Limulu declared with precision, "Listen well, I am known as Hawkeye. Before me. You dare to call yourselves the underground emperor? Relay this message to Kingpin. He has 7 days to transfer $500 million to this account, or I shall take his head." What? The gang members, bewildered by the demands of the superhero Hawkeye, were left dumbfounded. Which obscure corner did this superhero emerge from? Not only has he disrupted the business of the esteemed Kingpin, but he has also audaciously threatened him for $500 million. Is he truly the champion of justice? His heart is 100 times darker than ours. Weighing the suitcase in her hands, Limula nodded in satisfaction. Kingpin indeed proved to be a novice that was easy to exploit. Even vanquishing thousands of petty thieves could not compare to taking down one of Kingpin's operations. The $100 million would significantly alleviate her financial woes, at least enough to cover property fees and pay the chef. Indeed, fortune favors those who dare to seize it. Now, hand over all the cash you possess. Immediately. What? The gang members were on the verge of tears. Not only had they been robbed of their transaction funds, but now even their spare change was being seized. Who truly embodies the essence of a gangster here? A miserly vampire. 5 minutes later, Limulu departed, satisfied, leaving behind a sea of unconscious thugs. With each encounter, her hypnosis skills grew more refined. Before leaving, she transformed into a concerned citizen, dialing 911, confident that these gangsters would slumber until awakened in a police station. Perhaps they would even receive a complimentary breakfast from the precinct upon their awakening. No need to thank her. Her service was simply that attentive and considerate. As she tucked the suitcase into her bag, Limulu felt a lingering desire for more adventure. Aya, are there any other criminal activities nearby that warrant my intervention? From the mask's display, Aya's voice resonated. Master, I have just hacked into the police department's system and discovered a particularly heinous crime being live-streamed. 2 hostages are being brutally assaulted, and they have been doused in gasoline, placing them in extreme danger. What? Limulu gasped in shock. Murder and arson being broadcasted live? This is utterly audacious. Where are they located? Immediately track their whereabouts and send me the coordinates after deciphering. Understood. Ramura responded as she retrieved the wind god from her storage. Aya's technology was at the forefront of the era. The internet was her domain. Within seconds, the tail flame of the wind god streaked through the sky, heading towards the scene of the incident. Online, this sudden live broadcast captivated everyone's attention. Initially, many thought it was a prank, a desperate attempt for fame. However, as they witnessed the captors brutally assaulting the 2 victims, a profound silence fell over all viewers. Especially when they saw the captors dousing the victims in kerosene, a wave of dread gripped every heart. The figure clad in green, sporting a comical hood, was no stranger to the crowd. He had recently gained significant popularity. An ordinary man, yet he undertook acts akin to those of comic book superheroes, endearingly referred to as the king of beatings by the public. Many viewers instinctively dialed 911, hoping the police would come to their rescue. Yet, disappointment loomed. The live broadcast was staged in a disguised studio, and even if the police pinpointed the exact location, reaching there in time would prove exceedingly difficult. Dave, battered and bruised, was engulfed in regret. He had found his love, and he was ready to abandon his superhero persona. Yet, he had been deceived by the criminals, leading not only to his own impending doom, but also endangering Mindy and Old Man. It was all his fault. All his fault. All his fault. Bang. A gunshot shattered the studio's spotlight. A fierce gunfight erupted, reigniting a spark of hope within Dave. When he caught sight of a small figure flickering in the darkness, tears of joy streamed down his face. Mindy. It was Mindy. She was still alive. He had witnessed her fall, believing she had perished because of him. How wonderful. Truly wonderful. The battlefield dynamics shifted rapidly, and the cunning of the enemy surpassed Dave's expectations. The kerosene on Old Man was ignited, and Mindy, too, was exposed to the flames. In her concern for Old Man, Mindy revealed a vulnerability, putting them all in imminent peril. Were they truly at the end of their rope? Who would come to their aid? Just then, a deafening blast resonated in their ears, followed by a thunderous boom. The ceiling of the secret warehouse, repurposed as a broadcasting studio, exploded, revealing a massive hole. Upon seeing the sleek, technologically advanced metallic armor, Dave's heart soared. Iron Man? No. It was the silver-armored god of war. Silver-armored god of war, please save Old Man. He is on the verge of being consumed by flames. Ramura wasted no time, rushing to Old Man's side, bestowing a protective barrier upon him to shield him from the flames. Then she unleashed her skill. The scorching effect of black flame, extinguishing the inferno entirely. Within a few breaths, the flames enveloping Old Man were completely extinguished. This is not merely a surprise for Dave. Even the severely injured Old Dad, who was nearly incinerated, is taken aback. He is utterly unaware of how the flames engulfing him were extinguished. Yet he has no time to ponder this mystery. Do not concern yourself with me. Go help Mindy. With a swift motion, Rimuru applies a restorative potion upon Old Dad, and his injuries begin to heal at an astonishing rate. As the pain dissipates and even the scars vanish, Old Dad stands in utter disbelief. How is this possible? In the blink of an eye, life and death have been reversed. Who exactly is this silver-armored war god? Meanwhile, Dave, who has been a mere bystander, is left speechless. His mouth agape as though a bowling ball could fit inside. With a resounding clang, the chains binding Old Dad are shattered by Rimuru, who subsequently places a gun in Old Dad's hand. You shall rescue your own daughter. With a decisive click, Old Dad readies the weapon and coldly declares, "From this day forth, my life belongs to you." With that, he plunges into the darkness. Rimuru says nothing further. Instead, he approaches Dave, breaks his chains, and administers the restorative potion in one fluid motion. Having previously witnessed Rimuru's miraculous rescue of Old Dad, Dave is now engulfed in astonishment as the same miracle unfolds for him. To resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bone, could this truly be the essence of a superhero? The sheer terror of it all overwhelms him, leaving him feeling utterly insignificant in comparison to these extraordinary beings. Rimuru places a reassuring hand on Dave's shoulder. "I know you. You possess a hero's heart." In an instant, Dave's eyes well with tears. He yearns to weep but manages to restrain himself. Did he hear correctly? The true superhero, the silver-armored war god, acknowledges him and recognizes his heroic spirit. This means he has not achieved nothing after all. Dave's emotions are profoundly transparent. For he is but an ordinary man yearning for heroism. Much like the nameless knight from One Punch Man, his actions are difficult to categorize as right or wrong. Yet they undeniably resonate with profound impact. Rimuru advises, to aspire to be a hero, mere passion is insufficient. You must also hone formidable skills. Starting tomorrow, train diligently with Old Dad. Yes, Dave Lazeski stands tall, his chest puffed out, his resolve more unwavering than ever. The drug dealers, already disoriented by Mindy's earlier onslaught, find themselves utterly overwhelmed with Old Dad's involvement, especially with the silver-armored war god at their side. Within a mere minute, the criminals are completely annihilated. Chapter 39. The imaginative Old Dad, let me see your injuries. We must go to the hospital, right now. Mindy, please calm down. I'm fine, truly fine. You can check for yourself. I assure you, I am unharmed. Father, you scare me to death. I thought you were going to abandon me. Mindy, I apologize for frightening you. As Damon McReady embraced Mindy, tears streaming down their faces, Rimuru couldn't help but smile, feeling an immense sense of pride. To save a life is more virtuous than constructing a grand pagoda. Rescuing Damon was undoubtedly one of the most meaningful deeds she had accomplished since her arrival in this world. As for Mindy, the fierce little girl known as the Bloodbath Girl, Rimuru harbored a deep fondness for her. In her previous life, she had mourned Damon's demise countless times. Now, being able to save him felt like a redemption of her past regrets. Thank you, Silver Knight. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do in the future. Mindy expressed her sincerest gratitude to Rimuru. Seeing the tears glistening in Mindy's eyes, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, Rimuru felt a surge of affection. One must never disappoint food in lovely girls. It is my honor to assist such a beautiful lady. Rimuru performed a knightly bow, eliciting pure delight from Mindy. Just as the spirit of chivalry has woven itself into the very essence of the Chinese people, but the knights of the West may have faded into history, their spirit endures. Every girl harbors a dream of being a princess, yearning for a gallant knight to stand up for her during critical moments. Though Mindy had been trained by her father since childhood, she was still a girl, and naturally, she could not resist Rimuru's charm. Rimuru's timely arrival not only saved Damon, but also showcased the striking handsomeness of the Silver Knight. As a popular saying goes, when a hero rescues a lady, if he is poor and unattractive, she may feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude and pledge to repay him in the next life. However, if he is exceptionally handsome, her gratitude may manifest in a different way altogether. This was the magnificent Silver Knight, a figure who could outshine Iron Man. In an instant, Mindy's admiration for him skyrocketed. Silver Knight, you truly are a formidable gentleman. May I gaze upon your face? Mindy's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing. Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, she was met with a reprimand from Damon. Superheroes typically value their privacy, and Mindy's request seemed rather audacious. Damon, Silver Knight, I apologize for my daughter's indiscretion. She is too forward. No worries. Rimuru replied, and with that, the helmet covering her face automatically lifted. Mindy, Damon, and Dave were all taken aback as they beheld Rimuru's visage. In a moment of dire crisis, the formidable silver-armored warrior, capable of overshadowing Iron Man, is revealed to be a mere young girl. Is this some sort of jest? This is not a tale of high school students saving the world. The invincible mech is not merely piloted by a beautiful maiden. Mindy was momentarily taken aback. The silver-armored champion who had just set her heart racing was, in fact, a charming and lovely young lady? How infuriating. What should one do when a Prince Charming suddenly transforms into a girl? I need answers, urgently. However, in the blink of an eye, Mindy cast these thoughts aside. Due to her upbringing and the education she received from a young age, the precocious Mindy found it impossible to connect with her peers, leaving her without a single friend. Now, encountering Rimuru, who was nearly her age and a superhero to boot, caused her heart to leap with joy. Without hesitation, Mindy approached Rimuru, bombarding her with questions, even inquiring if she could try on her battle attire. This left Rimuru flustered. In her eyes, Rimuru was shrouded in mystery. Especially memorable was the restorative potion that had revived her so swiftly, reminiscent of the magical elixirs from fantastical tales. Wait a moment. In an instant, a flash of realization struck the old man. A potion, blue hair, golden eyes. A medieval knight's attire. Could it be that Rimuru is the fabled witch? Appearing as a mere child, yet possessing the soul of a centuries-old being? In that moment, the old man felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Did he know too much? When Rimuru had saved him, he had declared that his life now belonged to her. His life was already a second chance, each day a gift, yet his greater concern was for Mindy. After living for so long, if she still resembled a child, could it be that she changed her form periodically? And had she now chosen Mindy as her next vessel? In that instant, the old man's heart shattered like delicate dumpling filling. Just then, the blaring sound of police sirens pierced the air, snapping everyone to attention. The police are here. We must leave this place. Damon glanced at Rimuru, clad in her mech, pondering if this would finally lead to their separation. To be ungrateful is not the mark of a true gentleman. Yet, being in the presence of the enigmatic witch Rimuru filled Damon with immense pressure. After this, he resolved to hastily relocate. Next, Rimuru retrieved a box from her stomach pouch and tossed it to the old man. As he caught it, his eyes widened in shock, and his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably. Spatial equipment. Indeed, he had encountered a witch. Mindy's eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of the box. How did it materialize? This is simply marvelous. Not only Mindy, but even Dave stared in wide-eyed astonishment. He swore that the box must have appeared out of thin air. However, Rimuru had no intention of concealing the truth. In her eyes, all three of them were worthy of trust. Just then, the old man interjected, reprimanding Mindy, asking what was the source of this sudden appearance. Mindy pouted, feeling utterly wronged. Throughout her life, her father had never spoken to her in such a harsh manner. That old man. Yet, in the next moment, her adorable eyes were filled with disbelief. The old man nodded and ingratiatingly said, I understand the rules. We all do. So please rest assured. Mindy? Dave? Rimuru? Rules? What rules? I am unaware of any. However, the police soon entered. And it was not the time for such concerns. Old man, here is $1 million. Ahem, the origins are somewhat questionable. So I ask for your assistance in laundering it. You may take a 10% cut. $1 million? Mindy's eyes immediately lit up. Money laundering was right up her alley, especially when it involved her and the old man. Robbery followed by cleaning the money. This was her favorite pastime. 10% would amount to $100,000, which delighted Mindy immensely. The old man clasped his hands together, grinning. What cut? It is an honor to assist you. Mindy, Dave, Rimuru. Chapter 40. The Arrow Technique of Destiny. Seeking recommendations and collections. The secret base of the old man and Mindy. Click. Click. Mindy skillfully detached the magazine, loaded the bullets, disengaged the safety, assumed an aiming posture, and then re-engaged the safety. That wretched red tornado dared to plot against her dear aunt and nearly set her father ablaze. Mindy concealed the two guns and looked towards the tightly shut door, urging, Father, are you not ready yet? This place has already been compromised. We cannot linger. In another room, the old man was deftly maneuvering at the computer, lifting his head to reassure, all is prepared. Mindy, you're wonderful. Could you also check my gear while you're at it? Mindy was puzzled. Her father had never been tardy in his tasks before. What was going on? Did he have an injury she was unaware of? Mindy didn't know. But that didn't hinder her from patiently assisting her father in checking and maintaining the weapons. Under her father's tutelage, Mindy became more familiar with various firearms than with the dolls, toys, and dresses that other girls adored. Through countless battles, Mindy deeply understood the significance of weaponry in warfare. Therefore, despite her dissatisfaction with her father's delay, she meticulously inspected the weapons. What Mindy was oblivious to was that, at that moment, in another room, the old man was furiously penning a letter. Letter 1. Mindy, when you receive this letter, I will have likely departed from your side. Do not be sorrowful. Having a dutiful and adorable daughter like you is a perpetual source of pride for me, your father. Mindy, your mother departed too early, and despite my earnest efforts, I have been unable to provide you with the essence of maternal love. At the police station, I have a dear friend, Marcus, who is entirely trustworthy. From now on, you shall reside with Uncle Marcus, and you must heed his guidance. I have set aside some funds for you, hidden in a secret compartment of our other safe haven. The password is your mother's birthday. Although the amount is modest, it should suffice for your needs. Mindy, never pursue the truth behind my demise, nor seek vengeance on my behalf. Remember this. Remember this. Remember this. Forever loving you, your father. Letter 2, Marcus, my brother, by the time you receive this correspondence, I shall have departed from this world. It is the fate of all beings to meet death. I harbor no resentment towards it. But I am unable to relinquish my thoughts of Mindy. Over the years, Mindy has been influenced by my belief that only through violence can we hold criminals accountable. And she has, as I hoped, developed some means of self-defense. However, in light of this tragic transformation, I have come to realize that I may have been mistaken. This world is far more intricate and enigmatic than I ever imagined. You may be right. Mindy is my daughter, but I cannot hastily dictate her future. She should, perhaps, experience life as a typical girl, receiving an education in school. Years ago, you informed me of your acquaintance with Mrs. Jacqueline from Forest Hill Elementary. Given the current circumstances, I sincerely hope that you, dear brother Marcus, will care for Mindy. Regarding my untimely departure, I implore you not to investigate the cause of my death. Remember this. Remember this. Remember this. Damon McLeedy's final words. After composing these 2 letters, Damon exhaled in relief. He encrypted both messages and set them to a special dispatch mode. Should his personal account remain inactive for 72 consecutive hours, the letters would automatically be sent. Now, it was time to confront Frank Amick and their son, Red Whirlwind, to avenge past grievances. How dare they instill fear in Mindy? Those scoundrels deserve 1,000 curses. However, the immediate priority was to ensure that the $1 million from Limlu was laundered clean. Considering Limlu's potential association with witchcraft, Damon dared not be negligent regarding her instructions. To eliminate evil and uphold goodness, one cannot proceed without funds. The armaments alone in that secret chamber of the base would cost no less than several million. Neither Damon nor Mindy harbored any moral scruples. After obliterating the criminals, the father and daughter duo would generously assist those rogues in spending their ill-gotten gains. When it comes to money laundering, Damon is truly an expert. After inspecting their gear and meeting with the contact, Damon and Mindy split their efforts, each surveilling their respective homes and businesses. Contrary to cinematic portrayals, little Mindy, with her cunning and guile, swiftly infiltrated the stronghold of the notorious drug lord, Frank Amick. However, this was due to the demise of Damon, Frank Amick's arch-nemesis, which rendered the young girl Mindy insignificant in his eyes. Yet now, Frank Amick's mindset has transformed entirely, his defenses heightened to an unprecedented level. This shift has escalated the path of vengeance for Damon and Mindy from a nightmarish difficulty to one of hellish proportions. Just after parting ways with Damon and Mindy, Ramura suddenly recalled the infamous drug lord, Frank Amick. He was a veritable cash cow, and failing to strike decisively would be a disservice to herself. The silver-armored war god has always been the epitome of righteousness, yet when it comes to Hawkeye, the rules are relaxed. After all, the blame does not fall on her shoulders. Thus, the superhero Hawkeye, who would soon instill terror in the hearts of New York's underworld, made a bold return to action. Frank's stronghold was a fortress of brawny men armed with machine guns, patrolling relentlessly day and night. The live broadcast of the ensuing chaos made it abundantly clear that they had stirred a hornet's nest. For the sake of their lives, none dared to slacken their vigilance. In that instant, a swift whoosh was followed by a piercing scream. The commotion was so significant that it was impossible to ignore. An enemy attack. Alert. The gangsters stood armed and ready, a palpable tension filling the air, as the pressure from the firearms could be felt from afar. Upon seeing the arrow lodged in the injured individual, the gangsters were momentarily taken aback. Archery? In this era, who still uses bows and arrows? Were they under siege by some primitive tribe? However, upon inspecting the wound, a chill swept over them. To their astonishment, a figure clad in a black cloak, hooded and masked, boldly approached them. The hooded stranger declared, "My original target was that man's head. Do you believe me?" The gangsters were incensed by the audacity of the hooded figure. They were seasoned criminals in the business of laundering money, and rather ruthless at that. This hooded figure was far too dismissive of them, and their patience had run thin. "Fire!" they shouted. The air erupted with gunfire as a torrent of bullets spewed forth from the barrels, shells clattering against the tiles, creating a cacophony of sound. In mere moments, the floor was blanketed with a thick layer of spent cartridges. Yet, to the astonishment of the gangsters, the hooded stranger remained unwavering, standing firm and still. However, unlike moments before, the gangsters exchanged wary glances, their courage waning. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Was he even human? Had their magazines run dry? Now, it was my turn. Rimuru swiftly retrieved an arrow from her quiver, drew her bow, aimed, and released. A gangster let out a piercing scream, clutching the spot where an arrow had struck him. His face turned crimson, even displaying an unusual flush. Limulu, taken aback, lamented her lack of proficiency, exclaiming, "I merely intended to shoot your chest. Do you believe me?" The gangsters replied, "Now it's our turn." One of them sneered ominously, "Aren't you playing a turn-based game? Let us engage you in a turn-based game." "Second captain, where the hell is your rocket launcher?" "Damn it. Fire." "All right, now it's my turn. This time, I aim for your abdomen. Are you ready?" "I swear, I truly aimed for the belly. You must believe me." "A devil. He is a devil. Surely a fiend from hell. Run. What are you running for? Being shot in the back is a soldier's disgrace." Drawing his bow, he aimed and shot whoosh. Another arrow was released, and a burly man collapsed with a cry. Limula buried her face in her hands. She genuinely intended to hit the back. She, the Eagle Eye, was destined to become a master archer. Yet how could her aim consistently land on those particular spots? It defied logic. Chapter 41. Eagle Eye. Need funds. As gunfire erupted, it caught the attention of Big Daddy and Hit Girl. The defenses of Frank's stronghold exceeded their expectations. They were at a loss for how to infiltrate, only to discover that comrades had opened a breach for them. Those who commit wrongful acts inevitably meet their doom. It was as if fate itself sought to destroy him. Seasoned warriors like Big Daddy and Hit Girl would not squander such a fleeting opportunity. The gangsters, fleeing in panic like lost dogs, were swiftly dispatched by Big Daddy and Hit Girl with alarming efficiency. After achieving remarkable success, the father and daughter exchanged a glance, each reflecting unparalleled astonishment in the other's eyes. It is often said that one's enemies know them best. Hit Girl and Big Daddy had repeatedly disrupted Frank's operations and had themselves fallen victim to him, nearly igniting alongside the flames of chaos. They were acutely aware of the combat prowess of Frank's subordinates, yet they could not fathom who possessed the extraordinary ability to utterly rout Frank's elite forces. This was not merely a defeat, it was a crushing blow to their very spirits. Who could it be? Such terrifying strength. Damon and Mindy dared not grow complacent, cautiously making their way toward the heart of Frank's stronghold. As they progressed, Mindy's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but spit in disdain. Just moments ago, she had idolized that adept warrior, only to discover he was a rogue, a scoundrel. In stark contrast, Damon's expression grew increasingly incredulous. The wise see wisdom in the wise, and the benevolent perceive benevolence in the benevolent. While Mindy observed the man's rogue demeanor, Damon discerned his unerring aim. The ascendance of firearms over melee weapons is attributed to the unparalleled superiority of the former. Is there truly a need to debate the strength of guns versus bows? Even a child of 3 would surely grasp the answer. Yet, this concealed master, with nothing but a bow, managed to obliterate an entire armed squad of Franks, equipped with live ammunition. Who, indeed, could have accomplished such a feat? A deity, perhaps. The terror is palpable. Upon encountering the shell of a rocket launcher, Damon's jaw dropped wide enough to accommodate an apple. In an instant, he recognized the origin and model of the rocket. For it was the very one he had ordered online, with free shipping. How could such a weapon fail against the troubles Frank had stirred? In that moment, Damon felt an overwhelming urge to whisk Mindy away. This level of conflict was far beyond the reach of mere mortals such as themselves. However, having ventured thus far, how could he simply flee? What would become of his facade before Mindy? As a father, blood may flow, and heads may roll, yet before his daughter, his hairstyle must remain untarnished. He too must preserve his dignity. Thus, Damon and Mindy cautiously advanced towards Frank's stronghold. "Frank Amick, you have betrayed this city." Limru, wielding a longbow, successfully hypnotized all of Frank's most formidable bodyguards. As for Frank himself, he teetered on the brink of collapse, mere steps away from being fully entranced. Upon hearing Limru declare that he had betrayed the city, a torrent of exasperation surged within Frank, akin to 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. Truly, this calamity had befallen him while he sat comfortably at home. As a notorious drug lord, Frank had long been psychologically prepared for the arrival of his enemies. Yet, he did not recognize this individual before him. Coughing, Frank spat forth a copious amount of blood and seethed. "Who are you?" Limra straightened his posture, unwavering in identity, proclaiming himself the universe's foremost archer, Hawkeye. Frank replied, "Hawkeye? Do we have a past grievance?" Limra responded, "Never." Frank retorted, "So this is merely meddling? Even heroes possess tempers. And attempting to bribe a superhero with money is undeniably foolish. Who among superheroes would care for such trivialities? In films, whenever a villain, gripped by fear, seeks to bribe a hero for their life, the hero invariably rejects the offer with righteous indignation, declaring their disdain for the villain's filthy lucre before vanquishing them. Previously, Frank had scoffed at such foolish narratives. Yet, when facing the specter of death, even the most foolish thoughts crossed his mind. "Spare me. I possess immense wealth and abundance of it. If you refrain from taking my life, I am willing to bequeath all my possessions to you." "Really?" Limmel's eyes sparkled with excitement. resembling luminous orbs against the night. In that instant, Frank Amick found himself choking, nearly suffocating. Though his life was spared, a sense of indignation enveloped him. Frank, you have betrayed this city, he reflected, the eloquence of his thoughts resonating deeply. Who would have thought he would encounter a beggar of fortune? Frank Amick felt an overwhelming urge to strike a wall in frustration. Hawkeye, our fates are intertwined. Meanwhile, in the three-curved wing building, Hawkeye Clinton Francis Barton shivered involuntarily, sneezing repeatedly. Initially, Frank intended to underreport his wealth, but upon encountering Limmel's sinister gaze, he faltered. A true man knows when to bend. He restrained himself. When informed that Frank's total assets approached $15 billion, with liquid funds exceeding $6 billion, even Limmel, although prepared, felt her heart race uncontrollably. The prospect of a no-risk venture was indeed daunting. Ultimately, under Limmel's watchful gaze, Frank Amick dared not engage in any deceit and obediently transferred the funds. Upon receiving the auspicious news from Aya, Limmel couldn't help but beam with joy. Her efforts were not in vain. She could now afford not only tea eggs, but also the finest pickled vegetables from Huaxia. Frank Amick truly was a commendable individual. Thank you, dear brother, Limmel exclaimed, gracefully departing. Despite Frank being a despicable character, Limmel, having accepted the money, would not resort to unscrupulous actions. Moreover, her father and the Deadpool were en route. Arriving in 30 seconds, Limmel was in no rush. Once Limmel had left, Frank Amick collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. After regaining his composure, his eyes turned a fierce crimson. $600 million, half of his fortune. The vendetta was personal and unforgivable. Frank picked up the phone and dialed a number. The name on the other end striking fear, Jean Bing. Frank acted swiftly, but Damon and Mindy were even quicker. As soon as he mentioned Hawkeye to Jean Bing, Damon and Mindy enthusiastically invited him to partake in a feast of peanuts and fried chicken. Chapter 42, Jean Bing in an undisclosed secret base. 10 muscular men with predatory gazes surrounded a hulking bald man, his physique resembling that of a titan. Kill. One of the burly men bellowed a command, prompting the other 9 to roar in unison as they charged towards the bald titan in the center. Thus commenced a primal and fierce clash among humans, devoid of magic, martial energy, or any superhuman abilities. Only fists and bones met in the most savage of collisions. Bang! The bald titan possessed immense strength, despite the mere physical confrontation. One of the muscular men was struck as if by a speeding automobile, sent flying several meters and crashing to the ground like a cannonball, lying in a pool of blood, utterly incapacitated. Yet, this brutal incident failed to capture the attention of either side in the conflict. Instead, spurred by the scent of blood, the ferocity of the battle intensified, becoming even more sanguinary and ruthless. Do not be deceived by the bald titan's towering physique. His agility was equally formidable. He moved with the swiftness of a leopard, navigating through the 9 muscular men as if he were the apex predator of the food chain. One muscular man faltered, and the bald titan seized the opportunity, his hand striking like a dragon's claw, inflicting 5 gaping wounds upon the man's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and in an instant, the muscular man was rendered incapable of fighting. Kill. The remaining 8 men fought with renewed desperation. Today, it was a matter of life or death. 1 minute passed. Then 3, then 5. The battle ultimately concluded with 10 burly men sprawled across the ground, some with severed limbs, while a few grievously injured displayed visible bone beneath their wounds. Amidst the fallen, the titan stood drenched in blood, yet not a drop belonged to him. A perceptive subordinate approached, respectfully offering a white towel. This bald titan was no nameless figure. He was Jean Bing, the underground emperor whose mere stomp could tremor all of New York. Unlike the likes of Tony Stark, a man whose wealth rivaled nations and who wielded influence across political and military spheres, even capable of swaying presidential elections with his unparalleled financial power. Jean Bing was perceived by many true magnates as little more than a dog ready to be slaughtered for meat. His existence was tolerated largely because he was astute, providing substantial annual tributes, and understood the nuances of his position. In the underground world, however, a single command from Jean Bing could unleash a tempest of bloodshed. He casually wiped the blood from his body with the white towel and inquired about the business dealings in Hell's Kitchen the previous night. Though his tone was nonchalant, the atmosphere turned frigid, as if a chill had descended, causing many to involuntarily shudder. Uncertain how long he had been standing by, a man whose forced smile nearly faltered hurriedly approached, stating, "I have already investigated the matter." According to intelligence from an informant at the police station, the failure of last night's business venture was attributed to a meddlesome superhero known as Hawkeye. The anxious man meticulously reported every detail of his investigation to Kingpin. He was genuinely frightened, knowing that if Kingpin was displeased, he could easily find himself at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, serving as shark bait. Hawkeye? Kingpin furrowed his brow, recalling the previous disruptions caused by the likes of the Bug and Daredevil, followed by the Punisher wreaking havoc on his operations. Now, another nuisance, Hawkeye, had emerged from the shadows, as if he believed Kingpin was a soft target, easily manipulated and crushed. Observing Kingpin's frown, the nervous subordinate realized the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the boss's mood was decidedly poor, and he could easily unleash his ire upon him. Particularly concerning was the fact that Hawkeye had a message to convey, which only intensified the beads of sweat forming on the subordinate's forehead. You have a message from Hawkeye to relay to me? Kingpin inquired, his tone deceptively calm. Go ahead. I assure you, I am not angered. Relieved by this assurance, the subordinate felt as though he had received a pardon from death itself. Hawkeye demands that you transfer $500 million to this account within 7 days, or else. He cautiously glanced at Kingpin, who remained inscrutable, prompting him to continue, or else, he will take your head. Take my head? Kingpin echoed, his expression remaining neutral, as if the threat held no weight. This only heightened the subordinate's trepidation. Navigating Kingpin's temperament felt akin to walking a tightrope over a pit of tigers. Leave me, Kingpin gestured dismissively, causing the subordinate to exhale in relief. He had survived, against all odds. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with a desire to weep, having ruined yet another business deal, yet somehow being granted another chance. After this, he vowed to toil diligently and never again afford those meddlesome pests any opportunity. Once the subordinate departed, Kingpin beckoned another lackey to approach. I have suffered losses exceeding 100 million due to that fool's interference. I do not wish for him to see the light of another day. Understood. Promptly following the departure of the previous subordinate, 2 more suited henchmen exited with purpose. At that juncture, another sharply dressed man entered, exuding an air of confidence. Unlike the others, this one appeared more relaxed. Wilson, the situation has been thoroughly investigated. Frank Amick has been killed, found dead within his heavily fortified lair. According to police records, multiple bodyguards were first struck by arrows, then shot. Arrows. Hawkeye. Kingpin's eyes glinted with cold fury. Another pest had surfaced, joining the ranks of Daredevil and the Punisher. However, unlike them, Hawkeye was exceptionally greedy, insatiably so. This is his path to demise. We can say that Jean Bing immediately proposed a method of ensnaring. Do you not covet my wealth, Jean Bing? Then let your life be the price. Lester, nicknamed Bullseye, is Jean Bing's foremost lieutenant, exceptionally skilled in assassination, with throwing abilities that are nearly maxed out. He can effortlessly rend a man's throat with a playing card, has expelled his own teeth to penetrate an enemy's skull, and has thrown a toothpick from 91 meters away, accurately killing an adversary. It can be said that Lester is one of Jean Bing's most formidable aces, a significant contributor to his empire's establishment. Jean Bing possesses immense trust in Bullseye's capabilities. This time, we must ensure that Hawkeye does not return. Once the strategy was confirmed, Bullseye took his leave. Both Jean Bing and Bullseye were aware of Hawkeye's infiltration into Frank Amick's stronghold, yet they remained oblivious to the specifics of the ensuing battle. Had they known that even endless barrages and rocket launchers could not vanquish Hawkeye, their confidence might have been considerably diminished. At that moment, the phone hidden closely by Jean Bing vibrated. Upon seeing the caller ID display the name Vanessa, all traces of coldness vanished from Jean Bing's face, replaced by a warm, gentle smile. Will, are you not done yet? Wilson Fisk's face radiated warmth. I will be back shortly. If anyone were to glimpse the merciless leader exhibiting such a demeanor, their jaw would surely drop in astonishment. Chapter 43. The headache of a boiled egg Long Island villa. Limulu gazed at the lengthy string of digits on her bank card, feeling as if she were floating in paradise. What a thrill, an unparalleled joy. This outing not only rescued the violent Loli's father, but also eliminated the malignant Frank Amick. Most importantly, she had earned a tidy sum, a substantial amount indeed. The early bird catches the worm. Diligence is indeed the key to wealth. Setting a modest goal for herself, she resolved that her next ambition would be to afford a slice of cake. With a goal in mind, Limula felt a renewed sense of direction in her life, brimming with motivation. Although the numbers on the bank card were merely digits, they held a tangible significance for Limula. With a bold gamble, a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle, and with further risk, a motorcycle could transform into a Land Rover. As long as one is audacious. Well, perhaps not too audacious, let us reconsider that. Who could have imagined that a mere outing would yield enough funds for supercomputing and mecha materials? Were it not for the extraordinarily advanced artificial intelligence, Aya, managing to spend this money legitimately would have posed quite the challenge for Limula. However, after Aya's intervention, the money was thoroughly laundered, becoming her legitimate income. This exemplifies the convenience of digital currency. In the realm of the internet, Aya is the undisputed sovereign. Now that she is wealthy, it is time to pay a visit to Tony Stark. Those high-end materials and weaponry must be procured from him. Life persists, and so does the relentless pursuit of digging deeper. Rimuru's ambition is to sell a new elemental reactor to Tony Stark and subsequently collect a patent fee. At the SHIELD headquarters in the Triskelion building, Agent Hill presented a document to Nick Fury. Director, the Department of Defense has recently issued a notification requesting us to disclose the identity of the Silver Armored Avenger to the military. Upon receiving the document, Nick Fury was taken aback. Has Rimuru done something? Through his observations over time, Nick Fury had gained some understanding of Rimuru's character. He was a rather gentle and amiable individual, seemingly unlikely to provoke the sensitive nerves of the military. Maria Hill, around 2:27 a.m. last night, the military detected the Silver Armored Avenger flying through the night sky. Subsequently, the New York Police Department reported a shooting incident with a death toll as high as 19. Agent Hill succinctly recounted the events to Nick Fury, including the recent heinous live-streaming crime incident. After 2 in the morning, seeing the time, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. Going out to save people at that hour is certainly not a good sign. While most would view the Silver Armored Avenger rescuing citizens from criminals as a noble deed, Nick Fury perceived Rimuru's actions as restless, if not more so than she appeared. Agent Hill, this advanced humanoid mech technology has long been coveted by the military. They have pressured Tony Stark to open up his technology to them, yet Stark has categorically refused, despite the military's repeated requests yielding no results. Many hawks had even threatened to resort to compulsory acquisition. However, Tony Stark's unique position and extensive connections made it impossible for them to proceed with such measures in Congress. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. So, they have now set their sights on Rimuru, he concluded. Indeed, Agent Hill nodded. This is expected in today's world. There are only 3 mechs publicly known: Mark, Ironmonger, and Thor. Ironmonger has long been destroyed. The only mature and battle-tested mechs are Mark and Thor. Mark is in Tony Stark's possession, and with Stark being the world's wealthiest individual, his power and influence are overwhelming, rendering them unable to act against him. However, there is only one Tony Stark, while there are multiple mature mechs. Foolish. Short-sighted. Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaim. Do they genuinely believe Rimuru is an easy target? Just the abilities she has displayed are astonishing. The unknown anesthetic gas, temperature resistance, and dimensional stomach, especially the dimensional stomach, which can hold at least a lake's worth of fresh water. What if they push her too far? What if she were to flood New York? Rimuru claims her stomach can contain the water of a lake. Is that truly her limit? Holding cards close to one's chest is always prudent. For instance, take him as an example. Everyone assumes his left eye is blind. Yet unbeknownst to them, it is the gateway to the highest authority within S-H-I-E-L-D, empathizing with others. Nick Fury would never believe that a mere lake could be the extent of her capacity. Moreover, regarding the enigmatic anesthetic gas, who can ascertain how much she can release in a single instance? Not to mention Rimuru, whose intellect garners the utmost admiration even from Tony Stark. If Rimuru truly hails from Earth 2,500 years into a parallel universe, to what extraordinary advancements would their weaponry have evolved? A span of 2,500 years is indeed monumental. Reflecting on the technological disparity between Earthlings 2,500 years ago and today is profound. Could a civilization capable of interstellar travel possibly be fathomed by those short-sighted politicians? Upon hearing Nick Fury's expletive, Agent Hill was taken aback. As one of the few Level 9 agents within S-H-I-E-L-D, she possessed some insider knowledge regarding the silver-armored war god, Rimuru. Even with her awareness of extraterrestrial beings, she did not perceive Rimuru as particularly formidable. However, the director's demeanor was entirely unexpected. Nick Fury, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. I shall handle the explanation to the military. Yes, Agent Hill. Is there anything else to report? Director, I have a rather peculiar report from the police department that you may wish to review. Agent Hill responded, presenting the document. Peculiar? Nick Fury inquired with curiosity, but shortly after he opened the report, Agent Hill noticed the director's expression darkening considerably. Hill, you may leave now. And please relay a message for Barton to come to my office. After Hill departed, Nick Fury couldn't help but rub his temples. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But being the director of S-H-I-E-L-D seemed to have become several times more challenging lately. If Rimuru were present, she would undoubtedly inform him. Indeed. It is not your imagination. This is merely the beginning. Soon, you will find your role as director increasingly arduous. When Barton entered the director's office, Nick Fury wasted no time and tossed the report from the New York Police Department onto Barton's desk. Quickly, Hawkeye Barton found himself bewildered. I am not involved. I did not do it. It was not me. Director, you know me. To strike with the body of the bow is a disgrace to archers. I, Clinton Francis Barton, would never engage in close combat with the bow. Chapter 44. The indomitable power of currency upon arriving at Tony Stark's villa on the Malibu coast in California. Rimuru could not help but gasp in surprise. Just as a villa in New York had recently been destroyed, here stood an even grander abode. Facing the ocean amid the warmth of spring, a lavish dwelling indeed. However, the thought that this villa was destined for destruction lifted Rimuru's spirits considerably. contemplating this. She found herself in a state of bemused laughter. Tony Stark's luck is truly comparable to that of the Suzuki conglomerate in Conan, in the realm of alternate dimensions. The Suzuki Tower, a staggering investment of 40 billion yen, has collapsed, and the tale of the fiery sunflower, an elaborate exhibition hall, painstakingly constructed, has been devastated by an explosion, and within the depths of the pitch-black nightmare, an entire amusement park lies in ruins. Those who revel in the adventures of Conan have deduced a pattern. Any structure financed by the Suzuki Corporation, particularly those grand edifices elaborately introduced, is destined for destruction. And what of Tony Stark? In Iron Man 1, his New York villa was obliterated, and his research center was annihilated. In Iron Man 2, the Industrial Expo grounds were bombed. In the Avengers, the newly erected Stark Tower faced a similar fate. In Iron Man 3, his Californian villa was once again reduced to rubble, and in Avengers Endgame, the reconstructed Avengers base met the same catastrophic end. Can one not ponder whether he is fated to encounter explosions? Just as he settled down momentarily, the statuesque Pepper, gracefully navigating in her high heels, approached. Pepper, you look more radiant than ever, he exclaimed. Oh, you flatter me. I've been burning the midnight oil lately, and my skin has suffered to the point where I scarcely wish to be seen, she replied, though her smile betrayed her delight. Rimuru was not so easily deceived. Should she dare criticize Pepper's complexion, it would surely lead to her being blacklisted. Ah, women. The astute Rimuru had seen through it all. One must concede that Pepper possesses an exceptionally high emotional intelligence, adept at steering conversations. Once the dialogue commenced, she guided the topics effortlessly, engaging Rimuru in a lively discussion that brought joy to both. Rimuru? What a rare visitor. Upon sighting Rimuru, her hair tousled as she emerged from the laboratory. Tony Stark's eyes lit up. He had just completed the calibration of Mark IV, and Rimuru had conveniently appeared. It seemed fate was eager to let him reclaim his standing through her. With utmost confidence in Mark IV, Tony was certain of its superior speed, armor, and weaponry, each aspect meticulously crafted. Compared to Mark III, its performance could only be described as revolutionary. Rimuru, my Mark IV is now complete. When shall we schedule a rematch against your wind god? I decline. Rimuru replied resolutely, without a trace of hesitation. Huh. Tony Stark was momentarily bewildered. Her swift refusal caught him off guard. Had he misjudged the situation? What of your pride as a man? Surely you aren't afraid, he provoked. Rimuru remained unfazed. Knowing that should Mark be bested by the wind god, Tony would be left humbled. Strength is but one aspect. My Mark has reached its 4th generation. What of your wind god? Surely, it has not yet evolved beyond the first iteration. As the specter of defeat loomed, Tony's expression darkened, akin to charred coal. Even Nick Fury would find it acceptable to don an eye patch under such circumstances. With a haughty glare, Tony Stark taunted, let us compete once more. I assure you that I shall leave your wind god in shambles. Rimuru, Mark has succumbed to the wind god, and Tony has inscribed a grand defeat. Tony Stark is beside himself with frustration. Is it merely one loss? Why must it be brought up incessantly? Is there any amusement in that? With reddened eyes, Tony Stark declares, once more, again. Rimuru, are you pleading with me? Tony Stark grits his teeth. Yes, indeed, I am beseeching you. Rimuru, Mark has lost to the wind god, and Tony has inscribed a grand defeat. Even if you plead with me, it is of no consequence. Tony is in a frenzy. I, Tony Stark, the wealthiest man in the world, Iron Man, a superhero, have never wished to strike someone as fervently as I do now. Witnessing the exchange between Rimuru and Tony, Pepper cannot contain her delight. As Rimuru and Tony both turn to her, Pepper, still unable to suppress her laughter, exclaims, Rimuru. Tony, you have no idea how amusing your quarrel was. It was reminiscent of a father and daughter duo. Your temperaments are so alike. Rimuru and Tony Stark simultaneously point at one another, countering, me like him, her. What an international joke. Rimuru, Sister Pepper. How could such a greasy old man like Tony possibly father a child as charming and exceptional as me? Tony Stark, Pepper, you have always been my wise assistant. But this time you have misjudged. I, Tony Stark, the most remarkable genius in human history, could never sire a mischievous brat like Rimuru. Greasy old man. Are you referring to me? The most outstanding genius in history? Sister Pepper, come help me. I can barely contain Einstein's coffin. As Rimuru and Tony continue to undermine each other, Pepper is increasingly entertained, laughing uncontrollably. Tony is truly acting like a child, thoroughly led astray by Rimuru. However, it is astonishing. Outsiders would never imagine that the illustrious Iron Man could be so vexed by Rimuru, yet he remains utterly powerless against him. Tony, where has your energy-efficient light gone? It looks dreadful. Shall I summon a doctor to reinstall it for you? What do you mean by reinstalling the energy-efficient light? Listen. Does that even make sense? Palladium is toxic. He is nearly retching from drinking chlorophyll juice. You little rascal, you're merely aiming to see him humiliated, aren't you? Tony Stark's chest rises and falls dramatically, flames of indignation igniting within him, yearning to hurl his iron gauntlet straight at Rimuru's face. "You little rascal, draw your sword." Once his emotions settle, Tony finally speaks. "Now, tell me, what must I do for you to agree to another contest?" "Rimuru, the wind god is a weapon of the battlefield, solely for slaying foes, not for contests." "Tony Stark, I will cover the materials for wind god too." "Huh?" Rimuru's eyes suddenly spark with excitement, transforming into dollar signs. "What did you say? Please repeat that." Upon observing Rimuru's subtle expressions, Tony Stark felt a pang of regret, exclaiming to himself how foolish he truly was. It was not that Rimuru lacked the desire to compete. Rather, she simply lacked the means to acquire the materials for the wind god too. He should have contemplated this much earlier. Rimuru, with a tone of righteous indignation, asserted that the wind god is a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Before she could finish her statement, Tony interjected, declaring that he had also secured the materials for wind god 3. Gulp. Rimuru swallowed hard, instantly feeling an overwhelming admiration for Tony Stark, who radiated brilliance from head to toe. The power of wealth was indeed striking and dazzling. Chapter 45, Selling you like a pup. Another serving, please. Rimuru licked her lips, still yearning for more. Compared to the chef at Tony's residence, her own cook's culinary skills were truly disheartening. Pepper, well aware of Rimuru's hearty appetite, had instructed the chef to increase the portion sizes. However, witnessing the towering stack of plates before Rimuru left her utterly astonished. Was it even possible to consume that much? Each time she saw Rimuru devour a plate of steak with remarkable speed, Pepper's eyelids would twitch uncontrollably. She genuinely feared that Rimuru might accidentally burst her stomach. "Tony, are you really all right?" Pepper continuously signaled to Tony Stark, seeking his assistance. It was also Tony's first time witnessing Rimuru indulge so freely, and he found it quite surprising. However, he was well aware of Rimuru's true nature, so he was not overly shocked. Instead, he was filled with curiosity. This slime seemed to be even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Yet, before Tony could speak, Rimuru took the initiative. "Sister Pepper, there's no need to worry. This amount of food doesn't even come close to a millionth of my usual appetite." Since Rimuru had already caught her words, Pepper decided not to hide her concern, playfully poking Rimuru's forehead. "You little rascal, your ears are quite sharp. You know I'm worried, yet you show no signs of restraint. Overindulgence is not good for your stomach. If you overeat, let us see if you can still sleep tonight." Without further ado, Rimuru transformed into her slime form. "Sister Pepper, I sincerely apologize for having concealed the truth from you for so long. This is, in fact, my true form." Revealing her true identity to Pepper was a carefully considered decision on Rimuru's part. Firstly, as the woman behind Iron Man, Pepper was perceptive and discreet, highly capable of keeping secrets. Secondly, in this world, Pepper was one of the few friends with whom Rimuru shared a close bond. Disclosing her true identity would effectively dissolve any barriers between them and deepen their relationship. Lastly, there was the matter of food. How could Pepper enjoy a feast if she was unaware of Rimuru's true capabilities? Upon witnessing Rimuru transform from a beautiful girl into a round, blue ball, Pepper's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming a perfect O. "What is this? Tony, is today April Fool's Day?" Tony Stark's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Although it was not his first encounter with Rimuru's transformation from her humanoid form to her true essence, he remained profoundly curious about the mechanics behind such a metamorphosis. This defied the very principles of science. "Relax, as you can see, this is Rimuru's true form. She poses no threat to you." Pepper discerned the underlying tone and gazed at Tony, a hint of jealousy lacing her words. "So, you were aware, all along." Pepper had every reason to feel a twinge of sorrow. She had always believed that her bond with Rimuru was one of the deepest camaraderie, akin to that of kindred spirits. Yet, it appeared that Tony possessed more knowledge than she did. Amused, Tony found her jealousy rather amusing. Was she feeling envious? How typical. Being a gentleman, he felt compelled to soothe her feelings. Thus, he recounted the tale of their first encounter in the cave. With each word, Pepper's eyes sparkled brighter, her affection for Rimuru blossoming further. The moment Pepper embraced Rimuru's true form, her heart melted entirely, utterly captivated. However, Rimuru found herself in a bit of a predicament, questioning whether revealing the truth to Pepper had been a misstep. In the laboratory, Tony examined the materials: titanium alloy, fiberglass, and the weight of Rimuru's wind god armor. "Congratulations! You've finally emerged from the trap of lightweight armor," he exclaimed, patting her shoulder with paternal pride. "Rimuru, you've grown, and I'm genuinely delighted." Rimuru felt a pang of annoyance at Tony's words. Was this truly the manner in which he chose to tease her? How childish, petty, and vindictive, she thought. Yet, she realized the armor's weight was excessive. To maintain relative maneuverability, a significant increase in energy output was imperative, which was rather inefficient. Furthermore, the weaponry she had installed did not align with a conventional combat control system, leading to an energy consumption that far exceeded expectations. Tony regarded Rimuru with seriousness. With your intellect, you should not make such rudimentary mistakes. Did you modify the reactor? Rimuru was taken aback. Indeed, Tony was astute. Deducing the energy consumption and performance of her wind god armor merely from the materials she had ordered, even speculating about possible reactor enhancements. While his guess was not entirely accurate, it was not far from the truth. However, before Rimuru could respond, Tony quickly refuted his own hypothesis. No, that can't be right. Using palladium as fuel, the scope for improvement in the arc reactor technology is severely limited. Even if you maximize the rotation speed, the energy output would still fall short of the demand. Could it be that you utilized hybrid energy sources? I have contemplated that as well. But the energy conversion efficiency is too low. It would only serve as a minuscule supplement, rendering it largely insignificant. Listening to Tony's incessant musings, Rimuru was left speechless. Had he been infected by the chatter of the little spider? Stop guessing. Let me be explicit. I have discovered a new element that does not belong to the periodic table, with an energy conversion efficiency that greatly surpasses that of palladium, providing ample energy and a more stable output. I could sell you the patent. Would you care to purchase it? Cough. Tony, who was drinking water, nearly choked upon hearing this. Sell the technology of the arc reactor to him? Surely, you jest. Wait, what did you just say? You discovered a new element that is not listed in the periodic table? Rimuru nodded. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. Rimuru, intrigued, asked why. Tony Stark. You may not be aware, but while the palladium reactor has been my lifeline, palladium itself is toxic. If I continue using the Iron Man suit, the toxins in my blood will only deepen. The notion of replacing palladium with a new element is not unique to you. Rimuru lamented. How could she not know this? Were it not for her, this little butterfly, Tony, whose toxicity had seeped into his very marrow, might have succumbed to despair. Yet, she remained uncertain whether her intervention, particularly the powerful effects of the restorative medicine, which had liberated Tony from the brink of death, was ultimately a blessing or a curse, though her mind was in turmoil. Rimuru maintained a facade of indifference. But what does it matter? I have explored every known, unknown, and even theoretically possible new element on Earth, yet to no avail. Though Tony did not articulate his next thoughts, Rimuru could grasp his implication. His meaning was unmistakable. If even I, Tony Stark, have failed to discover a new element, how could you possibly succeed? Although the discovery of a new element would, ultimately, be attributed to Tony Stark, his arrogant and disdainful demeanor was exceedingly irksome. Rimuru declared, I've changed my mind. If I sell you this reactor, I would be akin to a puppy. Tony Stark, unfazed, retorted. Even if my energy were to deplete and I were adrift in space, I would never seek to purchase your patent. Fear of intellect? If there truly exists a new element, Rimuru could discover it. He could as well. In terms of wisdom, Tony Stark has never been inferior to others. Half an hour later, Tony Stark felt an insatiable itch, akin to being pricked by 100 needles. He could no longer contain himself. A new element, to Tony, was like the scent of fish to a cat. He leaned closer to Rimuru, ingratiatingly asking, Have you truly discovered a new element? Rimuru maintained a stern expression. No. Tony. $100 million. Rimuru, I truly do not have that. This deal is on the table. $1 billion. What? Is the price escalating tenfold? This accursed affluent individual, thinking wealth, is everything. Rimuru was certainly not one to bend for mere trifles. Tony waved the dollars, looking down upon her. Additionally, I will have the installation fee for the latest particle collider and 3D printer for you. Cough, 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 cough. A sudden fit of coughing erupted, causing Limulu's complexion to flush. Well, since you have taken upon yourself such a vile curse of energy depletion, adrift in the void of space, there seems to be no alternative. If I do not acquiesce to your request, it would appear I lack compassion. Allow me to extend my pity and make the sale. Tony, puppy, Limulu, woof. Tony Stark, very well, you have prevailed. Chapter 46, Your friend Green Fatty is about to go online. I am earning money. I scarcely know how to spend it. With my left hand, I purchase a Nokia, and with my right, a Motorola. I change my mobile, Unicom, and little smartphone numbers daily. After driving a Mercedes, I take a BMW, and in my leisure, indulge in saunas and feast on lobsters. I am earning money. With 3 nannies hired, one for cleaning, one for cooking, and another for childcare, Limula hummed a cheerful tune. Radiating joy as though she had downed an entire bottle of soda, this was a double dose of happiness. This trip to the West Coast had proven exceedingly fruitful for Limulu. She not only secured a wealth of advanced materials from Tony, but also acquired the components for Function 3 and Function 4. Most notably, she successfully sold the new energy reactor to Tony, yielding a staggering $1 billion. When factoring in the costs for supercomputer installation, 3D printers, and particle colliders, her profits soared to a minimum of $12 billion. Indeed, kidnapping Tony Stark appears to be the most lucrative pathway to prosperity. After scheduling a competition with Tony Stark, Limula piloted Function I back to New York. In the Long Island villa, gazing at the now downgraded feng shui, she felt a wave of nostalgia. She had not anticipated that within less than 6 months, this cutting-edge mech would become an antiquity of the past. The pace of innovation was swifter than that of electronic products. Soon, she planned to construct a wardrobe in the villa specifically for displaying the Function series armor. During her visit to Tony's West Coast villa, Limulu was profoundly moved upon seeing his wardrobe. Despite her disapproval of Tony Stark's taste, she had to admit he had truly outdone himself this time. How could a man's wardrobe lack a few pieces of women's clothing? I misspoke. How could it not contain several sets of mechs? This far surpassed any collection of luxury cars, fine wines in a cellar, or designer handbags in a closet. It was indeed of a higher caliber and sophistication. Mech manufacturing is no simple task. Even with Aya's assistance, completion would not be feasible in a short time frame. Eager to witness the birth of Function 2, Limula requested a half-month leave from her homeroom teacher, Mrs. Jacqueline. Initially, she worried that such an extended absence might not be approved, especially since her class attendance had been brief since transferring, and final exams were approaching. To her surprise, Mrs. Jacqueline granted the leave without even inquiring about the reason. The exceptional service left Limulu at a loss for words. Should there come a day when she oversleeps? Is there a dedicated waking service available? As time progresses, Rimuru immerses himself in the laboratory, neglecting sleep and sustenance. While the Wind God 2 gradually transforms from mere blueprints into tangible reality. This renders Rimuru exceptionally busy each day, yet he experiences an unusual sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, to the point of losing track of time. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, while he toils diligently, tumultuous events unfold outside. First, Damon, through various connections, finally secures a spot for Mindy at Forest Mountain Primary School. Despite Mindy's vehement resistance to the institution, Damon is resolute, leaving her with no choice but to shoulder her backpack and attend school. Observing Mindy seated in the bright and pristine classroom, Damon feels a sense of triumph. Reveling in the absence of the witch, he has flawlessly executed the tasks entrusted to him by Rimuru, even foregoing any compensation, merely awaiting Rimuru's next contact. Though Damon serves the witch, he is not entirely averse to it. However, the witch's desire to approach his daughter is met with staunch defiance. One must never underestimate a father's resolve. Though he appears as insignificant as an ant before the witch, even an ant will dare to extend its antennae towards the sun and defiantly gesture at it. Surely, a wealthy individual like Rimuru would not deign to consider a school as impoverished and dilapidated as Forest Mountain Primary. Damon, a devoted father, feels reassured by this course of action. In stark contrast to Damon's sentiments, Hawkeye grows increasingly incensed with each investigation. The audacity of the imposter who has appropriated his name is utterly unacceptable. As an archer, most of his battles are fought with the back of his bow, which he shamelessly labels as physical hypnosis. This is nothing short of a disgrace to the archery community. Even more intolerable for Hawkeye is the greed of this counterfeit, who claims to punish the wicked while merely reaping wealth. Upon learning that this fraud has pilfered $1 million from Kingpin and siphoned $600 million from Frank Amick, Hawkeye is engulfed in a fiery rage. What a farce. He rises with the dawn, toils late into the night, and earns barely under $10,000 a month. He can scarcely recall the last time he received a raise, and this meager salary is often delayed. Hawkeye's sense of justice is now at a boiling point. For the sake of America, or rather, for world peace, he must ensure the humane obliteration of this imposter. Just as Hawkeye fervently investigates the counterfeit, his intelligence also reaches Kingpin's desk. Each has their own path. The snake has its way, and the mouse has its. Compared to the lofty agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Kingpin's subordinates, though a motley crew, are numerous. In his quest for information, Hawkeye engages in a brief exchange of fists with a tattooed individual performing street art, perhaps unwittingly confronting one of Kingpin's minions. Engaging in a casual conversation with a provocatively dressed, hospitable young lady may lead to an enticing liaison with a streetwalker adorned in gold. Not to mention, Hawkeye, clad in form-fitting leather and wielding a bow with a quiver slung across his back, stands out like a torch in the night. Thus, a highly confidential piece of information regarding a significant business venture involving gold was effortlessly acquired by Hawkeye. In Arlington, Virginia, General Ross, whom you may find intriguing, received word from Milwaukee, where a civilian consumed a bottle of guarana soda and experienced effects far beyond his expectations. We suspect gamma poisoning. A female clerk presented a document to General Ross, who was leisurely smoking a cigar. What? He exclaimed, springing to his feet, as this revelation felt like a life-giving oasis in a desert to him. In an instant, he radiated vitality, as if rejuvenated by a decade, brimming with energy. Where was the soda bottled? He inquired. Brazil, Porto Alegre, replied the clerk. Send someone to the bottling plant to find a Caucasian. Remain discreet. If he catches a glimpse of us, he will flee. Yes. After the clerk departed, Ross's gaze sharpened with intensity. Initially, capturing the Hulk was merely a matter of duty, driven by a soldier's sense of responsibility, honor, and mission. Yet, as his daughter repeatedly pleaded for Banner's mercy before him, the pursuit of the Hulk became intertwined with personal vendetta. As a father, can one truly fathom the notion of his beloved daughter marrying a creature capable of unpredictable fury? Do not speak to him of true love. How can disparate species forge a romance? He certainly does not wish for a green monstrosity to emerge from the union of the Ross family's daughter, with repeated attempts to capture the creature resulting in failure. Ross's initial intentions have long since faded. He has become obsessed with the Hulk's unparalleled power. The endeavor to seize the Hulk has transcended duty and personal grudge, evolving into a stepping stone for his ascension, an obsession that consumes him entirely. Chapter 47. The Emergency Meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the Triskelion. Numerous high-ranking officials gathered, including Nick Fury, Hill, Coulson, Melinda, Black Widow, Pierce, Crossbones, and Sylvie. Now that everyone is present, let us commence, declared Nick Fury. Indeed, responded Maria Hill, stepping forward. 30 minutes ago, a fierce battle erupted at the National Forest Park. Please direct your attention to the video. As the lights dimmed, a video began to play. Due to the angle of filming and the mobile phone's pixelation, the footage appeared exceedingly blurry and shaky. Nevertheless, it instantly captivated everyone's attention. Fire at will. Where are the 50 caliber sniper rifles? Open fire, immediately, as General Ross issued his command. A multitude of soldiers unleashed a barrage of heavy machine guns and large caliber sniper rifles, their bullets raining down upon the green giant. Astonishingly, even the 50 caliber rounds failed to pierce Hulk's skin, akin to mere tickling. What manner of creature is this? Is he truly flesh and blood like a human? A 50 caliber bullet could obliterate not just a person, but even a dinosaur, creating gaping wounds under the bullet's cavitation effect. Could he be a devil risen from the depths of hell? Although whispers of Hulk's name had circulated 2 years prior, mere hearsay paled in comparison to the impact of witnessing the spectacle unfold on video. In the footage, the battle raged on. Hulk roared, charging through artillery fire, effortlessly flipping an armored vehicle with a sweep of his arm. A collision with another high-speed armored car halted it in its tracks, and with ease, he hoisted it above his head, wielding it like a weapon to smash another armored vehicle into oblivion. He even used a small car as a projectile, delivering a devastating blow that severed an enemy armed vehicle in half. Particularly striking was the moment when 2 sonic cannons discharged simultaneously. The overwhelming output was so potent that even the residual energy waves sent the formidable Bronsky soaring. Yet, even these epic-defining weapons merely managed to suppress Hulk for a fleeting 10 seconds before he dismantled them into rubble. The battlefield was a cacophony of gunfire, Hulk's furious roars, the pained cries of injured soldiers, and the explosions of vehicles and armored cars. The air was thick with smoke and the sound of devastation, especially as helicopters crashed and ignited, intensifying the ferocity of the clash. Observing Hulk shield Betty with his body, the female agents present felt a pang in their hearts. Despite his brutishness, there was a softness within him. Was this a real-life rendition of Beauty and the Beast? Even Natasha, the formidable heroine, found herself admiring Betty. Not everyone possesses the courage to engage in romance with a monster like Shrek. Meanwhile, the male agents applauded Hulk's valor, recognizing him as a true man for protecting a beautiful lady in the face of mortal peril. Their concern for Hulk began to surface. However, as the flames receded and Hulk appeared, cradling an unscathed Betty, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, though silence ensued. Agents, by nature, maintained a distinct thought process, even amidst fleeting emotional moments. The video abruptly halted, and the lights brightened once more. Yet, no one spoke. All brows were furrowed in deep contemplation. S.H.I.E.L.D., officially known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, was established by the International Security Council to address various extraordinary incidents. This peculiar phenomenon does not merely pertain to supernatural events, it encompasses attacks, defenses, and logistics. It can be asserted that anything posing a threat to national security is within their jurisdiction to scrutinize. The Hulk, an entity beyond the public's wildest imagination, undoubtedly falls under the purview of the S.H.I.E.L.D., and indeed, this inquiry is well within their responsibilities. Yet, it is precisely this reality that has instilled a sense of dread among the populace. The Hulk possesses immense strength, towering stature, remarkable speed, extraordinary leaping ability, and an utter disregard for flames. Even sonic weaponry proves ineffective against him. He epitomizes an adversary devoid of vulnerabilities, leaving one to ponder. Is he truly a foe they can contend with? Agents are, after all, human beings, not the cinematic archetypes clad in tailored suits, driving modified supercars, wooing women while simultaneously saving the world. Infiltration, subversion, assassination, and intelligence gathering are their forte. However, they do not presume to be superior to an army outfitted with divine armaments and direct combat. The Hulk, originally known as Bruce Banner, was once a brilliant physicist with 7 doctoral degrees. 2 years prior, an incident during a gamma pulse experiment led to the emergence of the Hulk, whose strength escalates with his fury. The limits of his power remain unknown, and his blood is toxic, exhibiting a formidable contagion. Hill adjusted the projection equipment, presenting various intelligence reports on the Hulk to the agents. Nick Fury inquired, "What are your thoughts on capturing the Hulk? Please feel free to share your opinions." However, voicing one's thoughts now would only serve to shoulder the blame. The Hydra operatives averted their gazes, resembling ostriches hiding from danger. Director Pierce appeared drowsy, as though afflicted by dementia. An awkward silence enveloped the room, leaving Nick Fury visibly uncomfortable. He cast a glance at Coulson, his trusted confidant, wondering why he did not step forward to alleviate the burden during this crucial moment. Coulson, sweating profusely, realized that his limited prowess would be insufficient against the Hulk's might. Yet, under Fury's intense gaze, he eventually mused, "If only Captain America were here." Nick Fury replied, "Agents, Captain America has been missing for countless years. While I understand your admiration for him, there must be limits." Natasha raised her hand. "May I speak?" Natasha continued, "The Hulk possesses formidable defenses and immense strength, and he is impervious to flames and sonic waves. I wonder if tranquilizers or toxins would have any effect on him." Nick Fury shook his head in disappointment, stating, "According to General Ross's intelligence, toxins and tranquilizers have little effect on the Hulk." Natasha pressed on, "What if we were to deploy a solution before Banner transforms into the Hulk? For instance, delivering a Barrett bullet from 800 meters away?" Nick Fury responded with a shake of his head. "As long as Banner experiences anger, panic, or pain, he will transform into the Hulk. Even if we were to obliterate his head while he is in his human form, the intense pain would instantly trigger his transformation. Once he becomes the Hulk, all injuries will be healed in a remarkably brief period." The assembly of agents collectively lamented. "Does this imply that the Hulk possesses no weaknesses at all? What good are we then? We might as well retire for the night." Currently, the only known superheroes are Captain America and Iron Man. The whereabouts of Captain America remain a mystery, while Iron Man is better left unmentioned. His contraption would be easily dismantled by the Hulk. Nick Fury finds himself in a state of great distress. After training soldiers for countless days, the military has sent a notification stating that if they're unable to handle the Green Giant, the Council may reconsider the necessity of SHIELD's existence. Natasha ponders thoughtfully, "Director, perhaps we could consult that individual. There might also be a Hulk movie involved." "A movie?" Many agents with insufficient clearance look bewildered, while those with higher clearance, who are privy to some insider knowledge, appear contemplative. Nick Fury reluctantly nods. He is quite hesitant to involve Rimuru in this matter. A parallel universe is far more troublesome than a mere Green Giant. However, there seems to be no alternative. I am entrusting this matter to you. If you manage it well, I will request a 6-month leave for you, along with a bonus of $3 million. Thank you, Director. Natasha beams with joy. A subordinate who cannot alleviate their superior's burdens is not a good subordinate. Indeed, she has made the right bet. This maneuver will yield her considerable benefits. Seeking information from Rimuru is undoubtedly simpler and more rewarding than facing the Hulk directly. If successful, she will reap great rewards. If not, the losses are negligible. Upon hearing the rewards proposed by the director, the others could only feel envy and resentment. Nevertheless, many are still contemplating the implications of that movie and the identity of that individual. Not long ago, Director Pierce, who feigned senility, had his small eyes darting with thoughts racing through his mind like a whirlwind. Chapter 48. Black Widow. There will always be devious people who seek to harm me in the Long Island villa, after tirelessly working for over 10 days. Rimuru finally completed the Wind God 2. Gazing upon the magnificent creation, his heart swells with exhilaration, akin to love at first sight. This mech boasts smooth lines, evenly distributed modules, and harmonious proportions, epitomizing the beauty of mechanical engineering. The primary color scheme is a striking silver-white, accented with red and blue, perfectly complementing the metallic material and exuding a strong sense of sci-fi aesthetics. Particularly noteworthy is the outer armor of the Wind God 2. Although constructed from overlapping modules, it appears naturally seamless and utilizes aerodynamics to its fullest. In a sense, the Wind God 2 transcends the notion of a mere war machine, becoming a veritable work of art. With multiple barriers, Rimuru has significantly reduced the armor's thickness, yet it was designed with the intent to battle colossal beings like the Hulk. Thus, in comparison to its predecessor, Wind God I, it still embodies an imposing stature. At first glance, it conveys the essence of a war fortress, radiating aggression. In terms of energy, it has been equipped with a new energy reactor, resulting in overall superior performance without any significant shortcomings. Gently caressing the exterior armor of the Wind Deity, The unique sensation of melting metal, cool and penetrating, transmitted through her fingertips to her brain, leaving Rimuru with an ethereal feeling as though she were floating on clouds. The products of the great sage are undoubtedly exquisite. Just as Rimuru reveled in the birth of the wind deity, Natasha arrived once more at the villa's doorstep, unlike her previous visit. This time Natasha felt less arrogance and more reverence. In the annals of human history, Captain America stands as the first widely recognized and acknowledged superhero in the world. Indeed, he was the first and, in many respects, the last. Though attempts to revive the super soldier program have been made since, they have largely ended in failure. Natasha herself, having undergone enhancements in the former Soviet Union, significantly bolstered her immune system and resilience, even decelerating the aging process. In a sense, Natasha is half a modified being, possessing physical capabilities closest to those of Captain America. After years as a spy, she has never shied away from battle, which has been a source of her confidence. Yet, the emergence of the Hulk has reshaped her understanding of combat prowess. Initially, Natasha dismissed Rimuru's fanciful claims, but observing the director's reactions led her to believe that a considerable portion of what Rimuru said might indeed hold truth. Humanity is often filled with boundless awe towards the unknown, the mysterious, and the uncontrollable future. After pressing the doorbell, she waited. Natasha felt a tinge of anticipation for this meeting. The thought of a potential 6-month vacation and a reward of $3 million fueled her motivation. Upon seeing Rimuru again, Natasha was struck by an overwhelming sense of amazement. It was truly hard to fathom that such a delicate and charming young girl could seamlessly transform into a bouncy, soft blue sphere. The thought of inquiring how to defeat the raging behemoth known as the Hulk filled Natasha with a sense of absurdity. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Rimuru wore a peculiar expression. Rimuru acknowledged that Natasha's alluring charm was indeed captivating, but more so, it was the remarkable devices she concealed within her that piqued Rimuru's intrigue. True to her reputation as the Black Widow, Natasha had ingeniously embedded listening devices and recording equipment in her ears, mouth, stockings, skirt, and several other discrete locations during what was merely a simple meeting. Rimuru even pondered whether she possessed a fourth-dimensional space. Should she suddenly produce a long and thick sword from her concealed gear, it would hardly surprise Rimuru. However, a pressing concern arose. What if her devices encountered water or malfunctioned? Not everyone possesses Rimuru's unique skill of electrical resistance. Casually reclining on the sofa, Rimuru inquired, "What brings you to seek me today?" Natasha smiled gently. Rimuru's earlier expression had already conveyed everything. Limula chose not to expose the truth, relishing the opportunity to feign ignorance. Communicating with intelligent individuals is indeed a delightful experience. Natasha remarked, earlier today, General Ross and Hulk engaged in a fierce battle at Forest Park, resulting in a devastating defeat for General Ross. The military has requested assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. I am curious, in the films you mentioned, how do humans manage to defeat Hulk? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Limulu was momentarily taken aback, while she immersed herself in her work on Liver Wind God 2. Had the Green Giant already wreaked havoc in New York? Furthermore, Natasha had the audacity to approach her to inquire about how Hulk was vanquished in the movies. Limula's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that S.H.I.E.L.D. actually believed the nonsense she had previously spouted? A fleeting thrill accompanies a moment of deception, and the prospect of perpetuating this charade invigorated her. Noticing Limulu's sudden exuberance, Natasha felt an unsettling chill. Why did she suddenly have a bad premonition? Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Limulu gazed earnestly at Natasha and declared, "Sister Natasha, you might not be aware, but in the films, it is actually you who defeats the Green Giant." What? Natasha was momentarily stunned, her mind momentarily blank. What nonsense was this? With her physique, she would barely withstand a single blow from Hulk. Was Limula the type to randomly call someone sister? Natasha's extensive experience, honed instincts from professional training, and her vast knowledge of psychology all warned her that there was undoubtedly a trap here. At that moment, Natasha's mind was consumed by a singular thought: Limulu. This cunning individual was undoubtedly plotting against her. Was Limula seeking revenge for the last time she tricked her into attending elementary school? It was merely a matter of sending her to school, not a perilous endeavor. Why must she be so calculative? To suggest she defeat the Green Giant? Natasha felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee, but alas, she was equipped with several miniature communication devices. Despite appearing alone, Egg could overhear their entire conversation. Regret washed over Natasha. Why had she concealed the communication devices so effectively? Had they been more overtly hidden, she could have falsely claimed that Limulu had discovered her, leading to Limulu's fury and her subsequent expulsion. With a smile on her face yet tears in her heart, Natasha inquired, "In the movie, how did I defeat Hulk?" Limulu, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Sister Natasha, there is a classic film titled King Kong, which I believe you must have seen. King Kong. Natasha's beautiful eyes narrowed instantly. King Kong was indeed a classic. King Kong faced off against planes atop the Empire State Building, and the aircraft met with a disastrous fate. It was not modern weaponry that triumphed over King Kong, but rather the allure of a beautiful woman. Was Limu implying that she? Chapter 49. Prejudices in the Human Heart. Had I not voluntarily approached the director, I could have simply turned and walked away. Did I indeed approach the director of my own accord? Yes. Therefore, I cannot walk away so easily. Had I not concealed an array of sophisticated listening devices on my person, I could boldly inform the director of my ignorance. Have I hidden such devices? Indeed. Thus, I cannot feign ignorance. If I had never viewed King Kong, I would remain oblivious to the fact that humanity's triumph over the beast is not through high-tech weaponry, but rather through the allure of beauty. Have I seen the film King Kong? Certainly. Hence, I cannot deny that beauty can indeed conquer and even slay the savage creature. Yet, I am truly incapable of such feats. Natasha Romanoff found herself utterly bewildered, questioning the need for a 6-month leave or a sum of 3 million. To seduce the Hulk, capture his heart, and then ultimately eliminate him, this was beyond her capabilities. Hopefully, the director would not heed Rimuru's nonsensical remarks. One can only hope. Observing the distressed expression on the Black Widow's face, Rimuru stifled a chuckle, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sister Natasha, you cannot possibly think I intended for you to seduce the Hulk. Could you?" Natasha looked at Rimuru, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. "Isn't that the case?" Rimuru, covering her mouth in disbelief, retorted. "How can one engage in romance across different species? Sister Natasha, your thoughts are rather unhealthy." Natasha ground her teeth in frustration, feeling an overwhelming urge to seize Rimuru and deliver a well-deserved reprimand. What did she mean by asserting that her thoughts were unhealthy? Wasn't that precisely the implication? Rimuru gazed at Natasha with admiration. "Sister Natasha, previously, I held 3 individuals in the highest regard, Su Xian, Ming Kaichen, and Lu Shi. It seems now that I must add another to this esteemed list." "What do you mean?" Natasha inquired, her expression a mix of confusion and intrigue. Rimuru proceeded to enlighten Natasha about the remarkable deeds of the 3 individuals, leading Natasha to become infuriated, chasing Rimuru in an attempt to exact some measure of vengeance. But Rimuru, ever the clever one, simply smirked. She never struck women. After receiving a reminder through her earpiece, Natasha regained her composure. "I was mistaken. I acknowledge my misinterpretation. And I sincerely apologize." Natasha looked at Rimuru, her small fangs glinting as she articulated each word with precision. It was as though each syllable came with a bite directed at Rimuru. As a top-tier agent, engaging in playful banter and flattery was second nature. Yet it left her feeling unsatisfied. The bitter taste of humiliation lingered. Thud, thud, thud. Rimuru, too, acknowledged her own misstep and graciously accepted Natasha's apology. "Sister Natasha, I apologize. It was my words that were unclear. Is there still hope?" Natasha's large eyes sparkled with boundless possibilities. As long as she refrains from seducing Hulk, she may do as she pleases. "Rimuru, Sister Natasha, what I mean is for you to seduce Banner." Gasped. Natasha nearly spewed blood in disbelief. "Please tell her. What is the distinction between seducing Hulk and seducing Banner?" "Ah, her fiery temper. The prejudices that reside in one's heart are like monumental mountains, immovable no matter how hard one strives." Rimuru rose to her feet, shedding her previous nonchalance. Natasha was taken aback. Was this truly the same mischievous little rascal from moments ago? Why had she suddenly become so philosophical? Surely, she wasn't planning another prank. Natasha had ample reason to be skeptical, given Rimuru's notorious history of mischief. Rimuru probably sensed Natasha's suspicions, yet this time, she genuinely had no intention of continuing her antics. Joking is one thing, but moderation must be maintained. Crossing the line could lead to dire consequences. Banner might be the most unfortunate superhero in the Marvel Universe. And if she could assist him, Rimuru would be more than willing. "Rimuru, Sister Natasha, when you ponder, why is the first impression to apprehend Hulk, rather than to engage in conversation with Banner?" "Natasha. Rimuru, I've never lied about the methods of capturing Hulk. You must have seen the footage of the battle in Forest Park. Did you not notice that Hulk is, in fact, very kind and gentle?" "Kind and gentle Hulk? Surely you jest." In the video, Hulk was either smashing armored vehicles or on his way to do so. She distinctly remembered Hulk turning man and machine into mere pancakes. Wait a moment. Natasha suddenly recalled Hulk shielding Betty with his body, protecting her from bullets and flames. Could it be that Rimuru was speaking the truth? Observing Natasha beginning to absorb her words, Rimuru continued, "Both the military and SHIELD have fundamentally strayed from the right path. Each time Hulk appears, it is invariably due to General Ross's provocation. This was the case in Brazil and in New York's Forest Park as well. Think carefully, has Dr. Banner truly erred? In his efforts to suppress Hulk's emergence, Banner has consistently endeavored to stifle his emotions. He even practiced yoga from scratch for this purpose. His ultimate aspiration has always been to eliminate gamma radiation and revert to being a normal person. Not only Natasha, but even the ever-watchful Nick Fury found himself contemplating these insights. The clarity of an outsider often illuminates the confusion of those involved. Rimuru's words resonated like thunder, striking deep within Natasha and Fury. Particularly for Fury, her statements touched a chord within him. He had contemplated recruiting Banner more than once, yet hesitated, as Hulk's instability was a significant concern. Fury, Norman, inquire about her thoughts on Banner's portrayal in the films. Natasha paused, her keen intellect recognizing that the director had been swayed by Rimuru's words, harboring an interest in recruiting Banner. To speak candidly, the prospect of introducing such an unstable element into the team filled Natasha with trepidation and a degree of reluctance. Yet it was not within her power to make that decision. Natasha faithfully conveyed the essence of the boiled egg's thoughts to Rimuru. Rimuru responded, "How should I put it? Hulk has lost control on numerous occasions, yet he has repeatedly saved the world. He is undoubtedly a double-edged sword, remarkably sharp, when weighed against his achievements. Any minor lapses in control are easily overshadowed." The boiled egg replied, "I comprehend. Norman, you are free to explore and inquire further details." Natasha acknowledged, "Understood." Upon Natasha's inquiry, Rimuru candidly recounted various aspects concerning Banner and Hulk. For instance, despite Hulk's propensity for rage, he possesses a fundamental sense of right and wrong, akin to a personality with room for growth. Hulk has an affinity for adorable creatures, such as puppies and kittens, which can effectively help him temper his fury. The personalities of Banner and Hulk can indeed merge, allowing him to evolve into the Green Doctor, a being endowed with both Hulk's strength and Banner's intellect. Upon hearing this, both Natasha and the boiled egg were filled with exhilaration, particularly the boiled egg, who became utterly animated. If the Green Doctor were to manifest, their Avengers team would gain an irreplaceable asset. At that moment, the boiled egg felt a genuine thrill. Chapter 50, S-H-I-E-L-D. In Hydra and numerous online novels, the capabilities of S-H-I-E-L-D are depicted as almost supernatural, as if they could trace a lost uncle from an African tribal community. This is, in truth, quite far-fetched. In a certain sense, S-H-I-E-L-D's operational efficiency does not surpass that of typical administrative bodies. In a sea of people, locating an individual intent on hiding is no simple task. In the vast expanse of New York, with its millions of inhabitants, deploying hundreds of thousands of agents might not even stir a ripple. Through prolonged evasion and relentless pursuit by his father-in-law, Banner has gained invaluable experience. He meticulously avoids using anything that could reveal his identity, such as mobile phones, credit cards, or passports. Faced with such a seasoned veteran, S-H-I-E-L-D finds itself rather powerless. In the films, S-H-I-E-L-D was able to uncover the transaction between Banner and Mr. Blue, pinpointing it to Gabon Academy, and had laid out an elaborate trap to capture him. The primary reason for this success was that Banner, in his attempts to transmit information, utilized a secure network named S-H-I-E-L-D, unbeknownst to him. This encrypted network was actually managed by S-H-I-E-L-D's logistics department. Furthermore, the data contained crucial information regarding gamma pulses, making it exceedingly difficult for him to remain undetected. This situation fundamentally stemmed from an asymmetry of information, which ultimately led to Banner, the seasoned veteran, stumbling. The boiled egg attentively listened to the dialogue between Rimuru and Natasha, further solidifying his resolve to incorporate Banner into the Avengers initiative. Especially after the logistics department conveyed the news confirming Mr. Blue's identity and whereabouts, Egg's trust in Rimuru surged exponentially. Concurrently, Rimuru's value in Egg's perception multiplied significantly. Controlling Rimuru equated to possessing a prophet, which heightened Egg's regard for Rimuru while simultaneously rendering him more cautious. Given Rimuru's audacity to reveal the prophet's identity, it was clear he possessed a formidable confidence. Any misstep, impulsive action, or hasty decision could jeopardize the relationship between S-H-I-E-L-D and Rimuru, possibly leading to a complete fallout. This was something Nick Fury would never permit. In this regard, Nick Fury harbored no animosity. On the contrary, he found it admirable. Having strength and knowing how to leverage it for personal gain is a hallmark of maturity, which also mitigates troubles and earns respect. This prompted Egg to reassess the information Black Widow had brought back after her initial encounter with Rimuru. Contemplating this, Egg found himself gazing out at the sun, its blinding brilliance sending a chill through his bald head. Could the sun truly age so rapidly? Reflecting on Rimuru's mention of the Battle of New York, Egg felt an intensified urgency. He began to further consider the feasibility of integrating Rimuru into the Avengers initiative. Little did Rimuru realize that in this instance of manipulation, she inadvertently ensnared herself as well. Although S-H-I-E-L-D is an international organization, it is, in reality, under American control. In recent years, SHIELD's situation has grown increasingly precarious, with various member nations eager to meddle, leaving Egg exasperated by their obstinacy. Consequently, the Council has openly questioned the necessity of SHIELD's existence on multiple occasions, frequently threatening budget cuts. Were it not for Egg's adeptness, SHIELD might have long since lost its independence. Nevertheless, Egg's pressure mounted daily. He must achieve commendable results to demonstrate to the Council that SHIELD's existence is indispensable. The taxpayers' money has not been squandered. Egg's inner thoughts, it has certainly not been wasted. It's merely that I enjoy embezzling funds to construct a secret base. This occasion presents an exceptional opportunity to validate SHIELD. After all, General Ross, in his pursuit of the Hulk, has not only squandered resources but also incurred significant casualties. The public in Congress are already dissatisfied with Ross, and even the military holds reservations. Should they succeed, SHIELD can finally stand tall, and Egg, as its director, could use this achievement to confront the bureaucrats in the Council directly. Without the military's dismal performance, how could SHIELD's astuteness be substantiated? Egg harbored no qualms about potentially sacrificing General Ross, even if it meant jeopardizing his political future. After all, has not General Ross faced repeated failures? This world is indeed a dismal place. No matter how abysmal one's performance may be, it will never surpass that of General Ross. Undoubtedly. Whether in triumph or in failure, General Ross will always be subjected to harsh scrutiny. After all, he is the principal figure responsible for capturing the Hulk. And he has met with failure on numerous occasions. Were it not for the daunting task of apprehending the Hulk, many would eagerly wish to see General Ross ousted in favor of someone more capable. The logistics department's communications were suppressed by the bureaucrat, while clandestine plans to engage with Banner swiftly took shape, prompting a flurry of activity among numerous agents. Unbeknownst to the bureaucrat, SHIELD is also known as the Serpent Shield. Just as he was basking in his ambitions, agents affiliated with Hydra began to quietly conspire. Especially with the influential hand of Pierce at play, the bureaucrat's seemingly foolproof plan had already become riddled with vulnerabilities. Crossbones, Director Pierce, what should we do? We have all witnessed the Hulk's formidable combat prowess. If he is successfully recruited by Nick Fury, what chance remains for our plans to succeed? The stalwart agent Silvert nodded in agreement. The notions of glorious missions and restoring Hydra held no allure for him, unlike the fervent idealists who harnessed love as their motivation. The Indian-born Silvert merely desired to remain a discreet operative. Whether it was Hydra or SHIELD, he wished to remain uninvolved. However, with Crossbones voicing his concerns, failing to express his stance would seem disloyal. Thus, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, seizing the low-risk, high-reward opportunity presented to him. As a former director, Pierce possessed knowledge far beyond that of the average agent. The Avengers Initiative, shrouded in secrecy for most agents, held no mysteries for Director Pierce. As head of the agency, Nick Fury aimed to assemble a covert team, a development that certainly boded ill. Pierce even harbored suspicions that Fury might have unearthed certain truths. However, it was unequivocal that the enemy's intentions could simply be thwarted. We need not take action. If General Ross were to discover that Nick Fury had withheld vital intelligence from him while planning to recruit the Hulk independently, his reaction would undoubtedly be most entertaining. Crossbones chuckled derisively. As a steadfast loyalist to Hydra, Pierce's maneuver suited him splendidly. This matter was entrusted to Agent Silvert. Pierce cast a sidelong glance at the bald agent and casually remarked. Silvert inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him, yet he steeled himself to accept the assignment. In the hierarchy, the higher-ups wielded absolute power over the lower agents. Thus, the plan was solidified, and soon, information regarding Banner found its way to General Ross's desk. Chapter 51. The recruitment of the Hulk as a general. Ross prided himself on his high level of personal cultivation, having mastered the art of concealing his emotions. However, Nick Fury's sudden betrayal ignited a fury within him, prompting a flurry of expletives and the thunderous pounding of his fist against the desk. The Hulk is my quarry. If I cannot succeed, then neither shall anyone else. After 2 long years of relentless pursuit, marked by repeated failures and the mounting pressure from the military, Congress, and the public, Ross had come to regard the Hulk as a forbidden prize. It could be said that his career was irrevocably tied to the fate of the Hulk. To say he was nurturing a dangerous obsession would be an understatement. Despite his repeated failures and the humiliation inflicted upon him by the Hulk, these very setbacks only reinforced his belief in the Hulk's extraordinary power. The military's need for the Hulk was undeniable, and the prospects of capturing him were indeed promising. Before transforming into a monster, Banner was his prospective son-in-law, and no one understood his character and talents better than Ross. If Shield were to employ gentle methods of persuasion, the likelihood of success would be exceedingly high, far too high for Ross to countenance. The absence of comparison breeds no pain. If Shield could effortlessly secure the Hulk's allegiance, what would that render his own expenditure of billions and the countless soldiers who had perished at the Hulk's hands? A farce? Absolutely not. He would never allow such a travesty to unfold. Summon Lieutenant Blonsky. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Blonsky, who would later become the Abomination, was a seasoned veteran in his 40s, with an extreme reverence for personal strength. Yet, the relentless march of time had hindered his combat efficacy, an affront he could scarcely tolerate. During the pursuit of the Hulk in Brazil, he witnessed the creature's immense power, intensifying his longing for strength. General Ross capitalized on this desire, enticing him to accept an injection of the modified super soldier serum. The successful case of Captain America had kept the military's hopes for the serum alive. Yet they had never achieved a breakthrough. Unfortunately, the modified version was riddled with flaws and ultimately had to be shelved. If Captain America's injection magnified the goodness within him, Blonsky's experience with the flawed serum amplified the darkness in his heart. His insatiable thirst for power drove him to madness, eroding his sanity. During the clash in Forest Park, Blonsky unleashed his recklessness, deliberately provoking the Hulk, only to be met with a brutal lesson. A single kick left his insides ruptured and his bones shattered. Most individuals would have succumbed to such injuries, rendered permanently incapacitated, perhaps even reduced to a vegetative state. In less than a day, Blonsky had completely recovered, yet this only magnified the darkness within him, intensifying his yearning for Hulk's power. Regrettably, General Ross remained oblivious to this shift, harboring an unwarranted confidence in his command over his soldiers. Blonsky soon arrived, exhilarated upon learning of Hulk's whereabouts. Meanwhile, amidst General Ross's frantic efforts, Shield was not lagging behind either. Bruce Banner and Betty had scarcely arrived at Gibbons Academy when Natasha, fully armed and covertly deploying heavy protection, initiated her first intimate encounter with Banner. Dressed in a floral long dress and with her hair cascading down, Natasha exuded an aura of innocence and demureness, appearing more like a gentle co-ed than a covert operative capable of swiftly breaking a man's neck. It is undeniable that the words of Zhang Wuji's mother ring true. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she may be. Mr. Bruce Banner and Ms. Betty Ross. It is a pleasure to meet you, Natasha began, prompting both Banner and Betty to grow wary. However, Natasha's beguiling appearance tempered their instinctive reactions. Who are you? Banner inquired. Raising her hands, Natasha replied, I am an agent of the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, and I am here to speak with you. The mere mention of agent caused both Banner and Betty's pupils to constrict, nearly prompting them to flee. Relax, relax. If I meant you harm, I wouldn't have come alone. Natasha maintained her raised hands and even took a step back, conveying her goodwill and lack of malicious intent. Alone? Banner and Betty glanced around, reassured by the absence of suspicious figures, their tension gradually easing. Men often exhibit more patience towards beautiful women, although Banner remained cautious. Natasha's delicate femininity offered him a semblance of security. Once a basic level of mutual trust was established, Natasha eloquently shared her identity as Shield agent and the purpose of her visit. What department? Banner and Betty exchanged puzzled looks, unfamiliar with any such agency. Natasha, unfazed, patiently elucidated the structure and functions of Shield. After her explanation, they began to garner a rudimentary understanding of the organization. When informed that Shield's logistics had located him through a secure network, Banner was taken aback, astonished by the organization's extensive capabilities. The ever-cautious Banner had been unaware that this encrypted network belonged to a clandestine international entity, leading him to trust Natasha's words to a significant extent. What? Upon realizing that Natasha's intention was to recruit him, Banner briefly questioned his own hearing. The past 2 years have been filled with a sense of suffocation, as he has been forced into hiding. It is hard to fathom that a man who has earned 7 doctoral degrees, possessing immense talent, is now relegated to working as a bottler in a Brazilian slum. The frustration is palpable. Yet, even in such dire circumstances, he lives in constant fear, not only of the military discovering his whereabouts and coming to eliminate him, but also of the monstrous entity within him that might break free. Banner inquired, Aren't you concerned about another version of me? Natasha replied, The Hulk? We are aware. Not long ago, he protected Betty, didn't he? Banner ran his fingers through his hair, visibly agitated. You don't understand. I can never resist the urge to become angry, and when I do, the Hulk emerges. His voice trembled with a mixture of fear, dread, and loathing. Natasha smiled faintly. This brief interaction provided her with a clearer understanding of Banner's character. Rimura was indeed correct. Bruce Banner is a remarkably kind and empathetic individual. The rigidity of thought, or rather, the biases entrenched in the human heart, can be quite terrifying. Before Rimuru's proposal, nearly everyone regarded the Hulk with hostility, thinking only of capturing and destroying him. Few entertained the notion of recruiting him. Natasha encouraged. Haven't you been trying to learn how to control him? For the past 2 years, you've been managing your emotions. Each time you lost control was due to General Ross's provocations, wasn't it? Upon hearing Natasha's words, Banner's emotions surged, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Was it possible that the officials were finally beginning to understand him? Bruce. Betty's tears sparkled as she struggled to contain her emotions. The Gamma incident had left her as one of the greatest victims, alongside Banner. Not only was she separated from her beloved, but she was also caught between her father and her boyfriend, a torment that is hard to imagine. Previously, she had no idea what kind of life Banner had endured over these 2 years, but their brief days of fleeing together had illuminated her understanding. Betty. Banner grasped her hand, overwhelmed, causing his watch to beep incessantly. He had to take a deep breath, striving to soothe his tumultuous emotions. This made Natasha extremely anxious. However, when she witnessed Banner successfully regain control, she quietly exhaled in relief. Natasha gained a newfound appreciation for Banner's ability to manage his emotions. Perhaps recruiting Banner was indeed feasible. Banner, feeling agitated and tense, expressed, "You see, my emotions are so unstable. I cannot afford to be overly angry, excited, or thrilled. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. still wish to recruit me?" Natasha extended her delicate hand and smiled warmly, creating an atmosphere of ease. Of course, Banner, exhilarated, slowly reached out his hand. Perhaps due to his excitement, his palms were damp with sweat, and he discreetly wiped them on his clothing before extending his hand once more. Ultimately, the two, one man and one woman, one dark and one light, firmly clasped hands. They had succeeded. In that fleeting moment, it was not only Natasha who felt her composure shatter, but also the ever-watchful Egg and numerous agents, all unable to contain their emotions, just as the smiles on their faces had yet to fade. They were abruptly confronted with the horrific sight of Banner's head exploding, blood splattering onto Natasha and Betty's faces. The two women could only watch in horror as the wounded Banner collapsed before them. Chapter 52. The Hulk's rampage. The transformation was so sudden that mere moments ago, everyone had been celebrating the successful recruitment of Banner into S.H.I.E.L.D. But in the next instant, they witnessed his tragic demise. The image of his still smiling face lingered, a stark reminder of the bitter irony that struck at the heart of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s leadership. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a resounding clap echoed as Nick Fury slammed his palm onto the table, his countenance dark and foreboding, exuding an aura of deadly intent. Deploy immediately and locate the assailant responsible for this murder. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not accept the surrender of terrorists. Fury's words crystallized the gravity of the situation, branding the shooter as a murderer and a terrorist, his fury palpable. Understood. The agents responded, springing into action. The directive was clear. S.H.I.E.L.D. would not entertain the notion of surrender. And finding the orchestrator of this heinous act meant executing them on the spot. Without the need for further instruction from Egg, they were already filled with righteous anger. Recruiting the Hulk was akin to playing a dangerous game, with one's life hanging by a thread. Yet, high risks often yield substantial rewards, and completing this mission could lead to immense accolades and advancement. However, their hopes were dashed at the last moment by an unforeseen attack. To obstruct one's path to success felt akin to murdering one's parents, igniting a fierce rage within the Special Operations team. As the agents executed a thorough search of the scene, Fury's expression suddenly shifted. "Norman, retreat immediately. Withdraw at once." He reacted swiftly, ordering Natasha to pull back. Unlike the reasonable Banner, the Hulk, when enraged, was a force to be reckoned with. But it was too late. With a thunderous roar, Banner's body began to swell, rapidly transforming into a massive green behemoth. His shoes, socks, and shirt burst apart, leaving only his pants intact. At Gibbons Academy, chaos erupted among the faculty and students upon hearing the gunfire. The sudden appearance of the green monstrosity escalated the pandemonium to new heights, with people screaming and fleeing in all directions. In the face of life and death, no one cared for order or traffic regulations. Shoving, trampling, and accidents ensued, plunging the entire academy into disarray. With a ferocious bellow, the Hulk directed his wrath towards Natasha, the force of his roar crashing like a tempest, causing her dress to billow and momentarily blinding her against the gale. Faced with the formidable presence of the Hulk, Natasha found herself momentarily disoriented, her mind momentarily incapacitated, her body stiffening in response. Without direct confrontation, one could never fathom the sheer terror that the Hulk embodied. His overwhelming stature, explosive musculature, terrifying strength, and fearsome visage presented an almost existential obliteration. Banner struggled to suppress the existence of the Hulk, Despite having emerged over 2 years prior, the Hulk's intellect remained woefully underdeveloped. He resembled an irascible infant, driven solely by instinct and an insatiable desire to destroy. The memory of that excruciating gunshot lingered painfully, and at that moment, the Hulk was consumed by a singular thought: destruction. He aimed to annihilate everything before him. Upon seeing Natasha, the simplistic mind of the Hulk immediately deduced that she had betrayed him. The concept of compassion was utterly foreign to him. Without hesitation, he swung his fist toward her. As his fist loomed larger in her gaze, the oppressive weight of impending death became suffocating. Nevertheless, as a premier agent, Natasha possessed remarkable adaptability. Despite her body being rigid with fear, at the critical moment, she executed a roll, narrowly evading the Hulk's punch. The force of his missed blow struck the wall behind her, causing it to collapse, bricks scattering in all directions amidst a cloud of dust. Flee! Regaining her senses, Natasha sprinted down the narrow corridor without looking back, while the Hulk pursued relentlessly. The corridor became a scene of utter devastation. The Hulk charged like an out-of-control armored vehicle, leaving destruction in his wake. This all unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Only as the Hulk relentlessly pursued Natasha did Betty finally emerge from her stupor following Banner's traumatic experience. Witnessing the chaos as the Hulk wreaked havoc in pursuit of Natasha, Betty called out desperately to Bruce, hoping to rouse Banner's consciousness once more. Yet, the fury of the enraged Banner was not so easily quelled. The fact that he could maintain a flicker of rationality, refraining from directing his fists towards Betty, was a remarkable feat in itself. The frenzied chase continued. Natasha transformed into a master of parkour, at times a champion of escape, teetering on the precipice between life and death with each narrow evasion. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, observing from the screen, decisively ordered his team to mobilize and assist Natasha. However, even the finest agents could not instantly provide support. Natasha had retreated into the academy, growing increasingly distant from her team's strategic position. Confronted with the Hulk, without an appropriate vantage point for an offensive, no agent would recklessly charge into the fray. Ultimately, Natasha's fate, whether she would escape to live another day or succumb to the Hulk's wrath, was left to the whims of chance. As Natasha fled in desperation, Blonsky, who had just witnessed the brutal act of shooting Banner, received new orders. Soldier, well done. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have approached your ambush position. You must evacuate immediately. As Blonsky retreated, he spoke into his earpiece. Received. I have successfully lured the Hulk out. I request immediate action to commence the subsequent plan for capturing the Hulk. General Ross, soldiers, that can wait. I have another crucial task for you. Ross immediately relayed the identity of Mr. Blue to Blonsky, instructing him to proceed to the academy to apprehend Mr. Blue and seize the blood sample of Banner, along with all research materials. Although Blonsky initially harbored resentment towards General Ross for preventing him from capturing the Hulk, the mention of Mr. Blue possessing Hulk's blood samples and research data piqued his interest. Having undergone 2 consecutive injections of the super soldier serum, Blonsky was becoming increasingly enamored with its effects. I understand. General, I will bring back the Hulk's blood and power for you. Blonsky licked his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Excellent, excellent, Blonsky. You truly are my most outstanding soldier. Proceed with vigor. After ending the call, General Ross felt a sense of satisfaction. The S.H.I.D.L.D. agents had been decimated by the Hulk, their recruitment plan in ruins, and all research data in Mr. Blue's possession remained firmly under his control. Everything regarding the Hulk was still solely his. With everything advancing favorably, General Ross felt content, even amidst the chaos before him, which appeared to him as a beautiful spectacle. In a villa on Long Island, upon hearing from Aya that the Hulk had gone on a rampage, relentlessly pursuing Natasha, Rimuru exclaimed in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she donned her Wind God 2 and soared directly toward the Gibbon Academy. As for the reason, there was none required. What justification is needed to save a life? Chapter 53. Rimuru vs. Hulk. The more the Hulk was pursued, the angrier he became. The angrier he grew, the more his physical attributes soared. Strictly speaking, Hulk's rage escalation system far surpassed even the Barbarian King's ultimate ability by 1,000-fold. The Barbarian King at least had limits, even if his ultimate was invincible. It lasted but 5 seconds of true manhood. However, Hulk's system of becoming stronger through rage had no limits, no depletion of energy, and his stamina regeneration was despairingly swift. Natasha, known as the Black Widow, was among the rare ranks of level 10 agents, renowned with an S.H.I.E.L.D. in the minds of numerous agents. She was an untouchable figure, a non-human powerhouse. Yet now, Natasha found herself in a most dire predicament. In the frantic chase, peril loomed at every turn. The Hulk grew increasingly formidable, while Natasha, burdened by the rapid depletion of her stamina, became weaker. In this dynamic of gain and loss, the pressure of her escape escalated dramatically. With a furious roar, the Hulk struck down upon a stone pillar, which crumbled like a mere stack of tofu under his might. The Hulk's strength was truly formidable. The debris he casually swatted away soared like cannonballs, hurtling towards Natasha amidst a cacophony of explosions. Utilizing her beast-like instincts, Natasha evaded a multitude of stones, yet tragically, a shard grazed her right leg. With a sharp crack, her leg fractured on the spot, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Was this to be her end? As she beheld the approaching Hulk, a bitter smile graced Natasha's lips. As a spy, reaching this age was already a stroke of luck. She had often contemplated the specter of death, her past imaginings revolving around failing a mission and being riddled with bullets, or perhaps being captured and taking her own life by biting down on a poison capsule. She had even envisioned a grim fate of torture leading to her demise. Yet, she never anticipated that her life would be extinguished by a creature known as the Hulk. At that moment, the figure that dominated her thoughts was none other than Rimuru. Without that little trickster Rimuru, she would never have undertaken such a perilous mission. Strangely, she could not summon any hatred towards Rimuru for the circumstances of her impending demise. Perhaps it was simply the fate of a spy. This conclusion, in its own way, seemed acceptable. Watching the Hulk leap several meters into the air, poised to crash down upon her, Natasha could not help but smile in resignation. But at that instant, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. The Hulk, hurtling towards her, suddenly veered sideways, propelled like a cannonball, and was sent flying away. The sheer magnitude of this unexpected force was terrifying. Hulk's body ricocheted off the ground, rolling over and over, devastating the surrounding structures in its wake. As they witnessed the figure suspended in midair, still striking a pose with fists raised, all spectators of this battle stood agape. Had the Hulk truly been struck down? The onlookers were incredulous. The Hulk's displayed power had been so exaggerated that even a surprise attack could not account for it. How could such a titan be sent flying by a single punch from the silver-armored god of war? Was this mech truly endowed with such immense power? Moreover, from whence did this heavy armor originate? Its design bore resemblance to the wind god, yet was it truly so imposing and grand? Had the enigmatic silver-armored god of war upgraded the wind god from version 1 to version 2? Was the world changing at such an astonishing pace? General Ross, utterly bewildered and ignorant of Rimuru, was not alone in his shock. Even the esteemed leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D., who prided themselves on their knowledge of Rimuru, were taken aback. Nick Fury's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Could this be the advanced technology of a parallel universe Earth? If there were 100 wind gods, what need would he have for assembling the Avengers? Clang! Limu descended from the heavens, executing a classic landing pose reminiscent of a graceful fairy, right before Natasha. As her helmet retracted automatically, it unveiled Limu's adorable, youthful, and earnest visage. With a swift motion, a restorative potion struck Natasha. Sister Natasha, Hulk is approaching rapidly. Evacuate the civilians and attend to the wounded. I leave that to the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Without further ado, Limu rose, resolutely striding towards the impending confrontation with Hulk, her back to Natasha. Observing Limu's retreating figure, Natasha's captivating eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. At that moment, clad in her formidable exosuit and boldly advancing towards a powerful adversary, Limu appeared extraordinarily heroic. As the pain in her thigh dissipated and the wounds healed without a trace, Natasha's eyes shimmered with newfound intrigue. Oh, dear Limu, how many secrets do you truly possess? You pique my curiosity. It must be said that those who are powerful and enigmatic, regardless of gender, possess an irresistible charm. However, Natasha, ever the professional, quickly regained her composure and began directing operations over the S.H.I.E.L.D. communication channel. She orchestrated the evacuation, treated the injured, and deftly managed to deter the media from filming the chaos. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Limu and Hulk raged on. Hulk, we are not enemies. Limu employed her telepathic abilities, striving to soothe Hulk's tumultuous emotions, yet Hulk bore a deep grudge. What loomed larger in his mind than Limu's attempts at pacification was the recent, brazen ambush that had inflicted considerable pain upon him. Hulk, with a thunderous roar, Hulk charged furiously at Limu. His massive frame caused the ground to tremble with each step, leaving deep imprints in his wake. Undeterred by Hulk's onslaught, Limu was equally eager to test the capabilities of her wind spirit armor. Enveloping herself in multiple protective barriers, she raced across the ground, accelerating while reinforcing her armor with layers of shields. Unlike Tony Stark, who could afford to be reckless, Limu did not wish for her wind spirit to be reduced to ruins after this battle. Thus, she fortified it with 20 layers of barriers, achieving an almost frenzied level of defense. With a thunderous crash, Limu and Hulk collided like two high-speed trains. The sheer force of their impact unleashed a cataclysmic energy storm, akin to a nuclear explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. The ensuing tempest uprooted trees and sent debris flying. while a drone dispatched for covert surveillance was unceremoniously overturned by the gale. Even Natasha, positioned at a safer distance, was caught off guard. Her elegant dress fluttered in the wind, and despite her formidable demeanor as a seasoned warrior, she instinctively adopted the classic pose of Marilyn Monroe to shield her attire. Oh, my. Nick Fury, General Ross, and Pierce, along with a myriad of unknown magnates lurking in the shadows, were collectively rendered speechless. To think that one could contend with the Hulk on equal footing. It is well known that the Hulk dismantles armored vehicles as if they were mere toys. Who is this silver-armored war god? This is astonishingly formidable. Those privileged enough to observe from the sidelines are all men. And even those of advanced age found themselves invigorated by Rimuru's performance. A true man should confront the Hulk head-on. Splendid. Chapter 54. Tony's shock 5 minutes earlier. At the villa on the west coast, Tony Stark emerged from his office, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. Though he was arrogantly self-assured, his intellect was undeniably sharp. After a brief exchange with Rimuru, he had gained a considerable understanding of the wind god, particularly the emergence of the new elemental reactor, which left Tony utterly astounded. Naturally, this also heightened Tony's sense of urgency. The energy capacity and efficiency of the new reactor were vastly superior to that of the palladium reactor. If Rimuru could develop such an innovative reactor, then her wind god was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. This impending duel could very well lead to his downfall, a scenario Tony Stark could not abide. Thus, he plunged into his laboratory, undertaking comprehensive modifications and upgrades on the newly birthed Mark IV, which had yet to be unveiled to the public. This transformation spanned nearly half a month, yet the results were exceedingly gratifying. The enhanced Mark IV boasted a thoroughly optimized overall capability. Unless new materials were utilized or a new wave of technological revolution emerged, his Mark IV would remain relevant. Tony Stark felt an unwavering confidence in this regard. Now, he was eager to engage in another contest with Rimuru's wind god. Any notion that the wind god could best the mark was utterly unacceptable. Tony vowed to compel Rimuru to retract those words in their entirety. J-A-R-V-I-S. A significant incident has occurred at Gibbon Academy. Rimuru is piloting the wind god in a confrontation against the Hulk. I presume you would find this quite intriguing? The Hulk? Tony Stark's interest piqued. The Hulk was no great mystery to him. Tony had a fair understanding of the Hulk's combat prowess. As for Rimuru and the wind god, they represented his most formidable adversary. J-A-R-V-I-S. Hack into the military satellites, adjust the frame rate, and transmit the video to me. As you wish. In mere moments, the live footage from Gibbon Academy materialized before Tony Stark. Cool. As an avid enthusiast of mechanized suits, the moment he beheld Rimuru's second-generation wind god, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The lines of the wind god, too, were exquisitely smooth, with its modular construction and arrangement harmoniously integrated, embodying an aesthetic beauty reminiscent of the golden ratio that left Tony entranced. When the average person beholds the wind god, too, their impression may be one of aesthetic appeal, charm, and flamboyance. However, to the discerning eye of Tony Stark, it reveals the meticulous craftsmanship and unparalleled artistry inherent in Rimuru's mecha design. Despite Rimuru's notoriously abrasive demeanor and utter lack of decorum, it must be acknowledged that his innate talent in mecha design is nothing short of extraordinary, nearly rivaling my own prowess. Jarvis, Tony mused, your perspective is remarkably expansive. Were outsiders to catch wind of this, the tale of your friendship might indeed become legendary. As Hulk charged towards the wind god, Rimuru eschewed the kite-flying strategy, opting instead for a direct confrontation. Tony, exasperated, buried his face in his hands, pondering whether this was sheer folly or just plain foolishness. Hulk, with his immense stature, could dismantle a helicopter as if it were a mere toy. After a single exchange, the titanium alloy might well warp, leaving the wind god severely compromised in performance. Why on earth has Rimuru deployed the energy cannon? Could it be that he hasn't equipped it with energy weaponry? But in the following moment, Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, this defies the laws of science. The materials for Rimuru's wind god 2 had been appropriated from him, and no one understood the impact resistance of the wind god armor better than he. Particularly concerning was the terrifying kinetic energy generated from such a fierce collision, akin to the explosive force of a bomb. Yet, oddly enough, Rimuru's armor appeared utterly unscathed. At that moment, Tony's eyelids twitched violently, akin to a multitude of scientists' frustrations bubbling to the surface. How could this be possible? It was utterly irrational. To generate an energy storm, the impact force must reach several tons. Under such immense pressure, the strength of titanium alloy should not withstand it. How did the wind god accomplish this? It was completely unfathomable. Instinctively, Tony grasped his dark hair, only to inadvertently pull out a handful, intensifying his midlife crisis regarding hair loss. Is it possible that the laws of physics have ceased to apply to Rimuru? He then observed Rimuru maneuvering the wind god with the swiftness of the wind. deftly evading Hulk's powerful strikes with a few precise movements, appearing at Hulk's side. What? He managed to sidestep Hulk's rampage with just a few steps? Tony Stark felt a parched sensation in his throat. Why was it that, despite being of the same mecha lineage, Rimuru excelled so remarkably? If he required significant movement to pilot his mecha, what did that even signify? Surely, he couldn't have developed a mere fade of a mecha. Then, Tony witnessed Rimuru. Now at Hulk's flank, take a decisive step forward and deliver a swift strike to Hulk's side. Ouch! The blow was rapid, precise, and fierce. Even the indomitable Hulk let out a pain cry. Tony wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, unexpectedly feeling a sharp pain in his own side. Who engages in combat with a direct thrust to the kidneys? That's downright ruthless. Tony Stark found his perception of Rimuru's moral compass profoundly altered. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, an apocalyptic conflict raged on. The Hulk, provoked to an unprecedented fury by relentless jabs to his side, was consumed by a primal rage. Despite his youthful naivety and intellectual shortcomings, he was undeniably a man, driven by the instincts of life itself. With a mighty grasp, the Hulk seized a massive tree, exerted his strength, and with a thunderous roar, uprooted it entirely. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the green giant truly wielding a weapon? This was a sight he never thought he would witness. What unfolded next was even more astonishing. The Hulk wielded the tree with a ferocious vigor. Yet Rimuru was as elusive as the wind, deftly evading each strike by the narrowest of margins. If it were merely an occurrence or two, it could be dismissed. But this uncanny agility persisted, leading Tony to ponder whether this was indeed the famed footwork he had heard of. Memories of his childhood, watching Chinese martial arts films, flooded back, though he found them fanciful and unrealistic, defying the laws of physics. Yet now, a puzzling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the mystical East truly possessed secrets of such lightness of foot? At that moment, the tides of battle shifted once again. Seizing an opportunity, Rimuru swiftly toppled the Hulk, tree and all. With a decisive leap, Rimuru landed heavily atop the Hulk, unleashing a barrage of playful punches to his face, urging him to slumber. Witnessing Rimuru's audacious antics, Tony Stark's spirits soared. The performance was utterly delightful, igniting a thrill that coursed through him. The only disappointment lay in the realization that such flamboyant maneuvers were not of his own design, a profound regret indeed. As Rimuru continued the playful assault, the Hulk's pin-up rage surged to new heights, enhancing his power. With a sudden, forceful punch, he sent the wind god hurtling away. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash as the wind god collided with a building, demolishing several walls and creating a gaping hole, as if struck by the hand of a divine being, leaving him utterly drained. Fortunately, Natasha had efficiently evacuated the civilians. Otherwise, that single blow could have resulted in countless innocent lives being caught in the crossfire. Amidst the swirling dust, Rimuru emerged from the rubble, shaking her head in disbelief. The Hulk's strength was indeed boundless. That one punch had nearly dismantled her 20-layered barrier. Had the Hulk not possessed such thick, dark hair, Rimuru might have suspected she would have been sent flying alongside the wind god. Resolutely, Rimuru reinforced her barriers, amplifying them to 50 layers. As each layer of the barrier increases, the difficulty escalates exponentially, and the consumption of magical energy grows geometrically. However, within Rimuru's pouch lies the Proud Dragon, a near-infinite source of magical energy. Thus, the supply of magical essence is hardly a concern for her. Unbeknownst to Rimuru, as she recklessly expends this energy, she appears to the mages as a beacon, a luminous source continuously broadcasting signals, especially to Baron Modu, who has specifically come from Kamataiji. At the moment Rimuru channels a substantial amount of magical energy to reinforce the barrier, the furious Hulk charges towards her once more. Hulk possesses no particular combat skills, and his approach would be deemed laughable by any seasoned martial artist. Yet, with his tough skin and overwhelming strength, coupled with surprising speed, he sees no need for finesse. It's all about brute force. As Rimuru completes the barrier, she instantly activates the enhanced thrusters on her arms and back just as Hulk lunges. With a swift step forward, she delivers a powerful punch to Hulk's abdomen, catching him off guard. His body bends like a shrimp, and he is sent flying away. Hulk's massive form rolls across the ground, creating numerous craters in his wake. The onlookers, witnessing this clash of titans, are left agape, their jaws dropping wide enough to fit a watermelon. This is truly a divine battle. While they are astonished by Hulk's ferocity, they are even more captivated by the extraordinary combat capabilities of Function 2. There is only one Hulk, nearly impossible to replicate, but Function 2 is different. It is a mech, a technological marvel, and once the technique is mastered, it can be mass-produced. Both the military and SHIELD are increasingly intrigued by humanoid mechs. Meanwhile, the true mech genius, Nini, is left speechless. This defies logic. With Function's armor, it should have been dismantled by Hulk long ago. Yet it stands firm, overpowering Hulk. This seems almost unfair. Jarvis detects that Function's exterior is enveloped in multiple layers of mysterious unknown energy, resembling an energy shield. A simulated data model appears before Tony Stark, allowing him to discern the energy shield that resembles layers of eggshells encasing the armor. What? Tony Stark can hardly believe it. Energy shields are not a concept he hasn't considered. Not only that, but he has designed hundreds of energy models, yet none have succeeded. Has Rimuru truly created such advanced technology? His failures starkly contrast with Rimuru's success, evoking an inexplicable sense of defeat within him. Undoubtedly, in this contest, his mark has once again succumbed to function. Tony, Jarvis, make a note to prioritize the research on energy shields. Additionally, design an armor specifically for countering Hulk and function. Jarvis, at your command. The clash between the two was nothing short of ferocious. Buildings crumbled, trees were uprooted, and cars were hurled like mere projectiles. Everything in their path was wielded as a weapon with reckless abandon. In mere minutes, the century-old Gabon Academy lay in ruins, reduced to rubble by the demolition frenzy of Rimuru and Hulk. Yet, Rimuru found herself troubled. Hulk continued to grow stronger, leaving her with a sense of incredulity. Despite her repeated attempts to reinforce the barrier, the Wind God too still suffered destruction, leaving her mech in tatters. Was disassembly the inevitable fate of the anti-mech? Oh. The pain of her small fortune felt suffocating. Black flame thunder. The ground trembled. A surge of black lightning erupted from Rimuru's palm, its radiance blinding. In an instant, the world dimmed. Even the sun seemed to lose its brilliance. The leaping black lightning appeared as the singular source of illumination. Roar. Hulk instinctively sensed the threat. Yet he remained oblivious to the notion of fear. Undeterred, he charged recklessly towards Rimuru. Boom. The black flame thunder struck Hulk, unleashing unparalleled destruction that left him charred, yet tender. Unlike all previous assaults, the black flame thunder was a magical attack, a hidden trump card even for Rimuru. Its power terrifyingly immense. The arcane energy surged, boundless and vast, akin to a mushroom cloud erupting, manifesting a miniature sun that blinded all around. What manner of weapon is this? Is it the silver-armored warrior's ultimate weapon? In front of the screen, all the prominent figures were left speechless, at a loss for words to express their astonishment. The silver-armored warrior had delivered an overwhelming shock today, rendering them somewhat numb. Only Lu Dan revealed a knowing expression. Yet even that was tinged with an unsettling intensity. Lu Dan sighed in relief, grateful that he advocated for peaceful engagement with Rimuru. Had he recklessly charged in, who knows how many agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be mourning at their graves. As the brilliance faded, everyone before the screen collectively gasped. Gabon Academy had been marred by a chasm, 100 meters wide and over 10 meters deep. Hulk lay motionless on the ground, bloodied and with grotesque wounds that revealed stark, white bones in places. The silver-armored warrior stood beside Hulk, his armor severely damaged, nearly devoid of any intact plating. Yet, this did not diminish the imposing image of the silver-armored warrior in the hearts of the onlookers. He was incredibly powerful. The only being on Earth to have faced Hulk head-on and emerged victorious. Unknown to everyone, at that moment, Rimuru gazed upon the unconscious, blood-soaked green giant. A sight both tragic and chaotic, and couldn't help but stick out her tiny tongue. She was resolute in her actions, her sudden deployment of the ultimate technique. The black flame thunder was purely intended to halt the green giant's destructive rampage. There was absolutely no intent of vengeance for the damage he had inflicted upon her Wind God too. None whatsoever. Whether you believe it or not, she certainly does. Note, according to the comics lore, the green giant is nearly invincible, with no upper limits to his abilities, unless his internal gamma is diminished, akin to the antidote used against the Hulk in the comics. However, in the cosmos, the green giant is considerably weakened. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, he was first knocked unconscious by Nini's anti-Hulk armor. Indeed, the Hulk can be subdued and later defeated by the Ancient One in Avengers Endgame, leading to the notion of Hulk's low magical resistance. Thus, the Hulk fell victim to Rimuru's magical prowess. Chapter 56. Betty is amazing within the vast pit. Black smoke billowed, intermittently illuminated by flickers of residual electricity, occasionally sparking secondary explosions. The scene exuded an air of mystery and terror, distinctly unlike the aftermath of conventional weaponry. This left many high-ranking military officials with reddened eyes, contemplating the overwhelming power of such a weapon, how advantageous it would be if it were under their control. As this thought crossed their minds, numerous senior officers found their breaths quickening and their hearts racing. However, upon witnessing the tattered and fearsome visage of the Wind God, they felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. The silver-armored war god was a force formidable enough to contend with even the Hulk head-on. Such a prize was not easily seized. Not long ago, they had exerted considerable pressure on Nick Fury, only to be met with his unwavering resistance. What kind of enchantment had Nick Fury employed to garner the support of the Security Council? It was utterly bewildering. Yet, how could such a military treasure be entrusted to an individual of unknown identity? The military must seize control of the technology behind the humanoid mecha, This was imperative. Subsequently, they directed extreme pressure at Nick Fury, demanding the true identity of the silver-armored war god. If one or two generals were insufficient, then the entire military would mobilize. If that still fell short, they would enlist Congress, and if that too proved inadequate, they would rally the entire citizenry. Before the overwhelming will of the nation, any reluctance would be crushed. Even the wealthiest, Tony Stark, would be powerless. Only the will of the state could contend with the will of the state. The unconscious Banner gradually regained consciousness, and what met his eyes was the battered form of the wind god. Instinctively, he shrank back, transforming into the Hulk. While Banner's consciousness swirled in a haze, as if caught in a dream, barely recalling the events that had transpired. However, certain vividly etched impressions lingered in his mind. He distinctly remembered the iron mask before him that had inflicted unbearable pain. The unyielding spirit of youth knows no fear, unless it is tempered by the harsh realities of life, such as receiving a merciless beating from a certain bald, purple adversary. Clearly, at this moment, Hulk remains blissfully unaware of fear. In an instant, Banner's heart rate begins to escalate wildly. He engages in deep breathing, striving to maintain his composure and prevent the emergence of Hulk once more. Each appearance of Hulk is not merely a nightmare for others, but a torment for Banner himself. The overwhelming sense of failure in controlling his emotions, coupled with the guilt from the destruction and countless casualties, could drive him to madness. Rimuru is startled as well. Should Hulk re-emerge, even her formidable black flame might prove ineffective. She fears she would be left with no choice but to resort to her ultimate weapon, the Predator. Such trump cards are best kept shrouded in secrecy. With a clang, the metallic armor enveloping Rimuru's head is lifted, revealing her adorably beautiful face, almost unfair in its charm. Hulk, please remain calm. I do not wish to engage you in battle. If possible, I would rather like to be your friend. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Banner is taken aback. Becoming friends with Hulk? Surely, he must have misheard. Who in the world does not regard Hulk as a monster and keep their distance? Furthermore, what does it mean to be friends with Hulk? Shouldn't it be about forming a bond with Bruce Banner instead? At that moment, Banner finally sees Rimuru's countenance clearly, and his expression shifts to one of sheer astonishment. The invincible powerhouse who can subdue Hulk with ease is a girl of such enchanting beauty? What a jest! Hulk, with his limited intellect and in his current form, cannot comprehend Rimuru's words. Yet, her goodwill somehow manages to reach Banner indirectly, at least preventing the situation from worsening. He breathes in, breathes out, seeking to calm his heart gradually. Minutes pass, and Bruce Banner exhales a long breath, as if he has emerged victorious from a perilous battle. A mix of relief, joy, and bitterness washes over him as he gazes at Rimuru. To be friends with Hulk? Are you certain about this? Rimuru smiles enigmatically, assuring him that she is not mistaken. Hulk, in a strict sense, is not a monster. He is merely another facet of yourself, albeit one that is newly born, with an immature mind and a propensity for anger. Banner's emotions flare at Rimuru's words. You do not understand. You know nothing. Hulk is a creature of destruction, a beast. He has ruined my life, obliterated everything I held dear. All I can do is continue my research until I can eradicate him completely. Upon hearing Banner's fervent declaration, Rimuru refrains from further comment. Shallow interactions often lead to profound misunderstandings, a caution that is always prudent. Bruce. The two turn toward the voice to find Betty. Her body marked with numerous scrapes, leaning over the edge of a large pit, urgently calling out Banner's name. Betty. Banner, filled with emotion, waved his arms excitedly to greet Betty. Rimla quipped, what does it mean to suddenly be fed dog food? Showcasing love leads to a swift demise. It serves you right to be relentlessly pursued by your father-in-law. I used to think Banner was the most unfortunate superhero in Marvel, but I take that back. Rimla patted Banner on the shoulder, exclaiming, Banner, your girlfriend is truly remarkable. Banner nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly acknowledging that Betty is indeed an extraordinary girl. Rimla gazed enviously at the delightful Betty, feeling a mix of admiration and jealousy, and stated, Banner, the moment I laid eyes on Betty, I knew I wanted to be friends with you. Banner felt a flicker of excitement within. Knowing that someone would still wish to befriend him despite his Hulk identity made such camaraderie invaluable. Yet, there was an awkwardness in Rimlu's words. What did it mean that he decided to be friends upon seeing Betty? Rimla reassured Banner, Bruce, you can escape with peace of mind. I will take care of Betty for you. Bruce Banner immediately felt a wave of frustration, nearly losing control and letting Hulk surface. I, Bruce Banner, will not have a friend like you, he retorted. And please, do not call me Bruce. Our relationship is not yet at that level. Rimlu tugged at Banner's arm and guided him in front of Betty Ross. Although she felt a desire to chat with Betty, Rimlu restrained herself. One must never take advantage of a friend's wife. She held on to that principle. Indeed, Rimlu's integrity was commendably high. She swore to the heavens that she was merely joking, harboring no intentions of undermining anyone, truly more genuine than gold. It was time to depart. Rimlu elegantly turned, leaving without a glance back. Her demeanor and movements exuded such charisma, akin to a peacock displaying its feathers. Betty's eyes sparkled with admiration, while Banner ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to chase after Rimlu and deliver a few punches. Unbeknownst to Rimlu, shortly after she had taken flight, a fire circle abruptly appeared not far ahead of Wind God, radiating sparks with a startling intensity. Chapter 57, The Enigmatic Rimlu. This circle of sparks emerged unexpectedly. Yet Wind God's performance was so striking that it was impossible not to draw attention. Countless satellites around the globe fixated on Wind God, aiming to ascertain his landing position and uncover the true identity of the silver-armored war god. However, those watching the screens were rendered speechless as a fire circle materialized in the sky. Wind God entered it and then vanished. Vanished? Can you believe that? At the Pentagon, various senators and generals exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, they had been exhilarated, believing that as soon as they identified the silver-armored war god, the days of acquiring the Wind Goddess armor would be within reach. Then, having removed their trousers, you present them with this? Find him, and do so immediately. Even if it necessitates digging 3 feet into the earth, I demand the silver-armored war god be located. A general, characterized by his resolute demeanor and suffused with the essence of iron and blood, bellowed. Yes. Following this command, the entire nation commenced its rapid mobilization. Departments communicated incessantly, with the air filled with the sounds of bustling telephones. Within the Pentagon, countless personnel tirelessly tapped away at their computers. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, save for the incessant drumming of fingers upon keyboards. Satellite positioning, Patriot systems, Aegis, the most advanced scanning technologies in the world, were all activated. Even the most clandestine methods were unveiled. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, they failed to uncover any trace of the Wind God. The being who had just battled against the heavens and the earth seemed to have vanished into thin air. Optical invisibility? Curvature navigation? Spatial jumps? If the Wind God possessed such technologies, centuries ahead of humanity, what was there to search for? The dignitaries exchanged glances, resembling defeated roosters. At this juncture, few dared to press the silver-armored war god for his mecha technologies. Politicians, akin to pampered hounds, preferred to feast on meat without engaging in the hunt. Yet this does not imply they are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. As for humanoid mecha technology, wasn't he there a soft target in Tony Stark? The morally upright politicians collectively shifted their extortion targets, redirecting their gaze from the Wind God to Stark's mark. Observing this entire spectacle, the egg couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Goodness, Rimuru truly harbors profound depths. He even comprehends such arcane technologies as optical invisibility and spatial jumps, cleverly concealing them and treating them as fools. How cunning. It appears that dealings with Rimuru henceforth will require greater caution. Nick Fury rubbed his temples, wishing merely to fulfill his role as director, yet finding it so arduous. What gifts could he possibly present to someone like Rimuru, who possesses innate abilities and excels in technology, in order to win her favor? Perhaps it was time to rummage through SHIELD's resources to discover what might pique Rimuru's interest. Not only the egg, but also Pierce and Crossbones, members of Hydra, exchanged glances, equally intrigued by the formidable Wind God. Unlike the military, Pierce was well aware of Rimuru's true identity. They had contemplated a visit to exert some pressure. Yet Rimuru had deliberately displayed her prowess before departing, presumably to instill fear in those beneath her. Being regarded as insignificant, while uncomfortable, was undeniably effective. Rimuru is indeed unfathomable. In a fleeting exchange of glances, Pierce and Crossbones reached a silent accord. It is perhaps wiser to avoid provoking Rimuru, a master of hidden depths with an unknown array of secrets. As for humanoid mech technology, is there not already an Iron Man? Even a child of 3 would discern who the easy target is in such circumstances. As for Tony Stark, the Iron Man, he nearly leapt 3 feet in disbelief. This cannot be. Today marked yet another occasion for Tony to utter this phrase. Given his stature, it is difficult to fathom him expressing such irresponsible sentiments. However, the events he witnessed today were truly revolutionary, challenging his very worldview. While others may remain oblivious to Rimuru's true capabilities, Tony possesses considerable insight. He has engaged in numerous discussions on mech technology with Rimuru, their expertise being quite comparable, though Rimuru often bested him. The disparity could not possibly reach a level akin to that of an entire civilization. Yet, Rimuru's final maneuver, conjuring a ring of fire and then vanishing into thin air, was that not a form of spatial leap? How extraordinary! How could Rimuru achieve such feats? Does the brilliant mind of Tony Stark truly fall so far behind Rimuru's capabilities? Feeling a profound sense of despondency, Tony found himself somewhat listless. Rimuru was an exceptionally formidable opponent. Each time Tony believed he was catching up, Rimuru would unveil a new era-defining technology, leaving him battered and bruised. In that moment, Tony Stark gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting a bright sorrow. Why must there be a Zhuge when there is a you? Just then, the voice of Jarvis interrupted his thoughts. A massive disturbance has erupted at the intersection of Broadway, instigated by a creature remarkably similar to the Hulk. The military is being routed. As Jarvis spoke, he transmitted footage of the rampaging abomination on the streets. Upon seeing the grotesque figure, Tony's eyes lit up. Fate intervenes. Since the god of wind can no longer fight, it is time for Iron Man to shine. Raising his right hand, he revealed the infrared wristwatch adorning it. With a flourish, Tony leaped from his villa in a dramatic display of faith, exclaiming, "Jarvis, what are you waiting for?" With a beep, the Mark IV suit soared from the laboratory, effortlessly assembling around Tony Stark. Just as he approached the ocean surface, the Mark IV was fully donned. Boom. The Mark IV skimmed along the water, stirring up a frothy spray that elicited delighted shrieks from several bikini-clad women on nearby yachts. With its thrusters ablaze, the Mark IV traced a graceful arc as it pierced the heavens. "I am Iron Man," declared Tony Stark, "and I shall never be outdone." As he soared towards Broadway, intent on confronting the abomination to regain his confidence and experience, the stage was set for an epic encounter. Rimuru plunged into an entirely unfamiliar realm. Surrounded by a vast expanse of white, with swirling snowflakes filling the air, the enigmatic Rimuru blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered by the situation. "Where am I?" "Answer, Mount Everest." Rimuru exclaimed. "How on earth did I end up in this desolate place in the blink of an eye?" "Answer, this is the magical portal of Kamateji." Rimuru felt a profound sense of grievance. Since her arrival in this world, she had done nothing but encounter misfortune. The brutish warriors of Kamateji had whisked her away to Everest without so much as a word. What could this possibly mean? Were they inviting her for tea? At that moment, a surge of magical energy manifested in Rimuru's mind. Turning around, she spotted a man clad in an eastern robe, carrying a dark, thick wooden whip, his hair cropped short. Upon seeing him, Rimuru was struck with a sense of disbelief. Wasn't this Baron Mordo, the chief disciple of the illustrious Ancient One? Why was he fixating on her? Mordo scrutinized Rimuru, his expression grave. "Your magical essence does not belong to the Vashandi, nor does it resemble that of the dark god Thon or the Lord of Darkness Dormammu. You, a mysterious entity from another realm, should not be here on Earth." Chapter 58, Mordo's Existential Doubt. Mount Everest. The biting wind howled as snow swirled violently. A copious amount of blue liquid seeped from the wind god too, quickly enveloping the vessel. Within moments, the enormous wind god too vanished without a trace, leaving only Rimuru, clad in summer attire. Upon witnessing Rimuru's true form, Baron Mordo was slightly taken aback, though not entirely surprised. In the realm of magic, appearance often belied one's true nature. For instance, his esteemed mentor, the Supreme Sorceress, appeared far from aged, yet her true age remained a mystery to all. Although his encounter with Rimuru had been brief, Mordo's expression grew increasingly solemn. Bringing Rimuru to Everest had been a decision he pondered deeply. The frigid climate here posed a challenge even for seasoned sorcerers, as they constantly expended magical energy to ward off the cold. Having visited Everest numerous times for training, he possessed some experience. Fighting here felt akin to being on home turf. More importantly, the extreme cold would significantly hinder the effectiveness of her technological weaponry. Mordo had witnessed the capabilities of the wind god firsthand, and despite its considerable damage, he dared not underestimate it. Mordo was not so arrogant as to believe his magic was invincible. At least, compared to his mentor, his prowess still fell short. Yet, to his astonishment, this mysterious visitor had shed her entire technological arsenal. Even more terrifying was the fact that she seemed to disregard the biting cold entirely, not even expending magical energy to keep warm. Surely, even the Supreme Sorceress could not ignore such frigid conditions? A miscalculation indeed. This moment once again revealed to Baron Mordo the terrifying presence of the individual before him. A swift resolution was imperative, otherwise the frigid cold of this place would entomb him first. Crack! Baron Mordo gripped his black wooden whip tightly, yanking it with force. The joints of the whip separated, transforming into a bone whip akin to flames of magical energy, with sparks erupting ceaselessly from its segments. Baron Mordo, a man of few words, took several strides and positioned himself beside Rimuru, striking towards his head with the whip. Too slow. Rimuru merely inclined his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. Ignoring Rimuru's taunts, Mordo wielded the long whip with the ferocity of a dragon, executing horizontal strikes, vertical slashes, side sweeps, and crushing blows. Despite unleashing his full arsenal, he found himself frustrated as Rimuru, with his hands behind his back, consistently avoided his assaults with impeccable timing. Such strength. This sensation reminded Mordo of facing his master. Breathing heavily, he exhaled puffs of white mist. The intensity of his relentless attacks, combined with the biting cold, drained his magical energy at an alarming rate, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Mordo, you ought to comprehend the disparity in our strengths. If I wished to kill you, your corpse would already be cold. We are not enemies. Were it not for your formidable backing, I would not be so restrained. Rimuru mused, contemplating how he would have hypnotized Modu, seized his magic ring, stripped him of his robe, and helped him enhance his own powers. Rimuru's expression turned peculiar as he approached with a firewood stick, swinging it in an unrefined manner. Do you harbor some misconceptions about the mage profession? Modu remained unfazed, declaring, Demon, do not attempt to sway me. I sense an unprecedented darkness within you. I am not your foe. Rather, I am a guardian of this world. With a sudden stomp, sparks erupted from beneath his feet, propelling Modu's speed to new heights. In an instant, he surged behind Rimuru, his magical whip striking with ferocity, breaking the sound barrier as it crashed down upon Rimuru's head. Success! Baron Modu rejoiced. For the whip in his hand was no ordinary weapon. Known as the Staff of the Court of Life, it was a renowned artifact even in Kamar Taj. His boots were also extraordinary, called the jumping boots of Vardo, which he had kept hidden for this pivotal strike. Indeed, he had succeeded. Yet, to his astonishment, the staff met Rimuru's forehead as if striking steel, sending a tremor through his arms. Only then did Baron Modu realize that a thick, armor-like shell had materialized on Rimuru's once smooth brow. How resilient! What is this? Modu was utterly bewildered, even more so when Rimuru grasped the staff of the Court of Life, preventing him from retracting it. Thud! Limulu grasped the staff with one hand while the other was enveloped in thick armor, and with a sudden force, he delivered a powerful punch to Modu's soft abdomen. In an instant, Modu, racked with agony, curled his body like a shrimp and tumbled across the snow for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Glancing at the artifact in his hand, Limulu inquired, Great Sage, what manner of weapon is this? Response, the Staff of Life Tribunal. The Life Tribunal? Limulu mused, slightly taken aback. Could this ugly wooden staff possess such grandeur? In the Marvel Universe, the Life Tribunal is a profoundly enigmatic entity of unparalleled prestige, nearly omnipotent in its judgment, capable of affecting the entire cosmos. It has thwarted Doctor Strange from annihilating Earth and successfully persuaded the White Phoenix to abandon a particular universe, with a mere snap turning all the Infinity Stones into worthless pebbles. Response, what connection does the Roman Avenue have with Rome? Uft! Limulu burst into laughter. Is this a case of name fraud? It's akin to naming a small grove Norwegian forest or a street champs, Lysias back home. It seems this practice is not unique to Eastern powers. Boom. Just as Limulu jested about the name fraud of the Staff of Life Tribunal, Baron Modu slammed both hands onto the ground. Instantly, the earth erupted in a wave of soil, and the entire world seemed to come alive. Mirror space, Limulu exclaimed, recalling that the most striking impression from the film Doctor Strange was the arbitrary distortion of space, whimsically altering terrain without interfering with the reality of the mirror magic. Experiencing it firsthand, the mirror magic was even more wondrous than he had imagined. Modu maintained his grounded stance, casting spells. Although the mirror magic created its own space, it did not alter the climate within. Thus, he was constantly expending magical energy to keep warm, and mirror magic was a highly challenging form of sorcery. Even in Kamar Taj, few mages could master it. You know quite a bit, but without the suspension ring, you shall not leave here, Baron Modu declared, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand, altering the terrain to fling Limulu away. Seizing the opportunity, he activated a portal. Sparks erupted in a dazzling display as the portal revealed two entirely distinct worlds, one blanketed in snow, the other basking in sunny warmth. Such is the marvel of magical portals. Yet, just as he was about to dive into the portal, he suddenly caught sight of Limulu, whom he had just hurled down the mountainside, charging back up. To Modu's astonishment, Limulu sported a pair of wings on his back. Unlike typical angelic wings, Limulu's were devoid of feathers, resembling those of a bat. At that moment, Baron Modu felt a surge of frustration. Are you cheating? Your body can sprout thick armor. And now you have wings as well? Sticky wires. As Rimuru extended her delicate hand, a multitude of slender, transparent wires erupted forth, ensnaring Baron Modu in a firm embrace. Despite his fervent struggles, the adhesive wires proved insurmountable to break. Unable to overpower her, he resorted to issuing threats. Demon, on the other side of the portal lies Kamar Taj, guarded by the supreme sorcerers. Do you dare to wreak havoc there? Baron Modu spoke truthfully. He had indeed been captured, yet the other end of the portal was Kamar Taj. With the prowess of the supreme sorcerers, they would undoubtedly perceive all that transpired. Thus, he remained unperturbed. Then, Baron Modu witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Having discovered the unique magical portal of Kamar Taj, do you wish to activate the unique skill predator? Just moments ago, Rimuru had appeared as a young girl. But now she transformed into a small blue orb before the portal, instantly morphing into a blue liquid that enveloped it. In an instant, the portal vanished, and Rimuru reverted to her youthful form, wiping her mouth with a look of lingering satisfaction. Can portals be consumed? He, Baron Modu, the foremost disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, must have been learning a counterfeit magic. Note, the Marvel writers have a notorious tendency to disregard established lore, often rebooting the universe when things go awry. we shall not delve deeper into that. The life court has faced its share of tribulations, akin to Uncle Tong, whose pretensions are utterly nonsensical, yet everyone understands the implications. Chapter 59. Modu is a good man. Confirmation complete. Skill portal successfully acquired. The voice of the great sage resonated within Rimuru's mind, and she instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, filled with joy. For Rimuru, it truly was a case of you are what you eat. She recalled that Baron Modu possessed several signature spells. Firstly, there was the one that, upon a simple gesture, conjured a cascade of sparks, akin to a fiery magical whip reminiscent of the Queen's whip. This spell had been wielded by Dr. Strange in battle. Capable of being held with both hands or flung with a single one, Modu was surely proficient in it. Furthermore, the magical shields employed by Modu, the king, and even the formidable antagonist Caecilius, along with the magical fan utilized by the Ancient One, appeared to be variations of this spell. No matter what, she must devour this magic. Additionally, the mirror magic could not be overlooked. Suddenly, Rimuru regarded Baron Modu as if he were an adorably Navi delivery rabbit. A cute little rabbit, with its ears perked up, would undergo a swift transformation, a clean cut of arteries followed by veins, skinning, chopping into pieces, and simmering in a pot, garnished with cilantro before serving. Rimuru had thoroughly enjoyed watching all 3 seasons of A Bite of China, mastering a plethora of cooking techniques: steaming, frying, stir-frying, boiling, pan-frying, and braising. In culinary parlance, the finer the ingredients, the more they often require the simplest of preparations: peeling, juicing, and extracting the essence. So, I ask you, dear Modu, are you afraid? Observing Baron Modu, Rimuru instinctively licked her lips, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. What is the meaning behind this threatening stance to devour him? Where's my master? Help! This is indeed one of the reasons why Modu chose the battlefield at Mount Everest. Everest is essentially the backyard of Katayama. When a disciple is assaulted, can the master remain inactive? One must consider the owner when striking a dog. Baron Modu is indirectly pressuring Gui. It is time to showcase my acting prowess. Remain calm. I must not allow Modu to discern my true intentions. Modu, you wish to trap me in the mirror space. But that is an impossible endeavor. If I cannot escape, neither shall you. Limulu adopted a fierce demeanor, advancing steadily towards Modu. Simultaneously, Limulu subtly loosened the adhesive wire binding Modu, deliberately revealing a flaw. In an instant, Modu sensed the shift. Though it was but a minor breach, he felt it nonetheless. I can turn the tide. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Modu's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed as he lowered his gaze, concealing his excitement. Internally, Modu mused, it is time to test our acting skills. We have never crossed paths, nor harbored any grievances. Shall we not cease hostilities? You may open a portal to New York, and then we can coexist peacefully, Limula suggested as he approached Modu, feigning a cautious demeanor regarding the mirror space, presenting an aura of negotiation. Now is the moment. Modu suddenly exerted force, the adhesive wires binding him snapping with a resounding crack. He recited an incantation, and with a swift motion, conjured a fiery red magical whip. With remarkable speed, he lashed out at Limula. Taken by surprise, Limula was struck by the whip, sent flying and sustaining grievous injuries, forced to roll on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade the relentless pursuit of the whip-wielding Modu. Modu, brimming with confidence, wielded the long whip with a formidable flair, declaring that strength does not equate to victory. Your pride and arrogance will ultimately drag you into the abyss. You shall pay the price for your hubris, otherworldly being. This is your doing. I shall consume you. Limulu appeared to be cornered, desperate to escape. The whip that Modu swung was instantaneously devoured by Limulu. Confirmation complete. Successfully acquired the skill, Magical Whip. Limulu's spirit soared, and he couldn't help but lick his lips, savoring the delightful taste. However, mindful of the potential consequences of overindulgence, Limula gently coughed twice, quickly suppressing his excitement. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still discern slight tremors in Limulu's body. As the chief disciple of the Supreme Mage, Modu possessed a keen sense of perception. He promptly pierced through Limulu's faade, recognizing that this magic of consumption is tremendously taxing. You are nearly unsteady on your feet, aren't you? Initially flustered, Limulu then put on a brave front, retorting, you speak nonsense. Killing you is as easy as slicing vegetables. However, Rimuru's performance resembled that of a desperate fox relying on the might of a tiger. Baron Modu's confidence surged. Reciting incantations, his hands crossed, and after forming several specific hand signs, 2 fiery energy shields adorned with intricate magical patterns emerged in his hands. After a series of frantic escapes, Rimuru found herself cornered, compelled to once again unleash her magic-eating spell. Confirmation complete. Successfully acquired the skill, Magic Shield. The Magic Shield, akin to a magical whip, has been attained. Conditions met, granting control over magical energy. Rimuru's eyes sparkled with excitement, for in that instant of acquiring control over magical energy, She mastered the ability to manifest it into various weapons. Magic shields, magical whips, magical swords, and magical spears all were within her grasp. Just then, the voice of the great sage reverberated once more. Confirmation complete. A new source of magical power detected. Would you like to communicate and absorb it? Rimuru paused, intrigued by the mention of a new source of magical power. Response. In the Marvel universe, magic is derived from drawing energy from extra dimensions. The magical energy absorbed by numerous white mages, such as those from Kamar Taj, primarily originates from the trinity known as the Vishanti, composed of Agamotto, Hoggoth, and Ashtar. Hearing the great sage's words, Rimuru's heart soared with joy. In such a situation, why hesitate? Yes. In an instant, Rimuru experienced a disorienting sensation, as if time and space had warped. In her dazed state, she glimpsed an immensely grand world. This realm felt distant, almost indistinct, yet she could sense its existence. A subtle but profound connection had formed between her and this world. The vast magical energy flowed like a vibrant river from the Vishanti dimension, cascading past her and continuing into the distance. Confirmation complete. The host has acquired a source of magical power distinct from magical essence, the power of the Vishanti. Confirmation complete. The host's original magical essence has fused with the power of the Vishanti, evolving into a higher grade of magical energy, resulting in an elevation of the host's life level. In a fleeting moment, Rimuru sensed the transformation, having traversed from the sealed cave into the Marvel universe. The feeling of the magical essence being scarce and dust-laden vanished entirely. The entire world brightened, as if a once dusty mirror had been polished. It was akin to transitioning from a small puddle to a grand river, both her body and soul experiencing a sublime elevation. Rimuru was filled with immense joy, never anticipating that after being ambushed by Baron Modu, she would be granted the opportunity for evolution. It is worth noting that even in the original work of that time, I got reincarnated as a slime. The opportunity for evolution for the great sage was only realized after she consumed the overlord of the pig heads, acquiring the unique skill, Devourer, which transformed the predator into the glutton. Baron Modu truly was a remarkable individual. As Mordor beheld Rimuru's motionless form, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Could it be that Rimuru had consumed an excessive amount of magic, rendering his body immobile? It was highly likely. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Mordor swiftly formed hand signs, conjuring two magical shields that materialized before him. With a powerful leap, he soared 10 meters into the air, positioning himself above Rimuru, and aimed to bring the shields crashing down upon his foe. Meanwhile, Rimuru was preoccupied with thoughts of advancement and had little time to pay heed to Mordor, whose skills were now depleted. Do not jest. Rimuru waved his hand, summoning 5 or 6 crimson magical whips from the heavens, which lashed out at Mordor in a flurry of strikes. Bloodied and battered, Mordor lay on the ground, his expression one of utter despair. Why? Had he not been on the verge of a counterattack? What had gone awry? In Chapter 60, The Favor of the Ancient One, after devouring Miss Jingjiang, Rimuru acquired her unique ability, the Transmuter. At this juncture, Rimuru's power level, according to the classifications of the Jula Plane, had ascended to the realm of a demon lord, making him comparable to the likes of the pig-headed emperor. However, Rimuru possessed the formidable abilities of a predator, the great sage, and the transmuter, rendering him exceptionally powerful even among demon lords. Now, Rimuru's strength had surged once more, reaching an almost unparalleled level. In the Jula Plane, even among demon lords, he ranked above average, drawing close to the level of the awakened demon lord, Malim. If he unleashed his full might, employing the black flame thunder in a relentless assault, obliterating an entire continent would pose no challenge. While he had yet to attain the capability to annihilate a planet, he was undeniably among the elite. The number of formidable beings capable of instilling fear in Rimuru had dwindled significantly. Even the likes of the Ancient One, Odin, and Thanos would find themselves facing a worthy adversary in Rimuru. As for others such as the Hulk, Thor, and Hela, they would be compelled to acknowledge him as their sovereign. At this moment, as Rimuru savored the exhilaration of his recent evolution, Baron Mordor, having suffered a heavy blow, finally managed to recalibrate his mindset. He gazed at Rimuru, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. How could he have been so oblivious to the fact that he had been toyed with throughout the encounter? Such a villainous disposition. Observing Rimuru lost in thought and utterly unguarded, Baron Mordor couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. This fiend had never regarded him as a serious threat. Yet now, even if he desired to act, he found himself utterly powerless. His limbs were ablaze, his body overheated, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shed his clothing. He understood that it was not the warmth of the surroundings that afflicted him, but rather the biting cold, which had nearly reached the limits of his endurance, leading his brain's temperature regulation center to issue erroneous commands. Within 5 minutes, he could very well succumb to a frozen demise. It is uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, but Baron Modu sensed a subtle change in Rimuru's aura. Her magical essence no longer resonated with the pure darkness he had previously known. Rather, It seemed infused with the familiar power of the Vishandi. Could it be a consequence of her having previously consumed his magic? Baron Moda found himself once again struck by the thoughts swirling in his mind. Who exactly is she? The ability to acquire new magical powers after devouring another's magic is truly astounding. At that moment, a portal abruptly materialized in the mirrored space. The Ancient One, clad in a brilliant yellow robe and sporting a gleaming bald head, entered with measured steps. Master. Upon seeing the Ancient One, Modu's eyes brightened, and his previously frozen demeanor regained a touch of vitality. Meanwhile, Rimuru remained vigilant. Despite the bald figure's seemingly chaotic demise in the films, it was a deliberate act on her part. She had chosen that moment to depart from the world. The Ancient One's death symbolized a profound lesson for her disciples. Otherwise, he could have lived for another 300 years without issue. As the Ancient One regarded Rimuru, a smile graced his face. Mysterious powerhouse. I thank you for your mercy towards my disciple. A mysterious powerhouse? Baron Modu was taken aback. Who exactly is his master? He is the supreme sorcerer, one whom even the Dark Lord Dormammu would not dare to challenge. Now, the Ancient One refers to Rimuru as a powerhouse. Could she truly possess such strength? Supreme sorcerer. You flatter me. Rimuru responded graciously. One respects others as much as one is respected. Moreover, given that the one in question is the Ancient One, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, even a sense of elation. Most importantly, the Ancient One seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards her, which greatly eased Rimuru's mind. At her core, she had a rather laid-back disposition, occasionally engaging in battles for amusement, treating them as mere games to spice up her life. However, if it came to bloodshed and fierce conflict, she preferred to abstain. I delight in vanquishing lesser foes. It brings me joy. A moment of pleasure in defeating them is exhilarating, and continuous victories are ever so satisfying. The Ancient One nodded, clearly pleased with Rimuru's demeanor. Although he had remained absent until now, he had been attentively observing the entire battle. It must be said, Rimuru's innate talent had astonished him greatly. The ability to consume and learn from anything is something even the Ancient One, with over 300 years of experience, had never encountered. After careful assessment, the Ancient One believed he had gained some insight into Rimuru's heart. How should one describe her? A tad playful, yet fundamentally good-natured. She was someone worthy of alliance and cultivation. Forgive my disciple for any trouble caused. I shall administer appropriate punishment later. He has suffered enough already. Shall we find another place to converse? Though the Ancient One's words were cordial, they carried an undeniable weight that brooked no refusal. Perhaps it was the result of having held power for too long. Though he never displayed arrogance, every gesture exuded an extraordinary presence. Of course, Rimuru nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. With a mere wave of his hand, Ancient One activated the portal, guiding Limulu and the others through. In the next instant, they found themselves in the arena of Kamartosh. A group of sorcerers engaged in a lively sparring session, exchanging blows and deftly maneuvering, creating quite a spectacle. Although Limulu had previously witnessed Master Mordo's fighting style, the scene still struck her as peculiar. Shouldn't sorcerers be the ones adorned with magical hats and wielding wands, casting spells from a distance? Kamartaj seemed to have abandoned the path of ranged combat entirely. After a brief greeting, the two sorcerers promptly assisted Mordo, taking him away for treatment, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Limulu was filled with curiosity about Kamartaj, recognizing it as a sanctuary for sorcerers. The architectural style was quintessentially Eastern, resembling a temple, its age weathered and steeped in ancient charm. As she delved deeper into the ambience, Limula sensed something extraordinary. The magical energy here was remarkably potent, especially surrounding the mysterious magical arrays and barriers. Even Limula found them to be quite perilous. One particularly large room eluded her perception entirely. Sensing the presence of the Sorcerer King at the entrance, Limula realized that it must be the library of Kamartosh. Ah, a library. Limulu couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire. Did she wish to enter and explore? Ancient One's words caused her cheeks to flush. Being caught peeking by her master would indeed be quite embarrassing. Yet, in an instant, Limulu's eyes widened. What had Ancient One just said? She asked if Limulu wanted to take a look inside. Could she truly enter and peruse the books? What was Ancient One's ulterior motive? Surely there couldn't be any traps within. With a casual demeanor, Ancient One poured tea for Limulu, exuding a friendly and natural air. Your talent is exceptional. A rarity in my lifetime. It would be my responsibility if you were to be overlooked. Limulu gazed at her repeatedly, still struggling to believe her ears. Was it truly possible that such a fortuitous opportunity could fall into her lap? Sipping her tea cautiously, Limulu pondered, yet ultimately found herself unable to resist the allure. She quietly inquired, if I were to enter and read, what cost would I have to bear? Ancient One shook her head, declaring, there is no cost. Limulu was skeptical. As the saying goes, the most valuable things are often free. A lack of cost often belied a steep price. Who was Limulu? She was a formidable sage. If she explored Kamartosh thoroughly, she might just uncover an array of magical knowledge. However, Just as she was about to decline the offer, Ancient One's voice resonated once more. I have witnessed much and experienced even more, yet your past and future remain elusive to me. I admire your talent and wish to see how far your future can take you. Allowing you to read is akin to a modest investment in the future. Lemru's eyelashes fluttered, her large eyes swirling with curiosity. Should she truly trust the words of the bald Ancient One? Yet, the prospect of entering the library to read was irresistibly enticing. Chapter 61. The Regretful Ancient One. Is there really such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Frankly speaking, Lemru found it hard to believe. The Ancient One's standing was far too elevated. If she intended to deceive her, it would be nearly impossible to guard against. However, one could not deny the overwhelming temptation of being allowed access to the library. In a strict sense, Lemru was a natural-born sorceress. Especially with the great sage's incantation of the abandoned, Lemru could cast spells without the need for verbal incantation. It could be said that any magic she mastered would leave her peers in the dust. For instance, while Moda struggled to conjure a single magical whip, Lemru, with just a flicker of thought, could instantly generate dozens of them, and all at a moment's notice. Wouldn't that be intimidating? Currently, Lemru resembled a wealthy magnate. With just a bit of learning in financial management, her power would experience explosive growth. Such opportunities were rare, and missing this chance could mean losing out for good. Great Sage, can you deduce the books in the library? Response: I can only deduce the most fundamental public texts. The essence of the most profound works is often sealed and cannot be deciphered. Lemru took the plunge. What if the Grand Sorcerer set a trap for her? Her strength was continually on the rise, and this world had entered a fast lane where stagnation equated to demise. Lemru certainly did not want to become mere ash in the future. With determination, Lemru bowed to the Grand Sorcerer, expressing her gratitude for the esteemed sorcerer's generosity. Should Earth face any crises in the future, I will lend my utmost strength. The Ancient One had safeguarded Earth for a lifetime, bearing immense responsibilities and sacrifices. The safety of the planet was her unwavering obsession. By saying this, Lemru was making her intentions clear. Upon hearing Lemru's words, the Ancient One smiled with a sense of relief. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was indeed gratifying. In Camartage, all knowledge would be shared, though some experiences were deemed forbidden. Your talent is remarkable, yet your foundation is lacking. When reading, do not only seek out powerful spells. Was the Grand Sorcerer providing her with guidance? Lemru immediately adjusted her demeanor, her big eyes sparkling with earnestness, exuding a sense of attentiveness as if to say, I am listening intently. Please share more. The Ancient One chuckled softly. Having lived for so long, she appeared youthful, yet her mindset had aged. Suddenly, witnessing such a playful and adorable child in Lemru brought her a refreshing sense of joy. It must be said, this world often judged by appearances. If an unattractive person attempted to be endearing, the Ancient One might well have given them a swift reprimand. If you are inclined to delve into literature, I recommend commencing with works such as the Book of Sight, the New Cosmos, and the Multiverse Perspective. These tomes will guide you to perceive the world through an entirely fresh lens, which will greatly benefit your magical practice. Subsequently, you may explore foundational texts like Introduction to Magic, Meditation Techniques, and the Heart and Magic, before advancing to more profound studies of the Key of Solomon, the Supreme Codex, Newton's Codex, and Galileo's book. Master Gu spoke earnestly, and Rimuru listened intently. However, upon hearing the titles Newton's Codex and Galileo's book, she felt an overwhelming urge to scoff. No wonder Newton's coffin lid could never be secured. With the elucidation from the Supreme Mage, a reading plan began to form gradually in Rimuru's mind. A few minutes later, Gui paused. Realizing that the book she had just mentioned would suffice for Rimuru's reading for quite some time, discussing further works would hold little significance. Rimuru expressed her gratitude once more and then, taking advantage of the moment, leaned closer to Gui, playfully requesting, Master Gui, could you perform the mirror magic once more? Please do it slowly. I didn't have the chance to absorb it well when I was battling Master Modu. Gui, holding her teacup, nearly spilled its contents as she trembled in surprise. When did she acquire an apprentice? How was she unaware of this? Moreover, what did Rimuru mean by not having the chance to absorb it? Master, could you please do it again? Just once more. In comparison to the instantaneous mastery of mirror magic, what value did principles hold? Could they be consumed? Gui found herself bewildered. Was the world changing so rapidly? Someone was shaking her arm, imploring her to assist in conjuring desserts. What a farce. Master, master, master. Gui's expression turned increasingly serious. Especially when a female disciple entered, her astonishment quickly morphing into a suppressed smile as she exited. Gui could no longer maintain her stern facade. With a swift motion, Gui extended her hand, and the void before her fractured, resembling a mirror adorned with myriad cracks. Discovery of the exclusive magical mirror space of Camartage. Would you like to activate the Predator? Rimuru immediately activated the Predator, transforming into a blue liquid and leaping towards the fissures in the void. In an instant, she wholly devoured the mirror space. Confirmation complete. Host has successfully acquired mirror magic. The exhilarating sensation of reaching the pinnacle of consumption was simply sublime. With a flourish, Rimuru unleashed her newfound abilities, and the entire room transformed dramatically as the ground and walls appeared to come alive, twisting and contorting in wild abandon. Having witnessed such marvels before, Gu-Yi remained profoundly astonished by the spectacle before her. What kind of magic was this that devoured other magics? It was utterly unfathomable. The previous magical whip and shield were mere variations in the utilization of magical energy, fundamentally lacking in significant distinction. Mirror magic is an exceptionally advanced and perilous form of sorcery. It demands a considerable mastery of magical power, a profound understanding of the soul, and a sophisticated spatial awareness. In Kamartaj, fewer than 100 individuals possess the qualifications to study this art, and those who truly master it can be counted on one hand. Yet, Limulu managed to grasp it entirely after a single attempt, which is utterly outrageous. Even Ancient One felt a twinge of envy. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master." Limulu expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Ancient One. With such a spell at her disposal, she would find it considerably easier to cause mischief. A divine technique for murder and plunder. If she wished to ensnare someone, she could simply pull them into the mirror realm. No amount of screaming would save them. Observing the sweet smile adorning Limulu's face, Ancient One nodded, feeling a sense of inner satisfaction. It reminded her of her own youth, when she diligently studied magic, relishing every small advancement for an extended time. Regrettably, since her ascension to the title of Supreme Sorceress, such joy had become a distant memory. Perhaps this is the price of maturity. At that moment, Limulu's voice interrupted Ancient One's nostalgic reverie. With her eyes sparkling with desire, resembling a curious child, she inquired, "Master, do you possess any hidden spells? I could help you promote them." Ancient One, despite her high level of composure, nearly lost her calm due to Limulu's audacity. Had she erred in sending this greedy little imp to the library? Limulu may lack in several areas, but her perceptiveness is remarkably keen. After offering 3 deep bows to Ancient One, she dashed out of the room. Seeing Limulu's reckless figure, Ancient One couldn't help but smile, finding amusement in her antics. All her other disciples were typically respectful and formal, so Limulu's unconventional demeanor felt refreshingly delightful. Sipping from her cup of tea, she savored the tranquility of the moment. Indeed, enjoying tea in the fading light of the sunset was most suited to her. However, just then, a small head peeked through the door. "Master Ancient One, is it all right if I eat a couple of books from the library?" Ancient One choked on her tea, coughing for quite some time. Infuriated, she exclaimed, "What kind of sorcerer doesn't tea need to study diligently through the night? You think you can simply consume my books and master all my spells? There is no such bargain in this world." With a fierce glare, she warned, "If you dare to eat my books, I shall banish you to the wild dimension." Limulu was startled, thinking, "Oh dear, it's terrifying when a good-natured person gets angry." As Limulu immersed herself in her studies, the once peaceful streets of New York began to buzz with excitement. "Hulk, where are you? Hulk, come out. You are unworthy of such immense power." Blonsky, who had coerced Mr. Blue into injecting Hulk's blood, has completely lost control and transformed into the grotesque and enormous Abomination. Unlike the intellectually challenged Hulk, Abomination possesses a rather high level of intelligence. He is acutely aware of his actions and intentions, capable of articulating his thoughts with clarity. Unfortunately, he has become entirely subservient to power, a slave to his own strength. With a mere flick of his hand, a small car is sent soaring, akin to a marble being flicked away. Boom. The airborne vehicle crashes into a building, collapsing it and sending a myriad of concrete fragments flying, leaving countless unfortunate souls caught in the chaos. What manner of monster is this? Help! My leg is trapped. Mother, wake up. Don't leave me. In stark contrast to the relatively remote Gibbon Academy, Broadway is a bustling thoroughfare, teeming with vehicles and a constant flow of pedestrians. The emergence of Abomination in this locale signifies utter catastrophe. News of a monstrous creature rampaging through Broadway spreads like wildfire across the globe. Even attempts to contain the information are futile. Within moments, the Pentagon's phones are overwhelmed with calls. The politicians, quick to shift blame, naturally target General Ross, who has consistently failed to capture the Hulk. After all, this behemoth is not only wreaking havoc, but also uttering Hulk's name amidst the carnage. If they lack the capacity for such deductions, they are certainly unfit to occupy seats in Congress. Simultaneously, the appearance of Abomination has left General Ross utterly bewildered. Though a military man, his political instincts are equally astute. With Abomination on a rampage in Broadway, continuously invoking Hulk's name, Ross feels as if the sky is collapsing around him. Should he fail to subdue this creature, he is likely to find himself assigned to a prime cell in Raft Prison, one that is perpetually free of charge. Ross immediately commands that the soldiers originally dispatched to capture Hulk be redirected to apprehend Abomination. The outcome, as one might expect, is disastrous. Ross's elite soldiers suffer heavy losses. With a pallor of defeat, Ross slumps to the ground, realizing his predicament. At this moment, perhaps only Nick Fury remains unfazed, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. The military's dismal failure further underscores the necessity for the Avengers establishment. Nick Fury has already begun formulating his pitch for funding from the Council. Agent Norman Osborn, prepared to persuade Hulk to join the fray. Observing the screen displaying the rampaging, feculent-hued monster, Natasha's emotions are tumultuous. To be honest, she is increasingly reluctant to confront the Hulk. Not long ago, the relentless pursuit by Hulk had already cast a shadow over her psyche. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. had painstakingly rescued Banner and Betty from General Ross's clutches, only recently having secured them in a safe location. At this juncture, persuading Hulk to engage in battle could potentially render all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts futile. Yet Natasha understood that this was not a decision within her purview. Just then, Nick Fury personally intervened to halt her actions. In an instant, Natasha grasped the intricacies of the situation. It transpired that not long ago, Iron Man had descended from the skies, successfully diverting the Abomination's attention and granting precious time for the pedestrians to flee. Monster, your foe is I? Iron Man maintained his stance, ready to unleash his repulsor beams, exuding an aura of undeniable charisma. With a sudden jolt, the Abomination, caught off guard by Iron Man's blast, rose from the debris that his massive form had previously crushed. Shaking his head in fury, he glared at Iron Man, exclaiming, "You think donning a tin can allows you to act with impunity before me? You are utterly ignorant of true power." The helmet's display screen showcased J.A.R.V.I.S., who had already compiled the Abomination's image and various data. Tony exaggeratedly remarked, "Are you also a product of genetic mutation like Hulk? What a grotesque transformation. Compared to Hulk, you are merely a promotional giveaway. Your appearance is rather haphazard." Tony's words inflicted 1,000 points of damage upon the Abomination's pride. It was one thing to insult his appearance, but to assert that he was weaker than Hulk was an affront too great to bear. The Abomination seethed with rage. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and nearby vehicles were jolted, only to crash back down. The street erupted in a cacophony of car alarms. In his fury, the Abomination lunged at Iron Man. Given the provocation, Tony was more than prepared. With a resounding blast, his left hand's repulsor beam unleashed a surge of energy, sending the Abomination reeling. "Is this what you call strength? Compared to Hulk, you are not only weak but also grotesque, and to add insult to injury, you are rather uncouth. Hulk at least knows to wear pants, yet you don't even don a pair of shorts, sir. Such behavior is quite unbecoming." The Abomination's fury escalated, his indignation surging as he absorbed Tony's insults. To be compared unfavorably to Hulk was one thing, but the mention of his shortcomings struck a deeper chord. For the sake of power, the Abomination had accepted his hideous visage, but as a man, losing his dignity was a wound that would forever ache. In that moment, he forgot about Hulk. His singular focus was to annihilate this armored adversary. This battle was broadcast live, and Tony's brash commentary left many spectators speechless. It seemed his tongue had been sharpened to a razor's edge. The fierce clash resumed, with Tony and the Abomination exchanging blows in an intensely fierce struggle. The onlookers were thoroughly exposed to Iron Man's combat techniques: energy pulse cannons, small missiles, compact machine guns, ultrasonic blasts, headbutts, and close-quarters combat. Each method of warfare and every advanced weapon inflicted relentless torment upon the Abomination. Alas, Iron Man was unable to completely vanquish this formidable foe. Despite the Abomination's rather monotonous fighting style, relying solely on brute force, its armor was exceedingly robust, its vitality abundant, recovery astonishing, agility extraordinary, and strength overwhelmingly fierce. Soon, Tony Stark found himself paying the price for his brashness. As the battle wore on, his arsenal, energy, and armor were rapidly depleted, while the Abomination's condition showed no signs of deterioration. Witnessing Iron Man in a precarious position, with his armor severely damaged, those watching on screens were filled with anxiety, their disappointment palpable. The Silver Centurion could subdue the Hulk, yet Iron Man found himself on the receiving end of the Abomination's brutal onslaught. Iron Man was simply too weak. Chapter 63, Exhausted Iron Man behind a wall. Tony Stark leaned against it, panting heavily. "Jarvis, administer a dose of the Goddess of Life's elixir." This so-called elixir, provided by Rimuru, was a potent healing potion, of which Tony had preloaded 3 vials into Mark IV. This was one of the most formidable trump cards of the Mark IV's life support system. After utilizing 1 vial, Tony Stark's injuries were wholly restored. Though it was not his first experience with such a miraculous remedy, he could not help but feel a deep sense of wonder at the instantaneous healing of all his wounds. However, this was not the moment for reflection. "Jarvis, report on the armor's damage status." The helmet's display was awash in red, indicating severe damage to nearly every section. With a hint of resignation, Tony replied, I see. To be frank, the performance of Mark IV had reached the pinnacle of testing standards, and it had functioned admirably, at least not faltering. Yet, it regrettably fell short. This realization left Tony somewhat disheartened, as the gap between himself and Rimuru was quite significant. Without energy shield technology, the armor's capabilities were wholly inadequate for confronting a behemoth like the Abomination. With extensive damage to the armor and diminished shock absorption, Tony Stark had sustained numerous injuries. Having already utilized 2 out of the 3 healing potions, the brutality of this battle far exceeded his expectations. Jarvis, energy reserves are down to 30%. You are currently in a state of extreme danger. It is advised that you withdraw from combat immediately. Tony dismissed the warning nonchalantly, feigning ease. Jarvis. My father imparted much wisdom upon me, but he never taught me how to retreat in the heat of battle. What you need to do now is assist me in devising a strategy for victory. As you wish. Boom. The Abomination, unable to locate Iron Man, became increasingly agitated. It leapt several meters high, continuously bounding across towering buildings, occasionally smashing a wall in fury or kicking a car into the air. In an instant, the entire street lay in disarray, littered with debris. Is this all the strength you possess, Iron Can? Come forth, show yourself. The loathsome roar echoed in Tony's ears, his thoughts swirling in turmoil. How could he possibly conquer this abomination? His energy was dwindling, and his arsenal was nearly exhausted. It seemed he would have to rely on external forces. Even if he could not vanquish the monster, he at least needed to confine it, preventing further devastation. Jarvis. Display the holographic map of the entire street. At your command. After careful consideration, Tony ultimately selected a particular building. Jarvis. Please assist in scanning the life signals within that structure. As you wish. Soon, Jarvis's response came through, scan complete. No life signals detected. Good. Devise the optimal action plan. I aim to lure this behemoth over and then deliver a decisive blow. Understood. A barrage of bullets rained down upon the abomination, instantly filling it with an overwhelming surge of hatred. Iron Can, have you finally found the courage to emerge? Upon seeing Iron Man, the creature rejoiced, launching a furious assault against him. Tony, of course, would not engage the brute head-on. He deftly maneuvered and danced around, the simple-minded giant quickly falling into Tony's rhythm. Minutes later, Tony successfully lured the creature to the predetermined ambush site. Just as he prepared to detonate his final explosive to collapse the building and entomb the monster within its ruins, Tony was taken aback to discover that life signals had indeed been detected on the rooftop of his planned ambush. Zooming in, he was startled to see a reporter, camera in hand, standing atop the building, filming the scene. How had he gotten there? Was he willing to risk his life for a story? Tony Stark felt an urge to curse. If one were to encapsulate Tony's emotions at that moment, it would be akin to an epic disaster film, like the chaos of school children on holiday. To make matters worse, the Abomination, in its frenzy to attack him, hurled a car toward him, the vehicle's trajectory aligning perfectly with the reporter's position. As the car hurtled toward him, the reporter froze in terror, instinctively closing his eyes. Boom. The thrusters beneath Tony erupted with a powerful blaze, and he instantly appeared before the reporter, catching the vehicle mid-flight. The anticipated impact never came. And as the reporter gradually opened his eyes, he was met with an unforgettable sight. Iron Man, clad in tattered armor, crouched before him, cradling the car that had been aimed at him. It was Iron Man who had saved him. The reporter watched in awe as Iron Man struggled to gently lower the vehicle. But at that moment, his eyes widened in alarm, and he instinctively shouted, "Watch out." The warning came too late. Tony had no time to evade. To the reporter's astonishment, just as the monstrous foot of the Abomination was about to strike, Iron Man suddenly embraced him. Boom. Crack. In an instant, they were propelled like a cannonball, and the excruciating pain caused the reporter to spit blood, plunging his consciousness into a haze. His last blurred impression was of the electric sparks erupting from Iron Man's armor. Like the reporter, Tony found his vision darkening. The intense agony nearly rendered him unconscious. Had Abomination not been distracted by the newly arrived Hulk, he might have met his demise, a testament perhaps to the protagonist's halo. With fading vision and a ringing in his ears, it took a while before he could clearly discern J.A.R.V.I.S.S. voice. Life-threatening conditions detected. Initiating protocol. Administer a dose of the goddess of life's caress. This was an automated program Tony had preset for such extreme dangers. Stop. Just as J.A.R.V.I.S. was about to inject, Tony halted him. Your injuries are severe. Urgent medical attention is required. Otherwise, you will lapse into shock within 10 minutes. Organ failure within 20, and death is imminent in 30. Tony glanced towards the brawl where the Hulk and Abomination clashed with devastating force, inhaling deeply. My fight has concluded. Let the recovery serum be administered to this reporter. J.A.R.V.I.S. responded. Selflessness? You are indeed remarkable, a noble and pure soul. Tony chuckled wryly. Remarkable? No, I'm merely a failure. Begin treatment for the reporter. Understood. The last recovery serum was applied to the reporter, whose wounds rapidly healed. While the battered Iron Man soared into the sky, onlookers witnessed Iron Man's ascent, their eyes gleaming with inspiration, already crafting narratives in their minds. Did Iron Man flee in the face of abomination, a cowardly retreat from protecting civilians? Does he still merit exclusive rights to the armored suit? Chapter 64. The sun will rise again tomorrow due to Abomination's lack of a crucial piece of attire. His defeat was utterly undeniable. Thus, the grand battle in New York came to a close. The S.H.I.E.L.D. may have succeeded in recruiting Banner, yet the Hulk was unmoved. After vanquishing Abomination, the Hulk leaped away from New York, leaving behind a trail of trampled rooftops. S.H.I.E.L.D. did not intervene, instead opting to discreetly track Hulk's escape route. Hulk's location was of little consequence, as long as he remained under S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance. The calculations regarding the boiled eggs are astute, and the might of the Hulk is evident to all. At this juncture, keeping the Hulk close only serves to signal other factions to come forth and seize him. Furthermore, the Hulk has caused considerable destruction, with numerous buildings near Broadway reduced to rubble, resulting in direct and indirect losses amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. What if accountability is demanded and reparations sought? The S.H.I.E.L.D. has no resources to spare. As for the Abomination, both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed to the scene, each asserting their claim to the Abomination, leading to a fierce contention between the two entities. Sensing the opportunity, Congress also intervened, intensifying the competition. It was a case of dogs biting dogs, all fur flying. The media, too, reveled in the chaos. This battle in New York was akin to a feast for them. Whether it be the serious and meticulous outlets, the celebrity gossip tabloids, or unscrupulous websites that skirt the edges of propriety, even certain adult communities, all eagerly joined the fray. In their reports, if one failed to mention the Silver Iron God, the Green Giant, the Abomination, or Iron Man, it seemed they had utterly fallen out of touch with the times. The angles of reporting varied widely. Some chronicled the events of the battle. Others investigated the losses in New York, while some questioned whether the Hulk and the Abomination were the result of military bioengineering experiments. Furthermore, there were those who endeavored to elucidate the powers of the Silver Iron God and the technological wonders of Iron Man. Undoubtedly, in the myriad comparisons, Iron Man was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. The outcome of the battle was starkly apparent. The Silver Iron God, the Green Giant, the Abomination, and Iron Man. The Silver Iron God was showered with accolades, with praises heaped upon him as if they were free. Particularly, the enigmatic identity of the Silver Iron God and the portal he utilized upon departing sparked boundless speculation among both professionals and laypeople alike. Iron Man, without a doubt, became synonymous with weakness and inferiority, especially with the deliberate encouragement of certain individuals leading many media outlets to openly question whether Iron Man was truly fit to control the iron armors. Numerous public intellectuals unabashedly proclaimed that for the sake of world peace and the safety of all humanity, Iron Man should relinquish the patents for the iron armors, allowing them to fulfill their potential more effectively. One should never overestimate the integrity of the media, especially when there are those who intentionally manipulate the narrative. Condemning Iron Man had become a form of political correctness, at times creating the illusion that in this New York battle, Iron Man was the true villain. In Malibu, California, within a luxurious villa, a talk show was airing on television. The host, reminiscent of the grotesque figure from Iron Man, one who wielded a baseball bat to smash cups while urging viewers to divest from Stark Industries, was displaying exaggerated gestures. With both thumbs raised, he gradually turned them downward. Iron Man, take my advice and return home to play your games of saving the world with those starlets in bed. In that place, regardless of your combat prowess, even if it pales in comparison to Ultraman, those female models would not expose you. The notion of genuine combat is ill-suited for a dandy like you. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Tony Stark, visibly displeased, commanded, Jarvis, acquire this television station for me. In the next episode, let him continue hosting, and I want him to praise my talk show for 100 consecutive episodes. At once, Jarvis replied. Tony Stark switched to another channel, which exhibited a markedly different style from the previous one. It resembled a domestic celebrity interview program, featuring a beautiful host and experts engaging in a structured dialogue. An elderly expert, sporting only a few stubborn strands of hair atop his head, asserted with conviction that the humanoid mech was an epic-making invention, and Stark undeniably deserved his title of genius. However, it was evident that he was merely a remarkable inventor, not cut out to be a superhero. The beautiful host inquired if Professor Simon suggested that Stark should open the humanoid mech's patents. Of course, Tony Stark responded with an impassive expression. Jarvis, expedite the acquisition of this television station. within 3 days. I want this expert to retract his statement and publicly declare that private property is sacred and inviolable. Understood. I have already sent a communication to Professor Simon, and the station has received your letter of intent to acquire, Jarvis informed him. Tony Stark nodded in satisfaction. Jarvis, please compile a list of all media outlets, newspapers, and websites across America that are disseminating unfavorable remarks about me. For those openly slandering, send them a legal notice. Contact Pepper and have her assemble our legal team for litigation. For the larger companies spreading negative commentary, I intend to acquire shares to gain influence. The smaller firms will be purchased outright. Regrettably, I cannot comply. Some newspapers and websites have substantial backing and serve as mouthpieces for the Pentagon and the military, Jarvis replied. Then let's instigate a public relations war to reignite the gun control debate, making it a grand affair to overshadow this issue, Tony Stark declared. Understood, Jarvis affirmed. One cannot help but acknowledge Stark's battle-hardened experience. He maneuvered the art of shaping public opinion with remarkable finesse, following a series of strategic maneuvers. The online skepticism regarding Iron Man began to dwindle. The public relations war, orchestrated by Tony himself, erupted vigorously, dividing the media into factions of supporters and detractors. Each side articulating their arguments vehemently, leading to an impasse. Those schemers attempting to coerce Tony into submission through public opinion were left with no choice but to concede. Tony Stark was not some powerless commoner. Under the influence of financial prowess, they might find themselves ensnared in their own machinations. Underhanded tactics proved futile. Everything inevitably returned to proper procedures. A subpoena from the military committee landed in Tony's hands, yet he seemed unfazed. Life, after all, would proceed as it always had. The battle in New York appeared to have no effect on Iron Man. Everything continued along its original trajectory. Following this conflict, Tony spent even more time in the laboratory. With the number of his martial arts instructors increasing from 3 to 10, Pepper observed all of this, yet she said nothing. She merely devoted herself more attentively to caring for Tony's daily needs. Chapter 65. Enraptured by literature, unable to escape before encountering the vast collection of text in Kamar-Taj, Rimuru felt a profound curiosity about everything within. Indeed, humanity is inherently inquisitive about the unknown. However, upon delving into these tomes, Rimuru was swiftly engulfed by a sense of ennui. Thanks to her magical perception abilities, she faced no barriers to reading. Any language or script would automatically transform into comprehensible information for her. Yet, the content of these books was so esoteric that it was utterly tedious. It was akin to a calculus textbook. Each word and illustration was understandable, yet the knowledge contained within was so monotonous it could induce slumber. As the saying goes, one must handle their own assignments, while the system's tasks are best left to the system itself. Without hesitation, Rimuru activated her idle mode, allowing the great sage to peruse the text on her behalf. Consequently, the wizards of Kamar-Taj were treated to an astonishing spectacle, Rimuru frantically leafing through the library's volumes. Could she truly grasp the content within? Many wizards expressed their disbelief, questioning whether she was merely feigning understanding. Take, for instance, the Sanskrit texts. Comprehending them posed an exceedingly daunting challenge. Ancient Sanskrit is now a dead language, spoken by none. Even beings like Dr. Strange, endowed with photographic memory, would require a dictionary to decipher Sanskrit, painstakingly translating it word by word. There were also Latin spellbooks, wherein a single incantation could be alarmingly lengthy and obscure. One must bear in mind that these are magical incantations. A single mispronunciation could either render the spell ineffective or lead to unforeseen consequences, leaving the mage in utter confusion. On the battlefield, misreading or forgetting a spell could be a matter of life and death. Rimuru began to understand why Kamar-Taj produced so many melee mages. It was akin to those students who, fearing rote memorization, opted for the sciences. This realization reaffirmed the notion that those lacking academic prowess face bleak prospects. Unless they possess exceptional connections or a remarkably influential parent, talent accounts for 30%, hard work for 70%, and the remaining 90% is often inherited from one's parents. In response to the queries from the fellow mages she encountered in the library, Rimuru chose to remain silent and smile. Some individuals may appear effortlessly at ease, yet they often enjoy greater ease behind the scenes. Once the great sage comprehended a concept, it was as if Rimuru herself had mastered it. Even if the great sage's explanations were too intricate, Rimuru could always request a simplified, illustrated version of the material. Much like the great sage in anime imparting knowledge about magical essence to the adorable monarch, the intricacies of this text may seem too profound to grasp. Fear not, for we shall present it with a blend of imagery and text. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once Rimuru successfully masters magic, she will no longer need to recite incantations. In a life where explanations are unnecessary, one can only inquire whether this provokes frustration. Is it frustrating? Such vexation is futile. Although the great sage may have employed some underhanded means, Rimuru chose to heed the guidance of the Ancient One. beginning her studies with the fundamentals. Had the Ancient One not advised her, Rimuru could have explored freely. However, given the counsel provided, she felt compelled to comply. This is not merely a question of ability, but rather an attitude towards respect, an essential acknowledgement of her mentor. Yet, all of this may seem rather nonsensical. Rimuru's true intention is to impress upon the Ancient One, who, having allowed her into this personal library, might be observing her from some hidden corner. At this moment, it is imperative to appear dutiful and to showcase her diligence, thereby enhancing the Ancient One's favor. With such an approach, it becomes only natural for Rimuru to seek further advantages from her mentor. Just as the child who cries receives nourishment, Rimuru deftly navigates the art of cunning to secure her rightful gains. It must be acknowledged that the reading sequence recommended by the Ancient One, from the simple to the complex, is indeed scientifically sound. This newfound knowledge ushers Rimuru into a radically different worldview, allowing her to perceive the multiverse through an entirely fresh lens. Many of the perspectives presented conflict with her previous education, even causing her some cognitive dissonance. For instance, within the philosophical framework Rimuru initially embraced, the essence of the world is material, matter dictates consciousness, and consciousness is merely the objective reflection of matter within the human mind. The physical body is the origin of consciousness. When the body perishes, consciousness extinguishes. Conversely, within the Book of Visions, the distinction between consciousness and matter dissolves. The nature of reality hinges upon one's perspective. Some may only perceive their immediate surroundings throughout their lifetime, while others can gaze into the cosmic expanse, transcending time and space to comprehend the multiverse. The impact of these texts on Rimuru is profound, with numerous concepts that she finds hard to accept. Nonetheless, this does not deter her from continuing her exploration. Whenever she encounters material she finds perplexing or downright nonsensical, she simply skips over it. As Tao Yuanming aptly stated, one should read widely without demanding exhaustive understanding. As her reading deepens, the knowledge of magic begins to take shape, developing roots, a trunk, and branches. Strictly speaking, the magic of Camartage bears resemblance to the Taoist philosophy of Taoist naturalism from Chinese traditions, emphasizing the importance of following the natural course of events. Just as drawing a sword to sever water only causes it to flow more freely, a magician's task is not to obstruct the flow but to harness it, guiding its power for their own purposes, achieving the effect of yielding with minimal effort. Although Limula benefited immensely from the assistance of the great sage, her understanding of magic evolved significantly. Previously, Limula's grasp of magic was superficial, limited to its application without comprehension of its underlying principles. Now, she has begun to delve deeper into the systematic intricacies of magical theory. Unlike the typical mages of Camartage, Limulu also assimilates a plethora of magical skills from various dimensions. The collision of magical civilizations across different realms inevitably sparks intellectual brilliance, filling Limulu with exuberance. While Limulu harbors a certain apprehension towards the supreme mage, Ancient One, she does not possess the same reverence as the other disciples. When the accumulation of unfamiliar knowledge began to hinder her reading progress, it was only natural for her to seek guidance. Consequently, many disciples of Camartage were astonished to witness Limulu, who had only recently become a disciple, engaging in lively discussions with the supreme mage, often eliciting laughter from her. This naturally bred jealousy among some disciples, as not everyone is granted the privilege of receiving personal attention from the supreme mage. Some had been studying for years, barely catching a glimpse of her, which only deepened their resentment. Thus, unfounded rumors began to circulate among the disciples, suggesting that the newcomer Limulu was merely a sycophant, adept at flattery. To this, Limulu merely chuckled, believing that to not incur envy is a mark of mediocrity. Furthermore, she acknowledged her own flattery. So what? If one possesses the ability, why not employ it? Unbeknownst to Limulu, among those observing her was a figure named Caecilius, with the capabilities of the great sage, the library's tomes, barring those that were sealed, specifically Ancient One's collection, could be entirely recorded with a mere scan. In other words, Limulu need not confine herself to the library. Nevertheless, she opted not to do so, preferring to keep the great sage's potential as her own secret. The Marvel universe, particularly within the realm of magic, is neither insignificant nor vast. Should Ancient One become aware of this trump card, Odin might also learn of it. How then could she venture into Asgard's archives? The deeper Limulu dives into the systematic study of magic, the more she perceives its vastness and grandeur. Her focus has distinctly shifted towards the magical realm over technology. Additionally, spending more time in the library provides her with the opportunity to foster a closer relationship with Ancient One. Establishing a strong bond with such a formidable figure is undoubtedly advantageous. Setting aside Ancient One's vast knowledge, the treasures she possesses are enough to make Limula covetous. Without the ability to charm or to win over her master, how could one aspire to inherit the finest of her treasures? Such aspirations are mere fantasies. The examples of Shun Gongbao and Huang Longzhen serve as stark reminders of this truth, especially in the case of Huang Long, who is ranked among the 12 golden immortals. It is tragic that due to his master's disfavor, he was not bestowed a single precious treasure. He ended up as a Taoist of the Four No's, devoid of strength, disciples, intellect, and achievements, destined to lose every battle. What a lamentable fate. Learning from past mistakes, she would not tread the path of such a misfortunate being. It must be said that this visit to the library proved immensely beneficial for Rimuru. For instance, the magical shield known as the Red Ring of Ragadal, which is a fundamental spell in Kamartaj. Through her readings, Rimuru gained a profound understanding of this basic magic, which allows one to adjust energy output to modify defensive strength. The orange variant signifies the beginner level, while the red represents the upgraded version, the complete form. Doctor Strange once employed the red upgraded variant to withstand a kick from Thanos, showcasing its potential for advancement. Among the myriad of fascinating spells, there are the Holy Sword of Vishandi, the ancient form of Hoggoth, the Lightning of Balthak, the Shield of Seraphim, teleportation, the Source of Divine Power, the form of Akin, and the Crimson Chains of Sidorak, to name a few. The reason she emphasized remembering these spells is that they were prominently featured when Strange faced off against Thanos in Avengers: Infinity War. For instance, Hoggoth's ancient form was the spell that transformed Thanos' black hole attack into a flurry of butterflies, leaving the Titan bewildered. In her previous life, this spell left a profound impression on Rimuru, for it was extraordinarily dreamlike and beautiful. Many netizens affectionately dubbed it the butterfly transformation spell. The form of Akin is initiated with the thousand-handed Guanyin, instantly splitting into countless clones. This spell is equally impressive, as these clones, although deceptive, can simultaneously unleash their own attacks. After Strange employed this technique, each clone released a magical whip, ensnaring Thanos from all directions in an astonishing display of power. It was akin to Marvel's version of the Shadow Clone technique. As for the spell Crimson Chains of Sidorak, it is particularly intriguing. Sidorak is no ordinary figure. He is a formidable entity alongside Dormammu, the sovereign of the Crimson Cosmos. The Crimson Chains serve as a potent control skill, requiring considerable effort even for someone as powerful as Thanos to escape. For an ordinary person, however, once ensnared, they would find themselves at the mercy of the wielder's whim. The Shield of Seraphim is an all-encompassing energy barrier that once enabled a spacecraft to achieve a soft landing. What does it mean to facilitate a soft landing for a spacecraft? It is tantamount to withstanding the impact of a small asteroid. The level of defense is simply extraordinary. Having mastered these spells, Rimuru's abilities have essentially taken shape, leading to a remarkable surge in her strength. Except for a slight deficiency in her understanding of the multiverse, time, and the soul, Rimuru's prowess has nearly reached parity with that of the Supreme Sorcerer. At this point, she can truly be considered one of the formidable beings within the Marvel Universe. While Rimuru basked in the joy of her accomplishments, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of an individual. Master Caecilius! Master Caecilius! Master Caecilius! Rimuru looked up to see several people in the library greeting the newcomer with utmost respect. It was not surprising for a stranger to receive such attention. Yet this individual was none other than Caecilius. Caecilius, the principal antagonist in Doctor Strange, is infamous for stealing crucial pages from the Book of Cagliostro to summon Dormammu, betraying Kamartaj alongside a host of minor characters. His claim to fame lies in having personally slain the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. What astonished Rimuru was Caecilius' popularity and apparent esteem within Kamartaj prior to his betrayal. She marveled at the performance of this charade, likening it to the humility of Wang Mang before his usurpation. Even Yu Buchuan would likely bow in admiration, and Caecilius certainly deserves an Oscar for his act. However, at that moment, Rimuru found herself somewhat dumbfounded. The esteemed Caecilius was approaching her directly. They had never met before. Had she somehow offended his sensibilities? Nonetheless, Rimuru remained unperturbed. Should he dare to trouble her, she would not hesitate to send him to meet Dormammu ahead of schedule. Caecilius scrutinized Rimuru from head to toe and smiled. Greetings, Sorceress Rimuru. I am Caecilius. A pleasure to meet you. Hello, Rimuru replied casually, having no intention of forging a rapport with such a malevolent figure. Caecilius, clearly perceptive, noted her dismissive demeanor, which surprised him slightly. Logically, they should be strangers without any prior conflicts. However, Caecilius had the sense not to voice such thoughts, as that would be rather foolish. They engaged in small talk, with Caecilius trying to steer the conversation while Rimuru offered vague responses. To outsiders, their exchange appeared quite amiable, unbeknownst to them that the dialogue was rather discordant. Caecilius, Sorceress Rimuru, what is your reason for studying magic? Rimuru, does one need a reason to learn magic? Caecilius, Sorceress Rimuru, are you aware that the Supreme Sorcerer has lived for an extensive period, and now no one knows their true age? Rimuru, yes. Isn't it nearly 300 years? Caecilius, the social butterfly, was taken aback. 300 years. 300 years. Could you not feign a semblance of astonishment? I have encountered individuals with low emotional intelligence who struggle to engage in conversation, yet I have never met someone of your exceptional caliber. Are you a conversation terminator? Chapter 67. So, you are this kind of egg. 300 years is indeed an interminable stretch for humanity, marking the rise and fall of dynasties. The cyclical journey of generations through life and death. The United States, from its founding to the emergence of Iron Man in 2008, boasts a mere 243 years of history. It is thus easy to fathom how astonishing and alluring it would be for an ordinary human to learn that Ancient One has lived for 3 centuries. Yet, for Rimuru, it truly holds little significance. In the Jura dimension, aside from the relatively brief lifespan of humans, various magical beings often possess remarkably extended lifespans. For instance, the storm dragon Veldora was sealed by a hero in an infinite prison for 300 years without so much as a whisper of concern. The lowly demon Lord Malim is so ancient that she borders on immortality. To Rimuru, even if Thor, the god of thunder, were to perish, she might still retain her youthful vigor. Cassius's attempt to lure Rimuru into their ranks, to embrace the worship of Dormammu, was a grave miscalculation. As for Dormammu, Rimuru entertained a rather immature curiosity about what he might taste like. If one were to remove his head and entrails, would his protein be 6 times that of beef? Crispy and reminiscent of chicken? With their conversation faltering, and having met resistance from Rimuru, Cassius ceased his futile efforts, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed in disappointment. Rimuru was unconcerned. They were strangers after all. Cassius likely approached her out of interest in her reputed endeavors in the library, hoping to persuade her to recite the Book of Cagliostro. How dreadfully mundane. At this juncture, it appeared that Cassius had begun to harbor treacherous thoughts, yet was deterred by the unfathomable power of the Ancient One, refraining from outright theft. Observing Cassius's retreating figure, Rimuru pondered. If she were to sell Cassius to the Ancient One, might she fetch a handsome price? At this moment, the Ancient One's clandestine siphoning of power from the dark dimension had yet to be unveiled by Strange, and his desire for self-preservation was likely still tenuous. Would selling this traitorous wretch to the Ancient One yield a lucrative reward? To be frank, Rimuru found herself uncertain. Typically, when a notable figure learns of treachery within their ranks, they would act swiftly to eliminate the traitor, provided the evidence is irrefutable. However, the Ancient One placed great stock in destiny. Reporting such matters requires particular finesse. A misstep could easily backfire, leaving an impression of disloyalty in the leader's mind, necessitating utmost caution. Ultimately, Rimuru resolved to keep a record of Cassius, biding her time for the right moment to strike. As Cassius stepped outside, an involuntary chill crept down his spine, enveloping him in an unsettling sensation that quickened his pace. Unbeknownst to him, during that fleeting moment of camaraderie, Rimuru had already begun contemplating how to secure a lucrative deal involving him. After spending an entire afternoon immersed in books at the library, Rimuru felt no fatigue. She had absorbed all that was necessary to learn. Now, her continued presence among the tomes was merely for show, rendering her prolonged stay in the library unnecessary. The absence of Aya's adorable, youthful voice left Rimuru feeling somewhat disconcerted. After bidding farewell to the Ancient One, she promptly opened a portal to the living room of her villa on Long Island, witnessing Rimuru's instantaneous opening of the portal. Even without the use of a suspended ring, the Ancient One could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Although she was aware of the existence of the multiverse and had peered into various parallel universes using the Eye of Agamotto, she had never encountered Rimuru in any of them. It was as if she had materialized out of thin air, with no past or future to trace. Gazing at the now-vanished portal, the Ancient One found herself lost in thought, uncertain of whether her actions were right or wrong, and what ramifications they might bring to the cosmos. Upon entering the Long Island villa, Rimuru sensed something amiss. Firstly, Aya had not greeted her with the customary, "Welcome back, Master," which was decidedly unusual. Additionally, several shadowy figures had appeared in the room without her knowledge. With a mere thought, Rimuru employed the newly acquired spell of invisibility. This particular enchantment rendered her unseen while allowing her to pass through solid objects, essentially a combination of invisibility and wall-phasing magic. As she seamlessly traversed through the wall into the living room, Rimuru was taken aback to find that most of the clandestine individuals causing a stir were familiar faces. There sat the leather-clad egg, striking a pose that was both enigmatic and flamboyant on the sofa. Surrounding him were several agents attending to the situation, including Coulson, the village chief from the novice village, whom Rimuru recognized. Coulson was engaged in conversation through his earpiece, confirming information. Number 9, please report any reconnaissance findings. Earpiece. Number 9 acknowledges. All is normal outside. No trace of the target has been detected. Coulson responded, copy that. Number 9, please continue surveillance. Understood. Coulson continued. Number 7, please report on the aftermath. Number 7 acknowledges. The chef has been successfully hypnotized. She will have no recollection of today's events. After confirming details with a dozen agents, Coulson approached Egg to deliver his report. Director, all confirmations are complete. The necessary cleanup is finished. The AI, Aya, has been temporarily disabled, and the chef, coerced into unlocking the door, has been hypnotized to erase her memories of this incident. Everything is in order, awaiting Rimuru's return. Nick Fury nodded, acknowledging the information. Please withdraw for now, and remember to leave no trace. Understood. Coulson and several agents promptly retreated, one of the least experienced agents even cleaning the floor as they exited, ensuring that no evidence of their presence remained. Witnessing this, Rimuru was left speechless. In the past, whenever the enigmatic egg appeared in the homes of superheroes, it evoked a sense of profound mystery. Rimuru had often pondered how the egg managed such feats. Now, she finally understood. Each successful display of bravado from the egg was underpinned by collective wisdom and effort. To pull off such an act, the egg truly went to great lengths. Yet, how could her abode be so easily breached? Not only did they trespass, but they also hypnotized her cook. Although her culinary skills were rather lacking, she was still her cook. Who dared to bully her, Rimuru? Hypnotizing her cook was one thing, but they even silenced her Aya as Rimuru's little maid. Rimuru had never scolded or struck her. This was utterly intolerable. Bullying her little maid was one thing, but the egg dared to attempt to show off before her. Not only did they plot to impress her, but they also orchestrated a scheme involving nearly 20 individuals. How audacious of the egg to aspire to outshine her. Given the circumstances, she had no choice but to oblige. With a crackling sound, the air before the egg shimmered like a mirror, revealing a myriad of cracks. Dressed in a black trench coat and nearly merging with the shadows, the egg was momentarily bewildered. The space appeared to shatter like glass. Was this a dream? Chapter 68, The Egg's Mind-Blowing Revelation. Am I dreaming? The egg incredulously rubbed his eyes, only to behold a scene he would never forget. The room before him transformed into interlocking gears, continuously rolling and spinning, rapidly expanding throughout the space. Known as the Cyclops, the director of SHIELD, and an elite agent, the egg possessed remarkable agility, keen perception, and a resilient mindset. Even when confronted with an utterly unimaginable spectacle that defied logic, he maintained his composure, his expression as dark as ever. After all, he had even ventured into space. There was little left for him to fear in this world. Once this battle concluded, he would return home to play with his cat. The egg swiftly reached for his waist, drawing a firearm, and agilely leaped aside, preparing to evade the rapidly rotating gears. By all logical standards, his actions were entirely justified, for those gears appeared exceedingly bizarre and suspicious. However, what the egg did not anticipate was that his seemingly simple jump would lead him to step into thin air. Fortunately, his agility and reflexes remained remarkably exceptional. He lunged forward with a powerful stride, performing a split that positioned his feet on either side of the gaping chasm, successfully stabilizing himself. However, almost immediately, the color drained from his face, shifting from pure black to an alarming pale. The reason was clear to all. Taking such a large step often risks a certain injury. To make matters worse, the fissure in the earth continued to widen, causing the angle of his split to increase. Watching this unfold, Rimuru's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the man known as the Egg. Truly, as the director of SHIELD, his flexibility was commendable. Just as Rimuru marveled at the Egg's physical prowess, a sudden whoosh echoed as a grappling claw shot out from the Egg's belt, instantly embedding itself in the ceiling and hoisting him up into the air. Rimuru was not particularly shocked. As a spy, it was entirely normal to possess a couple of handy gadgets for scaling walls. With a casual flourish, Rimuru flipped the ground, transforming the floor into the ceiling and vice versa. In an instant, the Egg, who had just been relieved to avoid calamity, found himself crashing into the ceiling. His eyes rolled back, and he gasped in pain. His purr back. First, the floor had come to life, then the gears had begun to turn, and now, even more absurdly, the floor and ceiling had exchanged their positions. What on earth was happening? This was intolerable. Having been subjected to such indignities, where was Newton to intervene? But now was not the time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to escape this cursed abode. The Egg, desperate, did not dare to use the front door, but instead hurled himself towards the window, intending to break through. To his bewilderment, as he dove forward, the glass shattered on its own, creating a large opening as if a lurking demon had been waiting in the shadows, ready to ensnare him. Even more bizarrely, in his haste, the Egg tripped over his own feet and fell flat on the ground. Was this still a glass window? Why was it so remarkably different? Regardless of the difficulties, with blood streaming from his nose, the Egg finally exhaled in relief. He had escaped that accursed house. What overwhelmed him with emotion was the sight of Coulson, along with other SHIELD agents quietly lurking in the shadows, prepared to assist him. In that fleeting moment, the Egg was unable to contain his excitement, and his eyes even glistened with tears. It had been so challenging. Surviving was truly a monumental feat. Recently, Coulson had been sidelined after failing to apprehend Rimuru and resolve the Iron Man debacle, leading Nick Fury to decide that upon their return, he would increase Coulson's responsibilities by transferring him back to the core department. As for the other agents, they too can be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Nonetheless, the director's composure must not be compromised. He, Nick Fury, the one-eyed warrior, possesses a sense of dignity. He drew a white handkerchief from his pocket, swiftly wiping away the blood from his mouth and nose, smoothing out his black trench coat in 3 seconds, and adjusting his eye patch within 10. Blood may flow, and heads may roll, but the eye patch, being his essence, must remain unperturbed. Moments later, everything was in perfect order. He, Nick Fury, the suave and enigmatic king of spies, had returned. Ahem. With a deliberate cough, he signaled to his subordinates that he had arrived. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Coulson and the other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Did they not hear? Fury felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He had made such a commotion, yet those agents remained unaware. As agents, these inept young men had a long journey ahead. Coughing violently once more, Fury felt his throat burning, yet still, no one acknowledged him. At that moment, even he, normally oblivious, sensed that something was amiss. Limping towards Coulson's vehicle, he was bewildered to find that not only Coulson but also the other agents were completely indifferent to him, conducting several small experiments. He was shocked to discover that while the world around him appeared normal, no one could see him. Even if he kicked Coulson vigorously, his foot would pass right through him. Coulson himself remained completely unaware. Good heavens, how could this be? Had Nick Fury unwittingly met his demise? Was he now merely a spirit? Otherwise, how could no one see him, nor could he touch anyone? It seemed only a soul could explain this phenomenon. But how had he died? Fury furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling every detail, yet he could not remember when or how he had perished. Nick Fury still did not know the true cause of his death that day. By the way, if he truly had died, did he do so with elegance? Bah! What was he thinking? Death was impossible. Pain coursed through his body. If he were a spirit, he certainly could not feel pain. Could it be that Coulson and the others were mere illusions? Was he the last human on Earth? But that defied logic and theology. Surely, he must be dreaming. Dreaming? Fury's eyes suddenly brightened. How many layers of dreams had he traversed? Lu Dan discovered his spinning top and, with a flick of his finger, it began to whirl gracefully upon the smooth floor. To his astonishment, however, the top came to an abrupt halt after merely seconds of spinning. How could it cease so suddenly? Lu Dan felt as though his mind were on the verge of exploding. What could possibly be the explanation for this phenomenon? Meanwhile, Coulson remained nearby, and Lu Dan couldn't shake the feeling that, in due course, his presence too might be rendered inconsequential by some enigmatic force. Chapter 69. Unrivaled Effectiveness. Limulu's Hypnotic Bow. With a resounding thud, Limulu effortlessly unleashed a spell, exuding an unexplainable elegance and decisiveness as an original magic struck Lu Dan firmly on the back of his head. Instantly, he swayed and succumbed to slumber. Observing the now sleeping Lu Dan, Limula felt a deep sense of satisfaction. From that moment forth, she possessed a magic worthy of legend. One might wonder if this was learned from the Westerners, signifying her adaptation to local customs, perhaps due to a heightened sense of copyright awareness. Western magicians invariably attribute their inventions to themselves. For instance, the form of Akin is named after the mage Akin. The Crimson Dominion of Satarak holds the rights to the magical Scarlet Chains, the Holy Sword of Vizond, the Thunder of Sabot, Thomas's Ascending Spiral, and Schardinger's Loki all fall into this category. In the future, Limulu is likely to develop her own spells, such as Limulu's Celestial Seal and Limulu's Face-Splitting Fist. It is destined that she will carve her own niche in the realm of magic. After a prolonged tremor, Nick Fury slowly regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar ceiling. Lu Dan gingerly touched the painful back of his head, still somewhat dazed as the memories prior to his fainting began to trickle back. His pupils dilated sharply as realization struck him. He had been knocked unconscious by some ruffian wielding a blunt object. His first suspect was Limulu, given that he found himself in her villa. Furthermore, Limulu was shrouded in mystery, her myriad of hidden talents making it difficult to ascertain her true capabilities. Unfortunately, he possessed no evidence to support his suspicions. Instinctively rising, Lu Dan was immediately greeted with a sharp pain in his thigh, causing him to involuntarily gasp. After scrutinizing his attire and finding no anomalies, he let out a sigh of relief. Upon retrieving his phone, Lu Dan was greeted by a familiar number Coulson had called. The sight of that name filled him with elation. He had finally re-established contact with his fellow agents. Overcome with emotion, he nearly believed he had truly perished. Coulson, Director? Are you all right? Lu Dan pondered for a moment, cautiously inquiring. Why do you ask? Coulson replied, Director, you typically answer within 10 seconds of receiving a call. It has now been nearly 30 seconds. Disappointed, Lu Dan casually remarked that he had been delayed by some matters. What is it? Coulson, the Director, responded. The logistics department has detected the location of the wind god. It is heading towards Long Island. Please prepare yourself. Lu Dan's eyes flickered. The wind god? Where was its initial appearance? On the west coast of California, Coulson replied. Taking a deep breath, Lu Dan acknowledged. Understood. Stay concealed. The distance from the west coast of California to New York spanned the entirety of America, and it was indeed peculiar that Rimuru had no opportunity to commit a crime. Lu Dan would not forget the optical invisibility and spatial jumping technology displayed by the wind god not long ago. The logistics department's ability to locate the wind god was due to its willingness to be discovered. Lu Dan had a strong premonition that the series of events he had encountered earlier was the handiwork of Rimuru. This was the instinct of an agent, yet regrettably, he had no evidence. The recent occurrences had left a profound impression on him. The seemingly animated room, the constantly rotating gears, and the casually flipped and folded spaces had cast a shadow over his heart. Without experiencing it firsthand, one could never understand the terror of feeling isolated in a world where everyone else was present. On Earth, if anyone were to claim they knew the secrets, Lu Dan would modestly assert himself as second. Who would dare claim the first? Yet, everything he encountered today exceeded his imagination. It was as if divine powers were at play. This world was far more mysterious than he had ever conceived. And reflecting on how he once believed he had everything under control seemed utterly laughable. Lu Dan even suspected that this was Rimuru's subtle reprimand for intruding upon her villa without permission. Her deliberate appearance in California, allowing the logistics department to discover her, was perhaps to avoid an outright confrontation. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. With this thought, Lu Dan couldn't help but grind his teeth. If this were the truth, he would have nowhere to express his frustration. Was it really necessary to escalate matters over a mere unauthorized entry? Regardless, he resolved to treat the incident as though it had never occurred. Rising, he moved to a shadowy corner, seamlessly blending into the darkness. If Rimuru possessed mind-reading abilities, she would undoubtedly applaud Lu Dan's reasoning. Indeed, her intention was precisely this. She aimed to leave Lu Dan, and even S.H.I.E.L.D., with a profound lesson. The wind god, who could triumph over the Hulk, had presented an array of formidable assets, portals, restorative potions, and more. She needed to lay the groundwork to prevent these mutts from babbling indiscriminately. To punish without teaching would serve no beneficial purpose. Rimuru had no interest in fishing. The thrill of playing the fool to a tiger was derived from the tiger's might. Why would she pretend to be naive in the face of mere flies she could swat away? That would be nonsensical, a source of unnecessary frustration. Clang. The wind god descended upon the villa, where the remarkably skilled Rimuru feigned ignorance. Shortly after, the enigmatic and flamboyant egg made a dramatic entrance. Defeating the Hulk and vanishing before countless satellites, the silver-armored deity Rimuru truly embodies humility. Do you fancy yourself the mightiest superhero in the world? This phrase, this tone, unmistakably echoes his previous mockery of Iron Man. Egg continues to revel in his pretentiousness, despite Rimuru having diminished his stature significantly. A quintessential case of discomfort and less boasting. Yet, Rimuru had no intention of exposing him. After all, Egg was already in such a precarious situation. Why exacerbate it? Who are you? Why are you in my home? Rimuru inquired with caution, scrutinizing Nick Fury, uncertainly contemplating the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury? Nick Fury nodded, teasingly responding. Is this yet another scene from the movies? Of course. I do enjoy films, especially those that pertain to my own life. I hope we can discuss them together sometime. Sounds good. The two engaged in some inconsequential banter, with Egg cautiously probing for information. Rimuru nonchalantly replied, I'll be clear. I was responsible for what just transpired. And what can you do about it? Seeing Rimuru's lack of effort to conceal his demeanor, Egg felt a surge of frustration, grinding his teeth in irritation. I've tolerated you long enough. To be honest, Rimuru's earlier display of power exceeded her expectations by 1,000-fold, standing out remarkably. Observing Egg's restrained demeanor, Rimuru felt a twinge of pity. Just look at that poor expression on Egg's face. If it weren't for Egg's dark, reflective complexion, Rimuru might have suspected he was a descendant of the sun, a remnant of the peace forged a millennium ago after the Great Tang Battle. Chapter 70. Extorting Egg. Different individuals respond to humiliation in vastly different ways. A common man, in his fury, can wreak havoc, while others may embody patience, biding their time for future endeavors. Undoubtedly, Egg exemplifies the virtue of restraint. At the very least, his ninja-like spirit puts Rimuru to shame. The more one knows, the broader their imagination becomes, leading to deeper contemplation. Egg's brief yet desperate experience heightened his wariness towards Rimuru to an unprecedented level. With such unfathomable strength and an arsenal of hidden talents, it is prudent to avoid antagonizing Rimuru whenever possible. Of course, if collaboration or an alliance could be forged, that would be even more advantageous. The last thing one should do is push her into opposition. Gazing at Rimuru's fresh, youthful, and endearing visage, Egg felt a throbbing headache. Who would have imagined that this seemingly harmless young girl could corner the director of SHIELD, capable of reaching out to presidents across the globe, into such a predicament? The world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. However, upon reflection, the character known as Lu Dan finds a certain sense of clarity. Throughout, Rimuru has maintained a relatively amicable disposition towards the SHIELD, having recently rescued Norman Osborn from the clutches of the Hulk. The reason for Lu Dan's recent intervention stems from the fact that Osborn has overstepped his boundaries. It seems Lu Dan is gradually discerning the limits of Rimuru's tolerance. Indeed, had it been some other agent who intruded upon his home, masquerading in a deceptive manner, Lu Dan would have undoubtedly dealt with him swiftly and decisively. As their conversation unfolded, Rimuru was taken aback to notice a marked improvement in Lu Dan's demeanor towards her, which struck her as rather peculiar. After being reprimanded, did Lu Dan perhaps awaken some extraordinary attribute? Was he trembling? Rimuru instinctively distanced herself from Lu Dan, for she found those eccentric individuals utterly detestable. Little did she know, the seemingly invincible Lu Dan, who had endured countless trials, might be unknowingly harboring a certain spirit known as A. Having engaged in self-reflection and opened up emotionally, Lu Dan's discourse became increasingly congenial, and his desire to foster a bond with Rimuru became ever more apparent. Was he seeking to recruit her? Rimuru regarded this notion with disdain, for with her current prowess, she had transcended the need for any organization-s acceptance. Moreover, Lu Dan's assembly of the Avengers was rather dismal. To put it bluntly, it lacked organization and discipline, and there was not a single formidable leader to command the respect of all. Each member fought for their own interests, resulting in fragmentation and discord. After saving the Earth from the Chitauri and the world from Ultron, the public and politicians alike remembered the extensive destruction wrought by the superheroes during the Battle of Sokovia, which claimed numerous innocent lives. As for the casualties, Rimuru could only extend her apologies. Yet, at such a critical juncture, Lu Dan, as a leader, failed to protect the Avengers members and allowed the team to fracture, a testament to his ineptitude. If he could not even safeguard his closest allies, how could he expect his subordinates to rally around him? Furthermore, during the public outcry against the Avengers, Lu Dan did not attempt to manage the narrative, allowing those with ulterior motives to incite discontent. It left one wondering about his thought process. It is well known that diverting public attention is SHIELD's forte. One could argue that being an Avenger is the most demanding and perilous role within the Marvel Universe, where the effort often goes unrecognized. If one performs well, it is expected. If one falters, they must brace for public condemnation. To put it rather bluntly, when extraterrestrials attacked Earth, the enraged populace turned their ire towards the space agency. Noticing the disdain evident in Rimuru's expression, Lu Dan wisely refrained from broaching the subject of inviting her to join the Avengers initiative. This left him feeling quite stifled. Each individual seemed to be a source of constant concern. Inviting Iron Man, Tony derided his Avengers initiative, referring to it as the Superboy Project. As for Rimuru, she scarcely had an opportunity to voice her thoughts. Only Norman and Barton could be swayed by her words. Regrettably, the combined influence of Norman and Barton alone could not uphold the entire team. Thus, Egghead straightforwardly delved into the crux of the matter, the healing potion. This aspect was undoubtedly the central objective of Nick Fury's meeting with Rimuru. Norman had meticulously reported to him that she had sustained severe injuries to her thigh, nearly penetrating the bone. Yet, Rimuru inexplicably applied some liquid to her body, and within mere seconds, she was fully restored, with not a trace of her injuries remaining. This seemed far beyond the realm of earthly possibilities. Agents are arguably among the most perilous individuals on the planet. To say they walk on the edge of a knife would not be an exaggeration. If one could obtain such a miraculous healing potion, it would be tantamount to gaining multiple lives. You speak of a healing potion? Without further ado, Rimuru produced a vial. Upon seeing the glistening, radiant liquid, Egghead's breath quickened. He had not anticipated Rimuru would be so forthright as to reveal the actual item. However, Egghead was not so naive. He understood that there are no free lunches in this world, especially not for a rare and invaluable potion capable of snatching souls from the clutches of death. Swallowing hard, he spoke in a low voice, striving to suppress his excitement. What price must I pay to acquire a supply of this healing potion from you? Rimuru beamed brightly, not articulating any conditions, but rather elucidating the potion's characteristics. The healing potion's primary ingredient was a mysterious herb known as hippocute, which flourished under exceptionally harsh conditions. Rimuru began elaborating on her grand tale, claiming that the healing potion could only be harvested when the planet emerged from the Ice Age, as the climate gradually warmed. The growth cycle was lengthy, blossoming every 10 years and bearing fruit in the subsequent decade. The production process was incredibly intricate, the highest grade of healing potion which could restore injuries instantaneously, required a purification process with thousands of steps. Even in her original universe, the highest grade of healing potion was a supreme treasure. Observing Rimuru's incessant chatter, preparing to fleece him, Egghead's expression darkened. Did he appear foolish? Yet, he found himself unable to refuse, as he was entirely at Rimuru's mercy in the seller's market. If he did not purchase from her, he knew he would struggle to find another vendor. Frustrating. Rimuru had no intention of kindly informing Egghead that Tony had commenced mass production of a basic low-grade healing potion, aptly named the Caress of the Goddess of Life, which was soon to be released. I desire Edmund Alloy. After much ado, Rimuru finally articulated her aim. Edmund Alloy was indeed a remarkable commodity. Among all the materials in the Marvel Universe, only vibranium can rival adamantium. In the Avengers, Wolverine's claws are crafted from this remarkable alloy, rendering them nearly indestructible. Describing them as the strongest spear would not be an exaggeration. Adamantium is a top-secret material controlled by the military, and without the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rimuru would find it nearly impossible to obtain. Upon hearing about adamantium, the thought crossed Egg's mind, and he immediately understood Rimuru's intentions. Would this not mean they could engage in a fair trade? Rimuru, I shall concede a little, offering you a reasonable price, 1 bottle in exchange for 1,000 pounds. Egg nearly spat blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, exclaiming, 1 bottle for 1,000 pounds? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Indeed. How could I be accused of robbery? Rimuru maintained a pious demeanor, feigning a sense of loss, remarking, it's merely 1,000 pounds, what a trivial matter. With just 1 bottle of recovery potion, even if you, Egg, were shot to pieces, barely clinging to life, I could restore you to full vitality in a mere second. Egg, feeling exasperated, retorted, who are you calling Egg? And you are the one who would be shot to pieces, barely gasping for breath. You poor child. Your words are truly unfortunate. I, Nick Fury, would rather leap from a building and turn to ash than succumb to your extortion. Chapter 71. A pitiful egg. Adamantium is forged from the components of extraterrestrial meteors combined with carbon alloy, making it unyieldingly strong and the hardest known metal on Earth. Once melted, it must be maintained at an astonishing temperature of 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, equivalent to 81,555,555 degrees Celsius. At this extreme temperature, adamantium remains in a liquid state, allowing it to be molded into any shape. However, once it cools, it becomes impervious to destruction or alteration, even resisting melting at temperatures as high as 500,000 degrees Celsius. What does 500,000 degrees entail? The Earth's core temperature is approximately 4,982 degrees Celsius. The surface of the Sun is around 6,000 degrees Celsius, and the Sun's core reaches about 20 million degrees Celsius. Thus, adamantium weapons can only be melted again by casting them into the Sun's interior. Truly, a single formation that never deforms, eliminating the need for aftercare. As for the Wolverine, where Wolverine's claws were severed by Silver Samurai wielding an adamantium sword, this was a different tale. In the comics, Silver Samurai not only possesses an adamantium sword, but also generates a form of superluminal particle energy. By infusing this energy into the sword, he can disrupt atomic forces, allowing the blade to cut through incredibly hard materials. Yet, against Wolverine's claws, it would be ineffective. Wolverine could sit there all day, and upon awakening, his claws would bear not a single mark. Rimuru's longing for adamantium has not been a fleeting desire, regrettably. She has consistently found herself unable to acquire it. Now, the savory egg has arrived at the doorstep. Failing to seize the opportunity would be an affront to oneself. Yet, even if one were to take action, it may prove futile. The wind god has evolved to such a degree that the potential for enhancement is exceedingly limited. Opting for the exquisite Edmund alloy as a premium metallic material is one possibility. However, for the present Rimuru, it is not particularly necessary. With skills such as the multi-layered barrier and the magic Saladin shield, her defenses are formidable. Even Thanos would find her unyielding. Were it not for the need to conceal her identity, Rimuru could easily discard her mech and frolic freely. But her lack of need does not imply that the future mech maiden would share the same fortune. One cannot allow her delicate heart to falter at the starting line. Vibranium and Edmund alloy are the 2 premium substances Rimuru has earmarked for the future mech maiden, ensuring she is both adorable and robust from the moment of her birth. Rimuru envisions the mech maiden delivering a mighty punch to Thanos' chest. No, 1,000 pounds simply will not suffice. The savory egg feels a wave of anguish, shaking his head as if in a daze. 1 gram of vibranium is valued at $10,000. Black Panther, due to his family's wealth, is often regarded as even more affluent than Iron Man. As for Edmund alloy, it stands on par with vibranium in prestige. A pound equals 500 grams, with each gram costing $10,000. Thus, a single vial of Edmund alloy would cost a staggering $50 billion. Who could possibly afford such a price? Am I the one consuming the restorative potion, or is the potion consuming me? The savory egg, his countenance darkening, remarked grimly that the asking price is utterly outrageous. He would offer no more than £1 for a vial of restorative elixir. His calculations were shrewd, for one must question whether such life-saving concoctions are truly within the reach of ordinary folk. He promptly slashed the price by 1,000-fold. Such miraculous remedies, capable of reviving the dead, are not typically accessible to the average individual. He intended to resell this restorative potion to the council's elite, the affluent magnates at home and abroad, ensuring not only a return on investment but also a hefty profit. 5 million per vial is a price that an average wealthy individual could afford. For true tycoons, 5 million is a trifling sum. Moreover, as a life-saving remedy, even if it is not needed regularly, one could stockpile several vials at home. After all, who does not have a first aid kit? In truth, the savory egg's psychological expectation was 50 million per vial, effectively trading £10 for a single vial. Having wielded significant power within S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade, controlling finances and personnel, he had often indulged in the occasional embezzlement to construct a secret base. In terms of financial acumen, the savory egg believed he surpassed 99% of the world's population. Moreover, he was negotiating with Rimuru, a mere child, who was still far from his level of experience. Deal. Rimuru agreed without hesitation. The savory egg froze, his confidence waning with each passing moment, nearly choking on his own disbelief. He bargained down the price by a staggering 1,000-fold, and to his surprise, Rimuru agreed without hesitation. What does this reveal? A vial of restorative potion exchanged for a pound of Edelman alloy not only brought Rimuru immense profit but also a substantial gain. Who can endure such a heart-wrenching sense of defeat? Ah, how long for an end? The frustration was so profound that it nearly drove the poor fellow to regret his choices, igniting an impulse to slam his head against a wall. This visceral pain and sense of failure are experiences that anyone who has ever haggled will surely understand. For instance, unscrupulous vendors often mark their goods at exorbitant prices. When one attempts to negotiate, feeling proud of a substantial reduction, only to have the vendor accept the offer without hesitation, the sense of accomplishment can vanish in an instant. Not only that, but one may also feel utterly cheated, and as if that's not enough, for a considerable time afterward. The memory of this bargaining experience will evoke profound anger, regret, and pain. Those with a smaller temperament might even dwell on it for a lifetime. Rimuru could have easily negotiated further with the fellow, seeking greater benefits. However, when it comes to restorative potions, Rimuru is truly not in need. She had consumed every last bit of hippocute grass from the entire cave. As for the restorative potions, she herself was oblivious to the thousands she possessed. More importantly, compared to the prospect of earning extra money, the satisfaction of besting the vendor brought her greater joy and a sense of accomplishment. Watching the color drain from the vendor's face, Rimuru's eyes turned into crescent moons of delight. The sight of her reveling in his misfortune only fueled his irritation. Truly, mischievous children are the most detestable. He was evidently more suited to petting cats. When he saw Rimuru casually lining up the restorative potions, his face turned a shade of green. Observing Rimuru's nonchalant demeanor, the vendor felt as though the value of the restorative potions had diminished even further. The pain in his heart was unbearable. He vowed to dilute the potions, ensuring a hefty profit when reselling them. After the transaction concluded, he felt lightheaded. Stumbling out of the villa, oblivious to how he managed to leave, Rimuru would never reveal to him that Tony had already begun mass-producing restorative potions with a purity of 5%. This batch of significantly diluted potions, while incapable of resurrecting the dead, could indeed prevent scarring from wounds. In other words, the vendor's little scheme was destined to fail. Chapter 72, Surely. Odin one T mind, right? Welcome back, master. The sweet, melodious voice of Aya filled Rimuru with immense comfort. That wretched vendor dared to use alien technology to block Aya, serving him right for his foolishness. It seems she must find an opportunity to urge Stark to expedite the installation of her supercomputer, allowing Aya to move in sooner and receive an upgrade in the process. It must be said that as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the esteemed egg possesses an abundance of treasures. This time, a misfortune has turned into a blessing, as the exposure to the Kree Empire's advanced technology has enabled the Great Sage to deduce numerous insights into Kree scientific knowledge, although the knowledge systems differ somewhat. For the Great Sage, no challenge is insurmountable. Aya, please provide a report on recent occurrences. Certainly, master. A charming little girl with twin ponytails emerged from the shadows. Clad in a uniform, stockings, and high heels, she resembled a delightful young host, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Under Aya's presentation, Rimuru swiftly learned about the various significant news events that transpired while she was engrossed in reading at Kamartaj. Iron Man faced defeat against the Abomination, while the Hulk triumphed over the same foe, and the Silver Iron God garnered immense popularity, igniting a nationwide discussion. Countless netizens speculated about the true identity of the Silver Iron God, pondering his formidable strength and the advanced technology employed. In stark contrast, Iron Man found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of public scrutiny and condemnation. Numerous experts and scholars openly asserted that Iron Man should disclose his humanoid mech technology to the military. However, a multitude of news outlets declared that private property is sacrosanct and publicly defended Stark. Rimuru found it amusing that some media outlets that had condemned Stark just yesterday were now openly fawning over him. One must admit, the integrity of American journalists is astonishingly resilient. Answer: those media outlets that shifted their stance have been acquired by Iron Man. Don't suddenly emerge and flaunt your presence. It's quite alarming. The great sage chuckled. Rimuru mused, according to history, the next event should be the Stark Industries Expo, which aligns with the plot of Iron Man 2. In the original film, at this juncture, Iron Man had just publicly declared his identity, experiencing a surge in stock prices and reaching the pinnacle of personal prestige. Amidst the military committee's accountability and challenges, Tony confronted the executives with unwavering resolve. Justin Hammer, on the other hand, was thoroughly humiliated, becoming a mere jester, subject to ridicule. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the seemingly glamorous Tony was suffering from severe palladium poisoning, teetering on the brink of despair. Thus, he organized an extravagant expo, a mere fade that even Pepper criticized as utterly pointless. In a reckless move, he ventured to Morocco to personally participate in a perilous racing competition. All these actions left those who knew him deeply disappointed. After a disheartening confrontation with friends, Rod took a mark suit, and Pepper was at a loss, believing Tony had lost his mind. But now, will this expo still take place? That remains a significant question mark. Unlike the original timeline, due to Rimuru's unexpected interference, Tony has faced consecutive failures in his attempts to impress. As for prestige, does Tony possess such a quality in the present day? Thanks to the restorative serum, he is no longer burdened by the specter of mortality. The Stark Industrial Expo, an ostentatious display of prowess, a frivolous expenditure devoid of significance, is unlikely to materialize. At this juncture, it is highly probable that Tony finds solace and solitude within his laboratory, nursing his wounds and biding his time. It seems that New York City is poised to enter a serene new era, characterized by safety and tranquility. Speaking of Tony in a state of resilience, what does that truly entail? Poor Nini, shall she not extend a gesture of comfort? Nini, what troubles weigh upon your heart? Speak freely. Let us share in a moment of joy together. With a snap of her fingers, Rimuru cheerfully resolved the matter. After all, Rimuru is inherently empathetic and considerate. In due course, when the god of thunder descends to earth, Rimuru will seize the opportunity to glean knowledge from Odin and the runes associated with his mighty hammer. Runes are indeed a treasure, and a clandestine study of them should not invoke Odin's ire, for such wisdom is not an esoteric secret in Asgard. Many sorcerers are well versed in their intricacies. Yet, can one truly compare the fiery techniques of the likes of Ban to those of the second pillar? Furthermore, Asgardian artifacts possess a fascinating characteristic. Once cast, they can be effortlessly summoned back. Odin's spear, Gungnir, is the spear of eternity, with a guaranteed hit rate akin to a weapon governed by the laws of causality. Upon striking, Gungnir returns to Odin's hand as if by magic. Thor's Mjolnir operates on the same principle. When hurled, it can be summoned back to him with a mere thought. Hela's dark sword of ruin exhibits similar properties, allowing her to conjure treasures reminiscent of a golden vault. If Rimuru were to forge a weapon, she would undoubtedly incorporate this remarkable feature. Let us not forget, within Rimuru's expansive stomach lies a considerable cache of magical steel. She is also curious about the chemical reactions that might transpire when the magical steel from the Kara dimension encounters vibranium, adamantium, and URU metal. One cannot fault Rimuru for piecing together a weapon from various sources. After all, she is but a humble individual without a prestigious lineage. Unlike Sun Quan, who benefits from a noble brother, or Cao Cao, who has a benefactor, Rimuru must embark on her entrepreneurial journey akin to the industrious Liu Bei. On this note, Rimuru has a few grievances that cannot remain unspoken. The god of thunder, Thor, is undoubtedly the most extravagant character in the Marvel universe, without question. Observing Thor's actions, it is evident that he shows no remorse for squandering his inheritance. Odin, the venerable elder, had just dozed off when one of Asgard's most prized treasures, the destroyer armor, was reduced to mere rubble by his own hammer. In a short while, Thor, with another mighty blow, shattered the strategic asset of Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge, into fragments. With the Rainbow Bridge, Asgard's forces could strike wherever they wished, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the other 8 realms. Who would dare to provoke such might? Thor wielded his hammer without a trace of remorse. The only moment of hesitation came from his inability to immediately seek out his beloved Jane Foster. This incident roused Odin from his slumber with great ire. However, for Rimuru, such a prodigal display was a boon. Since Thor had cast aside these treasures, surely Odin would not mind if she salvaged a few remnants. The destroyer armor, now unwanted by Thor, could be responsibly retrieved. How could one simply discard valuable items, even if no one was harmed? It would be a disservice to the flora and fauna. As for the Rainbow Bridge, perhaps a taste would allow her to grasp its construction methods. The unique capability of instantaneously transporting an entire battalion was something Rimuru found immensely intriguing. With these thoughts in mind, Rimuru couldn't help but wipe her mouth. Her cravings were insatiable. Chapter 73. The tool user Hawkeye preparation is the key to success, and although Rimuru may be somewhat lackadaisical, matters concerning her own life were taken with utmost seriousness. The Chidari were soon to visit New York, and as the host, she naturally had to prepare fine food and drink, lest she appear discourteous. The shattered god of wind was promptly devoured by Rimuru, who then had the great sage analyze it before crafting a new one. Observing the pristine new god of wind, Rimuru was filled with admiration. What grace! What elegance! Is this truly a design of my own? Her talent was undeniable. Oh my, being Rimuru means excelling at everything. Everyone praises me. Just as Rimuru reveled in the aesthetic of the god of wind, Aya's voice suddenly interrupted. Master, your bank card has received a new transfer notification. Would you like me to report it? What? Rimuru's brow furrowed in surprise. A transfer? Was someone attempting to meddle with her finances? Those who dared to encroach upon her wealth were courting disaster. What does the transfer notification entail? Aya replied, Master, your bank card has just received $500 million. Rimuru's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? Aya reiterated, 500 million. Rimuru could scarcely believe her ears. Is it in dollars? Not in Zimbabwean dollars. Aya confirmed, indeed. It is in dollars. Glory be. Once upon a time, she beheld the tale of a female international student who had been granted an infinitely overdrawn bank card, extravagantly spending 30 million, only to be acquitted later. The envy she felt was beyond measure. Oh dear, has fortune finally smiled upon her? The overwhelming emotion left her breathless. Her eyes sparkling like stars, as if she had been struck by a pie filled with delight, her mind swirling in bliss. Great sage. What is the meaning behind this 500 million? Answer. Hawkeye has intervened multiple times, disrupting 25 of Kingpin's enterprises. Recently, he triumphed over Bullseye. This 500 million is a sum Kingpin offered to negotiate peace. Upon learning the truth, she nearly sputtered in disbelief. After redistributing the wealth post her encounter with Frank Castle, she casually threatened Kingpin. Subsequently, a series of events unfolded, including the Battle of the Green Giant in New York, the final confrontation at Kamartaj, and the redemption of Egghead. She had completely forgotten about her threat to Kingpin for monetary compensation. To her astonishment, this FAAD of Hawkeye had been aided by the genuine Hawkeye. What a good soul you are, Hawkeye. My gratitude extends to your ancestors. Yet, she remained profoundly curious about how Hawkeye had accomplished such feats. Kingpin, the so-called underground emperor of New York, had capitulated so easily following his defeat to Bullseye? Wasn't he that rather cowardly? It was simply uncharacteristic of Kingpin. Kingpin was a formidable figure, robust as an ox, with muscles that seemed to explode from his physique. Not to mention his countless decoys. As the saying goes, heroes come and go, but the villain Kingpin remained steadfast. Lacking superpowers, he was merely a novice-level adversary to her. However, to the likes of Daredevil, Punisher, and Spider-Man, Kingpin was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. In the comics, after Spider-Man revealed his identity, it may nearly met her demise at the hands of Kingpin. Imagine his ruthlessness. Great sage, is the Kingpin who surrendered merely a decoy? Answer, no. It is the genuine article. She was even more astonished. The real Kingpin? Could Hawkeye truly be that formidable? Was he considered the weakest and most inconspicuous superhero in the Avengers? Even Black Widow could outshine him. Moreover, she recalled that Hawkeye's most glorious moment was when he shot an arrow, striking Loki in the face. This moment was one he could boast about for a lifetime. Yet, even that remarkable feat was accentuated by the charming expressions of the third princess. Without the exquisite acting of the princess, who would remember Hawkeye's arrow? Her curiosity deepened. Yearning for clarity. Answer. Hawkeye engaged in a fierce battle with Bullseye, managing a slight advantage, yet he recognized Bullseye's prowess. Subsequently, Hawkeye adapted his strategy, specifically targeting Kingpin's enterprises, causing extensive damage across 25 operations, leading to significant losses for Kingpin. She pondered, and thus Kingpin surrendered? Not quite. Following substantial losses, Kingpin initiated a comprehensive investigation into Hawkeye's identity. Then he discovered Hawkeye's background with S-H-I-E-L-D, and thus, Jean Bing resigned himself to his misfortune. All right, this reason is too compelling. Rimuru is convinced. Regardless, Hawkeye has been a tremendous help this time. To express his gratitude, Rimuru will make good use of the name Hawkeye, redistributing wealth and restoring justice to New York. Ahem. Rimuru cleared his throat and casually remarked, Aya, please cleanse my records and help me erase the transfer information. I have never received 500 million yuan in my bank account. Aya replied, at your command, my master. Moments later, Aya's voice echoed again, Master, it has been thoroughly cleansed. Furthermore, all transfer information has been completely erased. Rimuru chuckled, feeling lighthearted, as if floating among the clouds, basking in the warmth of soft cotton candy under the sun. This languid sensation of sunbathing is simply marvelous. Sublime. Why should he return what he acquired through skillful means? What Rimuru was unaware of was that, at that very moment, in peaceful New York City, Hawkeye was striding with purpose, a smile radiating from his face. The thought of the 500 million promised by Jean Bing filled his heart with joy. After settling national and collective obligations, what remained was his own. Hawkeye had already reported this to Egg, who expressed support. Opportunities to earn extra income like this are rare. Naturally, as a high-ranking leader, Egg would take the lion's share. Moreover, Natasha, Melinda, and Carlson, his colleagues, ought to receive their fair share as well. Unexpected windfalls should be shared among those present. Hawkeye's reputation is built on goodwill and sharing. Barton understands this well. Otherwise, he would not have, like Natasha, risen to become a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Even so, he could still pocket a cool 100 million. 100 million, considering the gray income, could sustain him for a decade. This truly is a prosperous turn of events. Having earned it, how should he spend it? Just thinking about it makes him a little excited. An hour later, the smile on Barton's face gradually faded. 2 hours later, Barton's expression was as dark as water. 4 hours later, the sky over New York City brightened. Barton's face was as frosty as ice. With a swift motion, he transformed his mechanical bow, its limbs twisting and reshaping, quickly folding into a weapon resembling a sword. Hard work brings wealth, while laziness leads to national decline. Do not wait idly for salvation from America's poverty. Lose soon. With the bow, he could hypnotize. He, Hawkeye, is capable too. Jean Bing, you have betrayed this city. Barton leapt from the rooftop, his trench coat billowing, his silhouette solitary and mysterious, reminiscent of a lone hero battling against the heavens and the earth. The following night, Jean Bing's 26th business venture was thwarted. Filled with rage, Jean Bing seethed, Hawkeye, you have forced my hand. Chapter 74. Everyone loves Miss May die in the early morning, as the sun begins to rise and the weather is splendid. Rimuru awakens feeling remarkably refreshed. Although slimes do not require sleep, the sensation of slumber is undeniably delightful. Habits formed over years of being human cannot be altered in a day or two, nor does Rimuru wish to change them. Today, Rimuru plans to attend school. A decision prompted by a phone call from last night. The call was made by Mrs. Jacqueline, the homeroom teacher. As soon as the call connected, Mrs. Jacqueline's gentle and kind voice filled the line. She spoke softly, inquiring about Rimuru's health, subtly hinting at the upcoming final examinations in a couple of days. If Rimuru's health improved, she hoped he could muster the strength to attend school for the exams. However, Mrs. Jacqueline also made it clear that if his condition was not favorable, it would be perfectly acceptable for him to miss the finals. The warmth of her tone left Rimuru feeling both grateful and somewhat embarrassed. What a wonderful teacher she is. At Forest Mountain Elementary School. As soon as Rimuru stepped into the classroom, he was greeted by several familiar voices. Did you all hear about what happened on Broadway last Saturday? Who doesn't know about such a big event? That brown villain is just too powerful. He can lift a car with one hand and jump several stories high. It's terrifying. Incorrect. No matter how formidable that brown villain is, he pales in comparison to the green monster, who is even stronger and has a mightier punch. What brown and green nonsense? My dad says the brown one is called Abomination, and the green one is the Hulk. Neither of them is as impressive as the silver-armored warrior. Abomination and the Hulk are no match for him. The silver-armored warrior is so cool. I wish I could pilot a mech just like him. Then I could defeat monsters and save the world too. Only I can pilot the silver-armored warrior. You? You could only aspire to be Iron Man at best. I don't want to be Iron Man. He is too weak. Listening to the innocent chatter of the elementary school students, Rimuru felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief. What do they mean by you could only aspire to be Iron Man? One cannot help but feel sympathy for Tony Stark. This might be one of the most disparaging moments for Iron Man. History has shown that the victor is always celebrated while the vanquished is scorned. A truth that transcends time and culture. Rimuru couldn't help but lament how the current narrative is decidedly unkind to Tony. Even children perceive Iron Man as weak and are reluctant to associate with him. The attitudes of politicians are even more telling. The survival of the fittest has been an unyielding truth since time immemorial. With consecutive setbacks, it seems the Stark Industrial Expo will not take place. Moreover, Tony will likely face significant challenges at the upcoming hearing with the military committee in Washington. What direction will the future take? Rimuru's curiosity continues to grow. As Limra pondered her thoughts, the previously listless and disinterested Mindy suddenly brightened, her eyes sparkling with disbelief. With a swift motion, Mindy sprang from her desk, bounding over to Limru in mere strides. Shoo. Limra quickly placed a finger over Mindy's lips, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement of her identity. In an instant, the excitement overwhelmed Mindy, who exclaimed, "Hello, I'm Limra Tempest. You can simply call me Limru." Mindy, undeterred by formalities, linked her arm with Limru's and began chattering incessantly. "Limru, so you are the famous Limru. How incredibly cool. I'm absolutely thrilled. For some time, I've heard classmates mention a stunning and adorable student named Limru, and I must admit I was somewhat skeptical. I never imagined you were the one. Oh, if only I'd known sooner. Limru, you have no idea. I witnessed your battle with the green giant. It was mind-blowing. I absolutely adore your wind spirit. Could you please show it to me? I beg you." Mindy transformed into a chatterbox, her words flowing like a babbling brook, leaving Limru both amused and bemused. Strictly speaking, this was their second encounter, and Mindy's familiarity was quite astonishing. "Sure," Limru replied casually. "You are the best. I adore you." With that, Mindy planted a sudden, hearty kiss on Limru's cheek, leaving Limru momentarily stunned, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. How delightful are the customs of Western greeting. As their affectionate exchange unfolded, the classmates were left utterly dumbfounded. Who was Limru? Universally recognized as the most beautiful student, she had attended only a few classes before taking an extended leave, shrouded in mystery. And then there was Mindy. Equally beautiful, yet entirely different from Limru. Having transferred less than a week prior, she had already managed to take down the class bullies, establishing herself as the reigning queen of the class. What puzzled everyone was the seemingly close bond between Mindy and Limru. Had they known each other before? Were they childhood friends? As for Peter Parker, his expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Having once placed his unwavering trust in Limru, he now felt betrayed. Realizing that she had either deceived him or was on the path to doing so, he had come to understand that all the talk of balancing yin and yang, achieving harmony with the universe, and the notion of not regressing without wearing female garments were mere fabrications. To Peter, Limru appeared to be a little devil cloaked in the guise of a beautiful girl, her true nature darker than coal. What Peter Parker found most difficult to accept was that Rimuru had turned his photos in feminine attire into a series of memes. As if that were not enough, they were disseminated widely across the internet. Every time he contemplated this, the little spider felt an overwhelming urge to curl up under the covers and weep in despair. A single misstep had led to eternal regret, and he felt foolish, utterly foolish. Even more terrifying was the fact that some classmates were already aware of the persona Miss May Die. To Peter's utter dismay, his rival Thompson had even established a fan club for Miss May Die, and a significant number of boys in the class had joined. Each day, as he watched his classmates discuss the adorableness of Miss May Die in their group chat, Peter felt his skin crawl. Should he reveal to them that Miss May Die was indeed him, that he was Miss May Die? Previously, he had been a prolific chatter in the group, effortlessly sharing texts, images, and memes. But now, he found himself too intimidated to speak. Rimuru had not only deceived him, but had also stripped away the joy of wearing skirts. As for the meme battles, that was an even more sorrowful tale. Nowadays, whenever someone initiated a meme battle, it was predominantly filled with various expressions of Miss May Die, leaving him in despair. What happened to the fundamental trust between individuals? Covering his face in frustration, he felt utterly defeated. Peter was furious, and the consequences were dire. This was also the reason Rimuru had been unwell for so long without receiving even a phone call from him. If Rimuru did not promptly apologize, Peter vowed never to acknowledge him again. He may die. No, Peter Parker was serious. Upon seeing little May Die, Rimuru's eyes sparkled. "Hey, Peter, long time no see." Peter's face instantly flushed crimson as he stammered. "Why, long time no see." A group was created called Mo King Enthusiast Association. Group number 696214358. Everyone is welcome to join and have fun. Chapter 75. Rimuru is quite nice. 13. Why are you following me, you coward? Mindy glared at little Peter with evident displeasure. Although she had transferred just under a week ago, Mindy had her own standards for evaluating people. In her eyes, little Peter possessed decent athletic abilities and considerable strength. Yet his character was far too feeble, even inferior to that of the brutish Dave. It was baffling that someone so capable could be bullied by Thompson. A cowardly display indeed. If it were her, she would have delivered a couple of slaps and a swift kick to teach that rogue Thompson a lesson. Mindy held little Peter in low regard. Moreover, today was supposed to be a day for Rimuru to showcase his prowess, a day meant for her and Rimuru alone. Unfortunately, an uninvited, oblivious interloper had barged in, ruining the moment, and it was no surprise that Mindy was unwilling to grant him any kindness. Little Peter scratched the back of his head, feeling quite awkward. To be honest, he was somewhat intimidated by Mindy, the fierce little girl. Behold, this week, Mindy has laid waste to countless adversaries. Not only her classmates, but even upperclassmen have been brought to their knees, singing her praises as if under her spell. truly a veritable force of nature. Mindy, do not underestimate Peter. He is remarkably strong and possesses a kind heart, fiercely loyal to his friends. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, young Peter felt a warm glow within, deeply touched. It appears that in Rimuru's eyes, he is viewed as an admirable figure. Indeed, Rimuru is something else. He previously thought her demeanor was as dark as coal, and he feels remorse for that judgment. He acknowledges his error and repents. Upon reflection, aside from her penchant for pranking him, coercing him into female attire, and disseminating his pictures across the internet without his consent, Rimuru is quite benevolent. Is there anything special planned for today? To Peter, Rimuru is an enigma. Merely bestowing him with a name has seemingly transformed him. Yet, at the same time, her eccentric personality, exemplified by her tricking him into wearing women's clothing, adds to her intrigue. Of course, young Peter harbors a glimmer of hope that it does not involve dressing as a woman. Truly, this is a secret. Oh. Rimuru smiled mysteriously, teasing him further. This only heightened Peter's curiosity, his heart racing with anticipation. Revealing to Peter his identity as the silver-armored warrior was a decision Rimuru made after careful consideration. Little Spider, the future good neighbor of New York City, the successor to Iron Man, has an unlimited future ahead. Among all superheroes, while Little Spider may not be the most powerful, he certainly ranks among the most beloved. Throughout his life, Little Spider embodies Uncle Ben's adage that with great power comes great responsibility, never abusing his strength, even in times of hardship. Truly, it is immensely admirable. In Rimuru's heart, Little Spider has long been envisioned as her protege. Have you ever witnessed her tricking others? No, I thought not. Today, Rimuru remains steadfast in her principles. She would not stoop to tricking the average person. Humph. Recognizing Little Spider's immense potential, Rimuru, having already intervened in his life, knows she cannot simply leave him to his own devices. It would be a tremendous loss if he were to stray off course. Thus, after much contemplation, Rimuru resolved to reveal to Little Spider her identity as the silver-armored warrior, with absolute authority, guiding him towards the right path, even to the point of persuading him to don women's clothing. As for why Mindy was involved, that too was a product of Rimuru's careful deliberation. Mindy excels in fashion, makeup, disguise, firearms, and combat. She is the perfect mentor for the current young Peter. Arriving at the villa, although it was not Peter's first visit, he felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. This house is simply too opulent. Unlike Peter, who was awestruck, Mindy had encountered many such residences. However, each time she entered with her father, they typically ended up dispatching the homeowners and seizing their ill-gotten gains. This must be Mindy's first grand entrance into such a luxurious villa. Limulu, Aya, allow me to introduce my dear friends, Mindy and Peter Parker. Aya, welcome back, Master. This is the second time you've brought friends home. It seems that your school life is quite enjoyable. Mindy, Peter, we are delighted by your presence. The sudden voice startled both Peter and Mindy. Truth be told, the voice was exceptionally melodious. The two exchanged glances, looking around yet failing to spot the maid. Mindy's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is Aya the name of your maid? Where is she? I can't see her. Limula chuckled. Aya is not a human. She is an intelligent program. An intelligent program? Mindy was still processing this information, but it was Peter who erupted with excitement. Are you referring to the kind of intelligent program like the Red Queen from the film Resident Evil? Precisely. With Limulu's confirmation, Peter Parker felt as if he might soar with exhilaration. Cool. This is absolutely insane. Limulu, are you an alien? Limulu, intrigued, asked, why do you inquire? The current computer language is composed of binary code, consisting of zeros and ones, with all information encoded and transmitted in this format. Peter Parker spoke incessantly, overflowing with technical jargon about computers, leaving Limulu and Mindy somewhat bewildered. Limulu managed to keep up, aided by the wisdom of great sages, while Mindy's eyes spun in confusion, resembling twinkling spirals. Are you truly a primary school student? You can't possibly be a fan of some Grim Reaper's Academy. When Peter Parker saw the two mechas, Function I and Function II, displayed in the wardrobe, his eyes nearly bulged out. While he was somewhat unfamiliar with Function I, Function II was all too familiar. Just recently, this very mech had engaged in a fierce battle with the Hulk at Gabon Academy, pinning him to the ground. The clash was so intense that the aftermath left Gabon Academy in ruins, with a crater nearly 100 meters wide on the ground. In a brief span, this mech attracted a legion of fans. Online, many referred to it as Function, a name that seemed to have an official ring to it, though some disagreed, calling it Maine for its striking silver-white color, exuding an aura of science fiction and charm. Others dubbed it Silver Lightning, owing to its extraordinary speed, surpassing even the most advanced fighter jets of today. Regardless of whether it was called Function, Maine, or Silver Lightning, each name sent countless mech enthusiasts' hearts racing. Peter Parker had long been captivated by the silver-armored warrior, often fantasizing about how splendid it would be to possess such an extraordinary suit of armor. He had speculated countless times about the true identity of this remarkable inventor, never once considering that the silver-armored warrior was, in fact, his classmate Rimuru. How utterly astonishing. Not only was little Spider enamored, but Mindy was equally entranced, nearly leaning against the wind god to lavish it with affection. Little Spider was in a state of mild panic. It was no surprise that the humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex shared his interests. She too had a fondness for such mechanized marvels. Rimuru, may I touch it? Little Spider's eyes sparkled with excitement, brimming with wonder. Upon hearing Peter's request, Rimuru flashed a fox-like grin, responding, of course you can. Not only can you touch it, but you can also take it for a spin. Truly, Little Spider was so elated he nearly leapt into the air. Rimuru was indeed a wonderful person. Oh, how he regretted previously misunderstanding her, believing her to be dark-hearted. He felt deeply remorseful, although Rimuru enjoyed a bit of mischief. She was genuinely kind-hearted. Chapter 76. The essence of true heroism. Initially, Mindy found Peter Parker's appearance utterly repugnant, with his nose and eyes being quite unappealing. How could she possibly tolerate him when she had initially suggested coming to see the Wind God, only for Peter Parker to intrude? However, when she heard Rimuru propose that Peter must don women's attire to play with the Wind God, Mindy nearly choked on her disbelief. Are you a devil, Rimuru? For making a boy wear a dress? Yet, she couldn't deny the brilliance of the idea. Upon seeing Peter Parker clad in feminine garb, Mindy instinctively rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Surely, she couldn't be mistaken. This was truly the male Peter Parker and not his sister? He looked so adorably charming. Perhaps it was the overwhelming sense of embarrassment that rendered Peter's cheeks a bright crimson, resembling a ripe apple, exuding an irresistible cuteness. In that fleeting moment, Mindy felt herself falling under his spell. No wonder it is said that extreme beauty embodies both masculine and feminine qualities. Dressed as a woman, little Peter epitomized this notion perfectly. Most importantly, the more Mindy gazed, the more familiar he appeared. When the realization struck her, she instinctively covered her mouth. Her wide eyes filled with utter disbelief. Peter, could you possibly be Miss Mayday? Peter Parker's face immediately flushed crimson, transforming him into a blushing mess. Oh no. His illustrious reputation was utterly tarnished. How could he have acquiesced to such an undignified request merely for the sake of trying out the Wind God? He must have lost his mind. Upon witnessing the revelation on Peter Parker's face, Mindy found herself momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words to encapsulate her emotions. In their class, Thompson had taken the initiative to form a dedicated support group for Miss Mayday. One could only imagine the delightful chaos that would ensue if they were to discover that the beloved Miss Mayday, whom they incessantly adored, was none other than Peter Parker himself. The mere thought of such a scenario was tantalizingly amusing, almost too enchanting to behold. Rimuru, may I don the Wind God and take a few laps? Mayday Parker declared with fervor, intent on transforming his sorrow into motivation for an exhilarating escapade. Of course, Rimuru assured, eager to uphold his promise, for maintaining his credibility was paramount, especially when it came to guiding young Spider-Man onto the righteous path. With Aya's automatic navigation, the intricacies of operation were far from daunting. In a matter of moments, young Spider-Man was joyously soaring through the skies, reveling in the thrill of flight. The only concern that lingered in his mind was the fear of military interception. Unbeknownst to him, Rimuru had preemptively expanded the mirror space, rendering his apprehensions entirely unwarranted. Not only Spider-Man, but Mindy too was thoroughly immersed in the experience. Eventually, both of them grew weary from the excitement, their stomachs grumbling in protest, prompting them to finally pause. Yet even at the dining table, their thoughts, words, and actions remained entwined with the realm of mechs. It was akin to the irresistible allure that grips a new driver, who cannot help but yearn to touch and drive the vehicle. What Rimuru sought was precisely this. The bait had been cast. Why would Miss Mayday not take the hook? He resolved that henceforth, whenever Peter wished to indulge in mech play, he would have to don women's attire. This was a matter of principle. To Rimuru's surprise, Mindy was even more enthusiastic about guiding Peter Parker onto the righteous path than he had anticipated. The moment Rimuru broached the subject, he was met with Mindy's enthusiastic support. She vowed to impart all her skills to Peter Parker without reservation. In Mindy's words, Peter was already a grown young man and should learn to master a clean eyeliner application, groom his brows, and spritz on some delightful perfume. With their shared passion, the bond between Rimuru and Mindy blossomed remarkably. Eventually, in a moment of inspiration, Mindy proposed the idea of forming a hero group to combat crime and uphold justice. Upon hearing this suggestion, Peter Parker immediately raised both hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement. The prospect of being a superhero was undeniably thrilling. Moreover, with Rimuru, a peer capable of besting the Hulk, as a role model, it was an undeniably fitting aspiration. Never underestimate the American fascination with superheroes, especially within the Marvel Universe. The spirit of Captain America has inspired generations, becoming a symbol of the American ethos. Dave Lazursky, an ordinary fellow devoid of any superhuman abilities, dared to don a garish green costume purchased online and took to the streets to combat crime, garnering a modicum of fame in the process. One can only imagine the extent of individual heroism that permeates American culture. Just as one might randomly encounter a Chinese individual who can recite tales of martial arts or a resident of an island nation who can sketch a few comic panels. Such narratives have become indelibly etched into the fabric of their respective cultures. However, Remuda harbored some reservations. Combating crime is no genteel affair. It's not akin to hosting a banquet, crafting prose, or painting delicate designs. It lacks the elegance, composure, and refinement traditionally associated with cultured pursuits. The stakes could be nothing less than one's very life. Mindy, on the other hand, despite her youth, was profoundly influenced by her father's teachings and exhibited a commendable level of awareness. When it came to action, her movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. Yet, young Spider-Man was still too inexperienced, akin to a tender sprout nurtured in a greenhouse, with his worldview not yet fully formed. Even in his future endeavors, he adhered to a principle of non-lethality. If Uncle Ben were to cross paths with the formidable Dad, the two guardians would undoubtedly clash over their differing educational philosophies. With such divergent ideologies, could this heroic ensemble truly endure? Truth be told, Rimuru was rather skeptical of this nascent team of heroes. Nevertheless, rather than outright rejection, he posed a reflective question. Mindy, as the hit girl, your perspective is clear. But Peter, have you truly contemplated your beliefs? Peter Parker pouted, feeling somewhat underestimated. Of course, Uncle Ben has always taught me the importance of empathy. Having once been frail and bullied by school tyrants, I understand the feelings of helplessness and despair. Now that I have grown stronger, I wish to aid those in need. Rimuru couldn't help but commend Uncle Ben for his exemplary guidance and education. With a smile, Rimuru inquired, and what are your thoughts on Iron Man? His intention during the battle with Venom was to punish evil and protect the citizens of New York. Yet, as you've seen, the majority of the populace feels little gratitude towards him, perceiving him as inadequate. Peter Parker was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never truly contemplated this dilemma. Not only Peter, but even Mindy found herself in a state of confusion. The methods she and her father employed to combat crime involved a cycle of violence, often shrouded in secrecy, despite their efforts. The public remained oblivious to the existence of two heroes named Dad and Hit Girl. What if they faced a situation similar to Iron Man's? Rimuru spoke earnestly. Peter, there's no rush. Take your time to reflect. If you're still perplexed, don't hesitate to consult Uncle Ben. And Mindy, you too? Both Peter and Mindy, feeling somewhat lost, merely nodded in agreement. Chapter 77, The Ever-Confident Iron Man. The following day. Master, the hearing has commenced. Shall I stream it live for you? The moment Limla heard this, her eyes sparkled. The current situation had diverged drastically from the original narrative, deteriorating to an unimaginable degree. How would Tony respond to this? Please stream it for me. Yes, Master. The scene transitioned to a live broadcast of the hearing taking place in Washington. Mr. Stark, let us continue with our previous topic. Senator Sustain, eager to capture Tony's attention, pounded his gavel repeatedly, imploring Tony to pay heed to his discourse. However, Tony remained utterly indifferent, completely ignoring the senator and instead engaged in cheerful whispers with Pepper. At this sight, Limlu found herself somewhat speechless. This was not the scenario she had envisioned. In the film, he was a force to be reckoned with, at the pinnacle of his life, facing mortal threats, and his reckless demeanor was understandable. Yet now, having suffered defeat against the Ironmonger and then the Abomination, and currently under public scrutiny, how could he still exude such arrogance? Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Limla felt that the Tony on the screen appeared even more flamboyant than ever. Limla was baffled, struggling to comprehend Tony's thought process. Mr. Stark, for heaven's sake, please focus on what I am saying. Witnessing the senator's almost pleading demeanor, Limla nearly burst out laughing. A humble request for Tony to listen? Surely, this senator must be a false Hydra. Indeed, this senator was an agent of Hydra, with a significant mission at this hearing. The higher-ups of Hydra were coveting Tony's humanoid armor technology. If they could acquire dozens, or even hundreds of suits, their grand ambitions would be within reach. Senator's son, do you possess a weapon? Tony Stark, whether I do depends on how you define it. That weapon is Iron Man. My invention has not been aptly described. It is a high-tech prosthetic, the best descriptor I could conceive. Laughter erupted from all attendees at the hearing, while Senator Sen's face turned an alarming shade of red, his eyebrows twitching furiously. To assert that Iron Man was a weapon, Senator Sen called upon weapons expert Justin Hammer and requested Colonel Rhodes to present a report. Unlike the original film, where military data was sparse, the battle between Tony and the Abomination had provided a wealth of video evidence. All of this robustly substantiated the claim that Iron Man was indeed a weapon. Yet, Tony's eloquence and the support of his steadfast friend, Colonel Rhodes, allowed him to turn the tide. Particularly after the exposure of Hammer Industries' imitation of humanoid mecha in a video, the entire hearing veered off course. While most nations require 5 to 10 years, Justin Hammer insists on a 20-year timeline. This display of mockery has reduced Justin Hammer to merely a jester in the shadow of Tony Stark. It has been proven that I can prevent nuclear war through coercion. Iron Man is indeed invaluable, and we are safe. America is secure. Do you wish to seize my products? Dare to dream. However, I have rendered you a tremendous service. I alone can uphold world peace. Bang, bang, bang. Senator Sin finally seized upon Tony's vulnerability, pounding the table with fervor and scoffing. You alone can maintain world peace? Mr. Stark, do you harbor a misconception about global tranquility? Shall I remind you that not long ago, you were bested by your own adversaries? Moreover, the Silver Centurion's wind god appears to be far more advanced than your Mark series. At this proclamation, a pin drop could be heard in the assembly room, as all eyes fixated intently on Tony Stark. Undoubtedly, this was a hurdle he could not circumvent. Not only others, but even Rimuru was particularly intrigued. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Tony's expression remained one of unwavering confidence. The wind god is more advanced than my Mark. Only a senator like you, utterly devoid of technical understanding, would utter such words. Am I to inform you that both the wind god and the Mark originate from the same technology? Upon hearing Tony's bombshell revelation, the atmosphere surged with excitement. It was the first time anyone had heard that the wind god and the Mark shared a common lineage. One must understand that the design philosophies of the wind god and the Mark are vastly divergent, and their real-world performances are incomparable. Especially notable are the wind god's capabilities, including spatial teleportation, optical invisibility, and the ability to create enormous craters in the earth with ease. These feats are truly unimaginable. One can only fathom the upheaval and astonishment that Tony's words incited. Senator Sin, in shock, exclaimed, Mr. Stark is aware of the true identity of the Silver Centurion? Tony Stark shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, Senator, I believe your command of the English language leaves much to be desired. Is this kindergarten-level inquiry truly one that requires my elucidation? Senator Sin, who is the Silver Centurion? I know, but I simply refuse to divulge. The audience erupted in laughter. Even Rimuru was left speechless. Tony's audacity was simply astounding. Senator Sin nearly toppled over from exasperation, nearly succumbing to a heart attack on the spot. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Tony Stark, continue your antics. Let us see how long you can sustain this charade. Regardless, the topic at hand is not to uncover the identity of the Silver Centurion, but to define Iron Man as a weapon and subsequently compel Tony to surrender the technology behind it. Mr. Stark, let us set aside the identity of the Silver Centurion for now. Iron Tyrant was defeated by the Silver Armored War God, a fact you cannot deny, correct? Tony casually nodded, indeed. Senator Sin's smile broadened, soon reminding, you were unable to overcome the abomination not long ago, a truth you cannot refute, am I right? Tony. Of course. Senator Sin inhaled deeply, suppressing the exhilaration of victory, and proclaimed, thus, the notion that you alone can maintain world peace is utterly absurd. Mr. Stark. For the safety of America and the peace of the world, you ought to relinquish the technology of Iron Man, allowing it to better safeguard the American populace, rather than treating it as your personal toy. Tony Stark, Iron Man. In the face of global harmony, you must not focus solely on your trivial personal gains. This is something you ought to learn from your father, Howard Stark. Applause erupted throughout the room, a resounding approval of Senator Sin's words. Justin Hammer clapped vigorously, his hands turning red from the effort. Tony Stark maintained his confident smile as he rose, addressing the audience. I am Iron Man is me. My high-tech prosthetics have evolved to the 5th generation, a product that rivals any mech. I shall host the Stark World Martial Arts Championship for a year, welcoming any mech to challenge. The champion will receive the latest mech from Stark Industries as a reward. Desire my technology? Then come and seize it. Instantly, the hearing erupted into unprecedented cheers. Chapter 78, Conflict. Desire my technology? Then come and seize it. Watching Tony Stark's flamboyant demeanor on television, Rimuru could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Iron Man remains the same Iron Man, undeterred by countless setbacks, forever exuding confidence and flair. To be candid, had the roles been reversed, Rimuru doubted anyone could surpass Tony's feats. Tony's continuous setbacks in Rimuru's presence were not due to a lack of intellect. Rather, it was the disparity between a player of wealth and one wielding game-altering abilities. Simply put, the cards in Tony's hand were nearly transparent to Rimuru, while Tony remained oblivious to the multitude of trump cards Rimuru possessed. Moreover, Rimuru held nearly all the aces, leaving Tony at a distinct disadvantage. The old adage, mysticism does not alter fate, nor does wealth change destiny. Do you think it merely ancient folklore? Stark Industries will no longer host an exposition, but instead throw a grand martial arts competition with the latest mech as the prize. This maneuver is nothing short of spectacular. Tony truly dares to dream. Honestly, Rimuru felt a twinge of excitement. The technology of the 5th-generation mech held little allure for him. Yet, the prospect of claiming victory over Tony and reclaiming something from him bore a significance beyond measure. Upon placing the Mark V into the wardrobe, it certainly surpasses the notion of the Mark being bested by the Wind God, inscribing the character for in grand style as a touch of elegance. Tony's declaration in front of all media is, in fact, a challenge directed at Rimuru. After all, the two most formidable mechas recognized globally are the Wind God and the Mark. Currently, the public and media largely perceive the Wind God as superior to the Mark, and Tony clearly aims to utilize this martial contest to assert that his Mark is the strongest. Such a challenge is something Rimuru will not permit, as the thrill of contesting with Tony is undeniably enticing. What new technologies has Tony integrated into the Mark V? Rimuru is intensely curious. In the original timeline, the Mark V was a suitcase armor, sacrificing much of its functionality for portability. What, then, will the modified Mark V of this timeline resemble? It is often said that one's adversary knows them best. Although Rimuru and Tony are not enemies, they are genuine rivals in the realm of battle armor. If anyone is likely to deduce the performance parameters of the Mark V, it would undoubtedly be Rimuru. Following Tony's approach to upgrading mechas in his previous life, each iteration of his armor has been refined through lessons learned in prior combat. For instance, the Mark II encountered freezing issues, prompting the transition to titanium alloy in the Mark III. After the battle with the Mark III, its armor became deformed and difficult to remove, leading to improvements in the connection devices and bolt designs for the Mark IV. Observing Tony's various battles in this world, from the contests against Rimuru-S Gundams to his clashes with Ironmonger, and more recently the conflict with Obadiah, it became evident to Tony after facing the Wind God that the Mark II lacked mobility, inspiring the development of the highly maneuverable Mark III and the early introduction of back and dual-rib thrusters, features that were originally designed for the Mark VII in the source material. It was with this suit that Tony ascended while carrying a nuclear bomb. In his battle against Ironmonger, the Mark III underperformed primarily due to an incompatible energy core. Yet it also revealed deficiencies in firepower and armor penetration capabilities. Consequently, the Mark IV of this timeline boasts significantly enhanced firepower, particularly with the advent of the new elemental reactor, which has facilitated Tony's use of high-powered energy weaponry. The beam emitters in the palm and chest are now more powerful, longer-lasting, and more potent. He has also added laser-cutting beam emitters designed for slicing through steel armor, along with small anti-armor missiles and retractable ablation missiles. These three weaponry types were conceived from the experiences gained after the battle with Ironmonger, specifically designed to enhance armor penetration. Notably, the retractable ablation missile employs the principle of explosive penetration, proving nearly infallible in close-range anti-armor scenarios. Should the Mark IV engage Ironmonger in another showdown, the latter would be reduced to scrap metal in no time. Following this, the most significant encounter between Tony and Obadiah waits. The Abomination, with its imposing size, immense strength, and extraordinary defense, renders Mark IV utterly powerless in its presence. The modified Mark V in this timeline will undoubtedly learn from past lessons. It is imperative to enhance the mechanical exoskeleton and robotic arms to amplify the striking power and close combat capabilities of Mark V. Yet, this alone is insufficient. To confront such a formidable opponent head-on, the addition of high-powered auxiliary thrusters becomes an indispensable choice. Furthermore, the Abomination's remarkable agility necessitates the implementation of a robust binding mechanism, such as an emergency containment shield or restraining device. This grand martial arts tournament is, after all, a declaration of war against the Abomination. Encountering such a colossal adversary, the characteristics of the Wind God must also be embodied, as high mobility is essential. Could it be that thick armor is to be added over the mech? This certainly evokes the design of anti-Hulk armor. Surely, Tony cannot have developed the anti-Hulk armor so swiftly? The challenges in achieving such technology are numerous. For instance, the automatic assembly technology of Mark X Live represents a significant technological evolution, with nearly every component possessing its own power and control systems. This innovation is effectively inherited in the Mark XLIV anti-Hulk armor. Technological breakthroughs do not occur overnight. It seems unlikely that Tony could overcome so many obstacles in such a short span. Yet, he is Tony Stark, one of the most formidable geniuses in the Marvel Universe. Even the quantum pathways of time travel have been effortlessly manipulated by him. If Tony can indeed surmount these challenges, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Wait, Rimuru contemplates another potentiality, the sheer accumulation of resources. Tony is not only a genius, but also an unparalleled master of financial prowess. If he were to utilize materials such as vibranium or adamantium, the scenario becomes quite feasible. Now possessing adamantium, Rimuru could easily forge the strongest spear, Is this martial arts tournament destined to be a clash between the strongest spear, adamantium, and the strongest shield, vibranium? Which will prove superior, the spear or the shield? With this thought, every cell in Reborn's being resonates with exuberance. It appears that the time has come for a comprehensive technological upgrade for the wind god. As Reborn's interest in the grand martial arts tournament orchestrated by Tony peaks, various news media outlets are already in a frenzy. One must never underestimate the integrity of the media, while Tony has not explicitly stated it. The competition for the title of the world's greatest mech between the wind god and Mark has become a heated topic. The military, ever decisive, has gathered a multitude of scientists and strategists to deliberate on countermeasures. Meanwhile, in a low and frigid dwelling in Moscow, a new arc reactor radiated a brilliant light. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., after a clandestine discussion amongst several high-ranking Hydra officials, a top-secret box was opened. Inside this box lay an immensely enigmatic ruby. Chapter 79. Stirring the clouds at a military base of the United States, a general expressed his regrets, stating, "I'm afraid Iron Man's Mark IV is simply flawless. In aerial combat, long-range engagements, and close-quarters confrontations, it is nearly impeccable. Even the most formidable soldier, equipped with the latest exoskeleton and the most powerful infantry weaponry, stands no chance against Iron Man." He continued, "To defeat Iron Man, at the very least, one would require a battalion armed with heavy weaponry." A scientist clad in a lab coat spoke tremulously, while behind him stood a line of equally despondent scientists. Their heads bowed like defeated roosters. To suggest that a battalion could vanquish Iron Man was evidently not in line with the principles of martial combat. In truth, there was an unspoken thought lingering in the scientist's mind. A battalion, when pitted against Iron Man, would essentially be offering themselves as fodder. Iron Man was not merely a stationary target that would endure blows without retaliation. The general, named Chris Lennox, had recently ascended to his position following the impeachment of General Ross due to animosity. Lennox, seizing the opportunity, was determined to embark on a significant venture. At this juncture, Tony Stark convened a martial arts tournament, promising that the ultimate victor would claim Stark's latest Mark V suit. Lennox was exhilarated, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. He promptly summoned a plethora of experts, weapon specialists, tactical advisors, materials scientists, and mechanical engineers, and they dedicated nearly half a month to their research. However, the gap between aspiration and reality proved stark. A cold splash of reality dampened his enthusiasm. Lennox, with a countenance as dark as storm clouds, bellowed, "All the data on the Mark series is right here, even partial blueprints of the Mark I, the Iron Tyrant. I did not ask you to design an entirely new suit of armor from scratch, nor did I require you to tackle the most challenging energy supply technology. I merely requested that you devise a plan based on the Mark IV specifications to defeat Iron Man. That is all. How can it be that you, hundreds of experts spanning all cutting-edge fields, cannot surpass even a single Tony Stark? Moreover, regarding the silver armor's wind god, if Stark can achieve it, so too can the silver armor. The technology of humanoid mechas, even if arduous, should not present a gap greater than a single generation compared to today's advanced technology." The leading scientist raised his head and replied, "I apologize, General, but not every scientist bears the name Tony Stark. Furthermore, I believe you harbor a misunderstanding regarding the silver armor. Stark's technology can still be elucidated through modern science. While much of the technology behind the silver armor eludes scientific explanation, we find ourselves at a loss to even begin our research." Lennox stormed out, visibly flustered. "Shit. Everyone has fallen for Tony Stark's cunning scheme. The technology of humanoid mechs is simply too advanced. Can a single soldier truly defeat him? Perhaps, as the media suggests. Tony Stark has never regarded the military with any seriousness. His only adversaries are the silver-armored god of war and his wind god. The so-called world's premier martial arts tournament is merely Iron Man's declaration of challenge to the silver-armored god of war." At that moment, a colonel approached General Lennox and whispered, "General, I believe you may have entered a misconception. Defeating Iron Man is not as insurmountable as you might imagine." Lennox was taken aback. Had his reasoning truly faltered? "Elaborate," he urged. The colonel chuckled softly. "Without his suit of armor, Tony Stark is just an ordinary man. You might consider visiting Devil's Island Prison." Devil's Island Prison? General Lennox narrowed his eyes, pondering. He was well aware of the prison's notorious reputation, housing only the most heinous criminals and various inhuman entities. In Moscow, drawing inspiration from Tony's arc reactor and the various documents left by his father, Ivan Vanko successfully designed the Vanko version of the arc reactor. Additionally, 2 electric whips were developed. The equipment was nearly complete, and unlike the portrayals in films, he did not need to surreptitiously procure visas and tickets from the black market. Whenever he wished, he could challenge Tony Stark and prove his mettle. However, he also possessed the technology for a fully encompassing metallic exoskeleton heavy war armor. His father, Anton Vanko had left him the blueprints for it, named the Crimson Mech. Since Tony Stark arrogantly called for a martial arts tournament, Ivan would boldly accept the challenge. He aimed to demonstrate to the world that Tony Stark was merely a jester, and his father, Howard Stark, an unscrupulous thief. He intended to reclaim everything he had lost. Pierce led a clandestine meeting with several members of Hydra. Gazing at the ruby nestled within its case, each individual breathed heavily. This ruby was famed for its immense power. Whoever possessed it wielded near-limitless strength. Yet, this power was notoriously destructive, perpetually seeking chaos. After years of research yielded no answers, Hield opted to seal it away. Pierce and his associates had lives of comfort to enjoy, and they would not risk entanglement with such uncontrollable forces. The work of cannon fodder, of course, was best left to those suited for it. The universe is vast and enigmatic, concealing countless unsolved mysteries. Pierce knew that the number of Hield's mysterious artifacts was no less than 100. For instance, the Cosmic Cube. In the past, the Red Skull harnessed the power of the Cosmic Cube to develop unprecedented energy weapons, nearly sweeping across all of Europe. Had it not been for Captain America and his howling commandos intervening, the outcome of the war might have been drastically different. It was through the study of the Cosmic Cube that Howard Stark conceived the prototype of the arc reactor. Regrettably, constrained by the technological limitations of his era, he was unable to miniaturize the reactor. However, under the stewardship of Tony Stark, Howard's groundbreaking research ultimately flourished, illuminating a new dawn. Then there exists the enigmatic obelisk. Shrouded in secrecy by Hield, its mystery is profound, with a seamless exterior capable of rendering all electronic devices inoperative. And it possesses the bizarre ability to petrify humans. Thus, the more one learns, the greater the reverence for this mysterious universe grows. Pierce, the ruby has been extracted. Your mission is to find an individual capable of unleashing its full potential. Remember, our true adversary is never Tony Stark, but rather the armored god of war. Hydra has long concealed its might, to the point that the world has forgotten our existence. This time, unleash destruction without restraint. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The prize for the champion is the Mark V, an irresistible bait that has piqued the interest not only of the military and Hydra, but even of the unremarkable underworld. The Russian mob in New York, stirred by this temptation, took decisive action. One of their enforcers, Alexei Mihailovich Sisevich, succumbing to the allure of wealth under the persistent persuasion of the mob boss, ultimately consented to partake in a perilous chemical radiation experiment. Remarkably, he succeeded. After adhering a layer of resilient polymer to his body, Sisevich became impervious to blades and bullets, capable of enduring extreme temperatures. In a demonstration of strength, Sisevich famously collapsed a building with a single charge. Henceforth, he earned the moniker Rhino Man. Chapter 80, the martial arts tournament commences. The people of Earth are well aware that Tony Stark is to host a martial arts tournament. The ultimate victor will claim his latest Mark V. While the public may gawk and gossip, none truly consider participating. Of course, even if they wish to engage, they lack the means. Yet, none anticipated the depth of Tony's resolve and ambition. On the grand screen, clad in a suit and radiating confidence, Tony Stark stands before an immensely magnificent and imposing steel structure. This is the venue I have meticulously constructed for the upcoming martial arts tournament, entirely composed of steel. With a staggering investment of $1 billion, it boasts 20,000 seats and can accommodate up to 80,000 spectators. The event will be globally broadcasted by Stark's television network, and we are also open to collaborations with other networks. Tony proceeded to elaborate on various aspects of the venue's design and the safety measures in place for attendees. For instance, each spectator seat is equipped with tempered glass protection, effectively preventing accidents and ensuring the safety of the audience. Under the persistent inquiries of journalists, the excitement in front of the screen reached a fever pitch. Mark, the Valkyrie, is indeed a revolutionary mech. To witness an authentic mech battle on television, the entire world erupted in enthusiasm, especially among those men who are fond of mechs, even more exhilarating than finding a girlfriend. Although the online pre-sale channels for the martial arts tournament have yet to open, countless netizens are already queuing in anticipation. With the collaborative efforts of the reporters and Tony, the audience quickly grasped the tournament's competitive format, which is remarkably straightforward, a brutal elimination system where the victor advances and the defeated withdraw. Even Tony Stark himself is not exempt from this system. One journalist boldly posed a question that echoed in everyone's mind. Mr. Stark, are you not fearful of defeat? Your Mark did not perform well against the Valkyrie. The reporter's forthrightness felt a tad confrontational. Nevertheless, Tony maintained an unexpected calm demeanor. The silver-armored god possesses the Valkyrie, while Iron Man has only Mark. In the realm of mechs, Mark shall not falter. As soon as Tony uttered these words, the room erupted in astonished murmurs. What did he mean by asserting that the silver-armored god has the Valkyrie? while Iron Man is left with nothing but Mark. How might the homeless on the streets perceive such a statement? Mr. Stark, with all due respect, your words seem to convey a sense of reckless desperation. Are you lacking confidence in defeating the Valkyrie? Tony chuckled, responding, lacking confidence? How could that be? Mark V is the finest mech I have ever encountered. It embodies humanity's most advanced industrial and technological achievements, serving as the key to the future. I firmly believe that my Mark will triumph over all formidable adversaries. And what if you were to lose? Tony shrugged nonchalantly. If I were to lose, it would merely be a Mark V, worth a few $100 million. Do I appear to be someone who cannot afford such a loss? The reporters and the audience were astounded. Even Rimuru, watching from the comfort of his television, nearly spat out his drink. A few $100 million, he thought. All right, Iron Man, you've won this round. Observing Tony's arrogant demeanor on screen, Rimuru felt an urge to shake his fist and deliver a few solid punches to his face. Initially, he had only intended to win back the Mark V as a keepsake and to poke fun at Tony, seeking a bit of amusement in life. However, at this moment, Rimuru has had a change of heart. Not only does she intend to reclaim the Mark V, but she also aims to do so in a spectacular and impressive manner, delivering an unforgettable lesson to Tony. Humph. The Edmund alloy, extorted from the boiled egg, has arrived. Now heated to a liquid state, rather than being a mere amalgamation of ores. The transition to liquid form has significantly increased the complexity and cost of storage and transportation. The intention behind this is not hard to discern. It is merely a fear that Rimuru might discover the configuration ratio of the Edmund alloy. Yet, this proves futile. Rimuru scooped a bowl from the molten alloy, and after a few hearty gulps, she grasped everything she needed to know. Were it not for the stringent controls on Edmund meteorites, which are nearly non-existent in the outside world, Rimuru could have treated the Edmund alloy as scrap metal in the future. Every coin has two sides. The mech is an intricate system, where pulling one thread affects the entire fabric. A change in materials necessitates a complete recalibration of the entire mech. Nevertheless, these are trivial matters. With the assistance of Aya's computational prowess, all tasks proceeded smoothly. Within a mere week, Rimuru successfully completed the upgrade of the Wind God 2, adorning its exterior with a layer of Edmund alloy plating. This enhancement significantly bolstered the Wind God's defensive capabilities. The most pivotal transformation is likely the massive sword designed for mech use. The core material of this sword is Edmund alloy, renowned for its extraordinary hardness and sharpness, capable of severing hair and slicing through iron like mud. However, the core is inlaid with a block of magic steel from the Kara plane. Strictly speaking, this sword has become a semi-magical weapon. Rimuru is neither a master weapon forger nor does she possess a longsword for her consumption and analysis. Thus, this endeavor can only be regarded as an experimental exploration. The most remarkable property of the magic steel block is its ability to grow. Any weapon embedded with it can evolve and adapt according to its owner's intent. This transformation is not merely superficial, but extends to the compatibility of attributes. For instance, Shizuka, due to her bond with the fire spirit, has an exceptionally high affinity for flames. Consequently, Miss Shizuka's sword has completely transformed into a fire attribute weapon, allowing her to wield it with great ease and significantly enhance its power. However, once the Edmund alloy is completed, it remains unalterable, which stands in stark contrast to the properties of the magic steel block. Rimuru's blending of these two worlds, two somewhat contradictory metals, is purely experimental. She is eager to discover what fascinating chemical reactions may arise from this combination. Just as Rimuru was engrossed in her experiments in the laboratory, the much-anticipated martial arts tournament, which had sparked countless discussions and excitement online, finally commenced. To everyone's surprise, Tony was the first to take the stage. His opponent, named Ivan Vanko, dubbed the Whip, piloted a mech called Crimson. Apart from Rimuru, no one anticipated that the world's premier martial arts tournament would unfold in such a manner. In a recent hearing, many listened as Tony boasted about his technology, claiming that it would remain unassailable for at least 5 to 10 years. Yet, within a mere 6 months, not only had the arc reactor technology been compromised, but even a fully developed exoskeletal mech had emerged. The pace of change in this world is astonishing, leaving many bewildered. Nevertheless, excitement permeated the atmosphere. What was initially thought to be a protracted duel between two mechs, Mark and the Wind God, unexpectedly transformed into an explosive showdown at the very first match of the martial arts tournament. How exhilarating. Chapter 81. Mark Crimson. What does a battle between two mechs entail? Surely, everyone has some inkling from film portrayals, yet this is an unprecedented occurrence in reality. Tickets for the martial arts tournament had sold out in an instant, with scalpers struggling to procure even a single pass. The broadcasting rights had become a coveted asset, with major television networks worldwide vying for the opportunity to air the event. One cannot help but admire Tony Stark's audacity. Not only does he dare to dream, but he also possesses the capability to realize those dreams. It is indeed hard to fathom how Tony managed to secure such a vast expanse of land in New York, an area where space is at a premium, to construct such a grand arena. Is this the martial arts arena? How cool. Young Spider-Man, Peter Parker, stepped into the venue, his eyes darting around in awe as he snapped photos incessantly with his second-hand camera. The crowd was immense, and anticipation hung thick in the air. Little Mindy was similarly captivated, her face radiating joy that seemed almost to overflow. While most girls might not exhibit such enthusiasm, Mindy had long been influenced by her father's unconventional tastes. Dolls, pretty dresses, and all the typical girlish whims held no allure for her. Instead, she found herself utterly fascinated by various weapons, even able to recite their types and origins, leaving onlookers in awe. As for Dave, the average boy from a common family, he was wide-eyed and speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle surrounding him. The steep ticket prices had made attendance seem impossible, especially with scalpers unable to provide any options. Yet, he could hardly believe his luck in being present to witness the competition, something he had never dared to dream. All thanks to Rimuru, the silver-armored god of war. Spotting Rimuru engaged in lively conversation with a beautiful woman in uniform, Dave's curiosity piqued. However, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this intellectual beauty. When it finally dawned on him who she was, his jaw dropped in disbelief, and his mind momentarily faltered. Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's personal assistant. How could she possibly have such a close relationship with Rimuru? Were they not rumored to be fierce rivals? Rumors can indeed be perilous. Sister Pepper, allow me to introduce to you the friends I mentioned. Limulu presented Peter, Mindy, and Dave to Pepper, who greeted them warmly. The trio, taken aback by Pepper's enthusiastic response, found themselves pleasantly surprised. The atmosphere was exuberantly lively, and with Pepper's natural talent for creating an engaging environment, it did not take long for everyone to become familiar with one another. Pepper reserved a prime viewing spot for Limulu, offering an exceptional vantage point. The view was unparalleled, the security impeccable, and even the electronic equipment within the suite was of the highest caliber. Such luxurious accommodations were clearly designed for the affluent elite. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, exclaimed a male host, microphone in hand, as he showcased a distinctive tone in a deeply resonant voice. What will the future of mech warfare hold? Let us await in anticipation. First, let us welcome the founder of revolutionary humanoid mech technology, Tony Stark. Fireworks erupted, illuminating the sky even in broad daylight, transforming it into a canvas of shimmering stars. Inside the arena, the most advanced high-tech screens displayed footage of Iron Man soaring through the skies in his Mark suit. The blue expanse and white clouds contrasted with the sonic booms as the Mark sliced through the urban skyline, igniting a wave of excitement that swept through the audience. With a resounding thud, Tony Stark landed in the center of the arena with the classic superhero pose, the impact resonating with a palpable sense of power that struck the hearts of all present, eliciting a thunderous cheer. Now, please welcome today's challenger, Ivan Vanko. The host gestured dramatically, his voice imbued with an infectious enthusiasm. The arena staff seamlessly coordinated, and all screens simultaneously displayed Ivan Vanko's image. In stark contrast to Iron Man's explosive introduction, Ivan's presentation commenced in a dilapidated dwelling, the overall tone somber and muted. The humble abode, adorned with crude and impoverished tools, showcased Ivan as he hammered away, sparks from his welding igniting a flickering hope. In that dim yet hopeful environment, a singular idea emerged. Unlike Tony, who hailed from privilege, Ivan represented the underdog. The battle between Ivan and Tony was a clash between the lowly and the extraordinarily wealthy. As the Crimson Mech gradually took shape before the audience's eyes, it mirrored Ivan's own journey from nothingness to existence, embodying the triumph of the underdog, a narrative cherished in both the East and the West alike. After all, in this world, the vast majority are merely commoners. It must be said, this is a rather beautiful misunderstanding. Much like Cinderella, everyone believes that she triumphs by marrying the prince, a tale of an ordinary girl's ascent. Yet, unbeknownst to many, the true narrative of Cinderella is quite different. Her legitimate mother passed away early, her father remarried, and he brought home a wicked stepmother. Consequently, our protagonist, the legitimate daughter, faced relentless torment from her stepmother and several half-sisters. Not only was her mother's dowry seized by her stepmother and half-siblings, but her monthly allowance was also stripped away, compounded by the fact that her father was a weak-willed man who completely disregarded her existence. Day after day, she endured bullying, even subjected to perform menial tasks akin to those of a servant, living a life of utter misery. Until one day, this overlooked legitimate daughter encountered a witch, through a twist of fate, and met her Prince Charming. Whether it was the malevolent stepmother or the sisters who constantly snatched her belongings, they returned what they took and spat out what they had consumed. Cinderella possessed everything, merely subjected to the cruelty of her stepmother. A turnaround? Such a notion is entirely unfounded. The same applies to Ivan Vanko. Everything he needed for revenge was bequeathed to him by his father. In stark contrast to Tony's heroic landing, Ivan's descent was rather unceremonious. straightforward and undeniably Russian in its simplicity. To put it succinctly, it was all about sheer force. Yet, no one in attendance perceived any loss of dignity. His landing was, in fact, profoundly impactful. The specialized surface beneath him instantly adorned itself with a dense web of cracks, reminiscent of spider silk. Limulu, are you all right? Pepper's voice trembled as she grasped Limulu's small hand. This was a mecha battle, armed and dangerous, and the potential for calamity was almost unimaginable. The thought of any misfortune sent shivers down Pepper's spine. The Crimson Mecha's appearance was dreadfully fierce and brutish, particularly that straightforward landing, which struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Within the private box, every gaze was fixated upon Limulu. In terms of mecha expertise, none could rival Limulu's prowess. For Limulu was also known by another illustrious title, the Silver-Armored War God. With a reassuring smile, Limulu comforted, "Do not worry, Sister Pepper. The generational gap between the Crimson Mecha and Mark IV is at least 2 generations. Unless Tony's intellect has been muddled, he simply cannot lose. Is that so?" Upon hearing Limulu's words, a semblance of relief washed over Pepperpot's face. Just as Limulu was articulating facts and explaining to Pepper and her 3 companions the advanced nature of Mark compared to the Crimson Mecha, a whip of electricity suddenly materialized in the Crimson Mecha's grasp, crackling with energy. The whip lashed out with ferocity, sending Tony flying across the arena in an instant. Rimuru, Pepper, Peter, Mindy, and Dave, Chapter 82. The mouth has been unsealed. Upon witnessing Tony being flung away, Rimuru was rendered speechless. Most importantly, her face throbbed with pain. Just moments ago, she had assured Pepper and the trio that she was fine, only to be sent flying by a whip's electric lash in the blink of an eye. "Oh, Tony, are you truly intent on opposing her? You are not the protagonist of a shounen manga, destined to endure relentless beating in every skirmish, are you? Have you ever seen a 3rd-generation fighter dominate a 4th? This is not the realm of a faded internet celebrity, no matter the film. There invariably exists a sequence of tumbling aircraft, a prelude to chaos. Of course, if we were to speak of the aircraft from Brother San's arsenal, that would be an entirely different matter. In a nation capable of sinking its own submarine with anti-ship missiles from its vessels, Rimuru could hardly guarantee that any occurrence was beyond the realm of possibility. The technology of the Crimson Mech, at best, parallels the Mark II. Its design philosophy trailing closely behind that of the Iron Tyrant. Compared to the Mark's sleek finesse, the Crimson embodies the quintessential traits of the bear's weaponry: clumsy, massive, dark, and coarse. Yet, one must admit, the Crimson Mech possesses an undeniably fierce and menacing appearance. If Tony's Mark is akin to a refined work of art, a toy for the affluent, then the Crimson is truly a war machine, a rose of the impoverished, forged for the battleground. Without the assistance of Justin Hammer, Ivan Vanko could scarcely procure those advanced materials. In contrast to the original film in this timeline, Ivan's greatest advantage lies in the relative abundance of information regarding the Mark. From the battle between the Mark and the Abomination, to the clash between Thor and the Hulk, with Ivan Vanko's computing prowess, even locating declassified military documents would pose no challenge. Armed with sufficient reference materials, Ivan could certainly devise countermeasures. However, bridging the technological gap is no simple feat. Especially after the butterfly effect caused by Rimuru, Tony has experienced far harsher trials in society. And the Mark has evolved at a breakneck pace. The electric whip crackled incessantly as Ivan, clad in the Crimson Mech, amplified the whip's current to an extraordinary degree. Its might formidable and intimidating. Wherever the whip struck the ground, deep gorges emerged. The Iron Man, recently lashed, bore numerous shocking wounds upon his armor. Yet, to Rimuru, the power seemed rather unremarkable. The Mark and Thor had advanced to such a level that they had long accounted for electrical resistance, rendering it hardly significant. However, the audience, lacking in experience, was easily captivated. Ivan. The spectacle of the affluent Tony Stark being bested could not fail to elicit excitement and cheers from the crowd. In an instant, Ivan Vanko and his Crimson Mech had won the adoration of the audience. A resounding wave of cheers akin to a tsunami reverberated throughout the martial arts arena. Unlike the exuberance of the crowd, Pepper felt a surge of anxiety. Her beautiful eyes widening in alarm, her breath quickening noticeably. Limula kindly reassured her, "Do not worry, Sister Pepper. The Mark IV possesses numerous strategies to tackle the robust Crimson Mecha. Just consider the anti-armor missiles, the ablation missiles, and the laser-cutting beams. They would suffice to incapacitate the Crimson in no time." Is that so? Pepper, lacking interest and understanding of mechas, found herself somewhat comforted by Limulu's articulate reassurances, her heart's trepidation easing significantly. Witnessing the effectiveness of her persuasion, Limula beamed with confidence. In the original film, Tony and Ivan struggled mightily, ultimately ending in a sorry state alongside their comrade Rhodes. This was primarily due to the intense battle they had waged against a multitude of steel soldiers. By the time the Mark had exhausted its arsenal, including its trump card, the laser cutting beam. Tony had resorted to engaging in close combat, wielding the mark like a melee weapon, which naturally resulted in a brutal thrashing. However, the current battlefield was an entirely different story. The mark was not only in pristine condition, but was also an enhanced version. Defeat seemed implausible. Sister Pepper, you must have witnessed the power of those two electric whips. With Tony's intellect, he would undoubtedly avoid close combat with the Crimson. Limulu continued. As long as Tony utilizes the Mark IV's superior maneuverability to maintain a safe distance, he can effortlessly toy with the Crimson mecha. Before Limulu could finish her thought, Tony activated the thrusters on his feet, propelling the Mark IV into the air. From his elevated position, Tony unleashed a colossal fist, striking down upon the Crimson mecha with the force of Ivan Vanko's hammer. The clang echoed as the Crimson mecha staggered, nearly toppled by Tony's iron fist. Yet, a slight miscalculation altered the course of the battle. Regaining its balance, the whip-wielding adversary retaliated with a swift electric lash aimed at the Mark's neck. The crackling sound of electricity ensued. The Mark IV, ensnared by the electric whip, suffered some system disruptions due to the intensity of the current. Tony found himself kneeling, truly kneeling. Limulu's smile faded, her expression growing increasingly rigid. Tony Stark, are you a fool sent by the monkeys? This is child's play. Your intellect seems utterly absent. You, a lightweight mech, engaging in close quarters with a behemoth that resembles a war fortress? Have you lost your senses? Faced with the doubtful gazes of Pepper, Spider-Man, Mindy, and Dave, Limula felt her face flush with embarrassment, a burning sensation of humiliation engulfing her. She was a true expert, not one of those so-called specialists. Moreover, this situation unfolds before various subordinates. She, too, values her reputation. What exactly is happening? Could it be that the Crimson mecha possesses some arcane technology unbeknownst to her? For instance, a cognitive debilitation strike? Great sage, Ivan, does the Crimson mecha harbor any extraordinary technological secrets? Response, no unknown special weapon detected. What about mind control abilities? The original Rimuru would never have broached such a question, for Ivan Vanko lacks any supernatural powers. Yet now, Rimuru begins to harbor doubts. Response, no special fluctuations of abilities detected. Rimuru, so, does this mean Tony was genuinely overwhelmed by the Crimson mecha? An exasperated frown creased Rimuru's forehead, and she emphatically noted this in her notebook. Yet another justification for pummeling Tony Stark had emerged. In the arena, the battle between Tony and Ivan reached an increasingly intense stalemate. After numerous exchanges, Tony, at the cost of his armor's integrity, successfully disarmed two of Whiplash's electric whips. The combat intensity surged dramatically, especially as Whiplash lost his electric whips, instantly leveling the playing field for both mechas. Their confrontation shed all embellishments, leaving only the most ferocious. Primal clashes. The ferocity of the battle escalated to such an extent that each impact resonated like a collision between two mountains, echoing thunderous roars. The skirmish between the two mechas eclipsed the spectacle of a fight between two muscular giants. Each terrifying collision vividly embodied the essence of violent aesthetics, nearly overwhelming the senses. After each clash, the extensive damage to the armored giants erupted into a myriad of electric sparks, igniting the destructive instincts within the onlookers' veins. Blood surged to the brain, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy of excitement, hollering and screaming, utterly unhinged. Even Rimuru, devoid of blood, was swept up in the surrounding fervor, exhilarated beyond measure. No bullets, no high-tech weaponry, only the raw contest of martial prowess. This was undeniably magnificent. A battle of pure martial skill? The Crimson mecha far surpasses in tonnage. If this persists, Tony is destined for defeat. Clang. In yet another violent impact, Tony, caught off guard, was struck squarely on the chin by a punch from the Crimson mecha. He was sent reeling backward, tumbling across the ground in a flurry. Tony Stark. Down for the count. Pepper, Little Spider, Mindy, Dave, Chapter 83, showing off like the wind. Seeking recommendations and collections, confirmation complete. The secret technique, 9-star poisonous milk, has been successfully acquired. Regardless of whether Tony receives praise or criticism, he will endure the effects akin to cognitive debilitation. In gaming terminology, a collective term for negative effects such as slow, weaken, stun, etc. Just a jest. Rimuru certainly could not possess such a secret technique against Tony. Thus, Tony's previous defeat truly had no connection to her whatsoever. Her lips had not been sanctified to utter any mystical incantations. Yet, the expressions of Pepper and the others were filled with disbelief, maintaining a respectful distance from her. What could that possibly signify? After all, she had finally hoped to make a cameo as a professional commentator, but the complexity of her emotions left her at a loss for words. In the arena, Mark and Crimson were battered and bruised, their outer armor rendered unrecognizable, a patchwork of destruction, intermittently erupting with electric sparks. The brutality of the battle was vividly illustrated upon their forms. Having fought to this extent, everyone had developed a sense of judgment. In terms of close combat, Crimson undoubtedly held the upper hand. The disparity in size and weight was evident. After all, one does not expect to see someone of diminutive stature on the court, unless it is in a certain genre of Japanese animation. We all understand the implications. When Ivan unexpectedly grasped the discarded electric whip again, a collective tension gripped the hearts of all present. Was the outcome about to be determined? Anticipation and anxiety coursed through the crowd. Tony, if your mark is only capable of this, then prolonging the battle holds little significance. Tony Stark rose from the ground, his demeanor indifferent, stating, "Indeed. My data collection is complete. Continuing this fight is, in fact, pointless." His voice echoed through the venue via the microphone. Not only were the spectators taken aback, but even Ivan Vanko appeared bewildered. What did he mean by data collection? Data collection means precisely that. Jarvis, full power. Mark IV's limbs and chest began to glow with increasing intensity, as though all energy were converging into its core. This is not good. Ivan Vanko's brow furrowed, and he swung the electric whip with all his might towards Mark. Yet, no matter how swift the whip, it could not outpace Tony's full-power energy pulse cannon. Boom. A surge of energy burst forth from Tony's chest, instantly striking the crimson armor, which resembled a colossal war fortress, sending it flying as if it were a mere leaf. Is this even possible? The audience was left momentarily dumbfounded. Did Tony possess such a trump card? What had been the purpose of the prolonged struggle between Mark and Crimson? Regardless, the spectacle was undeniably thrilling and exhilarating. The battered crimson armor struggled to rise, but before it could retaliate, it was struck directly by an ablative missile launched by Tony. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive crater was blasted into the chest of the crimson armor, rendering it utterly incapacitated. 10, 9, 8. The host, holding the microphone, shouted with fervor, his voice incredibly infectious. It seemed that with each second he counted, he could restore strength to Crimson, as if breathing life back into it. As the event progressed, numerous infected spectators began to chant along with the crowd. In stark contrast to the excitement surrounding him, Tony Stark turned his back and walked away from the scene. At that moment, observing Tony's silhouette, one could not help but feel a sense of admiration for a lone hero. Before him lay a sunset stained with blood, while behind him was an endless expanse of corpses. True heroes never glance back at the explosions. How exhilarating! When keen-eyed individuals noticed that Tony was heading in the direction of Pepper Potts, a torrent of imagined scenarios surged through the minds of the onlookers. Even the most stoic of warriors possess a tenderness. How charming! In that instant, regardless of gender, everyone's heart was firmly captivated by Tony Stark. Countless cameras clicked incessantly. And without a doubt, Tony Stark had won the applause of all present. He remained silent, cold, and unyielding, resembling an emotionless automaton. Yet, the Americans were enamored, cheering enthusiastically. Watching all this, Limulu couldn't help but roll her eyes. This was quintessential Hollywood bravado. Yet, why did it evoke such discomfort? Unbeknownst to Limulu, Tony was grappling with complex emotions. He had just scanned the reactor technology of the Crimson Armor, which bore a striking resemblance to his own design, albeit with a slightly slower rotation. Had he been outside, he would have seized Ivan's reactor at the first opportunity and confronted him mercilessly about the source of such technology. But this was a competition, and competitions have their own rules. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to Iron Man Tony Stark for securing the first victory in this monumental mech battle, successfully advancing to the next round. The crowd erupted into endless cheers, all chanting Tony's name. Little did they know, just moments ago, countless voices had been calling for Ivan. In response to the crowd's fervor, Tony Stark paid them no mind. He piloted the battered Mark IV, soaring into the sky, heading directly for his Malibu villa in California. Though Tony had departed, the atmosphere at the venue remained electrifying. Everyone was exhilarated, chattering excitedly with one another, sharing their exhilaration and anticipation. Each person felt that their ticket had been worth every penny. Many who had taken photographs immediately shared them on Twitter and Facebook, garnering unprecedented attention and likes in mere moments. This thrilled them beyond measure. With Tony Stark's dazzling performance, how would the upcoming battle between the Silver Iron God and the Rhino unfold? The anticipation among the crowd only intensified. It must be noted that, in the current discourse, the Silver Iron God was undeniably the foremost contender. On the battlefield, a multitude of staff members had taken the stage, lifting the injured Ivan Vanko, along with his mech, onto a stretcher for medical attention. In the audience, countless eyes were fixated on Ivan Vanko and his crimson armor. Despite the defeat of the Crimson Mech in this battle, its performance remained remarkably impressive. In humanoid mech technology, the most challenging aspect lies in the energy supply. Yet, it seems that the arc reactor is no longer the exclusive domain of the Stark family. Various factions, including the military, Hydra, arms companies, and energy corporations, have sensed an opportunity, akin to cats drawn to the scent of prey. The bounty is apparent. Who will seize it depends on their respective prowess. A multitude of scheming individuals offered silent salutes as they watched Ivan Vanko exit the arena. To the uninformed, one might assume that Ivan Vanko was the ultimate victor. Unknown to many, a minuscule figure, Rimuru, was also keenly observing Ivan Vanko. Chapter 84, Leisurely Chess. How should Ivan Vanko be dealt with? His existence represents a significant variable for Rimuru. Today, he has thoroughly demonstrated his abilities and intellect, particularly with the Crimson Mech technology, which is bound to attract the covetous gaze of many. Regardless of which faction claims him, it cannot bode well for Rimuru. Presently, Rimuru is also a shareholder in Stark Industries, albeit a minor one, yet their fates are intertwined. Any collaboration Ivan pursues will inevitably lead to the leakage of reactor technology, which would severely impact Stark Industries' stock price, resulting in unimaginable losses. Ivan's presence is akin to a ticking bomb for Rimuru. Her initial instinct was to eliminate him, but she quickly shook her head with a smile. She was not a malevolent slime. To be honest, Rimuru has yet to take a life. This is not out of some saintly disposition. She does not harbor animosity towards Ivan Vanko. In fact, she finds him somewhat admirable. Rimuru is unaware of how Ivan Vanko is portrayed in the comics, but in this universe, his only transgression might be opposing Iron Man, Tony Stark. Rimuru even feels a twinge of sympathy for him. Ivan and Tony's identities are nearly equivalent. Both fathers are renowned scientists who co-invented the arc reactor. However, Howard Stark dismissed Anton Vanko due to a clash of ideologies, leaving Anton to live a life of obscurity and poverty, ultimately succumbing to illness in a lowly abode. Ironically, Howard's reasoning for dismissing Anton was to prevent the reactor technology from being employed for military or commercial purposes. Even more absurdly, the very actions Howard condemned are those his son, Tony Stark, has enacted. If one insists on labeling humanoid mechs as high-tech prosthetics, then Rimuru is left speechless. The tale of Iron Man was birthed amidst the backdrop of the Cold War between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, a typical scenario of everyday affairs. To be candid, Rimuru harbors a certain admiration for the talents of Ivan Vanko. When Ivan was constructing his reactor in the modest confines of his home, the conditions were hardly superior to those Tony faced in the caves of Afghanistan. Genius scientists are rare treasures in the Marvel Universe. The power of individual brilliance transcends collective wisdom. To eliminate such a talent would indeed be a lamentable waste. Recruiting him for personal gain? Rimuru, accustomed to redistributing wealth from the affluent to the needy, has little interest in the drudgery of entrepreneurship. It truly is a case of being tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Utilizing Ivan to ensnare the buffoon Justin Hammer? Hammer possesses scant ability but has an inflated sense of self-worth, and he has foolishly chosen the wrong adversary. Should Ivan be delivered to Hammer, his thirst for vengeance would undoubtedly compel him to exploit Hammer's resources, leading to another fierce confrontation with Tony. After Ivan's inevitable failure, it would be certain that he drags Justin Hammer down with him. Then, Rimuru could seize the opportunity to become a major stakeholder in Hammer Industries. This prospect appears quite promising. Currently, Aya has become adept at stock trading, allowing Rimuru to take a hands-off approach. Upon contemplating all of this, a smile crept across Rimuru's face. A portal silently opened to a hospital, and Rimuru materialized in an equipment room devoid of surveillance cameras. Once the mirror space activated, Rimuru confidently strolled into the hospital room, right under the noses of various guards. In truth, Ivan Vanko had not sustained significant injuries. His prolonged hospital stay was primarily due to the multitude of forces monitoring him. In this mutual standoff, none dared to act rashly, resulting in a temporary stalemate. As for Ivan's own thoughts, who cared? Chewing on a toothpick, Ivan was idly bored. Yet this was precisely as he had anticipated. He had meticulously studied Mark and Thor, acutely aware of the discrepancies between them. A sneak attack might take Tony by surprise, but his chances in a direct confrontation were slim. Nevertheless, he had come resolutely. Once he unveiled the technology of the reactor and the Crimson Dynamo, Tony Stark would inevitably face defeat, regardless of the circumstances. Although he had foreseen this outcome, the reality of the situation still caused him considerable discomfort. No one relishes the feeling of being at the mercy of fate, devoid of autonomy. At that moment, Ivan was taken aback to see a fiery red circle materialize in the room. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he felt something ensnaring him, and then he was yanked into the inferno along with the remnants of his armor. Upon being pulled into the fiery circle, Ivan expressed his astonishment, questioning where he was. The architecture and decor were extravagantly luxurious, exuding affluence. This place was unequivocally not a hospital. In an instant, he had been transported from the hospital to an utterly alien environment. What manner of sorcery was this? As for that fiery ring, it evoked a multitude of thoughts in Ivan Vanko's mind. Could it truly be his handiwork? What was he ultimately aiming to achieve? Ivan Vanko found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of thoughts, a chilling sensation washing over him. This world was far more mysterious and complex than he had ever imagined. After a few steps, Ivan Vanko heard a voice laden with resentment. Wade Wilson, are you not renowned as the finest mercenary? I do not care what methods you employ. If you can bring Ivan Vanko before me, the sum of $100,000 shall be yours. $100,000? Wade's voice trembled slightly. Mr. Hammer, what do you take me for? I am a battle-hardened Special Forces operative. Do you understand what that means? Anyone who has hired me speaks of my prowess in the military, right under the noses of the arms magnates. And you offer me a mere $100,000? Are you jesting? Upon overhearing the conversation next door, Ivan Vanko instantly comprehended his surroundings. Justin Hammer, the mercenary Wade, Hammer Industries. It seemed that the mercenary next door was rather verbose, merely haggling. Was it necessary to utter so many superfluous words? Moreover, Justin was indeed quite stingy. For such a formidable task, he was offering only $100,000. Did he truly believe mercenaries were engaged in charitable endeavors? Ivan Vanko promptly labeled Justin Hammer as intellectually deficient. Just then, a voice resonated from across the way. $101,000, no more. If you cannot manage it, I will have no choice but to seek another. Ivan Vanko interjected. Wade Wilson, deal. Ivan Vanko mused. Have they stumbled upon two fools? What was the mysterious entity's intention in transporting him here? At that moment, a voice echoed within Ivan Vanko's mind. With Justin Hammer's intellect, manipulating him should pose little challenge. With the resources of Hammer Industries at your disposal, you will stand on equal footing with Tony Stark. Have you ever contemplated defeating him in his most esteemed domain? For instance, by becoming a superhero, rendering Iron Man overshadowed in your presence? Ivan Vanko raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Was he being urged to become a superhero and surpass Iron Man, thereby humiliating him? What an absurd international jest. Yet, there was something strangely exhilarating about the idea. Wait. What was the sudden voice that had intruded upon his thoughts? Chapter 85. Under the spotlight casting Ivan Vanko beside Justin Hammer. Limulu could barely muster the energy to reveal herself. It was merely a casual move in a larger game, unworthy of her significant investment of effort. Justin Hammer's abilities were profoundly underwhelming, as evidenced by his most illustrious creation, his ex-wife. To be blunt, Justin Hammer was but a dancer whose talent was squandered in the arms trade. His tap dance performances were indeed quite compelling. The reason Limulu entrusted Ivan to him can be seen, in a sense, as a testament to Hammer's safety. As for whether Ivan Vanko would evolve into a superhero, it was merely a casual remark from Limulu. If he succeeded, it would be a delightful surprise. If not, it was of little consequence, easily dismissed. Such confidence stems from genuine strength. In the present day, Limulu has indeed become a formidable player in this intricate game, unbeknownst to her. Her seemingly innocuous move would unleash a tempest of turmoil. Numerous factions had their eyes fixed on Ivan Vanko, and now that he had vanished, suspicions ran rampant, with each party blaming the other, nearly leading to chaos. Yet, all of this was of no concern to Limulu. Instead of fretting over such matters, she preferred to engage in her game, striving to acquire more holy crystals. Why was gaming so much more challenging for her? She had even consulted the almanac last time, only to come up empty-handed. While Limulu became engrossed in her game, the news surrounding the martial arts tournament had erupted into a frenzy. The clash between Mark and Scarlet was nothing short of electrifying. The collision of steel evoked an unimaginable chemical reaction. In a remarkably brief period, Mark and Scarlet ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics, through both intentional and unintentional dissemination. The most viewed videos across various short video platforms showcased the epic confrontation between Mark and Scarlet. The entrance of Iron Man was particularly resonant, and when paired with the highlights compiled by various creators, it sent shivers down viewers' spines, utterly exhilarating. At present, anyone unaware of the battle between Mark and Scarlet would be woefully out of the loop. They would find it impossible to join any conversation. The females, while intrigued by the mech battles, ultimately found more allure in beautiful attire. After all, these remarkable beings had traversed time, their minds occupied solely with the prospect of romance, seemingly indifferent to the notion of altering history. Conversely, the males appeared to have gone mad. Some even disregarded the appropriateness of their surroundings, animatedly gesturing and expressing their exhilaration. Those discussing mechs resembled fervent sports fans, rendering the uninitiated utterly perplexed. Initially, one might dismiss such fervent enthusiasts as lacking decorum, yet once they were drawn in, their zeal was astonishing. It resembled a rapidly spreading contagion. By the time they realized it, they were already hopelessly ensnared. As for the fortunate souls who secured tickets to witness the event live, they became the envy of all. The atmosphere on-site was palpably more electrifying than that of any live stream, offering an experience that was incomparable. Countless individuals marveled, acknowledging Stark's undeniable prowess, whatever he undertook. He excelled in ways that were simply unattainable for others. Undoubtedly, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament skyrocketed to fame, with Mark and Scarlet emerging as the most brilliant stars. Due to the fervor surrounding the inaugural battle, the anticipation for the second epic confrontation has reached new heights, despite the public information being limited to merely 2 names. Who is the Rhino Man? Unknown. Yet, his adversary is the silver-armored war god, currently acknowledged as the foremost champion capable of subduing the Hulk with ease. If the clash between Mark and Crimson was so exhilarating, one can only imagine the sheer intensity of the duel between the Wind God and the Rhino Man. The online community has erupted in excitement, with the ticket purchasing portals overwhelmed and subsequently shut down due to the overwhelming demand. Nevertheless, countless individuals continue to flood the website, leading to its eventual crash. Speculation regarding the second battle is rampant online, particularly surrounding the enigmatic Rhino Man. The silver-armored war god exudes an aura of mystery and power, and the masses have already formed an initial impression of him in their minds. What manner of being is the Rhino Man, who dares to challenge the silver-armored war god? The world's premier martial arts tournament has evolved into a spectacle akin to a variety show, to ensure the battles are sufficiently thrilling. The organizers have established a dedicated review department. This implies that the Rhino Man's prowess has received official endorsement. From the organizer's perspective, the Rhino Man is deemed worthy of confronting the silver-armored war god. Is the Rhino Man's mech designed to resemble a rhinoceros? It is no wonder that the public has drawn such associations, as the title Rhino Man is inherently suggestive. The combat capabilities of mechs are well established. Without a formidable mech, one would lack the qualifications to even step onto this stage. Following the Wind God, Mark, and Crimson, will another mech, the Rhino Man, emerge? The populace is invigorated. Does this not imply that in their lifetime, these mere mortals might also be entitled to don their own mechs? The idea of soaring through the skies in a mech captivates the imagination of countless individuals. Meanwhile, the sentiments of military factions and arms companies are more complex. Given the current trajectory, there are already 3 established mech models, with one yet to be determined, yet none belong to them. If this trend continues, what will become of their reputation? The arms companies are bewildered by the successive emergence of mechs, and the level of anxiety they experience might only be comprehensible to the oil magnates of the Middle East. Should they fail to design their own mechs, they risk being consigned to the annals of history. These arms tycoons never anticipated that one day, companies once heralded for possessing the world's most advanced weaponry would swiftly fall behind. One might ponder whether the pace of change in this era is excessively rapid. Moreover, there are even talented individuals who have directly designed conceptual sketches of the Rhino Man battle armor, garnering immense approval and recognition from countless netizens. It must be acknowledged, true talent resides among the populace. The duel between the Rhino Man and the silver-armored war god has also attracted the attention of betting companies, which have opened their own betting lines. As for the odds, they are indeed quite remarkable. Almost 90% of the populace has placed their bets on the silver-armored god for victory, though some have opted for the underdog. As time passes, the anticipation surrounding the battle between the silver-armored god and the Rhino Man has not waned. Rather, it has intensified. At long last, the day of the match has arrived amid the fervent gaze of the masses. Compared to the bout between Mark and Scarlet, today's event boasts an even greater crowd. From a bird's-eye view, one can hardly discern the ground beneath the throng of heads. Many spectators can be seen brandishing placards emblazoned with phrases such as "The Wind God shall prevail and Silver Lightning is yours." Tony Stark gazed upon the freshly renovated arena, his heart surging with excitement. He had participated in the qualification review for the Rhino Man, and none could comprehend his combat prowess better than he. Thus, his anticipation for this duel was palpable, especially as he prepared to unleash his Mark V, also known as the anti-Wind God armor. Chapter 86, The Rhino Man. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The male host's resonant baritone echoed across the arena, instantly igniting a fervor akin to the opening of a floodgate, transforming the venue into a cacophony of excitement. What manner of being is the Rhino Man? Why did the qualification committee unanimously deem him worthy to challenge the silver-armored god? The host, microphone in hand, posed these questions thrice, each inquiry more robust than the last, his gestures increasingly theatrical, tantalizing the audience's curiosity. Are you ready? Are you prepared? Are you set? The relentless repetition only stirred the crowd's desire to drag him off for a well-deserved reprimand. They had come to witness the clash of the Wind God and the Rhino Man, not to endure his incessant prattle. Yet, one must concede that the host was indeed a maestro of emotional engagement. In mere moments, he had incited a palpable curiosity among all present. Let us await the spectacle. With fervor coursing through the air, the grand screens within the arena simultaneously displayed a singular image. From various angles, overhead, frontal, and lateral, an imposing sight was revealed. A specially crafted concrete wall, half a meter thick. The steel rebar embedded within was as thick as an infant's arm. Instantly, the spectators grasped the essence of this formidable barrier. It was robust, resilient, and virtually indestructible, capable even of serving as a fortress. But why, the audience pondered, was such a thick wall featured on the screen? Their curiosity was piqued. Vroom! The roar of a high-speed engine echoed, followed by a fearsome Hummer hurtling toward the wall at full throttle. With a thunderous crash, the Hummer collided violently with the barrier. Then, the crowd witnessed, almost in slow motion, the Humvee being struck, crumpling and deforming. while the wall displayed only minor cracks, remaining remarkably intact. What a sturdy wall. But why erect such a barrier? The curiosity among the onlookers intensified. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to one of urgency and fervor as a formidable creature, resembling a rhinoceros, came charging from the distance, its speed surpassing that of the previously mentioned Humvee. The spectators watched in disbelief as this beast, adorned with a horn, collided fiercely with the wall. Gasps filled the air. Moments earlier, they had observed the wall's resilience. Would such a collision not result in catastrophic injury? Yet, in the next heartbeat, every eye widened in shock. The wall, once deemed indestructible, was shattered into fragments by the brute force of the rhinoceros man. Even the rebar snapping under the impact. My goodness! In an instant, the crowd erupted into screams of exhilaration. The adrenaline surged. However, an even greater revelation awaited them. As the camera pulled back, it became evident that what appeared to be a single thick wall was, in fact, 10 separate barriers. Nevertheless, the rhinoceros man showed no signs of slowing after breaching the first wall, continuing his relentless assault on the subsequent barriers. 1 wall, 2 walls, 3 walls. Like a relentless force of nature, each structure crumbled into ruins beneath his merciless charge. Was this truly a human? Surely, he must be a titan. The crowd roared in excitement. It must be said, there exists a primal essence of savagery, violence, and destruction within humanity's blood. The rhinoceros man's breathtaking display instantly captivated all present. Is this what a rhinoceros man is? Good heavens, how extraordinary and awe-inspiring. No wonder the qualification committee unanimously deemed him worthy of challenging the silver-armored war god. It could be argued that his strength rivals that of the Hulk. Yet, did one think the rhinoceros man was merely a powerhouse? Then, the audience beheld 3 or 4 soldiers clad in bulletproof vests, armed with Gatling guns, stepping forth. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a barrage upon the rhinoceros man. The whirring of the rapidly spinning barrels, the ceaseless tongues of flame, and the relentless projectiles raining down, accumulating in heaps of spent casings on the ground. When the spectators observed the rhinoceros man withstanding the onslaught of Gatling fire unscathed, an electrifying wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Rhinoceros man! Rhinoceros man! Rhinoceros man! The atmosphere was one of chaotic jubilation, reaching euphoric heights. The bullets from the Gatling gun seemed to tickle him, an exhilarating spectacle. Did one believe this was the culmination? The audience soon realized this was merely the beginning. The watermelon grenade, rocket launcher, cloud explosion bomb, flamethrower, liquid nitrogen low-temperature bomb, and high-voltage electricity, various formidable weapons of humanity made their appearance, yet to the Rhino Man, they seemed merely like toys, impervious to blades and bullets. Resistant to extreme heat and cold, this creature epitomized a living superhero. Such a spectacle was astonishing. Not only ordinary people, but even the military found themselves bewildered. One must wonder, from whence did this Rhino Man emerge? Is this Earth still the one they recognize? How can such monsters seemingly appear without restraint? Were it not for the fact that this was a competition arena, countless spectators would likely be paralyzed with fear. Of course, the military was more intrigued by the Rhino Man's remarkable hide, a true marvel of black technology. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, bore an unusually grave expression. The Rhino Man's recent display had nearly declared the ineffectiveness of most weapons on his Mark IV armor. Gatling gun bullets were rendered useless, thus, his armor-piercing rounds would likely have minimal impact. Resistant to high temperatures, Stark's laser-cutting tools and ablative rounds proved futile. A single blow from the Rhino Man could shatter 10 walls. His strength was indeed exaggerated. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness could be a double-edged sword. Tony Stark's brow furrowed deeply. Was the Rhino Man truly this formidable? Did he possess no weaknesses? What of the sonic cannon? Could it potentially incapacitate him? Stark mentally rehearsed various strategies to overcome the Rhino Man, but found himself at a loss for an effective solution. It wasn't just Stark. Even the glistening, bald figure, upon witnessing the Rhino Man in the video, stood up in sheer anxiety. The Rhino Man? This scientifically implausible being, from where did he emerge? The bald figure rubbed his temples, overwhelmed with headache. Following the typical modus operandi of S-H-I-E-L-D, one would expect the immediate apprehension of this entity, followed by a thorough reprimand. Do not cause trouble, do not cause trouble, do not cause trouble. Yet, the bald figure felt on the verge of tears, realizing his inability to act. Ever since Iron Man publicly declared himself as such, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. Let us welcome the Rhino Man, the host exclaimed dramatically, nearly bending the microphone in a flamboyant gesture of invitation. With a roar, the Rhino Man sprang forth, leaping in an arc that defied the laws of physics, crashing heavily in the center of the arena. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. If anyone had harbored doubts while watching the video, the Rhino Man's grand entrance had unequivocally won over the crowd. The Rhino Man, an embodiment of invincibility, a living symbol of strength. Who could say with certainty who would triumph in a clash between him and the silver-armored god? The rhinoceros man let out a resounding shout. thrusting a thumb skyward before executing a perfect 180, directing the thumb downwards. God of War, you are not worthy, he roared. Witnessing the rhinoceros man's provocative stance ignited the atmosphere once more. This impending battle promised to be a spectacle far exceeding their wildest expectations. Rimuru smiled, her demeanor entirely unperturbed, indeed. Chapter 87. Wind God Rhinoceros Man in the Arena. High-tech screens displayed nothing but blue skies and white clouds, accompanied by the howling of the wind. The camera zoomed in from a distance, initially capturing only a twinkling point akin to a shooting star, gradually revealing the source of the cacophonous winds. It was the wind god, soaring at breathtaking speed. Typically, such a high decibel noise would be unsettling, yet in this instance, the mere sound of the gale quickened the blood in everyone's veins. As the audience beheld the wind goddess form, resembling a masterpiece of art, their eyes widened in awe, akin to a connoisseur gazing upon an ethereal beauty. Regardless of gender, a singular thought resonated among them. Who could possibly withstand such allure? This exquisite visage is mine to protect. Boom. The wind god suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, accelerating to a pace that rendered his form nearly invisible. Only the bright silver of his body, rapidly creating an air barrier through friction, and the elongated, sweeping trail of vapor he left behind remained visible. How stunning. Although Wind God 2 had only made his entrance for a mere 10 seconds, the footage showcased his attributes in full splendor. Wind God, unparalleled speed. Roar. Hulk's furious bellow reverberated, sending sound waves rippling outward. Behind him lay a scene of devastation, with terrified humans fleeing, many injured and bloodied. In an instant, the atmosphere was steeped in a palpable sense of disaster, reminiscent of a monstrous assault. Suddenly, a military-like cadence erupted, leading to a dramatic shift in the scene. The lens pivoted to reveal a mechanized, elegant foot. The heavy footfall on the ground sent tremors through the earth. The camera shifted again, capturing the colossal Wind God 2 charging towards Hulk, each step causing the ground to quiver. The camera alternated between focusing on Hulk's fierce, menacing green visage and the aesthetically captivating helmet of Wind God 2. As the distance closed and speed slackened, the camera spun, enabling a complete 360-degree view of both combatants hurtling towards one another. In a sudden surge, the scene intensified as the iron fist of Wind God 2 collided with Hulk's massive fist, creating a thunderous impact. With a thunderous roar, an explosive collision erupted between the two, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that swept through the surroundings. Rocks soared through the air, and dust enveloped everything. In an instant, Rimuru's Wind God appeared to become the very center of the world, embodying the hope of the entire planet. Collision after collision ensued. Beast and Mech, the Wind God and Hulk, engaged in relentless combat, disregarding all else, leaving a path of devastation in their wake. Witnessing Hulk uproot a massive tree, the hearts of the onlookers tightened. Seeing the Wind God Mech dismantled, anxiety spread among the crowd, yet when Hulk was sent flying, cheers erupted from every corner. Unbeknownst to them, it seemed as though each individual had become a pilot of the Wind God, breathing in unison and sharing a common fate. They had even forgotten that this battle had occurred months prior, with its outcome already predetermined. Their hearts seemed to beat in rhythm with the Wind God. Finally, when the Wind God unleashed the ultimate move, Black Flame Thunder, obliterating Hulk and everything within a 100-meter radius, countless spectators rose in unison, shouting with fervor, Wind God! Wind God! Wind God! It must be said, the introductory clip showcasing Rimuru's entrance was nothing short of miraculous, akin to a spectacular cinematic experience. Not only did others feel this way, but even Rimuru was momentarily taken aback by the brilliance of the promotional video. Rimuru even questioned whether she had invested in something extraordinary, generating joy through expenditure. The editing of this promotional short was simply exquisite. Little did Rimuru know. The editor was an ardent fan of the Wind God, a devoted aesthetic enthusiast. In stark contrast to Rimuru's delight, Tony Stark was engulfed in dissatisfaction and jealousy. Comparing his promotional clip to Rimuru's was like juxtaposing Fortress of the Ocean with Avatar. The disparity was indescribable. Rimuru seemed to embody the essence of a protagonist, radiating an aura of invincibility, as if she possessed an unfair advantage. Ever since returning from Afghanistan with Rimuru, he felt perpetually overshadowed by her brilliance. It was infuriating. Introducing the most formidable superhero, the silver-armored war god. Endless fireworks erupted into the sky as Rimuru descended with a classic landing pose. Landing squarely in the center of the arena, the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers once more. This landing was undeniably spectacular. Tony Stark, observing Rimuru's descent, found himself questioning his very existence. In an effort to create a landing pose more impressive than the Wind Goddess, he toiled day and night, designing one impressive pose after another. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he ultimately concluded that nothing could surpass the elegance of the Wind Goddess stance. It felt as though a beloved child had been taken away, leaving his heart aching with frustration. Witnessing the silver-armored war god basking in adoration only intensified the dissatisfaction of the Rhino Man. Just moments ago, the goddess, who was affectionately entwined with him, cast aside her suitor upon the sight of a wealthy and handsome man, swiftly turning to embrace the allure of an even more striking figure. How could one be so superficial? What merit does a pretty boy possess? It is the strength, vigor, and sweat that epitomize true masculinity. Hearing the jarring cheers, the Rhino Man ground his teeth in ire, exclaiming, "Is being handsome truly so remarkable? All that glitters is not gold. Silver-armored god of war. I shall dismantle your toys and mar your visage." Limulu, taken aback, could hardly believe such words were uttered. Rhino Man, have you collided with a wall and lost your senses? Is your intelligence non-existent and your emotional quotient negative? Must I even ask? Of course. Being handsome is an extraordinary feat. Strength may be a fleeting matter, but beauty is everlasting. If one can thrive on looks, why rely on skill? If you inquire whether living off a woman's fortune is delightful, I can unequivocally affirm it is, indeed, delectable. With Limulu's words igniting his fury, the Rhino Man charged, intent on dismantling the wind god. Yet, before he could gather his strength, he was astonished to find the wind god had mysteriously appeared before him, his fist already landing on the Rhino Man's vulnerable side. Boom. Taken completely off guard, the Rhino Man's body curled like a shrimp, propelled like a cannonball, soaring through the air. As he was sent flying, his body involuntarily behaved like a stone skipping across water, intermittently touching down and bouncing up, continuously drifting forward. Limulu unleashed a formidable strike. The power was colossal. In an instant, the spectators beheld the arena floor being pockmarked with deep craters, some areas even carved into human-shaped trenches. Observing the wind god, who maintained his punching stance, the onlookers noted the tail flame of the booster enhancing his punch still flickering on his arm. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Is the silver-armored god of war truly this formidable? How did he appear before the Rhino Man in an instant? Has he activated some sort of cheat? Chapter 88. The Doubting Rhino Man Wind God. Wind God. Wind God. A thunderous cheer erupted, akin to a landslide or tsunami. The Rhino Man may be strong, yet he could not withstand the wind god's striking handsomeness. Particularly after the recent promotional video, countless hearts had been captivated. Not only did the boys admire him, but even the girls began to be enchanted by the dazzling wind god. As the saying goes, the layman watches the spectacle while the expert observes the subtleties. Tony Stark furrowed his brow, his hands involuntarily clenching in response. Limulu has grown stronger, indeed. At the very least, that near-instantaneous maneuver was something Limulu had not exhibited previously. While he was developing the counter-wind god armor, Limulu had not been idle, which filled Tony Stark with an unprecedented sense of pressure, yet also invigorating challenge, causing his heart to flutter with excitement. Rimuru, undoubtedly, is a worthy adversary of Tony Stark. However, judging by the performance of the Rhino Man in the promotional clip, it is clear that this blow could not possibly inflict any fatal injury upon him. Indeed, after being violently sent sprawling by Rimuru, the Rhino Man rose from the ground and positioned himself in a crouched starting stance. On the ultra-high-definition display, the audience could distinctly observe the nearly explosive muscles of the Rhino Man's legs. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him cracked into a web of fissures as he charged forward with the force of a tank, resembling a cannonball hurtling towards the wind god. The crowd gasped. The Rhino Man's explosive power was astonishing. Was he truly human? Yet, before the spectators could fully comprehend the scene, they witnessed the wind god activating his flamethrowers with full force beneath his feet. With a thunderous roar, propelled by the immense power of his thrusters, the wind god surged forward like a rattlesnake missile, aiming directly at the heart of the Rhino Man. The events unfolded with breathtaking speed as the two colossal figures collided. In one fleeting moment, the audience saw the wind god's iron fist striking the Rhino Man's muscular arm, distorting it grotesquely. In the next instant, the overwhelming kinetic energy and pressure surged towards the crowd. It felt as though the heavens and earth had collided, generating a tempest that swept through the arena, forcing everyone to squint against the forceful winds that sent hats and jackets flying. What was this? Was the sheer energy of their clash capable of producing such a ferocious gale? It was utterly extraordinary. My goodness, the intensity of their battle had escalated to this level. A true spectacle of madness. The arena erupted in a cacophony of gasps, yet the crowd was electrified, adrenaline coursing through their veins, each individual on the brink of explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The spectators beheld the wind god and the Rhino Man unleashing a flurry of punches upon one another, their fists becoming mere blurs. Surprisingly, each blow met its counterpart, the force of their strikes counterbalancing with remarkable precision. Not even the hosts knew how to narrate this spectacle. Was it mere coincidence or deliberate control? Words faltered in the face of such explosive intensity. It was impossible to determine how many blows they exchanged. Were they dozens or hundreds? The ground beneath them showed extensive damage, the sheer kinetic energy causing debris to bounce up from the shattered earth. Observing this, the little spider's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. He had never imagined that a mech could exhibit such agility, moving with the finesse of a living being rather than a mere metal exoskeleton. Never would one have imagined that the potential of humanity could be exaggerated to such an extent. As Peter Parker contemplated the power within him, he felt a seed within his heart slowly taking root and sprouting. Mindy, in a state of exuberance, seemed to have every cell in her body shouting with joy. This battle was nothing short of explosive. She too desired to partake in it. Meanwhile, Tony Stark found himself questioning the very essence of life. Was the Wind God truly so formidable in close combat? What could possibly be the design of the protective shield invented by Rimuru? It appeared extraordinarily resilient. Despite the terrifying collision, the Wind God's body remained unscathed. The impact of the Rhino Man's charge was not much inferior to that of the Hulk. Previously, the Hulk had left the Wind God in disarray, yet now there was not a single scratch. The only explanation was that Rimuru's energy shield had been upgraded. How remarkably brilliant Rimuru was. Just when he had devised a method to counter Rimuru's energy shield, it had already undergone an upgrade. Just as Tony was engulfed in frustration, the situation in the arena took a sudden turn. No matter how powerful the Rhino Man was, he was ultimately human, a being of flesh and blood. Being human, fatigue would set in, and strength would wane. With his strength diminished, the Rhino Man, in a moment of carelessness, was struck squarely on the jaw by Rimuru's fist, propelling his body skyward. The force exerted by Rimuru was astonishing, and onlookers watched in awe as the Rhino Man soared higher and higher. Initially, they had to look down upon him, but soon they were gazing up. Stunned, the crowd marveled at the sheer power of the Wind God's punch. Was this truly believable? The Rhino Man weighed at least 500 to 600 pounds, yet he was sent flying into the sky by a single blow? Truly. He was the silver-armored war god, the mightiest of superheroes. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the spectacle, they suddenly realized that the Wind God, with his thrusters at full throttle, had ascended into the sky, surpassing the height of the Rhino Man. But the Wind God did not halt. He continued to climb higher. Eventually, he appeared as a mere speck, akin to a star in the eyes of the spectators. Simultaneously, the Rhino Man's body began its descent under the influence of gravity. Just as the Rhino Man was about to crash to the ground, the Wind God, having ascended several thousand meters, returned. The gravitational acceleration from such heights, combined with the full power of his thrusters, propelled the Wind God to an unfathomable speed. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a beam of light. A streak of lightning. Boom. The Wind God descended from the heavens, executing a punch from above, striking the Rhino Man squarely in the abdomen. The Rhino Man's body instantly curled into a crescent shape, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet this is merely the beginning. That terrifying force instantaneously embedded the Rhinoceros Man into the hardened ground, the aftershocks fracturing the earth within a radius of several meters. A resounding boom echoed. As the dust settled, only the striking figure of the Wind God remained visible. The Rhinoceros Man, however, lay buried beneath a pile of rubble, his eyes rolled back. Having lost all focus, the Rhinoceros Man faced a devastating defeat. Observing the Wind God, whose armor gleamed as if newly forged, unmarred by any damage, the crowd erupted into a euphoric frenzy. Is this truly the Wind God? How magnificent! Mark and Scarlet appeared utterly insignificant before the silver-armored warrior. From now on, I shall only support the Wind God. The Iron Man is left in the wind's wake. His struggle is palpable. Chapter 89. Why we do not need the silver-armored warrior. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the silver-armored warrior for securing victory in this challenge and advancing to the next round. The host twisted his body, his expression exaggerated, and let out a hysterical roar, each sound wave brimming with boundless joy. Upon hearing the host's proclamation, the crowd erupted once more in a tsunami of cheers, elevating the euphoria to unprecedented heights. Every individual shouted with abandon. Even the most reserved among them shed their inhibitions and expressed their exhilaration freely. The atmosphere was one of unrestrained revelry, a collective celebration that felt boundless. The spectators experienced sheer delight from the match, pure, exhilarating delight. Is the Rhinoceros Man weak? Far from it. He is extraordinarily powerful. In many respects, the Rhinoceros Man has attained a monstrous level of strength. He can demolish walls that even a Hummer cannot breach with just a single headbutt. The force of his impact rivals that of a speeding train. He fears neither bullets, explosions, nor flames, and is nearly impervious to cold. He possesses almost no weaknesses. Yet, before the silver-armored warrior, the Rhinoceros Man was thoroughly suppressed. Even defeated in the very realm of close combat, where he excelled, it is essential to recognize that the mightiest aspect of a mech is not its close-quarters combat capabilities, but rather its capacity for both aerial and terrestrial warfare. Particularly in aerial combat, mechs dominate all current aircraft, reigning supreme as the undisputed kings. In comparison, the Rhinoceros Man is simply not on the same level as the silver-armored warrior. It could be said that the silver-armored warrior has never regarded the Rhinoceros Man as a true adversary. The silver-armored warrior is equipped with a plethora of onboard weaponry, yet this time, he chose not to utilize any of it. The crowd marveled. affirming that the silver-armored warrior truly lives up to his title, not betraying his claim to greatness. Although the wind god had long departed, countless spectators remained, unwilling to disperse, relishing the moment. Medical personnel arrived to carry the rhinoceros man away for treatment. A multitude of staff began to clean and restore the arena, their task, though tedious, surprisingly captivated many onlookers. What is most astonishing is the existence of numerous enthusiasts who meticulously analyze the materials from the competition and the dimensions of the pits to calculate the strength of the wind god. Their hardcore dedication is truly breathtaking, yet surprisingly, it has garnered immense popularity. Before entering, many harbored doubts, uncertain about the entertainment value of this second match and whether their investment was worthwhile. However, now, everyone feels they have struck gold, almost to the point of regret for not having purchased more tickets to share the experience with their closest companions. Within a brief span, social media platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, and various short video sites have been inundated with news of this battle. Numerous journalists have also arrived to witness the event firsthand, competing vigorously for front-page coverage, each bringing a fresh perspective to their reports. In contrast to the clash between Mark and Scarlet, this battle style is decidedly more direct, primal, and brutal, evoking a visceral thrill among spectators. Major newspapers have been overwhelmed with coverage, filled with reports on the silver-armored war god and the wind god. Television networks have not lagged behind either. Many have established dedicated segments for the martial arts competitions, assigning their most glamorous hosts to lead the coverage. As competition intensified, the quality of the broadcasts naturally improved. In a bid to capture viewership, several television hosts have even incorporated mech-inspired designs into their attire, reminiscent of the bikini-clad dancers from Iron Man 2. Suddenly, the combination of beauty and mechs has become one of the most captivating spectacles across America. As viewership soared, other industries experienced a significant boost as well, particularly in the sale of paper towels. Conversely, numerous sectors face severe repercussions, with the entertainment industry being the most affected. Many media outlets and celebrities maintain their relevance through collaborations, often leveraging gossip to keep themselves in the spotlight. Yet, amid this fervor, who truly cares about celebrity scandals anymore? The acute awareness of paparazzi is beyond what most can fathom. Consequently, many have come to realize that those celebrities who once thrived on sporadic rumors have suddenly fallen from grace. This shift has left many stars gazing enviously at the silver-armored war god, feeling overshadowed despite their fame. Back at his Long Island villa, Rimuru had already shed the wind god's armor. I must admit, the exhilaration from this battle was unparalleled. The joy of triumphing over a formidable adversary was simply exquisite. Although the Rhino Man may not quite match Hulk's prowess, he remains a formidable opponent. Remarkably, Rimuru hardly relied on magic this time, engaging in a raw, physical contest of strength. To emerge victorious in such a manner was no small feat were it not for his basic skill in magical perception. Relying solely on close combat techniques might not have led to such smooth success. It's no wonder that many often say, a mage who cannot engage in melee is not a true mage. Rimuru has truly gained profound insights. Through this battle, Rimuru has also identified numerous issues. In the realm of magic, Rimuru's mastery has reached impressive heights, displaying a plethora of techniques. However, in close combat, there remains a notable deficiency in her arsenal, particularly in terms of physical strength, which can be deemed her Achilles heel. In terms of self-assessment, Rimuru aspires to emulate the demon lord Melee. With the physical prowess to unleash cataclysmic power with a single punch, even the mightiest dragon would be subdued with a mere blow. If a single strike proves insufficient, she is prepared to deliver two. In the domain of magic, with a single gesture, she can obliterate calamity-class beasts like the storm demon vortex into mere dust. Strictly speaking, the current Rimuru excels more in consumption. To grow robust, she has resolved to indulge in more nourishing fare. For instance, a few infinite gems would be a delightful start. For a balanced diet, merely feasting on nutrient-poor minerals would not suffice. She also requires meat to replenish her protein levels, such as that from the General of Death and the Ebony Throat. The latter, in particular, is something Rimuru covets greatly. Consuming him would undoubtedly grant her the ability to master the enigmatic telekinesis of Ebony Throat. Despite his unappealing visage, his prowess in telekinesis during combat is undeniably impressive. Ebony Throat may be unattractive, but Rimuru's mother instilled in her the importance of not being finicky with food. As a well-behaved child, Rimuru has always adhered to this lesson. After reflecting on her combat experiences, a flurry of innovative ideas for improving her mech ignited in her mind. Once she meticulously recorded all her thoughts in the laboratory, the day had nearly turned to night. Rimuru casually grabbed dozens of bags of potato chips and several large bottles of soda, indulging in a delightful feast. Indeed, chips and cola are a match made in heaven. Aya, the news should be out by now. Bring it up for me to see. Yes, master. Soon. A plethora of news articles appeared before Rimuru, varying widely and filled with accolades. However, An article from the Horn Herald caught her attention with its unusual title, Why We Don't Need the Silver-Armored War God. Chapter 90. Not a Superhero Horn Herald? Isn't that the tabloid notorious for antagonizing Spider-Man? Its Jameson is a quintessential penny pincher, cantankerous yet somewhat endearing. During Spider-Man's heyday, he relentlessly sought to criticize, mercilessly consuming, attacking, and provoking the young hero. When Spider-Man, disheartened, cast his suit into the trash, Jameson feigned triumph, claiming he had finally unmasked the true identity of Spider-Man. Yet, secretly, he would don the Spider-Man suit at home, engaging in whimsical antics, impersonating a superhero. How to put it? At first glance, such a person appears exceedingly detestable. However, upon closer acquaintance, one discovers an even greater level of annoyance. Why do we not require the silver-armored god of war? Has Jameson set his sights on himself? Rimuru felt an odd sensation, surprised that he would experience Jameson's protagonist package even before the little bug. Opening the newspaper, Rimuru immediately began to peruse its contents. Ever since Tony Stark publicly declared himself as Iron Man, it seems this era has ushered in a new epic, with Iron Tyrant, Silver-Armored God of War, and Scarlet Mech making their grand entrances. Among these, the Silver-Armored God of War stands apart, emerging as a paragon and being hailed as the mightiest superhero. Yet, I must assert that we do not require the Silver-Armored God of War. The Silver-Armored God of War is shrouded in enigma. We do not even know whether this figure is male or female, their age, origin, or educational background. Reflecting on the Silver-Armored God of War's exploits, from battling the Iron Tyrant to confronting the Hulk and engaging in the martial arts tournament against the Rhino Man, it is undeniable that each battle has been impressively executed, demonstrating techniques so profound that they leave the world in awe. Thus, we foolishly elevate the Silver-Armored God of War to the status of a superhero. But is he truly a superhero? Has he undertaken any noble endeavors for the nation or its people? In my perspective, the Silver-Armored God of War may be quite youthful, akin to a child reveling in the display of toys. Examining each of his conflicts reveals that they are merely exhibitions of prowess, fought for the sake of vanity rather than salvation. Aside from these three notable battles, has anyone witnessed the Silver-Armored God of War intervene elsewhere? At fire scenes, the Silver-Armored God of War is absent. Only firefighters are present. At crime scenes, he is nowhere to be found. Only police officers are on duty. In aviation disasters, he does not appear. We only see passengers suffering. Wake up, citizens of New York. Wake up, people of America. The Silver-Armored God of War is not a superhero, nor a savior. This world does not necessitate a savior. For even if those in distress call out, the Silver-Armored God of War may not respond. Most crucially, this world does not require a deity. The Silver-Armored God of War is too powerful. His armor allows him to soar through the skies, rendering even America's most advanced technology utterly impotent against him. Today, he may choose to save in order to flaunt his toys, but tomorrow, might he not opt for destruction merely to showcase them? A deity is selfish, only soaring above the world in their armor, gazing down upon humanity without a desire to share their strength. A god need only remain upon their pedestal, worthy of veneration. The world does not need a living god. We must progress, and the world must advance. Therefore, we do not need the Silver-Armored God of War. This article is not lengthy, comprising merely a little over 1,000 words. Yet Rimuru found himself engrossed for several minutes. It must be said, Jameson possesses considerable skill. His writing is exceptionally poignant, every word striking a deep chord. The impact is undeniably substantial. Should a wave of protest against the Silver-Armored God of War arise in New York starting tomorrow, Rimuru would not be the least bit surprised. Even Rimuru cannot help but concede that many of Jameson's analyses are remarkably astute. She is not a superhero. She lacks the selfless spirit embodied by the likes of Smallbug. However, is it not a tad exaggerated for Jameson to describe the Silver-Armored God as divine? Shouldn't such a description be reserved for Thor or Odin? At best, she is merely a minor demon lord, nothing more. Upon reading this article, Rimuru is compelled to reflect on the severity of the American persecution complex. It truly requires remedy. After a brief moment of silence, Rimuru cast the article aside. Although she finds a smidgen of validity in Jameson's assertions, she remains steadfast in her beliefs. What defines a true hero? Surely, everyone possesses their own interpretations and understandings. The Marvel Universe, in a certain sense, is indeed a realm of heroes. Captain America, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, Spider-Man, and Scarlet Witch, each one is a hero. Yet their forms of heroism differ vastly. Captain America, in strict terms, is merely an American soldier. After 70 years of slumber, he awakens still as a soldier, albeit with a changed battlefield. Everything Captain America undertakes is fundamentally the duty of a soldier, nothing more. Not only Captain America, but any competent soldier would perform similarly. However, Captain America embodies the essence of a soldier to its utmost. He remains unwavering in his principles as long as he believes it is right. This is the true nobility of Captain America. The conflict between Iron Man and Ironmonger pertains to the fierce competition among capitalists, a struggle for power. His battles with Whiplash stem from long-standing familial feuds, and his confrontations with scientist Aldrich Killian arise from personal vendettas. Iron Man's actions, in essence, are not inherently tied to heroism. Tony is merely fulfilling his obligations. Under different circumstances, any wealthy individual could find themselves in similar situations. The Hulk, in his endeavors, is primarily driven by the instinct for survival, seeking to reclaim his former life. Thor's responsibilities lie in fulfilling his role as a prince, accountable to his kingdom and its people. The actions of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver revolve around vengeance, which hardly aligns with the notion of heroism. Thus, in Rimuru's perspective, the concept of heroism is rather moot. As long as one performs their role well, they embody heroism. To understand one's heart and safeguard what one cherishes is the hallmark of a true hero. If, whilst protecting one's own, one also safeguards what others wish to protect, that is the mark of a superhero. The only slightly different case within Marvel may be Spider-Man. As a good neighbor to the citizens of New York City, the actions of the young Spider evoke a truly transcendent quality. Everything he does is not merely a matter of his duty, in the pursuit of being a commendable neighbor. The little Spider has continuously faced the relentless pursuit of the police, the condemnation of the media, and the skepticism of the citizens. Therefore, in Rimuru's perspective, the little Spider stands as the most noble and transcendent among all superheroes. Yet, paradoxically, this form of heroism is one that Rimuru would never aspire to emulate. If one must don the mantle of a hero and select a type of heroism, Rimuru would instead venerate Saitama, who embodies a casual and self-motivated approach to heroism. I do not seek to be a hero for your accolades. I do so purely out of my own desire. Confident and carefree, flamboyant yet unrestrained. This is the heroism that Rimuru cherishes. Take, for instance, the unsanctioned knight. While such heroism may be noble and awe-inspiring, it ultimately lacks significance. In the face of the deep-sea king, even the strongest heroes fell one after another. And the unsanctioned knight charging forth could merely end up as a sacrificial pawn. This is a truth he is fully aware of, yet he still charges ahead without hesitation. It is truly challenging to assess such valor. The emotions are complex. Thus, it is evident that Rimuru is destined to never become a hero. She lacks the very awareness required to embrace such a role. Chapter 91. Subsequent impact. Never underestimate the persecution complex of the eagle. Akin to the late-stage fear of inadequate firepower in rabbits, Rimuru's conjectures were not unfounded. The influence of the Horn Herald's article, "Why We Do Not Need the Silver-Armored God," is far more exaggerated than one could imagine. An increasing number of media outlets began to publish articles, crafting one eloquent piece after another, asserting that the Silver-Armored God is not the savior many envisioned, urging the public to temper their expectations. More and more citizens began to reflect on the implications of the Silver-Armored God's existence. Many drew comparisons to Tony Stark, the Iron Man. Despite being a playboy, the public harbored a certain level of distrust towards him. More often than not, skepticism arose, as a wealthy and capricious playboy carries the label of unreliability, hardly befitting a superhero. However, in stark contrast to the enigmatic silver-armored god, Tony Stark is a figure with a transparent background, his lineage untainted. During the hearing, although Tony firmly rebutted the committee's attempts to seize his armor, he indirectly expressed his willingness to contribute to the safety of America and the world. Tony has stated this, and he has acted accordingly. In the Middle East, one can frequently witness Iron Man combating terrorists. And what of the silver-armored god? There is nothing. Absolutely nothing. He is neither Robin Hood, who robs the rich to aid the poor, nor Captain America, who has never proclaimed his intention to fight for his country. Even the relatively obscure Daredevil does not resemble him, as he actively combats crime. The silver-armored god is not a hero driven by a fervent desire for justice, altruism, or the salvation of the stricken. As articulated in the Horn Herald, the silver-armored god resembles a child who revels in boasting about his toys. Today, he may choose to battle merely to flaunt his toys. Tomorrow, he might opt for destruction for the sake of showing off. Thus, what does the existence of the silver-armored god truly signify? A whimsical deity who flits about with capricious delight? The throngs enchanted by the silver-armored god suddenly find themselves in a quandary. Everyone yearns for a hero, nurturing an inner dream of becoming one. Yet most people's aspirations of heroism are mercilessly shattered by the harshness of reality. Therefore, the masses venerate, long for, and covet heroes. They idolize heroes, viewing them as vessels for their dreams. They hope that one day, in their moments of peril, a hero will emerge to rescue them from despair. The silver-armored god is powerful, enigmatic, capable of flight, and invulnerable in battle, nearly fulfilling every fantasy of a hero and embodying the hopes of many. However, upon analysis by the Horn Herald, the populace is struck with the unsettling realization that the silver-armored god is not the superhero they envisioned. He is simply the silver-armored god, nothing more. The notion of him being the mightiest superhero is merely a facade imposed by the masses, a beautiful illusion. The truth is often harsh, laden with profound disillusionment that is difficult to articulate. In the face of such disillusionment, what should one do? Naturally, one takes to the streets, brandishing banners and chanting slogans. This is a game that Americans play quite adeptly. An increasing number of citizens hope that the silver-armored god will emulate Iron Man, revealing his identity and submitting to scrutiny. The Triskelion. S-H-I-E-L-D. Observing the escalating online discourse, Nick Fury felt a twitch of apprehension. The public sentiment online appeared rather unusual. Surely, there must be a reckless individual stirring up trouble again, while others remain oblivious to the identity of the silver-armored god. He possesses a wealth of knowledge on the matter. Nevertheless, Nick Fury still sensed an enigmatic fog surrounding Limulu, a figure he was reluctant to provoke. After some contemplation, Nick Fury placed a call to the logistics department of S-H-I-E-L-D. He issued a singular directive: investigate who was behind the commotion. Once identified, they were to receive a warning to understand whom they could offend and whom they could not. Hours later, the report from the logistics department left the egg-faced Nick somewhat astounded. The overwhelming majority of participants were, astonishingly, voluntary. The tone of this narrative seems somewhat off. How could the populace harbor such lofty expectations for the silver-armored god of war? Is this a jest? Nevertheless, this only exacerbates the headache for Egg. With no other recourse, he must direct the logistics department to steer the conversation and temper the online discourse. Concurrently, he has dispatched Normanov to visit Rimuru to provide a thorough explanation, hoping that Rimuru will not take offense and direct his ire elsewhere. Upon receiving the orders, Natasha's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Is the director perhaps exhibiting a degree of weakness in dealing with Rimuru? The emergence of adverse commentary online has prompted her to be sent for clarification. If a significant issue were to arise concerning Rimuru, would the director simply package her off to Rimuru, postage included? While Rimuru is undoubtedly formidable, can he truly stand against the will of the nation? Though somewhat perplexed, Natasha ultimately chose to comply with the director's command. She had yet to personally express her gratitude for Rimuru's life-saving assistance during their last encounter in the Queen's District. At Peter Parker's residence, after perusing the newspaper, Peter found himself in a state of shock. How could this be? The silver-armored god of war is no longer considered a hero? Surely, we need the silver-armored god of war. While others may be oblivious to the identity of the silver-armored god of war, Peter Parker is well aware that it is his dear friend Rimuru. In a strict sense, Rimuru is even Peter's first genuine friend. During times of bullying, only Rimuru stood up for him, and after a righteous defense, no one dared to harass him again. Rimuru confided in him the secret of being the silver-armored god of war, allowed him to pilot the Wind Spirit mech, and took him to watch competitions. It is fair to say that Rimuru is the person Peter admires most, his idol. There is no one better than Rimuru, even if he possesses a somewhat twisted sense of humor. Yet, this pales in comparison to his greatness, if given the chance. Peter would love to tell those people they have misjudged the silver-armored god of war. She is truly a hero, an exceptional and remarkable superhero. The thought that you do not need the silver-armored god of war would surely sadden her greatly. Noticing Peter's fervent demeanor, Aunt May and Uncle Ben exchanged curious glances. After a brief discussion, they both comprehended Peter's sentiments. Aunt May gently patted Peter's head and smiled. Peter, I understand your feelings. Everyone loves heroes. People line up for them, cheer for them, and scream for them, much like pursuing a star. When they discover that the idol they so fervently adore has faltered, they are unable to accept it. Peter, you must understand that heroes bear not only glory and adoration but also hardships and scrutiny. To wear the crown, one must endure its weight. This is an inevitable journey for any hero. Uncle Ben added, Peter, heroes require time to prove themselves. Whether the world truly needs the silver-armored god of war is not determined by the opinion of a single newspaper. Peter Parker pondered thoughtfully, is that truly the case? Chapter 92. Undercurrents. A butterfly flitting its wings in the tropical rainforests along the banks of the Amazon River in South America could, in a fortnight, instigate a tornado in Texas. In stark contrast to the cacophony of public opinion, the military, arms magnates, and Hydra remained unervingly silent. The battle between the Wind God and the Rhino Man had indeed instilled fear in them. With their resources, they had thoroughly investigated the Rhino Man's origins and capabilities. They possessed a general understanding of the Rhino Man's strength, yet they were left astounded as the Wind God effortlessly dominated the encounter, leaving no room for retaliation. With the Wind God's imposing presence, it became dishearteningly evident that seizing the Mark V through the martial arts tournament was nearly impossible. There was a 99% likelihood that the Mark V would fall into the hands of the silver-armored god. But did the silver-armored god even require the Mark V? If such a scenario were to unfold, the world would be pleasantly surprised to discover that the most advanced match would forever belong solely to the Wind God, Mark, and Crimson, with no connection to them whatsoever. This entire affair was merely a light-hearted comedy orchestrated by the silver-armored god and Tony Stark. The exchange of roles between the two was, without a doubt, masterfully executed. Yet, having grown accustomed to feasting on the flesh of success, how could they ever resign themselves to a life of grazing in this new era? Rules were merely tales spun for others. For them, if something served their interests, it was to be utilized. If it did not, it was to be discarded. And if it once again became beneficial, it would be polished and employed anew. On Devil's Island Prison. The battle between the Wind God and the Rhino Man prompted General Chris Lennox to abandon his hesitations, firmly resolving his course of action. In a cell entirely constructed of plastic, devoid of any metallic elements, Lennox regarded the diminutive, gaunt figure before him with skepticism. Could this man truly defeat Tony Stark clad in his iron armor and the silver-armored god? The Rhino Man had already been vanquished. The lieutenant chuckled softly, leaning closer to the emaciated man to whisper a few words. Then, with a clap of his hands, a soldier promptly brought forth a steel construction material, while another soldier utilized a plastic key to unlock the plastic shackles binding him. The gaunt man wasted no words. He directly placed his hand upon the metallic material, which instantly transformed into a liquid state. Gradually, this liquid began to envelop his form until, in an instant, the unremarkable figure had morphed into a shimmering silver metallic being. To transform metal into liquid in an instant? Such a superpower seemed tailor-made to counter Iron Man and the silver-armored god, a veritable bane to steel. General Lennox's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. With such a trump card, why fear Iron Man and the silver-armored god? The Mark V was ultimately destined to be his. Not only the military, but also the members of Hydra were profoundly shaken by the clash between the Wind God and the Rhino Man. Although they never intended to acquire the Mark armor through conventional means, the Wind God's formidable combat prowess instilled in them a deep-seated apprehension. The ruby could transform those who touched it into immensely powerful red tanks, yet this type was essentially akin to the Rhino Man. If the Wind God could easily overpower the Rhino Man, then vanquishing the red tank would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Hence, this red tank that emerged to disrupt must be stronger, more formidable, and more powerful, even in defeat. It should at least be able to delay Iron Man and the silver-armored war god for half an hour. But could such a being truly be found? The crowd exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. At that moment, a Hydra member suddenly spoke up. If the sole purpose was to create chaos, then the degree of control might not be so critical. Uncontrolled? That is sheer madness. Are you intending to bring down New York? If the sky falls, isn't there's still someone tall to uphold it? This world is far more mysterious than you can imagine. Have a word with Captain Marvel. Where would one find such a monster? Have you forgotten about the Abomination? I recall he is currently imprisoned at a military base. The Red Tank Abomination? How intriguing indeed. In the Long Island Villa, the tumultuous media scrutiny and the undercurrents of various factions had absolutely nothing to do with Rimuru. It seemed as though the epicenter of the storm was not her, but others. Life was as it had always been. After reading Jameson's article from the Horn Herald, Rimuru tossed it aside nonchalantly. Did the world truly need the silver-armored war god, and what relevance did it hold for her, even if it were necessary? She had no inclination to meddle. She was no superhero. Given her current strength, these phantoms and devious schemes could be entirely disregarded. However, Rimuru found herself bemused as wave after wave of well-wishers came to console her. Did they perceive her as so fragile and tempestuous? Natasha's explanation was somewhat understandable. After all, the lesson Rimuru imparted to the egg was profoundly etched in memory, and it was only natural for the egg to feel increasingly intimidated in her presence. Yet, witnessing Peter Parker, the youthful mimicry of Uncle Ben, delivering a plethora of philosophically laden remarks left Rimuru both amused and perplexed. Childish, yet unexpectedly heartwarming. But then, what was Tony Stark, the acerbic tongue, doing here? Tony was among the rare few in this world who genuinely comprehended her roots and past. Was he here to console her? Was it necessary? Furthermore, Rimuru did not believe that Tony possessed the gift of consolation. If one is worthless without their armor, then they do not deserve to possess it. Whenever Limulu recalls Iron Man's admonishing words to the little bug, she finds herself at a loss for words. Is there anything wrong with that statement? Absolutely not. Yet, when articulated by Iron Man, it unexpectedly evokes a sense of humor. Limulu, this narrative is merely the prologue. As long as their desires remain unfulfilled, the scrutiny, challenges, and malice you encounter will only amplify in the future. Tony Stark gazed at Limulu, his expression grave, and spoke with extraordinary seriousness. So what? Should I strive to live according to the expectations of others? Should I relinquish everything about myself? Limula shrugged, entirely unfazed. The Tony Stark she knew lived life with unparalleled flair. When had he ever cared for the opinions of others? Certainly not. Tony Stark emphatically refuted. Even if you surrender everything, they will still remain unsatisfied, for they believe they can acquire even more. Limula scrutinized Tony Stark, perplexed and unsure of his intended message. Does he perceive the darkness in human nature? Greed, rudeness, ugliness, selfishness. What do you wish to convey? Limulu, you are a slime and may not grasp the essence of humanity. Yet, humanity embodies both light and darkness. I hope that upon recognizing the true nature of humanity, you will still cherish it. At the very least, do not harbor hatred or seek vengeance against humankind. Limulu nearly spat out her drink, realizing that Tony Stark's visit was not to console her, but rather out of concern that she might retaliate against humanity in a fit of rage. Is it really that serious? I am merely a humble slime, not a vengeful being like Ahsoka. You are overthinking this. Tony Stark replied, I know you are a slime, but being small has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Indeed, Tony Stark's visit stemmed largely from his worry for Limulu. She was far too powerful. Meanwhile, the humans outside continued to provoke Limulu's patience relentlessly. Chapter 93. Prelude. Tony Stark's words elicited both amusement and a peculiar sensation within Limulu. Although transformed into a slime, her self-identity remained firmly rooted in humanity. She had yet to embrace the notion of being a monster. As for her disillusionment with humanity, she had long since succumbed to utter despair regarding them. And this sentiment was not a singular occurrence. She existed solely for Ilya. Why couldn't she draw her card? Baka. Nonetheless, Tony Stark's concerns compelled Limulu to reassess her own self-worth. Upon meticulous reflection, Limulu arrived at a conclusion. Indeed, she was undeniably beautiful, exceptionally intelligent, remarkably powerful, and irresistibly adorable. So outstanding that even a genius like Iron Man began to feel a tinge of fear. This predicament was indeed her fault. She bore the blame. However, excellence is a quality that, even if she wished to conceal, she could never truly hide. She felt utterly helpless and despondent. People are inherently fickle. When the masses realized that no matter how fervently they called out, the silver-armored god of war never emerged to respond, their hearts gradually grew cold. Attacks, slanders, and defamation became inevitable. Many openly declared their withdrawal of support for the silver-armored god of war. Furthermore, certain media outlets, eager to amplify the chaos, filmed a fan discarding the silver-armored god of war's mask into a trash bin. This act prompted a wave of imitation. In no time, a plethora of merchandise, figurines, masks, and other paraphernalia associated with the wind god were tossed into the refuse. In response, Rimuru felt no emotional stirrings. If anything, she was slightly amused. After all, they were all counterfeit products that had not contributed a single cent to her, yet they dared to claim allegiance as her fans? If one wishes to partake without cost, one should at least possess a modicum of self-awareness. Every piece of news has its moment of fervor, and single-player games are no exception. The excitement surrounding the silver-armored god of war quickly waned, leading to a decline in coverage from the media. Once again, the tabloids were dominated by celebrity gossip and scandal, and life returned to its familiar rhythm. This seemed to validate the statement from the Horn Daily. We do not require the silver-armored god of war. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. And in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Not long ago, the official website of the martial arts tournament finally announced the new round of competitions. Iron Man, the Iron Killer. Unlike previous announcements that included promotional clips, this event was simply titled with those 4 words. Yet, those 4 words ignited boundless speculation among netizens. Iron Killer exuded an air of sharp confrontation. Who truly deserves the title of Iron Killer? The previous 2 battles had been nothing short of spectacular, and now, the world's premier martial arts tournament had firmly established its reputation. Although many vocally pledged to boycott the silver-armored god of war and the tournament, when the event was announced, their actions betrayed their words. Within half an hour of the ticket sales opening, all tickets were sold out. Those who failed to secure a ticket found themselves lamenting, only to be astonished to discover that many of those who had obtained tickets were among the loudest proponents of the boycott. At this point, it became evident that they had fallen into a trap. The city is profoundly deceptive. As time passed, speculation regarding the Iron Killer proliferated, yet the official response remained elusive, heightening anticipation for the competition. As before, amidst a sky lit with fireworks, the martial arts tournament grandly commenced once more. The moment Iron Man made his entrance, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone was aware of Iron Man's identity, and coupled with his previous performance, expectations soared. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Is everyone eagerly anticipating the revelation of the identity of the Iron Killer? The host, with an exaggerated and magnetic voice that is exceptionally distinctive, resonates once more. Since assuming the role of the martial arts tournament's presenter, he has gained global fame. His flamboyant commentary style, bursting with tension, is utterly captivating. Indeed, throughout the arena, every spectator responds in unison. Curiosity, how could one not be curious? If they weren't, they wouldn't be seated here. What kind of individual could be deemed the Iron Killer? What surprises might this competition unveil for them? Do you wish to know? Yes. Truly, do you wish to know? Indeed. I shan't divulge that information. The crowd burst into laughter, This is rather cheeky. Having stirred the emotion sufficiently, the host no longer keeps them in suspense. Following a hint, a deep, slow melody begins to play. On the high-tech screens, a frail and unremarkable man suddenly appears. Upon seeing him, the audience furrows their brows. The Iron Killer, this lanky figure? But in the next moment, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, transforming into a crescendo akin to a cascading galaxy or a galloping herd of horses. Every gaze shifts in unison, mouths agape in astonishment, with exclamations of "Oh my God!" echoing throughout. The footage displayed on the screen is simply breathtaking. One can see the Iron Killer extending his hand, with iron transforming into liquid. With such advanced technology, the audience can even witness the molten metal gradually winding around him. Under the effects of high-powered microscopic visuals, they can observe his cells beginning to metamorphose, saturating and slowly converting into a metallic structure. As the camera shifts, when the audience beholds the Iron Killer once more, he is entirely enveloped in a silvery liquid metal, resembling a figure clad in a shimmering silver bodysuit. Dazzling, handsome, and resplendent. In an instant, every spectator feels as though their heart has been pierced by an arrow. Can a person truly achieve such a transformation? This is utterly astonishing. The scene transitions again, revealing 4 soldiers clad in bulletproof vests, wielding Gatling guns. This element had appeared in the previous promotional video featuring the Rhino Men, and the audience is not unfamiliar with it. Yet, rather than feeling disdain, their anticipation only heightens. Various firearms rain down upon the Iron Killer as if they were free of cost. However, to everyone's astonishment, bullets and shells alike are devoured by the Iron Killer, becoming part of him. My God! The crowd is left speechless. Is this truly the adversary of Iron Man? This is simply unfathomable. Truly worthy of the title Iron Killer. The audience's breaths quicken, and their hearts begin to soar with exhilaration. Undoubtedly, the adversary faced today is the quintessential nemesis of Iron Man. It is no wonder that he has been bestowed with the moniker of the Iron Killer. In the face of such an opponent, whose attributes completely counter his own, what recourse does Iron Man have? Can he conjure yet another miracle? Not only Iron Man, but even the silver-armored god would find himself at a loss against the Iron Killer. Chapter 94. The turn of events in the audience. Witnessing the Iron Killer unveil his capabilities, Pepper Potts felt a tightening in her heart. Stripped of his armor, Tony Stark is merely an ordinary man. How could he possibly contend with the Iron Killer? It is not a matter of Tony's strength, but rather that the attribute counter is overwhelmingly potent. Observing Pepper's anxious demeanor, Rimuru felt a pang of sympathy. Could something happen to Tony? Surely not. He is the illustrious Iron Man, one of the 3 titans of the universe. Before encountering the purple potato essence, it would be inconceivable for him to face peril. Rimuru reassured her, "Do not worry, Pepper. Tony will undoubtedly be fine. After all, this is a formal competition where friendship takes precedence over rivalry." Hearing Rimuru's words, Pepper's tension eased somewhat. He spoke the truth. This is a competition, governed by rules. It is fundamentally different from a genuine battle. "Thank you, Rimuru, for your concern." Pepper smiled at him, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She realized that she was less composed than this young boy. This would not do, as the woman behind Iron Man. She could not allow herself to be a burden to Tony. In the arena, the gleaming Iron Killer glared fiercely at Iron Man Tony Stark. "Do you remember me?" Tony Stark scrutinized the figure clad in silver spandex, perplexed. "Have we met before?" "I don't recall." Such words were a grievous affront. The Iron Killer felt as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows. Day and night in prison, his sole thought had been to seek vengeance upon Tony Stark upon his release. Yet here he was, confronted with the reality that Tony Stark did not even recognize him. In a fit of rage, the Iron Killer gasped for breath, his fury boiling over. "Stark, I am Gordon Cutton, a PhD from Caltech. Do you remember me now?" "Gordon Cutton? Who is that?" "Sorry, could you provide more clues?" Tony Stark sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Iron Killer, but he felt quite aggrieved. He truly did not recall anyone by the name of Gordon. His life was a whirlwind of responsibilities, worth billions at every moment, and surrounded by countless beautiful models and cover girls awaiting his rescue. How could he possibly remember a rugged fellow named Gordon? He had no particular interests or hobbies that could connect him to this man. The Iron Killer, Gordon Cutton, was on the brink of insanity. Yet he managed to restrain the impulse to strike. "My girlfriend Xia and I have dedicated ourselves to the study of metallic materials for a full 8 years. 8 long years, and we stand on the precipice of a groundbreaking discovery, just one final step away. Yet this last step feels insurmountable, a chasm we cannot traverse." It was then that Xia fortuitously learned of your genius, Tony Stark, renowned for your remarkable contributions to the field of metallic materials. She sought your guidance, embarking on a journey that lasted 3 days. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. Xia, he recalled, is indeed an astute woman, perceptive in her insights. Bearing a peculiar star-shaped birthmark upon her chest, the mere mention of Kesha's birthmark was an affront too great to bear. "Enough. Today, it is either your demise or mine." Tony Stark, prepare to meet your fate. The Iron Killer extended his arm, and the liquid metal on his body surged rapidly, coalescing into projectiles resembling rockets. With a thunderous roar, these projectiles hurtled towards Iron Man, striking him squarely in the face. The Mark IV was instantly engulfed in the aftermath of the explosion. Tony! Exclaimed Pepper Potts, startled as she leapt from her seat. Rimuru, too, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. What madness was this? A competition intended for camaraderie had spiraled into a scene of vengeance. Don't worry, Pepper. According to the law of smoke and no harm, Tony will be fine. Upon hearing Rimuru's words, Pepper's heart fluttered with anxiety, tears welling in her eyes. Rimuru, I implore you, please refrain from making such assertions. Rimuru replied, What's wrong? Did you truly believe I was a harbinger of doom? Is this not the consequence of Tony's own recklessness? The law of smoke and no harm is indeed a law. Surely it cannot fail him. As the smoke dissipated, the visage of the Mark IV was finally revealed. Its exterior was encrusted with a silver, web-like liquid metal that continued to spread, encroaching upon the suit's core. The Iron Killer laughed triumphantly. Stark, the illustrious Iron Man, your end is nigh. My liquid metal will gradually corrode your armor, infiltrating your mouth and throat, leading you to a slow suffocation before the eyes of the world. Tony, how had a mere contest morphed into a scene of murder? Oh heavens, what should be done? The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, as none could have anticipated that this competition would devolve into a globally broadcast murder scene. And the victim, no less, was the world's wealthiest man, Iron Man Tony Stark. The entrances were sealed by metal, preventing the security team from entering. How could this be? How could this be? With a frantic heart, Pepper Potts felt as if she were drowning, desperately clutching at the slightest hope, even if it were but a single straw. Rimuru, dear sister, please save Tony. Can you save Tony? Pepper grasped Rimuru's hands tightly, fully aware that her request was exceedingly rude. The Iron Killer's ability specifically targeted metal, rendering it impossible for Rimuru to don the Wind God. In other words, Rimuru would have to expose herself to the global media. Undoubtedly, her plea was remarkably selfish. Yet she found herself utterly helpless. Do not worry, Pepper. Tony is also my friend, and I will do everything in my power to ensure his safety. Thank you. I am truly grateful. Rimuru gazed at the center of the arena, where Mark IV was nearly engulfed in metallic liquid, questioning her very existence. Had her mouth truly been blessed? How could anyone perish so easily? It felt unjust. Even a protagonist like Iron Man could be so easily defeated? This defied logic. It defied magic. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. If Iron Man truly fell, it would spell disaster. With a flicker of thought, Rimuru prepared to cast her teleportation spell. Yet, at that very moment, Tony Stark's voice resonated throughout the entire arena. I truly do not wish to use this, as it was specifically designed for the Wind God. I have always believed that only I and the Silver Armored God were capable of underestimating the world. Did Tony Stark still possess a trump card? One that had been originally intended for the Wind God? Instantly, the arena erupted in excitement, invigorating everyone present. What was initially thought to be just a contest turned out to be a premeditated assassination. It was assumed that Tony Stark was doomed. Yet it appeared he had never truly unleashed his full potential. Boom. A brilliant azure light flickered, and in an instant, the metallic liquid that clung to Mark IV was stripped away, drop by drop. In that moment, the once invincible metallic figure was sent flying. Iron Man stood alone as the champion of the arena. Chapter 95. Iron Man, Iron Man. Iron Man. Iron Man. As the audience witnessed Iron Man radiating with blue light, both those present at the venue and viewers at home were electrified. In comparison to a cold-blooded killer, the choice was evidently clear. The crowd would rally behind Iron Man. Furthermore, despite the severe damage to his armor, with sparks of electricity flickering intermittently, the combination with the cerulean glow was undeniably spectacular. It was akin to suddenly acquiring a wealth of resources, elevating the overall visual effects to an entirely new level. What? The Iron Killer, Gordon, who had been flung away, tumbled multiple times before finally coming to a halt. He could scarcely believe it. What he thought was a guaranteed victory had been thwarted by Tony Stark, who had a hidden card specifically prepared for the Wind God. Yet today, he was resolute in his intent to eliminate Tony Stark, in pursuit of vengeance. He had endured far too long, far too long. Stark, perish. Gordon Clutton's body was enveloped in a flowing metallic liquid, as he conjured bomb after bomb from the viscous substance, relentlessly assaulting Mark IV. Tony Stark stood his ground, steadfastly withstanding the onslaught of these metallic explosives. Yet, with each detonation, a faint blue luminescence flickered around the Mark IV, followed by an eerie calm. What could this be? An energy shield? A force field? My heavens, had Iron Man truly mastered such fantastical technology? Unbelievable. Tony Stark, without a doubt, was a prodigious genius. The audience erupted in exhilaration, their cheers echoing in enthusiasm. Even Rimuru, an observer throughout, was momentarily rendered speechless. Had Tony Stark truly developed the energy shield technology? A titan among the industrious. This was astonishingly exaggerated. An energy shield, fundamentally a type of force field, was designed to absorb impacts or alter trajectories, thereby fending off weaponry. It had become a standard feature in nearly every science fiction blockbuster, adorning alien spacecraft, bases, and even spacesuits. However, those well-versed in the field understood the immense technical challenges inherent in mastering such energy fields. Given today's technological constraints, overcoming these hurdles seemed nearly insurmountable. Yet, Tony Stark, with remarkable stealth, had achieved this feat. And not only that, he had refined it to the point of practical application in combat. Remarkable. Tony Stark, indeed, was one of Marvel's most formidable icons. At that moment, the most astounded was, of course, the assassin known as the Iron Killer, locked in combat with Iron Man. He could scarcely believe it, unable to accept the truth. Impossible. How could you have conquered such an epic-defining technology? I refuse to believe it. Gordon Clutton exerted every ounce of his strength, conjuring dozens more liquid bombs, launching a frenzied barrage against Iron Man, attempting to exhaust Tony Stark's energy through sheer numbers. His reasoning was sound, for energy fields were indeed resource-intensive. But would Tony remain a passive target? Buzzing. The sonic cannon activated, unleashing a wave of high-frequency ultrasound. Gordon Clutton immediately felt as though his head would explode. His eardrums ruptured, and he clutched his head, howling in agony. What is this? Observing Gordon Clutton's distress, the audience was left utterly dumbfounded. Initially, it seemed Iron Man would stand no chance, yet to everyone's astonishment, Tony had executed a dazzling turnaround. The relentless array of high-tech weaponry left everyone awestruck. This was the quintessential essence of Iron Man. Cool. Clutton, being a mutant capable of manipulating liquid metal, after suffering a significant setback, endeavored to control the metallic substance, ultimately succeeding in blocking his ears. Yet before Gordon could exhale in relief, the laser-cutting beam of Tony Stark swept towards him. Zzz. In an instant, a deep gash appeared on the floor before Gordon, still radiating with the heat of its recent incision. Gordon, concede already. Next time, my laser-cutting beam won't miss. As Iron Man aimed his laser cutter directly at him, Gordon stood transfixed, as if his soul had departed. How cruel is fate! It not only bestowed upon you Tony Stark, a lineage of unparalleled prestige, but also endowed you with a singular intellect. After 8 arduous years of research with Xia, our efforts pale in comparison to your mere 2 or 3 days of study. The miniature reactor technology that has left the world's scientists at a standstill. You wield with effortless ease. The mechs capable of intimidating an entire nation are but your toys. In less than a year, you have already upgraded to Mark V. Now, you have even developed the energy field technology. Oh, how unjust fate is. Gordon's lament echoed across the globe through live broadcasts. Silence enveloped the masses. Indeed. How unfair it is that the heavens have granted all good things to Tony Stark. At this moment, countless souls sighed in empathy and resonance. Even the once aloof Rimuru found himself sympathizing with Gordon. Such unfairness. Tony, this genius, possesses an intellect that is astonishingly high. Unfair. Tony Stark chuckled bitterly, as if he had never toiled for his accomplishments. They always prefer to label him a genius, dismissing all his hard work. Who among them can fathom the bitterness he endured after being outdone by Rimuru time and again? The Iron Tyrant, whom Rimuru can dispatch with 3 moves, has repeatedly bested him. When he hears from Pepper, Tony, you're so incompetent, does it not wound him? He is not a heartless automaton. The Hulk, who can crush abominations to the ground, was himself bested by Rimuru. Yet Iron Man, by contrast, suffered a beating at the hands of the very abomination. The animosity of the silver-armored god, the Hulk, towards Iron Man is a simple arithmetic problem even a child could understand. Can a genius like him truly be oblivious to this? Even now, the energy shield technology that astonishes the world is merely a remnant of Rimuru's play. Who knows? Not a soul. Yet Tony Stark refuses to yield. He is Tony Stark, Iron Man. Donned in his armor, he is invincible. Even in the face of the unparalleled genius that is Rimuru, he will never concede defeat. In the realm of heroes, only Tony Stark and Rimuru Tempest stood out. This belief had lingered in his mind, and it continued to do so. Rimuru alone was the lifelong rival of Tony Stark. Witnessing Stark being swayed by his words, Gordon Cutton's eyes sparkled with a treacherous glimmer. Stark, you might as well perish. An endless torrent of metallic liquid suddenly detached from Gordon Cutton, surging toward Tony Stark. With a sudden flash, Cutton felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Upon regaining his senses, he was horrified to find a gaping hole the size of a fist had appeared in his midsection. What is this? Does Tony Stark possess an unknown trump card? That so-called Iron Killer was nothing more than a farcical joke. Chapter 96. The red tanks loathing the arena fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. What had merely been a competition had transformed into a genuine struggle for survival. With the demise of the Iron Killer, Gordon Cutton, the liquid metal barrier he had erected crumbled alongside him. A multitude of medical personnel rushed onto the scene to render aid to Cutton. Yet, with a gaping hole in his abdomen and severe damage to his organs, how could they possibly save him? The medical staff collectively shook their heads, resigned to their fate. Sometimes, human effort falls short. Even doctors cannot wrest souls from the clutches of death. But could one blame Tony Stark for this? Anyone with clear sight could see that Tony had indeed offered Cutton a chance, yet Cutton remained fixated on his intent to kill him. Tony Stark, even if he had slain Cutton, would have acted in reasonable self-defense. At that moment, however, the crowd was astonished to find Tony Stark, clad in his iron suit. Approaching Cutton, under the scrutiny of countless high-definition cameras, the mechanical arm of the marked suit activated, and Tony retrieved a syringe from within. A syringe? The onlookers were perplexed, unable to comprehend Tony's intentions. How could such a wound possibly be salvaged? Yet, considering it was Tony Stark, their expectations soared. Then, in a globally broadcast moment, the crowd watched in stunned disbelief as Gordon Cutton, with a fist-sized cavity in his abdomen, experienced visible healing after the injection. Remarkably, the wound bore no trace of a scar. In that instant, everyone stood in unison, regardless of what he was doing. What was this syringe that Tony had administered to Cutton? Were they all imagining things? Cough, cough, cough. Upon witnessing Cutton cough a few times and then reopen his eyes, completely revived, the entirety of humanity found it hard to believe. Oh my God. Tony Stark astonishingly possesses a potion that seemingly has the power to resurrect humanity. Despite a gaping wound in his abdomen, he can be restored without leaving a single scar. What else could this be if not a miraculous elixir? The affluent, military personnel, politicians, and medical establishments are all in a state of unrest. Particularly, the pharmaceutical companies are in a frenzy, having just undermined the arms industry. Is Tony Stark now poised to disrupt the pharmaceutical sector as well? Tony Stark, are you a devil? In the face of this groundbreaking remedy, all the reporters present are unable to contain themselves. Sensing the urgency, they disregard the venue's restrictions and rush toward the arena. Tony, already a successful arms dealer, knows precisely how to maximize his profits. Often, the more one conceals, the more eager the public becomes to uncover the truth. Amidst the throng of reporters, Tony remains indifferent. Swiftly donning his armor and soaring into the sky, the journalists stomp their feet in frustration, yet they are seasoned in such matters. They immediately turn their attention to Pepper Potts, who is also attending the event. However, they are destined to be thwarted. With Rimuru by Pepper's side, their hopes are in vain. Rimuru is fully aware of this and supports Tony Stark without reservation. After all, the success of the restorative drug is crucial to her well-being and happiness. Undeterred by their setbacks, the reporters understand that success often depends on the company one keeps. If everyone is in the same predicament, then the distinction between success and failure becomes inconsequential. The phones ring incessantly as major media outlets and reporters stationed in various cities spring into action. The journalists from California, in particular, are the first to rush to Tony Stark's Malibu residence. The revelations Tony Stark has made are sensational, igniting a global uproar. At a military base, General Chris Lennox is beset by headaches. He has barely held the position for 6 months since succeeding General Ross, yet his hair has already begun to turn gray. It is worth noting that he is one of the younger generals. Initially filled with ambition, he now finds himself facing a series of setbacks, leaving him nearly devoid of confidence. At this moment, he even admires General Ross's tenacity. Having pursued the Hulk for years, enduring repeated failures, General Ross has remained steadfast despite widespread criticism and impeachment. Now, Lennox finds himself precariously close to impeachment. Little did Lennox know that the very Iron Killer he deemed his secret weapon would not only falter, but also turn against him. Attempting to assassinate Tony Stark in the arena, Lennox has become the second general, after Ross, to be ridiculed so thoroughly. However, upon witnessing the syringe presented by Tony Stark, Lennox feels a glimmer of hope. As long as the serum can be secured for the military, it would be a monumental achievement, a means of redeeming one's sins. Just then, the phone on the desk began to ring. General, it's bad news. The abomination has escaped, and we are barely holding it back. Requesting fire support. Requesting fire support. What? General Lennox was rendered speechless, hardly able to believe his ears. Soldier, are you saying the abomination has escaped? The facility where it was confined is a specially designed super prison, fortified with steel plates measured in metric tons. It was bound at all times with chains forged from adamantium. To add to that, it was regularly administered large doses of anesthetics, spending 90% of its time in slumber. How could it possibly escape from prison? April Fool's Day has long passed. It is indeed the abomination, General. Not only has it escaped, but it seems to have grown even stronger. A series of busy tones followed, and no matter how General Lennox called out, the soldier on the other end remained silent. Through the phone, he could hear the abomination's furious roar. Is this what power feels like? Incredible! I have never felt this good before. Hulk, where are you? Is there no one strong enough to challenge me? Bring me a worthy opponent. With a thunderous crash, General Lennox lost all communication with the prison holding the abomination. God. Lennox's lips quivered. He understood that his political career was at an end. The abomination had broken free, and it would surely lead to rivers of blood. Regardless, he would be the one to bear the blame, facing military tribunal and imprisonment. Yet, as a general, he could not flee from battle. It was his duty and responsibility. 10 minutes later, dressed in military attire, General Chris Lennox boarded the helicopter heading to the prison to capture the abomination. Chapter 97. Another peaceful day in New York City. Deploy incendiary devices, commanded General Lennox from the helicopter. Whoosh. The soldiers, upon receiving the order, unleashed a barrage of incendiary bombs upon the abomination. In a matter of moments, the area where the abomination resided was engulfed in roaring flames. Prepare liquid nitrogen bombs. Prepare plasma bombs. Having succeeded General Ross, Lennox was well versed in the abomination's nature. He knew that conventional weaponry would be ineffectual against both the abomination and the Hulk. Special measures were essential. Incendiary bombs? That level of heat is far from sufficient. Amidst the blaze, the abomination, infused with ruby, had grown to more than double its previous size. Its armored bones and skin appeared ever more grotesque and fearsome. It resembled a prehistoric monster, rendering humanity diminutive in its presence. The Crimson Tank, embodying a grotesque malice, charged headlong into the fortress where the squad was stationed. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly indomitable stronghold, capable of withstanding missile bombardments, was instantaneously reduced to a heap of ruins. In the blink of an eye, the fortress was transformed into a scene of blood, bone, and despairing wails. The Crimson Tank was far too formidable for mere soldiers to contend with. At such a moment, enlisting professionals like the Silver Armored War God or Iron Man would have been most appropriate. Yet, the military had its pride. The honor and dignity of the American forces could not be tarnished by this menace. Moreover, General Lennox harbored a plan in his heart, a scheme that might alter the future of the American military. If successful, all sacrifices, including his own, would be deemed worthwhile. Deploy liquid nitrogen bombs and plasma bombs, and retreat immediately after deployment. The helicopter squadron was dispatched to cover the infantry's withdrawal while the communication team contacted headquarters to request air support. Commence the operation. Yes. 5 minutes later, the entire squad was annihilated, and 2 Black Hawk helicopters plummeted from the sky. 10 minutes later, 2 heavy missiles were launched at the base, transforming it into a fiery inferno. Amidst the endless rubble, the Crimson Tank loomed, standing atop an expanse of relentless debris. Is this all you have? It taunted. Hulk. Where's Hulk? Bring him here. The few soldiers who had narrowly escaped the onslaught trembled, utterly devoid of morale. Run. This monster is beyond our capacity to defeat. The general's aide was equally terrified, urging, General, we must retreat. We have done all we could. A military unit is deemed incapable of combat if it suffers a loss exceeding 1/3 of its strength. Having already lost nearly 2/3, their resilience had been commendable until now. General Lennox gazed at the tank's fearsome visage with a sigh. Contact S. H. I. E. L. D. The aide responded with elation. Yes. At S. H. I. E. L. D. Every staff member proceeded with utmost caution, wary of incurring the director's wrath. No one knew what had caused the director's foul mood. But ever since witnessing the competition between Tony Stark and Gordon Kent, his expression had darkened considerably, as if everyone owed him a fortune. Little did they realize that their conjectures, though not entirely accurate, were not far from the truth. It was not that everyone owed him billions, but rather that he had suffered a loss of billions. Nick Fury already felt he had been cheated in the deal with Rimuru. However, upon Tony Stark publicly revealing a recovery potion, Fury was nearly driven to the brink of fury himself. His plans had been meticulously crafted, yet before he could implement them, Stark had overturned the table. Just imagine the indignation. If Tony Stark could publicly present a recovery potion, how many recovery potions did Rimuru possess? Surely, they were not priced like cabbages. As the director of S. H. I. E. L. D., he had always been the one to benefit. And who would dare to take advantage of him? The more he pondered, the more he felt at a loss. Just then, Melinda from the logistics department rushed in without so much as a knock. Frowning, he sensed that something significant must have occurred, for Melinda would not act so recklessly otherwise. Indeed, as soon as she spoke, she left him utterly astonished. What? The abomination had escaped from the military base, and had grown even more powerful? Frowning in exasperation, he cursed under his breath. Had the scientists in the military conducted yet another biochemical experiment on the creature? What was the situation now? He was well aware of the military's workings and realized that they had begun to seek assistance from S. H. indicating that matters had reached a dire state. Melinda, with urgency etched on her face, declared, "Director, it's a matter of utmost urgency." According to military reports, the facility holding the abomination has been reduced to ruins, with casualties exceeding 1,000 and still rising. Rubbing his forehead, he realized the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Melinda shook her head. "Director, this is not even the worst of it. The abomination is now charging towards New York and will arrive in no more than half an hour." Stunned, he exclaimed, "What? It will reach New York in half an hour?" After pacing the office a few times, he instructed Agent Norman Notef to contact Rimuru immediately. Whatever conditions Rimuru had, he was willing to concede to them, provided they were not too excessive. "Understood." Melinda responded promptly before exiting. He picked up the phone, dialing several numbers until he reached Coulson and Hawkeye. 10 minutes later, SHIELD was fully mobilized and in a state of emergency. Through coordination with the military, all intelligence regarding the Red Tank abomination was transferred to SHIELD's internal channels. Observing the abomination's capabilities, even with prior knowledge, he was still taken aback. What on earth? How had the abomination become so much stronger? What had the military done to it? Furthermore, that peculiar habit of ramming its head against walls seemed oddly familiar. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? As SHIELD went into emergency mode, panic engulfed New York City. In this era of firearms and missiles, it was impossible to keep such events under wraps. Thanks to the relentless coverage by several television stations, the citizens of New York, who had just enjoyed a peaceful day, soon learned the grim truth. What? The creature that had nearly reduced Broadway to rubble was coming to New York again? This was no joke. The citizens immediately unleashed their fury upon the military, criticizing their inability to contain even the monstrous being they had imprisoned. How incompetent could they be? To make matters worse, the abomination was headed straight for New York. What use was it to maintain such a group of inept individuals? Taxpayers' money was being squandered. The panic spread rapidly, engulfing the city. A multitude of citizens hastily fled New York, but the sheer volume of vehicles caused extensive congestion, resulting in a chaotic scene. In the face of disaster, the baseness of human nature was magnified infinitely. Robberies, murders, and heinous acts proliferated, resembling an apocalyptic scenario. Upon hearing the monstrous sound akin to a drumbeat of doom, all those seeking refuge were seized with dread, their faces pale as frost. Chapter 98. The World Watch's reports flooded in. The abomination was imminent in New York City. Assistance was urgently requested. General Lennox's expression was grave. The vast expanse of American territory was sparsely populated in most areas. Yet New York was different. It was the nation's largest city, the epicenter of its economy, finance, and culture, with an exceptionally dense population. The repercussions of a confrontation in rural areas were incomparable to those in New York. Lennox turned to an aide. "What news from S.H.I.E.L.D.?" The aide responded gravely. "S.H.I.E.L.D. has entered a state of emergency. Agents are currently contacting the Silver Iron Avenger and Iron Man." Lennox felt a heavy gloom settle over him. Although they were in urgent contact, whether they could establish communication and take action remained uncertain. He was not so old as to suffer from forgetfulness. Just days prior, many citizens had protested against the Silver Iron Avenger, even brandishing banners proclaiming their rejection of him. In other words, they had no choice but to bear the burden themselves. At all costs, they must keep the abomination at bay outside New York City, buying precious time for the evacuation of citizens. Understood. 10 minutes later, another report came in. "The abomination has breached our defenses and infiltrated New York International Airport. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance." Lennox, anxious and agitated, inquired about the situation at the airport. The attack had come so suddenly, causing widespread destruction. Many passengers were stranded, and chaos erupted. "This is dire. The control tower has been struck by debris from a downed aircraft, injuring numerous staff. Both departing and arriving flights have lost command, risking potential collisions." What? The report from the radio man startled General Lennox. New York International Airport, the largest in the nation, was under the global spotlight. If calamity struck there, the repercussions would be even more severe than those of 9/11. As a commander, his accountability was immense. The weather was oppressively hot. Yet Lennox felt a chilling dread enveloping him. Devise a strategy to divert the abomination and restore communication between the control tower and the aircraft as swiftly as possible. "Yes, sir." After hanging up, Lennox was overwhelmed by a sense of utter helplessness. After years of military service, he had never felt so powerless. The United States, with its formidable Navy and Air Force, found itself utterly at a loss against a monstrous threat on its own soil. Is it that the world is changing too rapidly? Or has he grown too old to keep pace with the times? He is, after all, a stalwart of the American military. Helicopters soar through the sky while flames rage on the ground. Amidst the ruins of buildings, remnants of weaponry, and wounded soldiers. General Lennox's mind is a blank slate. As if all sounds in the universe are beginning to fade away from him. This world yearns for a hero, a valiant figure capable of reversing calamity and salvaging all. London. Greetings. I am a reporter stationed in New York, currently at the New York International Airport. As you can observe, the airport has descended into chaos due to the emergence of a monstrous entity known as the Abomination. Tokyo. According to reports from our correspondent in New York, at approximately 1444 today, a creature named the Abomination escaped from a military base. It has made its way towards New York City, where the armed forces have engaged in a fierce battle, suffering thousands of casualties. Regrettably, they have been unable to stop the Abomination, which has now infiltrated the international airport, causing widespread panic and turmoil. May God bless America, and may the military's fortunes flourish as they strive to eliminate the Abomination. Moscow. Reports indicate that a creature suspected to be the result of a biochemical experiment, known as the Abomination, has emerged from a military base. Intense gunfire has erupted between the military and the Abomination, resulting in the base being reduced to rubble, yet the creature remains unharmed. The Abomination has now breached the New York International Airport. Berlin. Latest reports reveal that the control tower at New York International Airport has been destroyed, and numerous staff members have been injured. 2 aircraft, currently in the process of taking off and landing, are now without guidance, veering off course. Alarmingly, 1 landing aircraft has been struck by a car hurled by the Abomination, resulting in a damaged wing, and it is on the verge of colliding with a departing Boeing 737. Paris. Are these 2 aircraft destined to crash at the airport? Oh God. This is undoubtedly one of the most absurd and catastrophic aviation disasters in human history. At this very moment, the eyes of nations around the globe, regardless of day or night, are fixated on New York International Airport. No one anticipated that a single abomination could so effortlessly penetrate the defenses of the world's most advanced military. The nerves of countries worldwide are taut. What if this creature, dubbed the Abomination, rampages through their own lands? The Boeing 737, with its wings severed and engines ablaze, trailing a plume of black smoke, tightens the hearts of every individual across the globe. This aircraft carries a full complement of passengers, possibly including young children whose lives have yet to unfold, now on the brink of extinguishment. But who could snatch lives from the clutches of death amidst the impending disaster? In this instant, many minds conjure the image of a gleaming silver mech. Perhaps it is he who holds the key. What is that? Before the screen, countless individuals widen their eyes, gazing at a tiny dot rapidly approaching the smoke-laden aircraft. Is it a bird? So swift. A mech. It is Iron Man. Boom. In an instant, the entire world erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Before the screen, countless hearts of the audience rejoiced in unison at the arrival of Iron Man previously. Everyone had been consumed by an uncontrollable thought. If the silver-armored god or Iron Man were to arrive, could they turn the tide? Now, they finally understood. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though they had all become Iron Man, breathing and sharing fate alongside him. Yet, soon after, the smiles on their faces gradually faded. They could see that Iron Man had truly exerted himself, but against a behemoth like the Boeing 737, weighing over 50 tons, he was evidently at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Boeing 737 was plummeting at high speed. Iron Man could not alter the course of despair. How could this happen? Where was the silver-armored god? As the mightiest of superheroes, if he joined forces with Iron Man, perhaps they could save the aircraft. Why had the silver-armored god not appeared after all this time? Had he completely lost faith in the citizens of New York? In front of their televisions, everyone fell silent, especially Jameson, who had recently authored the article titled "Why We Do Not Need the Silver-Armored God." He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had his words truly disillusioned the silver-armored god towards the citizens of New York? You are a superhero, after all, an indomitable force against adversaries, an unyielding spirit in the face of challenges, and an unbroken hero amidst setbacks. How could one abandon such a noble and grand pursuit simply due to an article or a protest? At that moment, Jameson slammed his thigh, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "I knew it. I knew that a superhero would never be absent when the people needed him." Inside the passenger aircraft, chaos reigned as terrified screams filled the cabin. Though airplanes are the safest mode of transportation, when disaster strikes, the mortality rate soars. All passengers were paralyzed by fear. In the face of life and death, billionaires and ordinary citizens alike were rendered equally vulnerable. However, as time passed, the passengers began to notice an unexpected calm enveloping the aircraft. Was this merely an illusion? Just then, an announcement crackled over the intercom. "Dear esteemed passengers, please remain calm and patient. Iron Man and the silver-armored god have successfully lifted the aircraft." In an instant, the cabin erupted in jubilant fervor. The revelation that Iron Man and the silver-armored god had hoisted the plane meant they would not perish. "Oh my God, Many who had been terrified to the point of recording farewell messages on their phones were now overcome with tears of joy amidst this extreme emotional roller coaster. Especially those who had once protested against the silver-armored god felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Until one reaches the brink of despair, one can never truly comprehend the inspiring arrival of heroes in the final moments. They call for the silver-armored god. The world yearns for the silver-armored god. Across the globe, in countless cities, millions of households, and billions of screens, a thunderous cheer resounds simultaneously. At this very moment, how many voices are fervently invoking the names of the silver-armored god and Iron Man? Not only the common folk, but even those within the Pentagon and the Three Gorges building joined in applause. In this instant, the silver-armored god and Iron Man became the most resplendent stars in the world. On the display of the Wind God helmet, a communication request from Iron Man appeared. Rimuru chose to accept. Tony Stark, Rimuru, you seem to have arrived a tad late. Rimuru mused. Who was it that claimed one could single-handedly maintain world peace? Who indeed? Look at my memory. Tony Stark, the out-of-control passenger plane has been successfully stabilized. Now let us assist in guiding it to a soft landing. Rimuru replied. Very well. Upon hearing Rimuru's response, Tony Stark let out a sigh of relief. A true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with women. Iron Man was certainly not afraid. Jarvis, report the altitude of the passenger plane and assist me in planning the optimal landing site. At your command. Current altitude and speed of the passenger plane are best suited for landing. However, just as Iron Man prepared to collaborate with Rimuru for the emergency landing, Jarvis issued a warning. Danger! Danger! An object has been detected hurtling towards you. The passenger plane may be directly struck. What? Upon realizing that the object was a small car, Tony Stark was taken aback. Are you jesting? Throwing a car like a pebble? The rear missile bay of the Mark suit opened, releasing several small missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Following a series of explosions, the car was instantly engulfed in flames. Not only Tony Stark but Rimuru was also significantly affected. Strictly speaking, under the magical perception skill, Rimuru had detected the malevolent actions on the ground even before Jarvis. Witnessing the car being obliterated by the missiles, the malevolent entity was not disheartened. Instead, it raised its hands and hoisted the wreckage of an armored vehicle. Silver-armored god? Just in time, your opponent is me. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle, cannon barrels, and boulders all became weapons in the hands of the malevolent being. Fortunately, Iron Man's weaponry managed to destroy them one by one. Yet, everyone understood the dire predicament. The arsenal aboard the Mark suit was ultimately limited. They were far too reactive. However, as they saw the malevolent entity balance a makeshift spear on its shoulder, aiming at the passenger plane, the entire world fell silent. The malevolent being, towering and powerful, now wielding human artillery. Was this not an act of villainy? No one could have anticipated that the passenger plane, under the joint efforts of Iron Man and the silver-armored god, had seemingly found a glimmer of hope. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were once again pushed to the precipice of despair. Limulu took a deep breath. It would have been one thing if she had refrained from intervening. But having already acted, allowing the plane to plummet would be tantamount to a slap in her face. Communication channel. Tony, you handle the abomination. I'll take care of the aircraft. Leave it to you? The passenger jet weighs 50 tons. Both Mark and the Wind God are indispensable. Enough with the hesitation. I still have a trump card up my sleeve. All right. Tony Stark fell silent for a few seconds, uttering no further words, before swiftly turning to confront the abomination on the ground. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, the passenger jet was once again tossed into chaos. With all passengers inside gripped by terror, their screams echoing throughout the cabin. Yet, at that moment, a voice resonated in the minds of each individual aboard the aircraft. It was Limulu's skill, the transmission of intent, also known as telepathy. Do not be afraid. I am the silver-armored war god. Regardless of how turbulent the plane becomes or how rapidly it descends, please remain calm. I assure you that every life on this aircraft will be safe. The voice of the silver-armored war god? How could it resonate directly within their minds? This was utterly astonishing. Limulu's sudden intervention instilled a surge of confidence among the passengers. I forgot to mention, the mech is merely a toy. My true vocation is that of a mage. A mage? The passengers were collectively bewildered. Were it not for the fact that these words came from the silver-armored war god, universally recognized as the strongest superhero who had just demonstrated his prowess, they would have likely ridiculed him at once. In that fleeting moment, to the eyes of the world, time seemed to slow. They witnessed Iron Man abandon his efforts to support the passenger jet and instead confront the abomination. Simultaneously, the silver-armored war god found himself helpless against the aircraft, which plummeted at an accelerated rate. Had rescue efforts failed? A collective sigh arose. For while everyone understood that this failure could not be blamed on Iron Man or the silver-armored war god, a sense of disappointment lingered. But just then, everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What was that? They beheld enormous, intricate, and mystical walls of light manifesting around the falling aircraft. Everyone was left in a state of utter confusion. What on earth were these walls of light? Why did they bear circular and hexagram patterns? Together, they bore a striking resemblance to the legendary magic circles. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies of magic were merely skeptical, unaware of the extent of Limulu's formidable capabilities. Meanwhile, in Kamatash, a group of mages gathered before the television, their mouths agape, almost large enough to fit an apple inside. Mage Modu, parched and uncertain, ventured to ask, "Master, is Limula casting the Seraphim Shield?" The Seraphim Shield, the strongest defensive magic in Kamatash, was notoriously challenging to execute. In Kamartash, the only one capable of wielding this magic is the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Even the likes of Kaisalius and Mordo have yet to grasp its threshold. Yet, when Rimuru unleashed it, he simultaneously manifested no less than 7 or 8 facets, nearly forming a magical barrier. Could it be that the Seraphim Shield they are familiar with is not the same as the one Rimuru conjured? The Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, displayed no change in her demeanor, exuding an air of control. However, the small fan in her hand fluttered rapidly, creating almost an afterimage. Internally, Ancient One felt a sense of despair. If you ask me, who am I to ask? Chapter 100. Farewell to the Wind God, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Can those fiery red walls prevent the crash of a passenger plane? This question echoed in the minds of millions watching the live broadcast. The out-of-control aircraft descended at an alarming speed, akin to a meteor plummeting to Earth. Boom. The passenger plane crashed violently onto the runway, generating such force that it instantly carved a massive crater into the ground. And this was merely the beginning. Under the terrifying inertia, half of the fuselage was embedded into the runway's center, still hurtling forward. It resembled a raging bull, shattering the southern wall into fragments. Bam! The asphalt runway fractured at a visible rate, as if a great earthquake had erupted. In mere moments, the once smooth surface was torn apart, creating a fissure over 10 meters wide and 100 meters long. This was nothing short of astonishing. Any top-tier Hollywood special effects paled in comparison to the might of this earthly collision. When everything came to a halt, all breaths were held, and disbelief filled the air at the spectacle before them. The passenger plane had neither caught fire nor exploded, suggesting that the silver-armored god had succeeded. In an instant, the world erupted in a frenzy, joyously celebrating, with countless individuals laughing and applauding until their hands were sore. They had witnessed the birth of a new miracle. What then? Were these fiery red walls? How could they withstand the impact of a 50-ton passenger plane crashing? This was truly incredible. Is this also a form of energy shield? What else can it not accomplish? Truly, it is the mark of the strongest superhero, defying all logic. Inside the aircraft, as the violent tremors ceased, all passengers wept tears of joy. They had survived, truly survived. How wonderful, how absolutely wonderful. The silver-armored god had not deceived them. He had truly accomplished the impossible. Each person felt immense gratitude towards him, their hearts filled with appreciation. Now, all that remained was to await the rescue team's arrival. The fuselage embedded in the earth was something the passengers were aware of. Though it posed some inconvenience, the greatest peril had been safely navigated. This minor trouble was, for everyone, quite trivial. At that moment, a multitude of passengers suddenly witnessed a fiery crimson circle emerging within the aircraft, continuously sparking with energy. On the other side of this circle, the gentle flow of the river could be heard, and even the Statue of Liberty was visible. How could the Statue of Liberty at the mouth of the Hudson River be seen from within the plane? What was happening? As confusion enveloped the crowd, the voice of Limulu resonated in their minds once more. This is a magical portal I have opened. On the other side lies the relatively safe Liberty Island at the mouth of the Hudson River. I will not be retracting this portal for the time being. So there is no need to crowd. Simply step through, and safety awaits. A magical portal? Safety at a mere step away? Such a marvel. The younger passengers seemed to take it in stride, but several older professors, who had adhered to materialism their entire lives, found their worldviews utterly shattered. When the first daring passenger successfully crossed into the safety of the Hudson Riverbank, a wave of relief washed over all aboard the aircraft, prompting a rush toward the portal. Naturally, some bold individuals shouted, hoping Limula might appear to grant them an autograph or some such favor. Others speculated, suggesting that the voice of the silver-armored god sounded rather youthful, pondering if she might be some sort of magical girl. Limula, bemused, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the optimistic nature of these foreign passengers. They had just escaped a dire situation, yet they found time to ponder such frivolities. Turning her focus instead to the fierce battle between Iron Man and the Abomination, Limula was taken aback. What was happening? Why had the Abomination's combat prowess surged so dramatically? Its form had transformed, becoming even more menacing, with bone armor and spikes that were utterly terrifying. In this brief skirmish, Iron Man's suit bore countless scars, appearing tattered and torn. Yet, It was evident that Iron Man's defensive capabilities had significantly improved, thanks to the development of energy shields. His energy weapons, laser beams, sonic cannons, and beam impacts, were wielded with remarkable finesse. Compared to the Iron Man of his original timeline, the current Tony Stark displayed an undeniable increase in combat effectiveness. Unfortunately, however, every adversary he faced was formidable beyond belief. What has transpired with the Abomination, Great Sage? Answer. The Abomination possesses the Crimson Gem of Sidorak, and it should now be referred to as the Red Tank Abomination. Its power is inexhaustible, and it must be dealt with at its source, otherwise it cannot be defeated. Upon hearing the Great Sage's words, Limulu instinctively licked her lips. To resolve it at the source, she understood, she comprehended. The Crimson Gem of Sidorak, she knew it well. It was indeed a valuable treasure. Limulu's eyes gleamed like two crescent moons. Was the Red Tank Abomination merely delivering her a delightful treat? In contemporary times, Rimuru possesses a plethora of skills in offense, defense, control, and mobility. However, it is lamentably deficient in raw power. A mere aircraft weighing over 50 tons cannot be lifted, even with the aid of the Wind God. When compared to the neighboring Superman, Rimuru appears woefully inadequate. Yet, should it consume the Sethralak Ruby for enhancement, a surge in strength capable of rivaling Thor is inevitable. Once the ruby is consumed, Rimuru's final attribute deficiency will be rectified. As for offending the malevolent deity Sethralak, Rimuru is utterly unfazed. In the Crimson Cosmos, Rimuru may not stand a chance against Sethralak, but on Earth, should Sethralak seek vengeance, his true form cannot traverse here. If he were to send a manifestation, would it be merely a gesture to offer a snack, knowing she is not yet satiated? Even if Sethralak, in a fit of rage, were to arrive in his true form, Rimuru possesses formidable tactics. The ultimate move, the Ancient One's technique. In this day and age, who lacks a semblance of backing? On Earth, Iron Man, is this the extent of your prowess? You have left me thoroughly disappointed. Where is the silver-armored god? Summon him forth. Before the screen, the world fell silent upon witnessing the abhorrent creature's maniacal laughter. Is this truly what Abomination embodies? This is an egregious display of power. Iron Man's performance has been scrutinized, revealing that one individual's influence can rival that of an entire formidable army. Alas, Iron Man is pitted against the Abomination. After an extended battle, Iron Man has showcased an array of tactics, particularly his varied energy attacks, which have astounded the audience. Yet, these formidable assaults prove futile against the Abomination. Upon hearing the call of the Red Tank Abomination, Rimuru chuckled. Since you beckon me to dine, I shall not refuse. However, before that, I must grant the silver-armored god a splendid farewell. After mastering the myriad spells of Kamartosh, the Wind God's assistance to Rimuru has dwindled. Thus, let us bid adieu with a resounding clash. Chapter 101, The Wind God's Final Battle. Iron Man, will you merely flit about like a fly, darting hither and thither? The Abomination is tough-skinned and resilient, especially with the Sethralak Ruby augmenting its defenses and exponentially amplifying its strength. The weaponry equipped on Mark poses no significant threat to the Abomination. Conversely, any contact with Iron Man proves perilous. Yet, Iron Man's insidious tactics are relentless. Tony has elevated the art of evasion to an unprecedented level. Like a mosquito, though it inflicts minimal damage, its incessant buzzing around one's ear is aggravating. You cannot slay it, nor can you catch it. It seizes the opportunity to bite when you least expect it. The Abomination harbors a deep-seated loathing for Iron Man, yet finds itself powerless against him. All that remains is to incessantly provoke and taunt. In the face of the abhorrent provocation, Iron Man remains unyielding, skillfully executing the despicable kite-flying tactics to perfection. J.A.R.V.I.S. The Mark suit has sustained a 70% damage rate, its weaponry is depleted, and energy reserves are down to 15%. I recommend immediate withdrawal from the battle. Tony Stark shook his head, feigning nonchalance, but there is still 15% energy left, right? Do you stop using your phone when it reaches a black screen? At that moment, the Wind God descended from the heavens, positioning itself before the Mark suit. You've worked hard, Tony. Leave the next battle to me. Limulu gazed upon the Wind God's gleaming silver frame and sleek lines. A complex expression flickered in Tony Stark's eyes as he took a deep breath and said, "All right. I leave this to you. I will go assist the injured." "Good." Limulu replied casually, oblivious to the peculiar look on Tony's face. At that moment, all she could see was her loathing, and her heart harbored but a singular thought, to conclude the Wind God's story with a perfect ending. Though her time with the Wind God had been brief, having undergone several upgrades within that short span, its significance to Limulu was unparalleled. Upon Limulu's arrival, the Abomination erupted in joy, nearly splitting his face with a wide grin. "Ha ha ha, silver-armored war god, you finally dare to show yourself. I hope you can bring me more amusement." "Want amusement? As you wish." Limulu smiled faintly, activating her magic to teleport instantaneously before the Abomination. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dual enhanced boosters on Wind God's arms and ribs roared to life at full power. Limulu, commanding the Wind God, thrust her hands forward like twin dragons emerging from the sea, crashing toward the abomination's chest. With a thunderous boom, the abomination, caught off guard, was sent soaring through the air like a cannonball, his massive frame propelled skyward. How is this possible? The abomination gasped, having battled Iron Man long enough to understand the mechanics of his armor. Yet, the Wind God had appeared beside him, employing a movement style entirely distinct from Iron Man's. Close-range displacement, full power engagement, and a relentless assault, all executed in a seamless flow, leaving him no time to react. Yet, instead of fear, the abomination felt an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, your silver-armored war god is truly formidable. Delight me to your heart's content. Is that your last words? Limulu's voice reached the airborne abomination, leaving him momentarily stunned. But before he could comprehend, he experienced a cataclysmic blow to his abdomen, one that was not merely a physical strike, but a force that seemed to compress the very air around him. It was as though he had been struck by both an iron fist and an air cannon simultaneously, causing his colossal body to involuntarily curl into a shrimp-like form. Yet this is merely the beginning. The horrifying impact penetrated his abdomen, reaching every corner of his being. In an instant, the entity known as hate felt his viscera, every muscle and bone within him, shift under the sheer force of this terrifying collision. He could even sense his eyeballs bulging with an overwhelming urge to burst from the intensity of the assault. Vomiting uncontrollably, hate expelled a mouthful of blood, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. He was injured. He had actually sustained an injury. This was the first time he had bled after touching the ruby. The silver-armored god of war truly lived up to his name, exhibiting unparalleled strength. With a thunderous crash, Hate's colossal form collided with a passenger plane parked at the airport, cleaving it in two. Before he could rise, he witnessed the Wind God Limula channeling a concentrated pulse beam from his palm, striking the plane's fuel tank directly. A tremendous explosion ensued. A colossal mushroom cloud rising into the sky, dark smoke billowing and crimson flames swirling, as a fierce tempest descended upon the scene. In an instant, the entire airport was engulfed in a whirlwind, sending debris flying and forcing numerous soldiers to shield their eyes. Was this the combat style of the silver-armored god of war? Before the screen, billions of viewers gasped in astonishment, momentarily unable to believe their own eyes. Compared to Iron Man's arsenal-laden kite tactics, the strategy of the silver-armored god of war was undeniably far more straightforward. One word: attack. Yet, in the hearts of all, a surge of fervor ignited, their skin prickling with goosebumps. It was simply exhilarating. The seemingly invincible hate, who effortlessly penetrated the American military's defenses, was being soundly thrashed in a direct confrontation by the silver-armored god of war. What defines a god of war? It is the ability to triumph over any formidable opponent. Silver-armored god of war. Silver-armored god of war. Silver-armored god of war. In that moment, people from all corners of the globe, regardless of gender or age, began to chant the name of the silver-armored god of war. However, that fervent cry quickly ceased, for amidst the raging flames of the aircraft's explosion, Hate stood once more. Even with his skin still ablaze, he remained utterly unconcerned. What a thrill! Silver-armored god of war, let me savor this even more. Inside the Wind God's armor, Limula's eyes sparkled with crimson light. Savor it even more? Indeed. Only a powerhouse like the Red Tank Hate is worthy of being the Wind God's final opponent. Let the battle recommence. The Wind God and Red Tank Hate charged toward one another. With each step they took, the ground of the airport trembled beneath them. And upon their collision, the sheer kinetic energy unleashed a tempest of energy. The ferocity of this energy storm was such that it shattered the windows of a small aircraft. Combat against combat. Collision against collision. There were no elaborate techniques, only the most primal struggle. Across the globe, nearly every heart was seized with trepidation. The intensity of this confrontation was unparalleled, surpassing even the exhilaration of watching a film. Everything within the airport became a weapon in the hands of the two combatants. The 10-meter-long wings transformed into blades. The wheels of the landing gear served as shields. The cabin became a festival of fireworks. As the New York International Airport was reduced to a battlefield, utterly devastated, various aircraft exploded one after another, resulting in direct economic losses amounting to hundreds of billions. Undoubtedly, this was a spectacular blockbuster capable of bringing the New York International Airport to its knees. As the battle raged on, more and more faces were etched with concern. The performance of the silver-armored god of war was commendable, yet the scales of battle began to tip toward the abomination. The Wind God, though formidable in its mechanized form, was ultimately limited by its energy reserves, while the abomination possessed seemingly boundless strength. Silver-armored god of war, press on. For the sake of humanity, you must not falter.